If you like your true crime podcasts with real investigative journalism, you'll love Unravel. Unravel is the ABC podcast that investigates a new case each season. It's won podcast awards, journalism awards, and it's had millions of downloads. Unravel will have your headphones glued to your ears. Search for the Unravel podcast now for award-winning true crime. You can find it on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Listen. Podcasts, radio, news, music and more.
It was slow and painful. Once the lunch guests ingested death cap mushrooms, their slide towards death was almost impossible to stop. I'm the ABC's court reporter, Christian Silva.
And I'm Stephen Stockwell. It is Friday the 23rd of May. We've just finished the fourth week of Erin Patterson's murder trial. Just a warning, there is some strong language in this episode. Welcome to Mushroom Case Daily.
The small-town mystery that's gripped the nation and made headlines around the world.
On the menu was beef Wellington, a pastry filled with beef and a pâté made of mushrooms.
At the heart of this case will be the jury's interpretation of Erin Patterson's intentions.
Erin Patterson has strongly maintained her innocence.
It's a tragedy what's happened. I love them.
Christian, we've wrapped up the final day of the fourth week of Erin Patterson's murder trial. Very keen to talk through some of the bigger moments of this week as we get into the episode. But before we do that, can you take us through what we heard in court today?
The key witness up today was an intensive care specialist from the Austin Hospital in Melbourne. This was the doctor who was in charge when the lunch guests were in a critical condition, and he was there when 3 of the 4 died. He outlined the steps doctors took as they desperately tried to save their lives. We did hear, however, about Ian Wilkinson's story of survival.
Thank you, Christian. It was a shorter day in court today, as you mentioned, hearing from the doctors who cared for the lunch guests. The length of the hearing kind of belies the weight, I guess, of what we heard today, though.
Fridays are typically shorter court days, but what we heard today, the evidence from Dr. Stephen Warrilow, was incredibly sad, and it was a piece of the timeline that we hadn't quite got to yet. We'd heard previously about how the 4 lunch guests fell really sick in some of the hospitals that they went to, but we hadn't got to the final hospital, which is the Austin in Melbourne, and this witness was called to talk about that.
He really took us through those kind of like the final moments, really.
He charted us through the slow decline to death. And this is part of the trial, the evidence in the case. You've got to go through it. But it was really sad to hear how these people suffered in their final days. And basically, he said once they'd come to hospital and they'd done the testing and they kept monitoring, it really didn't matter what they did. It was just never going to stop this slide into death. The doctors sounded like they tried everything. So 3 of the 4 guests died, and he spoke about Ian Wilkinson, who quite seemingly pulled off a miraculous recovery.
He spoke about how close he got. He was, pretty much on the edge there, right?
Yeah, what Dr. Warrilow said about Ian Wilkinson was, we thought he was going to die. He was very, very close. We can go through a bit of this timeline. So this lunch happened on a Saturday, and within about 3 days, these guests had made it to the Austin.
Yeah.
And the story for 4 of them is incredibly similar, according to this doctor. They all came with what appeared to be liver damage, organ failure. They were put on some liver-saving medications. One was called NAC, N-A-C. There was another one called psilocybin, and also activated charcoal was also used. They were hooked up to machines, but the doctors said that these injuries were basically irreversible. Don Patterson underwent a liver transplant, but that didn't do anything. And with Don's wife, Gail, she was just too sick to even have a transplant. And Gail's sister, Heather, was also there, similar position, and the 2 sisters actually died within about 3 hours of each other. on the 4th of August 2023. So this is, about 5 days after the lunch. And Don Patterson died the following day, the 5th of August.
Yeah, the 3 deaths. The reason that we're going through this trial of Erin Patterson, accused with murder and attempted murder, the attempted murder referring to Ian Wilkinson, who did recover.
He did. And when you're hearing about the deaths of people, naturally it's really sad. And I think the only sort of positive that you could draw from hearing this very sad story was that the one guy who did survive was actually in the courtroom, and it felt nice to see him there. He's the guy who pulled through. And Ian Wilkinson listened as the doctor talked about his recovery. So he also came in incredibly sick, just like all the others. After 4 or 5 days, he was not looking good. But he turned a corner and very, very slowly recovered. And eventually he was released from hospital about 6 weeks later, and he made it home. And we've seen Mr. Wilkinson during the trial. He actually gave evidence early on. So, yeah, it was nice to see him there. Just a reminder that someone made it.
Yeah, positive moment in what was, some quite sad evidence that we heard in the court today. Christian, it's been a very busy week as we've gone through the 4th week of Erin Patterson's trial. One of the things that we've spent a lot of time with this week is basically, the tracking of locations using devices, a lot of electronic evidence. We've heard as well of, about what was recovered from Erin Patterson's home by police. And you've been doing a little bit of work to try and, collate some of the devices that we've been hearing about this week. What can you kind of tell us about this? What can you break down for us?
Before I get into trouble, I must stress, not additional research, just looking through transcripts. not doing anything that the jury's told not to do.
Yeah, reviewing the evidence. Better way to phrase it.
Reading over the transcripts, just like the jury is able to. So yesterday, I think we were talking about phones and messages, and it can get really confusing because there's a few different devices in the case. So I'll try to step through some of these devices and cross-reference it to our previous episodes. So if we start with computers, so when police searched Erin Patterson's home, they seized a number of computers and phones, and there's a tablet as well. So there's a computer which has been called the Caller Master computer. Now, I actually think the right term for this is Cooler Master.
Right.
The judge has been calling it Caller Master. Anyway, that doesn't really matter.
Right.
This was a computer which had 3 hard drives on it, which was checked by police. And this is the computer where police say there were searches in 2022 for the iNaturalist website. Now, the iNaturalist website is the same website where about 5 to 6 months later, people have made online posts saying that they've spotted death cap mushrooms near Erin Patterson's house. So police allege that on this computer, somebody went to the iNaturalist website and looked up a page about death cap mushrooms in 2022. So that's that device. Yeah. There was a Samsung mobile phone seized from Erin Patterson's house, the court was told. This is the device which contains some Facebook messages that Erin Patterson had with some online friends. And we'll get to that later. We mentioned it yesterday as well. So that's a Samsung mobile phone. There's a Samsung tablet. This is a device that was also seized from Erin Patterson's house by police. And on this tablet, police said that they found photos of mushrooms that were on some kitchen scales. And they also found some screenshots of what appeared to be Google searches or, Bing searches or something like that. Searches for cancer diagnosis.
Right.
We know from earlier in this trial, the topic of Erin Patterson allegedly claiming she had cancer came up. So that's on that device. There's another phone too. And this is a phone which has been nicknamed Phone B. But this is also another Samsung phone. And this is the phone that was factory reset 3 times in the week after the lunch, according to police. Prosecutors said earlier in this trial that this phone was used by Erin Patterson from about January 2023, so about 6 months before the lunch.
Right.
I went back to the transcript of the prosecution openings and I actually found references to 2 more phones. There's a phone which has been dubbed Phone A. Prosecutors say this phone was never recovered, and they say that Erin Patterson also used this in 2023. And there's another phone which has been called a Nokia handset. This phone was used by Erin Patterson after the lunch. It was used about a week later. I'm pretty sure we haven't heard about Phone A or the Nokia handset since the opening day of this trial.
Okay, and so just to quickly recap, we've got the computer with the iNaturalist searches for death caps in 2022. We've got the Samsung phone with the Facebook messages that we'll talk about in a second. We've got a Samsung tablet with photos of mushrooms, screenshots, I should say, of searches of cancer diagnoses, and then the phone that was reset, plus these other 2 phones that we're seeing that might pop up at another point. Yeah, I'm keen to talk about the phone with these Facebook messages on, because this is a moment yesterday afternoon. It came out quite late. We were working towards the last hour of the day, and so this was something that, if you listen to Thursday's episode, the entire structure of that and the order of that changed as soon as we heard these things, because we realized it was the most compelling part of that day. And these are messages, Christian, with some of Erin Patterson's Facebook friends. And these are some of the women that we heard from earlier in the trial, right?
Yeah, the likes of Daniela Barclay and Jenny Hay.
Yeah. And this conversation, there's messages over the course of about 3 days. This happened in December 2022, so about 8 months before the lunch. Christian, can you paint me a picture of what is happening in Erin Patterson's life at this point?
So this is a period where there's great tension between Erin Patterson and her husband, Simon. This is according to evidence we've heard in this trial. The 2 of them were arguing over things like child support payments. They were arguing over other finances. And what these messages show is that Erin Patterson was pretty frustrated with Simon and also with his parents.
And there's, like I mentioned before, 3 days of messages. So I think we can kind of step through the day. So the first one is on December 6th. And so we know Erin has these, concerns and frustrations around child support and a relationship with Simon. And it sounds like she has raised them with Don and Gail Patterson, who's Simon's parents. And she's had a call with them. And it sounds like that Don and Gail spoke to Simon and he just didn't engage. He didn't agree with what Erin was saying. And Erin was basically told that, look, if he doesn't talk to, Don and Gail, his parents, a bit more about it, they're not going to be able to help. And they offer this suggestion that, maybe they should pray about it. And as Erin is sort of recapping this in this group chat, there's 3 emojis that go in, and then a language warning. There's the line, "This family, I swear to fucking God." That language is quite strong. The context that I think is sort of missing a bit from this as well is that there are these emojis. Do we know what these emojis were?
Good question. I think we couldn't really work out what they were. So when this was flashed up on the screens in the courtroom, the lawyers and the judge seemed to not understand what that emoji displayed, and we quickly moved on, and it was sort of accepted that we'd just skip over whatever the emoji is. Now, in the media overflow room, we also have a screen, and we all sort of rushed up to the screen to try to see what the emoji was. And honestly, I can tell you I couldn't tell what it was either.
Right.
It wasn't the common emojis that we normally see and that we use in our everyday texting life. So, yeah, I think it's fair to say that between the lawyers and even many of the reporters, we couldn't quite work out what it meant. So It was kind of, the emoji was kind of disregarded and people just focused on the text.
Yeah. And these are messages that, Erin is sending in a Facebook chat with some of her friends, clearly frustrated with not just Simon Patterson, her husband, but also his parents, Don and Gail Patterson. And then there's another message where the person messages says that, Don and Gail don't want to adjudicate anything. And then there's a kind of frustration that they don't want to help. And then there's another quote, basically saying the family is a lost cause.
Yep.
And this is important because, again, it's getting to this child support conversation, right? So there's another question where there seems to be this kind of ask for Erin to withdraw a claim for child support because she's applied for child support at this point, right?
What it sounds like is that Erin is retelling this story to her friends. And these messages are pretty long in the group chat.
Yeah.
They go for ages. And as she's talking about this fight over child support payments, she calls Simon's conduct unconscionable. Then again, another language warning. She says, "I'm sick of this shit. I want nothing to do with them. Fuck them."
Yeah. Yeah, this is again after a kind of suggestion from Dom Patterson, her father-in-law, the father of her husband, Simon Patterson, kind of again saying, look, we can't really, mediate this. Again, maybe you should just pray about it. This kind of frustration that she sees again with that.
And it continues for the next couple of days.
Yeah, there's another one. So December 7, she jumps back into the group chat and updates saying that she got a message from Don and Gail overnight, and then another one from Simon as well. These are separate messages that she gets. And she says she's actually just not going to read them because she knows that Simon's will be gaslighting and abusive and will ruin her day, and that Don and Gail's will be weasel words, and basically says, I don't need anything more from these people. They say they don't want to take sides, but by their very actions here, she seems to think that they have.
And she carries on and she said that if this was relating to Don and Gail's actual daughter, not their daughter-in-law, they'd act differently.
Yep, yeah. And then there's a day break. So, we're talking over the course of 3 days. So we've had messages on December 6, another couple on December 7 that we've just gone through. And then there's a day break. And on December 9, there's this final message talking about how Gail Patterson, who is Simon Patterson's mother, saying that she was horrified that Erin Patterson had claimed child support, and then saying why wasn't she horrified that her son is a deadbeat. And then that's the kind of run of those messages. Now Christian, we just saw these messages from Erin Patterson, or these are the ones that I'm kind of across. Were there replies from the group chat? Was there conversation going back and forth?
We were shown some conversation and some replies from a group member. I'm not entirely sure whether we saw all of the replies, but I think what's worth remembering is that with this evidence that's been presented, the prosecution's job is to present evidence that's relevant to the case. So if there's some belief that some of these replies, potential replies, don't know if they exist, but if it's, unrelated, then maybe it doesn't need to go in there. At the end of the day, all the evidence that's put before the court is stuff that has been deemed admissible by the judge, so it's appropriate for the jury to see it when they consider this entire case.
And this was during someone's evidence in chief, so that was under questioning from the prosecution. So the prosecution is the one who's presenting these messages to the jury so they can have a look at them, right?
Correct. Yep.
Yeah. Also, just a reminder, this isn't the first time that we've spoken about group chats and messages in the trial. We heard earlier in the trial when Simon Patterson was on the stand that there was a Signal group chat. Signal's a messaging app that they used. So we heard about that chat that the family would use to communicate, and that Simon claimed at one point that Erin used to send abusive and accusatory messages. We didn't see that message, though. That wasn't able to be produced when Simon was asked about it.
And for clarity, it's not this set of messages either, because this is Erin's group chat with her friends. It doesn't involve members of the Patterson family.
Yep. Yeah, this is a private group chat. Christian, as well as this, we have had, quite a bit of other stuff going on this week. We've also heard a lot about location data, prosecution alleging that a phone belonging to Erin was near places that death cap mushrooms have been spotted. You can hear more about that on Monday and Tuesday. We also saw CCTV footage of Erin Patterson entering a petrol station just after, I think, a day or two after the lunch.
A day after.
Yeah, this is a time where she said she was feeling very sick. She was, suffering from diarrhea. And I just want to note that we have received your emails about Erin Patterson wearing light-coloured pants on that day. Christian, is there anything that I've missed?
You've done a good job. That is a key summary of the evidence we saw this week.
Great. Thank you, Christian. That's all I was after, really, just fishing for compliments. What was the moment this week that has kind of stuck with you, that you've found yourself thinking back to or reflecting on?
This week really felt like it was all about tiny little details. We saw so many charts, diagrams, tables flashed up in court, and we had to try to make sense of them. Like the previous weeks have often been people talking about their recollections or their memories, or we've seen pictures of beef Wellington leftovers. This has been really drilled down to the micro level. And I guess what sticks with me is how I consumed that information. So in the courtroom, there are some seats for the media and members of the public, and there are some screens where you can see these exhibits put up. But some of these tables, they're zoomed out so much that it's impossible to read the text. So what we've actually done on some occasions is we've gone to the media overflow room where there's also a screen where you can see these exhibits. And what I think I'll remember from this week is when some of Dr. Sorrell's mobile phone reception charts were put up, how all the reporters would run to the front of the room to the screen and frantically write down all the metadata and all the details that we could make sense of from these reports, because sometimes they only flash up on the screen for a few seconds. This is information that the jury has, by the way, but they've got it on their iPads. They can refer to them. They can zoom in. We, unfortunately, don't have that luxury. So just the sight of 10 to 15 reporters sitting really way too close to a screen with their legs crossed and laptops typing frantically will be something that remains with me, because that's not something we do normally. And it really felt like I was taken back to grade 2. But one thing that's different is, man, my legs are sore from that cross-legged sitting.
It's in the media overflow room. It is quite a sight, because that's where I will often spend a bit of time working, because I can work on scripts and other things in there while watching the proceedings. And it's like seeing everyone crowded around a little campfire, just all, tight-knit little group, all peering up earnestly at the screen.
Yeah, and while it does look a bit silly, the reason we do it is we want to get these small details to people at home, and sometimes things are not said out loud. So it's that information that you can pull off the screen, and we'll do whatever it takes to get it within the law.
Yeah. I think my highlights for this week are a couple of small things and then one medium-sized thing. So the small thing was Troy from the Monash Council's spreadsheet. I love a spreadsheet. And
Yeah,
the way
you mentioned that a few times.
Just so about it. I've got some for this as well, don't worry. But the way that he sort of methodically worked around the Asian grocers that he was looking at, the way he kind of put it on a spreadsheet, loved that. Also, yesterday when we were hearing about Erin Patterson's stool samples, the thing that I found fascinating about that was the way they gather the stool samples. We heard about basically like an upside-down witch's hat that goes in the toilet and is designed so it can either sit at the front or the back of the toilet. I just thought that was a very clever...
Depends on what kind of sample you're trying to collect.
Exactly, whatever they're collecting. And then the kind of medium-sized thing this week that I found really, really quite interesting to watch is Colin Mandy, the defence barrister who's working for Erin Patterson, kind of really going to work a bit more this week. He was doing a lot of cross-examination, particularly of Dr. Sorrell, really kind of questioning him about the methods, what all of that data meant.
And the accuracy, most importantly, the accuracy of his mobile phone tower evidence and whether his analysis can precisely pinpoint Erin Patterson's movements and activity. I thought it was very interesting too.
Yes, and also, I mean, I know I said only two small things. I do have another small thing that I found, really sort of did catch my imagination this week when we were hearing about the searches done on a computer seized from Erin Patterson's house. I just can't stop thinking about the fact that they were done on the Bing search engine, but through a Chrome browser. That just the chaos of that has captured my imagination. But enough of that. We are welcoming back Rachel Brown, the ABC's investigative true crime reporter, because I'm very keen to find out what has been sticking in your mind this week. Rach, have you been finding yourself gathered around the TV and the media overflow room, gazing forlornly at exhibits displayed on the screen?
No, my quads aren't sore like Christian's. I've been in the courtroom for most of this week, Stocky.
And how's it been in that room? What has the emotion been like? What's the energy been like? Because it has been, look, it's been dense. We're getting through a lot of very technical evidence this week.
In terms of energy, it's been a roller coaster week because we've gone from the mechanics of cell tower evidence and computer evidence, which is so dense, which Christian has walked you through, to the human pain and fractures of a family. So I find that roller coaster really interesting in the lengths of human extremes, really. Have you found the same thing?
It's been, the wide range of what we get. You have a whole day of Dr. Matthew Sorrell kind of giving you the particulars of how a phone network works. And then you have days like today where you're hearing about someone's final moment. So as you say, it is this kind of roller coaster. But I find that over the course of a week, I guess kind of easier managed. I think that I find the days very distinct. I think probably because we're doing this podcast daily, right? So like all the days to me get kind of quite compartmentalized. So it's broken apart a little bit more.
Yeah, I know you like your structure. You mentioned spreadsheets, and we have seen a lot of them. And I should say, tip for you should watch the doco on the World Spreadsheet Championships.
I will. It's on the list, don't worry.
If spreadsheets are your thing. No, but it is interesting that we go from that dense evidence to what we have seen in the messages, the text messages with Erin Patterson's Facebook group of friends, and the insight into her family, the Patterson family, and the fractures. You know, we've just heard about her frustration at Simon's parents, Don and Gail, refusing to adjudicate on whether she should claim child support or not. Now, I'll just read you one of those messages. I wonder if they've got any capacity for self-reflection at all. I mean, clearly the fact that Simon refuses to talk about personal issues in part stems from the behaviour of his parents and how they operate. According to them, they've never asked him what's going on with us, why I keep kicking him out, why his son hates him, etc. It's too awkward or uncomfortable or something. So that's his learned behaviour. Yeah. Just don't talk about this shit.
And so that's, you know, it's a really, I mean, it's you know, we've spoken about this before, but it's such a detailed insight into someone's life that you would never expect to be kind of broadcast to, you know, not just that room, but, you know, to everyone through podcasts like this.
And all these messages, I've been wondering, you know, would I react like this? Would you react like this? Would my friends, you know, would listeners do the same? Maybe. You know, it's interesting the reactions I've heard from different colleagues, but also through different gender optics as well, what the different responses are. You know, one is like, well, she didn't like the hand that she'd been dealt, so she went to someone else to complain about it, as in, you know, don't like mum's decision, so you go to dad, that type of thing. But it does illustrate the very human need to vent to friends, and I wonder what people would find if they went through my phone, or, you know, our reactions to things when we're under pressure. You know, like, would you like to hand over your phone right now? Like, maybe living in close quarters with me for a week has driven you crazy.
Well, luckily my phone's in the other room, so unfortunately I actually can't hand it to you at the moment. Sorry, Rach.
But it's just, it's this stark reminder. I spoke to you, I think, the first week of this podcast about the human detritus we're seeing, you know, these bones of relationships that we're all now picking over and making judgments about, rightly or wrongly. And I wonder whether the jury will read them as a woman who wants nothing to do with her in-laws, or will they read it as a woman who is isolated and lonely? Because here's another one I want to read to you. They've had Simon for tea every night for 3 months and never once picked up the phone to me since the separation and asked if I'm okay and need help. So that tells me their choices. So I guess to answer your question, I've spent a lot of time wondering about things we might never know.
Yeah.
Because the courtroom is a house of facts, not feelings.
Yep.
And so, but nonetheless, I've been wondering, where was Erin Patterson's mind at? You know, I wonder how her kids are doing. I wonder how Ian Wilkinson dealt with today, listening to things like a doctor saying we thought he was going to die. You know, I wonder what he was thinking about Heather, his wife, we lost. You know, there's just so much pain being laid bare in that courtroom. And even when the verdict comes, whatever it ends up being, there will be certain absolutions that might never come.
Yeah. Yeah, it's reminds me of what we heard Justice Beale talking about to the jury at the start of the trial, that this is something that you make decisions with your head about. You know, you're basing this on the facts that are being presented, not the feelings that you're feeling at any point throughout.
And that is so important. That's all they have to go on and should go on. But as he said, you need to push aside empathy. You need to push aside prejudice. We're dealing with cold, hard facts here.
And it's really interesting because a lot of the time that does feel really kind of like, you know, unhuman, very, very unemotional. Yeah. Rachel, thank you so much for joining us on Mushroom Case Daily. Rachel Brown is the ABC's true crime investigative reporter, is the brains and the voice behind the fantastic Trace podcast series. You can find it on the ABC Listen app. Go and track that one down. It's a wonderful series. Christian, we continue to hear from so many of the Mushroom Case Daily listeners listening from all over the world. mushroomcasedaily@abc.net.au is our email address. If you have a question, you can send it to us, and that is what these people have been doing. I would like to start with a question from Ebony. She asks, does Erin know what evidence is being presented prior to the commencement of the trial with her lawyer, or does she find that out during the trial? Love the podcast. Thank you, Ebony.
Thanks, Ebony. Broadly, yes, Erin Patterson does have some idea. The prosecution is obliged to provide the defence with its what's called a brief of evidence. which contains the information that they plan to use or potentially use in the case.
Great. Thank you, Christian. Have another question here from Kate in Greensborough in Victoria. She listens to the pod as she's driving around in the evening while her 2-year-old falls asleep. So apologies for the swear words, Kate. Kate says, we're in week 4 of what I understand is set down as a 5-week trial. When will the defence get its chance to call witnesses? What happens if they run out of time?
We all go home. Just kidding. Just kidding. Thanks, Kate. It is a 5 to 6 week trial, but don't worry, we will not have a situation where we run out of time and the trial has to be called off for time limitation reasons. That is just an estimate that the judge gave. And once the prosecution has gone through all of its evidence, the defence will then get the chance to call their witnesses if they would like. After that, we go through the process of what's called closing arguments, where both sides get to sum up the case again. The judge will give what's called the charge, but it's basically another set of legal instructions, and then the jury goes out to deliberate.
Great. Thank you, Christian. Thank you, Kate. I have a question here from Tashara. They say, hi, Christian and Stephen. Thank you for your hard work on the podcast. Thank you. They also appreciate little details that we share about the day-to-day happenings, like the beetles and the temperature. Just so you know, it's warmed up a bit. 15 degrees today.
Yeah.
Balmy. One of the things, their question is basically around Erin Patterson. They say, earlier this week we mentioned there might be the possibility that the police interview with Erin Patterson will be used as evidence. They were wondering if the prosecution is allowed to call Erin Patterson to the stand as part of their case, or is this generally not done?
The prosecution can't call the defendant as a witness for their case, but what they may choose to do is play a record of interview.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the prosecutors did say earlier on in this trial that there was one of those. It hasn't come up yet, but we know that the prosecution case isn't finished yet, so there's more to come.
Yeah, and if anyone can call Erin Patterson, the defence can call her, but we don't know if that will happen yet, and there won't be any adverse inference if Erin Patterson doesn't step up and give evidence in this trial.
That's right. The onus of proof is on the prosecution. The prosecution has got to satisfy the jury that Erin Patterson is guilty if that's what they're to rule. If the prosecution can't do that, she's not guilty.
Yep. We have a question here from Tanya. Tanya thanks us for our reporting of this case, and their question is whether or not a juror can seek clarification from the judge or from the representing parties via the judge. For example, if they don't understand terminology or scientific detail.
Great question. So what happens is the jury has appointed a foreperson, one of their own, who's effectively the captain of the jury. If there's some questions, they can write a note, which the foreperson will then pass on to Mr. Hastings, the tipstaff, who will then inform the judge. And this is actually what Justice Christopher Beale told the jury about this very issue on day one. He said that he will discuss any notes they provide with lawyers in the absence of the jury, and he said they'll formulate the appropriate answer or response. We did see one moment, I think, earlier on in the trial when one of the members of the jury might have yelled out a question, though.
I think this was quite early, and this was maybe in the first or second day. We were talking about the Signal group messaging app, and it was just being referred to as Signal, and a juror said, excuse me, what's Signal? Not quite following the proper protocol, but they did get an answer.
Yep.
And it was clarified that it was a messaging app. So it is working, and we are seeing that clarification made when they have questions.
The only note we have seen, I believe, is when there was a Monday where the jurors were given off, and then they passed a note very quickly after asking if it would be every Monday.
Every Monday, do we still have to go to work?
And unfortunately, it was not every Monday, and they have been back.
They have been back. A question here from Sarah. Thanks us for our coverage of the case. They are wondering about how things work with members of the public who may be in the courtroom listening to the details of the case regarding obligations to treat the information with the same sensitivity that we're obligated to. For example, what is preventing them from disclosing further details externally? Are they treated like the jury with the same rules around not discussing the case with others? What happens to them during times when the jury is not in the room during legal discussions?
Thanks, Sarah. It is an open justice system. And as we've talked about earlier, it's not completely open to the point where things are broadcast on TV, but it's definitely open to the extent where people can come in and watch proceedings. So this is like a fundamental part of our justice system. Now, obviously, when it comes to things that happen when the jury's not in the room, they certainly shouldn't be going around and telling other people what occurred in the absence of the jury, just like we wouldn't do either. And members of the public certainly would be ill-advised to go and post things online about what happened in the courtroom while the jury was not there. Obviously, they're not allowed to interact with the jury or with the parties or go up to Erin Patterson either. It's the same rules that apply to the rest of us.
Yeah. The rules around reporting on stuff like this are actually the same for kind of everyone. We're just more aware of them as the media because it's stuff that's specifically kind of applied to us as we're the ones that are usually doing it, but everyone else has to follow the same rules as well. And we have another entry in our more of a statement category. It is from Natalie. It is an excellent statement because Natalie is a lawyer working in the criminal justice system in Australia. And she just wanted to highlight one thing. Me and a number of listeners sending in questions often refer to witnesses as taking the stand. This is an Americanism. In Australia, witnesses give evidence from the witness box. They do not take the stand. Natalie, that is a fantastic point to make because I am very guilty of doing that. So I appreciate the clarification. And from here, I encourage anyone to email if I say take the stand again.
I think you've been put into your box.
I've been put into my box. I have.
Thanks, Natalie.
Thank you so much for all of your questions. If you have one that you would like to send in, you'd like us to answer, you can get it to mushroomcasedaily@abc.net.au. Now, Christian, as well as all of these questions, we've got people listening from all over the world that have been writing in. I'd love your help going around the grounds to some of these far-flung listeners. I'll start. We've got a few listeners in the UK, Sarah in Norwich, Violet on the England-Wales border, Manisha in Manchester.
We've got Steph and Simon listening from Kilmartin Castle in Scotland.
We've got Itzaso listening from Donotia in Spain. Also, Eve and Kat, who have been walking the Camino de Santiago Portuguese. They wrote in from Pardon in Spain. They only had 25 kilometres left as well when they emailed on Monday. So, Eve and Kat, I hope you have finished your walk now. Congratulations.
And in the US, Christy in Philadelphia and Jessica in San Diego.
And finally, Adrian from Geelong is listening in. Christian, am I right in saying from Mannheim, Germany?
That is what is written here.
Fantastic. Anyone you'd like to say hello to before we wrap up the pod today?
Yes, I'd like to give a small shout out. Someone came up to me in court today and told me about one of our listeners who lives in London. Her name is Abby. I'm told she listens to the podcast every morning when she wakes up. Thank you, Abby. But the interesting thing that got me was Abby's 10 years old.
And listening to a daily podcast about a triple murder trial.
Yes.
Good on you, Abby.
Yeah. Look, if Abby, thank you very much for listening. We really appreciate it. Thank you to Abby's parents for letting her listen to it as well.
Hopefully to all the other parents who are letting their children listen to this as well. It is just as an educational activity as it is for Abby in the UK.
And sorry for swearing for the last couple of episodes too.
Yes, apologies about that. We'll clear that up next week. That's actually not a promise. Speaking of next week, Christian, where are we going?
Well, the prosecution case isn't over yet. And you'll remember to our episode yesterday, we talked about the digital forensic analyst, Sharman Fox Henry. So the prosecution actually finished with his evidence today. It was all of one question, but we didn't get to his cross-examination. So that will inevitably happen next week when Colin Mandy, the barrister for Erin Patterson, quizzes Sharman Fox Henry.
Thank you so much for joining us on Mushroom Case Daily. I highly recommend getting your hands on the ABC Listen app and following Mushroom Case Daily there. It's the best way to listen. If you are listening on a different podcast platform, though, please give us a review, leave us a rating. It makes it much easier for other people to find us.
Mushroom Case Daily is produced by ABC Audio Studios and ABC News. It's presented by me, court reporter Christian Silver, and producer Stephen Stockwell.
Our executive producer is Claire Rawlinson, and many thanks to the Victorian Newsroom and Audio Studios manager Eric George. Also to our true crime colleagues Tim Roxburgh, today's guests Rachel Brown and Yasmin Parry, helping make this show a reality. Also shout out to Jasmine Sims, our legal queen. There is no way that this happens without you. Thank you, Jazz. And finally, thank you for listening. This episode was produced on the land of the Gunai Kurnai people.
Ever been hit with a tricky question from your child? Like whether it's okay for parents to lie to kids to make them do something.
We're the hosts of Short and Curly, a fun podcast for children and their adults to untangle life's curliest questions.
Should you be punished for something you did a long time ago?
Is it wrong to leave all of your money to a cat? I personally think it's fine.
No surprise there. Cat people. Short and Curly is philosophy with a pantomime twist.
Perfect for car trips or for kickstarting dinner debates.
Search for the Short and Curly podcast now. You can find it on the ABC Listen app.
Can you tell us about some of these exhibits that were shown to the jury during the trial?
Good morning. Well, we heard a lot about the plates that were used to serve this beef Wellington meal on during the trial. Ian Wilkinson, the sole surviving guest of the lunch, he gave evidence during the trial, and he said that Erin Patterson served herself on an orange tan plate and served the rest of the guests on grey plates. And the prosecution argued during the trial that the reason that she did this was to colour code the plates in a way to mark the beef Wellingtons, the individual beef Wellingtons, so that she didn't poison herself and so that she could give a poisoned meal to her guests. Now, Erin Patterson, of course, denies this. She says that Ian Wilkinson was honestly mistaken when he said this, and that she used a variety of different coloured plates for the meal, and she doesn't own a full set of plates or the grey plates. And as you can see from these photos that hopefully you've got up at the moment, police were very interested in the plates when they searched Erin Patterson's home on the 5th of August. This was about a week after that beef Wellington lunch. It was the same day that Erin was interviewed by police, where she lied about owning a dehydrator and lied about foraging for mushrooms. Those were admitted lies, but you can also see a photo. There's the Recipe Tin Eats cookbook in one of the photos. This is the photo that, the recipe book rather, that Erin Patterson used for that beef Wellington recipe. Police say they found cooking splatters on the page of the beef Wellington recipe. We also have now some photos that were shown to the jury of the beef Wellington leftovers, and these leftovers were tested after the lunch, in the weeks after the lunch, and they were tested by multiple scientists. They were first tested by a mycologist, a mushroom expert, and she told the jury that she couldn't actually see death cap mushrooms in those leftovers, but she could see field mushrooms, and the prosecution argues that Erin Patterson dehydrated the death cap mushrooms and she blitzed them up. A toxicologist also tested those leftovers, and what he found were amatoxins, death cap mushroom toxins in those leftovers. So you can see those leftovers being ready for testing in those photos that have now been released to the press.
Alex, you've been covering this trial for weeks now. Can you describe the mood in court yesterday, but also in Morwell in general?
Yeah, I mean, it was incredibly, it doesn't really look like it now, but it was so busy in this forecourt yesterday, just media dotted around, members of the public looking on as soon as word managed to spread that the jury had come to a verdict. And, inside the courtroom, by contrast, from all accounts, it was incredibly quiet. One of my colleagues told me you could hear a pin drop as the verdict was being read out by the jury foreperson on those 4 charges, and my colleague told me that Erin Patterson appeared neutral. She didn't give much away, but she was blinking rapidly, and that's something that we saw throughout the trial, even as Erin was giving evidence or just sitting observing the proceedings.
Alex Alvaro, thank you.
ABC Listen. Podcasts, radio, news, music and more.
The evidence that helped convict Erin Patterson. I'm ABC investigative journalist Rachel Brown.
And I'm Stephen Stockwell. It is Tuesday, the 8th of July, and we've finished the trial of Erin Patterson. Just a heads up, there's some strong language in this episode. Welcome to Mushroom Case Daily.
The small town mystery that's gripped the nation and made headlines around the world.
On the menu was beef Wellington, a pastry filled with beef and a pate made of mushrooms.
At the heart of this case will be the jury's interpretation of Erin Patterson's intentions.
Erin Patterson has strongly maintained her innocence.
It's a tragedy what's happened. I love them.
Erin Patterson has spent her first night in prison as a convicted murderer. Yesterday, found guilty of murder and attempted murder following the deaths of Don and Gail Patterson and Heather Wilkinson from death cap mushroom poisoning in mid-2023. Today, we are bringing you the details of the trial's exhibits, things the public has never seen or heard. This includes a 000 call from the Leongatha Hospital and Erin Patterson's interview with the police, as well as the community's reaction to yesterday's verdict.
Yeah, a lot of the exhibits we saw during the trial, Stocky, was things that the prosecution relied on and leaned on in their case against Erin. So a lot of those have been released to us now.
And yesterday, following the verdict, we've had statements made from various members of the community recognising, acknowledging, mourning the deaths of the people who've been affected by that lunch in 2023. Yesterday afternoon, the Victoria Police gave a short statement with Detective Inspector Dean Thomas thanking investigators and specialist services who helped them with this investigation.
I'd also like to acknowledge and thank the Office of Public Prosecutions, the prosecution team in particular, for the work that they have put in the lead up to this trial and obviously during this trial. I think it's very important that we remember that we've had three people. 3 people have died, and we've had a person that nearly died and was seriously injured as a result, and that has led to these charges. I ask that we acknowledge those people and not forget them.
That's Detective Dean Thomas from the Victoria Police speaking outside court yesterday. We've also had a statement from the Korumburra Baptist Church. This was pinned to the notice board outside the church in Korumburra. It reads, "We all greatly miss Heather, Don and Gail. Whether we were friends for a short time or over 20 years, they were very special people who loved God and loved to bless others. It's been a long journey, and we continue to lovingly support Ian, Simon and all the Wilkinson and Patterson family members through this difficult time. We appreciate all the care from our local communities, special support from individuals and from the Baptist Union of Victoria and the churches and people from all over the world who've been praying for us. As our pastor Ian has said, life can be hard, but God is faithful and he is always with us. The Wilkinson and Patterson families have asked that people respect their privacy at this time. Please also respect the privacy of our church families."
Yeah, Stocky, I'm not expecting the Patterson or Wilkinson families to speak. They've been such a tight-knit community up until this point. We have seen them at court most days, both families. Ian Wilkinson was there most days as well. And we've spoken about this in the series a lot, the toll that it would have taken listening to that testimony. You know, their small community was torn apart, friendships have imploded. So it would be a very weighty time for them. I also found myself yesterday thinking a lot about Erin's kids. They'll be without their mum for the foreseeable future, perhaps.
Yeah, and, you know, those statements as well, Rach, just a reminder of, the deaths that have resulted from that lunch and, you know, the long illness of Ian Wilkinson as well. With the conclusion of the trial yesterday, Rach, we had exhibits released. There were a lot of exhibits that were presented to the court throughout this trial. You know, we had over 10 weeks of this trial, all up 125 exhibits total shown to the jury. As these were being shown, Rach, yourself, other journalists were noting down those exhibit numbers so we could put in a request at the end of the trial, at the end of the proceedings to get some of those exhibits, to share them with you. And we've got that now. You know, if you've been following the ABC News website, following other ABC News stories, you would have seen a lot of that. There were photos from some of Erin Patterson's devices, lots of pictures of mushrooms, things being dried on dehydrated trays, all of that, things we've described throughout this podcast. Also a lot of CCTV footage as well, different scenes at different times, you know, going into service stations, going to the Coomera transfer station where the dehydrator was dumped, all sorts of things.
Yeah, that's right, Stocky. There was a long list that we applied for. I've been looking through them this morning. You know, photographs we saw during the trial, like the different coloured plates, the table where that fateful lunch was served and who was sitting in which seat, the cookbook that Erin Patterson, you know, found the recipe for this beef Wellington. She did individual portions.
Yep.
The beef Wellington in this book is a whole log.
Yep.
We saw the flow chart of Game of Phones, Stocky, which we tried to work out at the time. It was very confusing, but it's actually a very interesting flow chart of where the different SIMs and the different handsets went at different times. Then there's a video that only goes for 2 minutes 10, but it's a long 2 minutes 10. It's that conversation that Erin Patterson had at Leongatha Hospital when she arrives at about 8 o'clock in the morning and thinks that she needs saline, and then 2 nurses try to convince her to stay, really. Now, it's silent, but you can tell a lot from body language. We have heard these nurses give evidence in court, so we know what they were saying, but you watch the vision and one woman is just reaching out to her arm as if trying to get her to stay and trying to get her to move away from the exit. So Erin Patterson's in the airlock, pressing the button on the side to open the doors.
Yeah.
There's a conversation. Erin Patterson ends up signing eventually a discharge against medical advice form.
And, as well as some of the vision that we've had released, Rach, we've had audio released, and we have audio not of that moment, but of the 000 call that Dr. Chris Webster made following that. So Dr. Chris Webster was the doctor in charge of the Leongatha Hospital at that time. He was keen for Erin Patterson to stay. She was someone that had eaten that meal that they knew had given, the other people that had eaten it, death cap mushroom poisoning. So obviously he was keen for her to stay and get treatment for that. This is on Monday, the 31st of July, the Monday after the lunch. And then when Erin Patterson leaves, he calls 000 to try and get the police to bring her back.
This is Dr. Chris Webster calling from Leongatha Hospital, and I have a concern regarding a patient that presented here earlier but has left the building and is potentially exposed to a fatal toxin from mushroom poisoning.
In this call, you can hear Dr. Webster explaining that he's tried to call Erin Patterson a few times and couldn't get a hold of her, that she came in just after 8 o'clock and then has left again.
Mushroom poisoning, you said? Yeah, so there were 5 people that ate a meal on Saturday, and 2 of them are in intensive care at Dandenong Hospital. 2 have just been transferred from Leongatha Hospital to Dandenong Hospital, and Erin presented this morning with symptoms of poisoning. Bear with me. And what happened when she presented? She just got up and left? No, there was time for the nurse to begin observations, and I was managing the other critically unwell patient, so I had a brief chat to her about where the mushrooms were obtained, and after that, while I was attending the other patients, the nurse informed me that she had discharged herself against medical advice. So I don't know exactly. We've got a form here. Hang on, it'll tell me what time she left. No, it doesn't have a time. She left at 10 past. She was only here for 5 minutes. And just to clarify, you said there were 4 other people who ate the same meal. Is that correct? Yeah, so the meal was consumed by 5 people, and 4 of those people are now hospitalised, and Erin presented this morning.
That's Dr. Chris Webster speaking to a 000 operator after Erin Patterson presented to hospital and then left. It's one of the audio exhibits that has been provided to the media following the guilty verdict in Erin Patterson's murder trial.
That's right. And you can hear the urgency in his voice, can't you, Stocky? Because, the small-knit community, he knows these other people are really sick. And I think there's a bit of, and we heard this in the witness stand as well, incredulity that Erin Patterson would discharge herself, having been told the possibility that she's ingested a lethal toxin. Now, Erin obviously said different in the stand, that she didn't understand the gravity at that point at 8:05. And then we know that police do go to her house and recover the beef Wellington. The leftovers were in the bin. And we saw the pictures of these as well, Stocky. There were pictures of the beef Wellingtons in exhibits, both the leftovers and what was sent to Camille Truong. She's the woman that took her work home with her and was studying those leftovers under a microscope. Now, under the microscope, she didn't find death cap mushrooms. But then these these leftovers were also studied by the Victorian Institute of Forensic Medicine, and we saw photos of them in the exhibits and the matter in like vials or test tubes. And Dimitri Gerostimoulos said that beta-ammanitins were found in samples of mushroom paste and beef, and also in vegetable matter that was found in the dehydrator.
Yeah. Having a look at those photos, on the news websites, it's an interesting reminder, like something I've noticed as we were doing this, all these photos get released and it's like, yeah, these are photos that Rach, you and I have been looking at for weeks, but it's the first time people are seeing them. We've tried to describe them as best we can throughout the pod, but if you're interested in seeing what the leftover beef Wellingtons look like, head to the ABC News website. They've got photos up there so you can have a look at, what was actually presented to the court, what the jury was basing their decision off of, what evidence they were considering at that time.
I've even found it interesting, Stocky, looking at them close up, because a lot of the time I was in court and I know this sounds strange, but could barely see them at all because they're on a screen at the other side of the room from me. And in the overflow room, if you were up the back, it was, especially with that phone chart, it was really hard to see. So it was interesting seeing them again up close and personal.
Yeah, having the same perspective as the jurors would have had when they're looking at. They've got these exhibits on the iPads that they have when they're sitting in the in their seats in the court. We're getting them projected on a screen briefly, kind of across a room or from a little while away. So yeah, it's a different experience seeing them, and you can have that experience as well if you jump onto the ABC News website and have a look at some of the articles they've been producing there. Right, speaking of Dr. Chris Webster, he's actually spoken to the Herald Sun, saying when Erin Patterson told him that the source of the mushrooms put in the meal was Woolworths, and a language warning here, he told The Sun, if she said she picked them, it would have been a very different mindset for me because there would have been an instant assumption that it was all a tragic accident. But once she said that answer, my thoughts were, holy fucking shit, you fucking did it, you crazy bitch, you poisoned them all. Dr. Chris Webster, in this Herald Sun article, described Erin Patterson as a sociopathic nutbag, and when he looked into her eyes, he thought, I don't know what planet you're on, but you're not on Earth. That's reporting from Brooke Reibert-Craig, who we've actually gotten to know a bit while we've been living and working in Morwell. She's actually the host of one of the other trial podcasts.
Another story about Dr. Chris Webster that I read in The Age by one of our co-reporters, Marta, he spoke about the last words that Heather Wilkinson said to him before she got in the ambulance, and they were, thank you for looking after me. And he told The Age, these two words stuck in my brain and will haunt me because I know that she was going off to her death, he said. And he said Heather was one of the gentlest souls, the kindest person, her liver's falling apart inside her body. And the thing that she makes sure she does before she leaves the hospital in an ambulance, thank the doctor.
It's interesting as well, Rach, hearing Dr. Webster talking about that story as well, because there was a dispute. And Erin Patterson was giving evidence. She was telling a different story to the one that Dr. Webster told when he was in the witness stand, to the one that he's kind of retelling here.
Yeah, Stocky, remember we learned about him saying to Erin about her children that their lives were at risk, that they could be scared and alive or dead. Now, Erin told the jurors, I thought that was a bizarre thing to say. I think he was yelling at me. I've since discovered that's his inside voice. And at the time, we had a bit of a chuckle because Chris Webster even admits, I'm not the most secretive person. If I need to have private conversations, I need to have them in the car park because I do have a very loud voice. And this, Erin told the jurors, rattled her, that she didn't hear it as a warning. She just felt like she was being yelled at. But these articles paint a very different picture, that it was perhaps evasiveness. And, and then also she told the jury she thought he was asking where she got the ingredients from. That's why she said Woolies. But he made it very clear in the witness box that he said, where did you get the mushrooms from?
We got some other exhibits as well, Rach. One of them we were hoping to bring you the audio of, but we haven't actually been provided that yet. There's still basically legal discussion going on about whether or not that will be released. But this is, following the police searching Erin Patterson's home. This is exactly 1 week after the lunch. This is the 5th of August, Saturday the 5th of August. The police have been in Erin Patterson's house. They've searched her home. She has basically during this process reset a phone, given police a dummy phone, and then she has sat down for this interview at the police station following that. Rach, what were the kind of key moments from this interview for you?
Yeah, that's right. I guess the one that sticks with me most is that she's told in the police interview, this comes as news to you that both Heather and Gail have passed away, which would be, it's a pretty climactic thing to learn in a police interview. one of the detectives may have also have told her when they arrived for the search warrant, but that was repeated in this interview. And so she talks about her in-laws and she says, I have no other family. They're the only support I've got. I want them in my kids' lives. I love them. They're good, decent people that have never done anything wrong by me. So that will always stick with me. Then other things that she's pressed on is foraging. She's asked, is that something that you've done in the past, foraging? She says never. And then she's asked about the dehydrator. She's asked, have you ever owned a dehydrator? She said, no, I might have had one years ago.
Rach, we said yesterday on the pod, interim suppression order was limiting some of the things that we can talk about at the moment. What kind of happens from here, though? Can you talk us through some of the timelines that we're looking at?
Yeah, I checked and there's no statement as yet from the defence team and nothing has been flagged yet regarding whether or not there'll be an appeal. Now, the defence doesn't have to flag it this early. The window to lodge an appeal is 28 days after sentence, and sentencing is usually 2 or 3 months after the verdict, Stocky. So this window might run over October and November.
Yeah, thank you, Rach. Now, we do have a lot more coming for Mushroom Case Daily. In a couple of weeks, we're going to go back and recap this whole case from start to finish over about 5 or so episodes, this time with far fewer restrictions on what we can say. We're going to tell you basically the whole story again, but in a way you have never heard it before, basically unfolding what happened moment by moment with a heap of new details. We're going to dive into Erin's past, like her job as an air traffic controller, where a former colleague is quoted in an ABC article today as saying she wasn't necessarily always unpleasant to be around, but you tended to be wary that she could snap or say something unpleasant at the drop of a hat. We've also kept a list of questions as well, Rach, that we weren't able to answer during the trial. So we'll actually be dropping that episode into your feeds tomorrow.
Yeah, we've had a lot of questions on, why wasn't manslaughter an option in this trial? Other ones include, did she have a psychiatric assessment? Has that been done? And was Erin Patterson in custody? The
custody arrangements of Erin Patterson, Rach, I have been just very keen to share. It's not something we could share until this point. I won't give away too much, but it involves a tunnel. So keep an eye out for that. We'll have all of those details for you in our episode tomorrow. That is going to be dropping exclusively on ABC Listen tomorrow. That's the only place you'll be able to hear it until next week. I know you probably already have the ABC Listen app. You would have heard me endorse this, how much I love and respect this application. I highly recommend you get behind it because that is going to be the only place you can listen to this episode from tomorrow. If that doesn't sway you, the episode will drop into every other feed from next week. So if you want to wait, you can wait. If you are listening somewhere outside of ABC Listen, you could at least rate and review us. That's all I would ask.
And on Friday, we've got something special for you. We've got an episode of Analysis with one of the pioneers of this pod, Christian Silver.
I'm really looking forward to that one. There's so much I want to reflect on from this process. There's so many moments that could have turned this case either way. That really paint a picture of the evidence that convicted Erin Patterson. So we'll be going through all of that, Rach, with you, with Christian. I'm really excited to get into some of the analysis of that and pick out the key moments. I also have some admissions to make. There were things that I pointed out that I thought would be important that turned out were not important at all.
This case has been full of surprises, Stocky. Mushroom Case Daily is produced by ABC Audio Studios and ABC News. It's presented by me, Rachel Brown, and producer Stephen Stockwell.
Our executive producer is Claire Rawlinson, and a huge thanks to our true crime colleagues who keep helping us out, our commissioning executive producer Tim Roxburgh and supervising producer Yasmin Parry. This episode was produced on the land of the Gunai-Kurnai people.
Hey, I'm Sana Kadar, and I host All in the Mind on ABC Radio National. It's a show where we investigate why people behave the way they do. But there's some perspectives we don't often hear about, like what makes people cross the line into criminal behavior.
Are they evil or are they damaged? Are they both?
After the stealing, they often will describe a sense of pleasure or gratification.
Join us on Criminal Psychology, a special series exploring some of these questions. Hear it now on the ABC Listen app.
If you like your true crime podcasts with real investigative journalism, you'll love Unravel. Unravel is the ABC podcast that investigates a new case each season. It's won podcast awards, journalism awards, and it's had millions of downloads. Unravel will have your headphones glued to your ears. Search for the Unravel podcast now for award-winning true crime. You can find it on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Listen. Podcasts, radio, news, music, and more.
The Two Faces of Erin Patterson. I'm ABC investigative reporter Rachel Brown.
And I'm Stephen Stockwell. It's Friday, June 6th, and we've just finished week 6 of this trial. Just a heads up, there is some strong language in this episode. Welcome to Mushroom Case Daily.
The small town mystery that's gripped the nation and made headlines around the world.
On the menu was beef Wellington, a pastry filled with beef and a pate made of mushrooms.
At the heart of this case will be the jury's interpretation of Erin Patterson's intentions.
Erin Patterson has strongly maintained her innocence.
It's a tragedy what's happened. I love them.
Rach, it has been almost an entire week of Erin Patterson in the witness box as we've cruised through the 6th week of this triple murder trial. Before we get into what we heard today and before we wrap up the week, can you take me through just the kind of key points of what happened in court today?
Today, Erin Patterson was pressed on her various relationships with the 4 dinner guests. So that's her estranged husband's parents and his aunt and uncle. Now, some of that tension was due to childcare support and a new school that her children were going to. She was pressed on why she allegedly didn't ask after them when they were in hospital. She was also asked why she didn't tell anyone that forage mushrooms might have gone into that fatal meal. Dr. Nanette Rogers, the prosecutor, put to her that she has 2 faces, one that she puts on for her family and one for Facebook friends. And then finally we moved on to that iNaturalist site, the citizen science website, and the prosecution is trying to say that she had a very keen interest in death cap mushrooms in May 2022.
Thank you, Rach. Great breakdown. What was actually, a kind of pretty intense day of cross-examination of Erin Patterson. We are now into the second day of cross-examination of Erin Patterson, and Dr. Nanette Rogers, the prosecutor, did spend most of it focusing on a relationship with Don and Gail, also a estranged husband, Simon Patterson, and there were a lot of questions about this. It really was the focus of the day.
It was, Stocky, and the prosecutor, Dr. Rogers, was trying to put to Erin Patterson that she was trying to get Don and Gail Patterson to intervene or to mediate in certain disputes. She said, I suggest you were seeking Don and Gail to influence Simon to pay half the school fees.
Yep.
And she said that wasn't what I was doing. I was just trying to get them to help mediate communication between the two of us. Now, she said that it had deteriorated at the end of 2022 when he listed himself as single on a tax return form, which meant that it enabled her to claim certain tax benefits and also apply for childcare. And also the new school seems to be an issue of contention. Simon Patterson gave testimony early in the trial that he didn't know that the kids were going to a new school. Erin Patterson said, today that's not true. Me and the kids told him in March 2023.
There was this whole back and forth about, did you have a conversation about it? Did you tell him? And it's like, well, yeah, we were in the conversation. I said, yeah, they're going to a different school after he dropped off one of their children one day.
And she added, in fact, he went on the school fees form before that term started, which is something that we hadn't heard before.
Yep.
So it's interesting because it all goes back to this record of interview that she did with Stephen Eppenstall, the informer.
The police interview, yeah.
That's correct. And she's told him, look, they're the only family I've got. They're the only grandparents my kids have, and that's really important to me. And she said to him, nothing that Simon has ever done to me will change that they're good, decent people who've never done anything wrong by me. Nanette Rogers put to her, I suggest you didn't love them, and that you were angry that they took Simon's side in arguments with him about child allowance, and that feeling continued. And Dr. Rogers put to her, which was a big moment of the day, you have 2 faces, Erin Patterson. You have a public face of appearing to have a good relationship with your in-laws, as shown to people like Simon. Then she mentioned some other siblings or in-laws of his that have given evidence. But then Dr. Rogers said there's a private face, and that's the one that you showed in the private messenger group, people on a Facebook chat. And she ended that to and fro saying, you didn't regard Simon as being a decent human being to his core. And Erin replied, I do, and I still believe that now.
Yeah. And the two sort of groups they're talking about is like there's the kind of, I guess, like the Signal Patterson family chat, which is where she's saying, look, I love these people, and she's keeping up appearances, is what Dr. Nanette Rogers says. And the other chat is the chat with the Facebook friends with the really strong language about what she thinks of that family when they weren't, as you were saying before, intervening in the this dispute that she was having with Simon over childcare and schooling. And Donna Gale, Simon's parents, not kind of reacting in the way that she had hoped. So it was interesting, hearing that and hearing it framed in that way, because Dr. Nanette Rogers really did push that.
She really did. And she, pardon my language here, but she said a couple of times, you meant that, didn't you, when you said in messages to your Facebook friends, fuck 'em. You meant that. And she said, look, I'm very angry and ashamed about that. But no, I didn't mean that. I was just venting.
And Dr. Nanette Rogers, the prosecutor, was really putting this to Erin Patterson that, she had these kind of two faces and she wasn't a fan of this family.
She did. Dr. Rogers, and a bit of a language warning here, excuse my French, but Dr. Rogers said to Erin Patterson, that's how you felt about them, didn't you, Don and Gail? You thought, fuck them, and that's what she said in one of her messages. Erin Patterson replied, I didn't feel like that. I was just frustrated and venting, and I regret that, and I'm ashamed of that.
The other thing that we've seen a lot of as Dr. Nanette Rogers has been cross-examining Erin Patterson is she's been taking her to different evidence from other witnesses throughout this trial. She has been putting different things that witnesses have said to Erin Patterson, saying, did you say that to them? Did you present that fact? And at this point, Erin Patterson has disagreed with evidence we've heard from a number of witnesses. So she's disagreed with things that Ian Wilkinson, the surviving lunch guest, has said, Katrina Cripps, the child protection worker, Simon Patterson, her estranged husband, and also some of her Facebook friends. Like, we're getting to a bit of a list now.
Yeah, we are. And some are more minor. So with the Facebook friends, there were some things she agreed with, like she said, I did say that I wasn't happy with Simon's cleanliness. I didn't really like the kids staying over there. She was asked if she agreed that Simon became nasty after the whole childcare dispute. Erin said, yes, I did say that. But things like there was one woman that testified that she said that Simon was coercive. Remember that day? And that was a quite big testimony that day.
Yep.
Erin Patterson told the court today, no, I never said that.
Yeah, right.
It was put to her, you posted that Simon was a bad father. She said, no, I didn't do that. So, and then we move on to, you mentioned Ian. One of the big disputes today has been the purpose of the lunch and whether she told people that medical issues were the reason for the invitation. And here's where we come to the specifics of questions, like particular questions, shall we say.
Yeah.
So she was asked, did you tell Simon that you were inviting him to the lunch because of important medical issues and that you were nervous about how to tell the kids? And she said no. Now, there are 3 clauses in that sentence that I just put to you.
Yeah.
She said no over and over and over. No, there were no important medical issues. That's not what I told Simon. And then later in the morning, she said, no, I did tell him about medical issues. And everyone kind of went, oh, but you didn't, what? I thought you said no to that. And this is a perfect example of Erin being very specific and precise with her language. So Dr. Rogers had said to her, did you tell Simon that you had important medical issues to talk about and that you wanted to do that at the lunch? She said, look, I told him about medical issues coming up, but I didn't say that was the reason for the lunch. It wasn't the purpose of the lunch. And I didn't say that I wanted to discuss how to break it to the children. So Erin's trying to be very precise with her language.
And we've seen this a number of times over the last couple of days as Erin Patterson has been cross-examined by Dr. Nanette Rogers, is this kind of back and forth on the specificity of a question. So, Erin Patterson might say, oh, hang on, no, I didn't say that. I think I said this. It's like it's a very small change to what has been put to her by Dr. Rogers.
Yeah, it came up. It's come up a lot, actually. It came up again today. Simon Patterson, early in his testimony, said that he was intrigued that Erin Patterson never asked after the welfare of Don and Gail. So Simon Patterson alleges that he told Erin on the Sunday, that's the day after the lunch, that his parents were in hospital getting fluids. He says, I was intrigued that Erin never asked me after them or about them or how they were going. Now, a point that Erin made today was, well, no, I wouldn't have asked after them if we were having a conversation about that already. you know, it would be like if you and I, Stocky, were talking about your dad and you said, oh, dad's sick. I wouldn't then ask you, is your dad sick? Because you're already in that discussion. So this is the kind of hair splitting that we're getting down to at the moment.
Yeah, and that was the point that Erin Patterson was making today when she was making those points, is that, oh, look, we were already in that conversation.
Yeah, so perhaps I didn't ask that question because we were already talking about it.
Towards the end of the day, as Erin Patterson was being questioned by Dr. Annette Rogers, there was a medical expert, one of the doctors, I think, at Monash Health, she was asked about, and then also searches of iNaturalist, and we fell into this kind of like, oh, I don't remember territory.
Yeah, towards the end, she was saying that quite a bit. We moved back to the iNaturalist website. So the prosecution alleges that she used that website to do different searches of where death caps are or were growing. Now, there's one particular URL that the detectives followed that led them to a page of geographic locations of death cap sightings. So it was put to Erin, did you visit this page? And she said, look, it's possible because I was wanting to find if death cap mushrooms were grown in South Gippsland. And I found out that they don't. So that might have been this search. And that was in May 2022. And then Dr. Rogers went one step further and she said, well, we've got a URL that your computer has recorded that you navigated through this site to, here's another post by a guy in Moorabbin on the 18th of May 2022 saying that he's found some death caps on this particular reserve in Moorabbin. And she said, look, I agree it's possible, but I can't comment because I don't remember doing that. And then this is what rounded off the day. Dr. Annette Rogers said to Erin Patterson, I suggest you had an interest in death cap mushrooms in May 2022. And Erin replied, well, it depends what you mean by interest.
Right. And Justice Christopher Beale, with all of his dramatic timing, at that moment decided that was the end of the day.
That's it, week over.
And court wrapped for the week. Rach, before we move on to kind of talking through the big moments of the week, we can't forget, suppose in the process of talking about the big moments of the week, we do need to jump back and have a quick look at Monday. We had Erin Patterson in the witness box for most of this week, but we did have the prosecution case wrapping up on Monday, really just kind of tying up some loose ends. That was Stephen Eppenstall, the informant, the detective leading the case, and some agreed facts that were presented. Anything I've missed in that?
No, sir.
Great.
As Eppenstall would say.
You would say that. If you want to hear a bit more about the prosecution case, we hit this in our episodes last week. So episodes on Thursday and Friday last week, we were wrapping up the prosecution case because we, as predicted, didn't expect we were going to get time for it this week. So jump back into them to have a look at that. Rach, to kind of wrap up this week in a slightly more fulsome way, it's been mostly the evidence for Erin Patterson. And I think to kind of wrap this up, I want to go through some of the things that Erin's evidence has kind of filled in for us in this story. There have been gaps in what we've understood about what happened at the lunch and following the lunch in July 2023. And through Erin Patterson's evidence this week, we've had some gaps filled in, at least what she says happened in some of those instances. One of the big ones I want to start with, and this is a question that we've had a lot, is why there were individual beef Wellingtons served. Now, Erin Patterson has said, and we've heard evidence from a number of people, that Erin Patterson used a recipe from the Recipe Tin Eats cookbook for beef Wellington, which is normally prepared in a long log. Erin Patterson instead prepared individual Wellingtons. What did we hear about the reason for that?
She said that's because she couldn't find a suitable cut of meat that's big enough for that log that we saw in that recipe book.
Yep.
So she ended up getting twin packs of eye fillets and using them instead and rolling them in phyllo pastry, and then with the mushroom paste, the duxelle, and then puff pastry.
Yep.
So she says that's why she moved to individual portions. Plates have also been an issue in this trial. Ian Wilkinson gave evidence they ate off 4 grey plates. Erin said that wasn't the case. And she said the women moved the plates to the table and that she can't even remember what plate she was given because she was making the gravy.
Yeah, Erin Patterson said there were a number of changes to the recipe for the beef Wellington. Number one, individual portions. The other one, the phyllo pastry replacing the prosciutto because Dom Patterson didn't eat pork. So that was the change in the recipe there as well. Also saying that she cooked 6 beef Wellingtons, preparing one for her estranged husband and Simon Patterson, who didn't attend the lunch. So it gave us a bit more of an insight into, when Erin Patterson said that she gave the leftovers to the children the following day, saying that that was the same meal that was prepared for all the other people as well. She'd just taken off the pastry and the mushrooms.
She said there was one that was in the fridge.
Yep.
That would have been Simon's. And then there was the rest of the one of hers that she says she didn't eat.
Yep. We heard as well from Erin Patterson why she had lied to the lunch guest about having cancer. Now, we had heard early in this trial, in the prosecution openings, that Erin Patterson had told people that they were there. She wanted to discuss a cancer diagnosis with them at the lunch and how the best way to break that news to the children. And then we heard that Erin Patterson had never had cancer. In Erin Patterson's evidence, she was trying to explain why she had lied about that.
Yeah, she admitted that she has never had a needle biopsy for a lump on her elbow. She said that she had a while ago, never had an MRI. She said that Don and Gail had showed so much compassion and care asking after her and how did your appointment go? She said, look, I'm not proud of this, but I really loved getting that care. So I kept it going. I kept the lie going.
Yeah. She also spoke about, her disordered eating. And this is another warning that we should offer as well. This, we're going to talk about some disordered eating. If that raises any issues for you, please chase up the Butterfly Foundation. You can find them at butterfly.org.au and also 1-800-ED-HOPE. Erin Patterson was talking about, basically, her disordered eating and some weight loss surgery that she had planned.
Yeah, we heard during the week that she had booked a pre-appointment for gastric bypass surgery. So she's admitted she doesn't have cancer. But at this lunch, Don mentions a family member who does have cancer. And the talk moves to Erin Patterson. And she said, yes, I let them believe that I had treatment coming up or possible investigations for cancer. Now, I remember this was a matter of contention too. Ian Wilkinson remembers her using the word diagnosis or something like that.
Yep.
Erin said no, but I did lead them to believe that I would have to be having some kind of treatment in the future. She says that she did this because of the gastric bypass surgery that she wanted to have. So she said, look, I would have needed help with that, taking the kids to school, after school appointments. So I think it was twofold. I think she wanted that care to continue, but she says she also knew she'd need help in the future.
Yeah, and when being questioned by Dr. Nanette Rogers in court today, Erin Patterson actually named a clinic that she had booked a pre-assessment with. She was questioned about, have you booked that? And she said yes, and she named a clinic in Melbourne that she'd booked that through.
Yeah, she did. She said it was coming up in September, so that would have been September 2023. She said it was supposed to be earlier, but she'd had a car accident, so she delayed it a little bit, as in not a serious one, but the car wasn't able to be used at that time.
Yep. And one of the things we've heard a lot over the last couple of days, you're talking about the way that Dr. Nanette Rogers has questioned Erin Patterson, quite a direct line of questioning.
Yeah, very blunt. We'd heard that Erin Patterson had allegedly told lies to the lunch guests and to Simon to get them to the lunch in the first place. Erin said that's incorrect. And then Dr. Rogers put to her very bluntly, you never thought you'd have to account for this lie because you thought the lunch guests would die. And Erin said that's not true.
There were a few direct moments like that, and I want to come back to some of them later in the pod. When we're talking through some of the things that Erin Patterson kind of took us through and explained through her testimony in her words, like what she says, the explanations for it. We also heard a bit about how sick she got. And how she said she was in the kind of the evening and the day after the lunch.
Yeah, so the lunch guests went home because Ian Wilkinson had a church meeting to get to at his house. Erin says she cleaned up, but that night she started to feel nauseous, started having diarrhea. She's told the court about abdominal pain she had through the night and diarrhea every 20 minutes or so. She said she woke up on the Sunday morning, still wasn't feeling that crash hot. She took her son to a flying lesson Sunday afternoon, and she said she had to pull over in bushland by the side of the road at one point because she had diarrhea. So she did that in the bush. She said, I used some tissues, I put it in a dog poo bag, put that in my handbag, got back in the car, we stopped at a BP, I put that dog poo bag in the toilets at the BP.
And we'd heard in Dr. Nanette Rogers' opening that Erin Patterson had gone to a toilet on this day when she had said she was sick. She went into the bathroom, and the CCTV vision only shows her being in that bathroom for 9 seconds or so.
Yeah, much was made of that 9 seconds. Like, could a person have gone to the toilet in that time? So this dog poo bag potentially explains that.
Yeah, her saying that she was getting the bag out of her handbag, which she had with her, and put it in the bin is, Yep.
She says she kept feeling sick that night, and then on Monday morning, she takes herself to Leongatha Hospital.
And we also heard from Erin Patterson what had happened in the immediate what had happened while she'd been cleaning up from that lunch too. Like we were talking before about, her disordered eating and the weight loss surgery she had planned, and is something we heard a bit about on, I think, maybe Tuesday, and then on Wednesday, as she's talking us through what happened after lunch, that kind of comes back as well.
Yeah, you'd remember that the portions of beef Wellington were quite big. So the lunch guests said, well, especially the women, said that they, should have shared it because it was quite large. I'm telling you this to help explain why there were so many leftovers of the dessert. So there was nearly a full fruit platter left, and there was 3/4 of a cake that Gail Patterson had brought over, an orange cake. And Erin said when she was cleaning up, she had a slice of cake. And then another, and then another. And she said, I ate the whole cake. And then she told the court, I felt quite full and quite sick, so I threw it up.
Yeah. Again, if this discussion of eating disorders has brought up anything for you, get in touch with the Butterfly Foundation. That is butterfly.org.au on the internet, and they've got a phone number, 1-800-ED-HOPE. As well as hearing what happened in the immediate aftermath of the lunch this week, Rach. We go a couple of days later. We heard Erin Patterson explain why she dumped the dehydrator, the food dehydrator she'd got that the police had recovered from a dump near her house.
Yeah, so this, she says, centres around a conversation that she had with Simon in hospital. Erin says that Simon, her estranged husband, put to her, is that what you used to poison them? The dehydrator. And she said it was at that point she started thinking about forage mushrooms, whether any mushrooms that she'd foraged in the past had accidentally gone into that Tupperware container that also had the dried mushrooms from the Chinese grocer that she says she bought from potentially Glen Waverley in April that year.
Yep.
Have they been mixed up? Has that been the cause of the poisoning? She said she started thinking about that and started to panic. Child Protective Services had already had conversations with both of them, her and Simon, at that time. So she says, I start to become really scared that maybe the children would be taken off me because I've made this meal that's made everyone sick. So she said she panicked. And the next day, quite early in the morning, I think she takes the kids to school and then dumps the dehydrator at around 11:20 from memory.
Yep.
She says it was out of panic. The prosecution, obviously, doesn't buy that. Dr. Nanette Rogers says to her, no, you were trying to get rid of the evidence because you knew you would be blamed for this.
Rachel, after the conversation with Simon Patterson in hospital is the moment that Erin Patterson says she kind of had that realisation there may have been forage mushrooms in the meal that she has cooked. Despite that, she doesn't tell any of the people that she is talking to from the various health departments, from the various hospital staff over the next few days.
Yeah, not a soul. No one from the health department, no one from the hospital. Katrina Cripps, the child protection worker, not her also.
Yeah.
And so much was made of that today. Why didn't you tell anyone? And she admits she didn't tell anyone, but she says that by that stage, by the Tuesday night, all 4 guests, Don and Gail, Ian and Heather, were being treated for death cat poisoning. That was already happening.
Yep.
So that was her answer to that.
Yeah. Thank you, Rach. It's been a huge week of evidence from Erin Patterson. She has been in the witness box since Monday afternoon. If you want to hear a bit more about some of the things she said in detail, I would highly recommend just jumping back into some of the episodes we've made this week if you've missed any of them. Erin Patterson being questioned by her defence barrister, Colin Mandy, on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday of this week. It has been a few days of that. And then the cross-examination of Erin Patterson starting Thursday, yesterday, and continuing today. So jump into those episodes if you've missed that and you want any more detail on it as well. Rach, outside of what we've already been through, what have been some of the key moments of this week, things that have kind of stuck with you?
For me, it would be Erin's testimony, but in particular, the times that she touches on belonging, or inclusiveness or isolation, those kind of things. That is when I notice her get most upset. You know, we heard that she became upset when she didn't get invited to Gail's birthday party, for example, and whether that was a mix-up or not, eventually she ended up going. Today we heard a story about why she invited Heather, and she said, look, she'd been quite kind to me. She helped when my daughter was little at playgroup. I was quite shy. I didn't know many people, and Heather would sit with me and she'd be kind to me. Another time that she teared up today, Erin, was when she'd already had Gail Patterson over to the house, and Gail said, oh, Heather would really love to see this garden. And she said, that's why I invited Heather, to see the garden. And Ian had been my pastor for a long time. So inclusiveness and belonging, I think, has really stuck with me this week of big themes. Dr. Rogers did press her on that. She said, well, when was that? When was your daughter in playgroup? And she said, oh, well, you know, that was when she was 3 or 4. By the time the lunch rolls around, her daughter's 9, you know. And so interestingly, Dr. Rogers made a point about that. That's 5 years. But Erin Patterson just replied, look, it didn't change the fact that Heather was kind to me, and I was very grateful for that.
Yep. I think the moment that is, I've been thinking about a bit, and it's a couple of moments. It's a sort of style. It is, you know, Dr. Nanette Rogers' cross-examination of Erin Patterson. And, you know, I've been trying to work out where she may be going with some of these things. We know throughout the course of this trial, we're not going to get like a kind of closed circle at this point. That is something we need to wait to the closings for. But I have been interested in how Dr. Nanette Rogers will kind of ask a series of questions, like there'll be a bit of space between them, and then she'll start with this kind of sort of like really quite quick hit of one topic. And there's a couple of examples, I've actually highlighted them in the transcripts that I want to go through, where, you know, she's questioning Erin Patterson on, so the food dehydrator is the first one. It's like, you know, it's an agreed fact that your fingerprints are on this dehydrator. And it's like, yep. And they matched your fingers. Yep. And they were, you agree they're your fingerprints. Yep, absolutely. And you know, you took it because you'd been using it to dehydrate mushrooms. You took it to the tip. Yep. And, you know, it's not any old mushrooms. These were death cap mushrooms. And then Erin Patterson says, I don't know I did that. And it continues, and you knew they were death cap mushrooms you'd been dehydrating, correct? No. You were very keen to dispose of any evidence which would connect you with the possession of death cap mushrooms. No. I didn't know they'd been in it. That's why you rushed out the day you were released from Monash to get rid of the evidence, correct? No. You lied to police about never owning a dehydrator because you knew you'd use the dehydrator to prepare death cap mushrooms to include in the lunch. No, I didn't know that. You lied because if you knew you told the police, it would implicate you in the deliberate poisoning of your 4 lunch guests, correct? No. No, it's not true. And then Nanette Rogers will move on to a different process. It's this sort of like, you know, this line of questioning where Erin Patterson's denying it all the way through, and Nanette Rogers continuing with this questioning. She did that in that instance yesterday with the food dehydrator. There was another instance where she did it on going to forage for death cap mushrooms and why she was weighing them as well. It's that style and that approach. She'll hit with this really quick burst, and then kind of step back and go, okay, now I would like to move on to this other piece of evidence.
It's a dance, isn't it? And there are various steps that have to be, you know, accomplished in this prosecution cross-examination. And what we saw, yeah, you're right, it's very quick fire volleys. And where sometimes, you know, the question is just as important as the answer.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the kind of moment that stuck with me from this week. Rach, as we wrap up the week, as we head into what will be a long weekend because the court will not sit on Monday, I would love to answer some audience questions. We are getting a load of emails through to mushroomcasedaily@abc.net.au. If you have a question, please reach out. Please get in touch. I'd like to start with one from Claire in London. Claire says, hi, I'm really enjoying the podcast. Structure is great. I feel like I'm being kept really informed about every detail of the case. Oh, you're very welcome. Claire's question is basically around trying to work out the timeline. She wants to know, did Erin tell the guests prior to the dinner about the cancer issue? Was the reason she gave them to why she was inviting them? Or was the cancer issue only raised during the lunch itself? Could you please clarify?
Yeah, hopefully, Claire, some of what we've discussed today explains that. But that is exactly what the prosecution is trying to allege here, that somehow they knew that there was a serious medical issue that needed to be discussed at this lunch, that Erin Patterson was anxious about how to tell the kids or whether or not to tell the kids. That's the prosecution's argument, that the lunch guests were aware of this before they came, and that was the reason for them coming. The other side, however, Erin Patterson says she told Simon that she had, you know, a medical issue to discuss with him. But she denies that she told the guests that was the purpose of the lunch, or even that they knew about that. She said, that just came up after lunch.
Yeah. Thank you, Rach. Thank you, Claire. Great question. And yet it has been something that's been talked about a lot over the last couple of days. And our final question for this week is from Rian. Rian says, "Hi, congrats on your podcast. I'm listening from Woudenberg in the Netherlands. I'm looking forward to each new episode. After a day of work, I go for a walk and listen to this podcast." That's very nice, Rian. Glad you enjoy it. Rian does have a question. They ask, at the end of your podcast, you say this podcast is produced on the land of something, and then there's something I can't really hear and understand. Can you please explain in the podcast what it means? Maybe it's something really common and normal in Australia, but for me as a Dutchie, I have no idea what it means. Well, Rian, what I say is that this podcast is produced on the land of the Gunai people, and the Gunai people are the traditional owners of the land that we are working on and living on at the moment as we live in Morwell and cover this trial. You might hear it when we produce the podcast in our studios in Melbourne. We say this episode was produced on the land of the Wurundjeri people. They are the First Nations traditional owners of the land that the studios are on when we work in Melbourne. So that is the purpose of that. You will hear it occasionally on different ABC content produced here and there, and you may hear it in other things that are produced out of Australia as well. So hopefully that answers your question. Rach, Monday off.
Woohoo! Thanks, Justice Beale.
Yeah, public holiday.
Knew I liked you.
Public holiday here in Victoria. So no court on Monday. Rach will be back in everyone's feed Tuesday.
Yes, back with more cross-examination of Erin Patterson.
Thank you, Rach. We'll be back in your feed on Tuesday. To make sure you get the absolute latest on Mushroom Case Daily, as fresh as it can get, grab yourself the ABC Listen app, download that, find Mushroom Case Daily and hit follow. And while you're in that app, you can check out a heap of other great podcasts in there as well, like Expanse. That is a podcast that covers big stories from across Australia, this vast continent where anything can happen. There are some incredible stories in there, a whole bunch of other great stuff as well. So please check it out. And if you're using something else to listen to Mushroom Case Daily, please give us a rate and a review on there. It makes it much easier for other people to find us. And I don't know, maybe for the weekend, chuck us in your group chat.
Mushroom Case Daily is produced by ABC Audio Studios and ABC News. It's presented by me, Rachel Brown, and producer Stephen Stockwell.
Our executive producer is Claire Rawlinson, and a huge thanks to our true crime colleagues, our commissioning executive producer Tim Roxburgh, and supervising producer Yasmin Parry. Thank you to senior lawyer Jasmine Sims, our legal queen, for her legal advice every single day, and to the Victorian Newsroom and Audio Studios manager Eric George for making this podcast a reality. This episode was produced on the land of the Gunai people.
Hello, I'm Manushka Matanda-Doughty, the presenter of Diddy on Trial from BBC Sounds. Sean Diddy Combs is facing a fight for his freedom as his hugely anticipated trial starts for sex trafficking, racketeering with conspiracy, and transportation for prostitution. He denies all the charges. I'll be bringing you every twist and turn from the courtroom with the BBC's correspondents and our expert guests. So make sure you listen and subscribe wherever you get your BBC podcasts.
Erin Patterson has pleaded not guilty to the murder of 3 of her estranged husband's relatives after serving them a meal containing poisonous death cap mushrooms. Alexandra Alvaro is at the Latrobe Valley Magistrates Court and is with me now. Alex, what's the court heard this morning?
Yeah, we've been hearing from Christine McKenzie. She's a poisons expert. She's a retired poisons expert, and she used to work at the Victorian Poisons Information Centre, and she said that part of her job there was to advise on potential mushroom poisonings. She said that she'd also personally become a little bit of a fungi expert. She said that in April 2023, she visited the town of Loch, and it's there that under an oak tree she spotted some Amanita phalloides, or death cap mushrooms. They're poisonous mushrooms. She said that she took a photo of them and that she then tried to remove them as much as she could just due to her line of work. She was worried about any potential interactions with them, maybe dogs ingesting them. She knew that bushkinder took place there once every little while, so she tried to remove them. And then she says she uploaded a photo to the iNaturalist website. This is a citizen science science website that we've heard a lot about during this trial, and she said that she posted that she'd seen these death cap mushrooms in Loch. Now, we've heard about the town of Loch in this trial before. The prosecution alleges that in the months before the mushroom lunch, phone data suggests that Erin Patterson visited the towns of Loch and Outram. These are places near her town of Leongatha where she used to live or lives, and they say that phone data suggests that she visited those towns.
Alex Alvaro, many thanks for the update.
A fungi expert has continued giving evidence in the trial of accused mushroom triple murderer Erin Patterson, telling the court the general public has a poor ability to identify different types of mushrooms. Erin Patterson is accused of the murder of 3 of her estranged husband's relatives, who died after eating a beef Wellington meal containing poisonous death cap mushrooms. She has pleaded not guilty to all charges against her. Reporter Alexandra Alvaro joins us live from the Latrobe Valley Magistrates Court. Alex, hello there. What then have you heard so far this morning?
Well, we've heard this morning from Dr. Tom May. He's a mycologist and he's been questioned by Erin Patterson's lawyers about mushroom identification and the challenges that come with it. Now, this case centres around a meal that was served at Erin Patterson's home, laced with death cap mushrooms. 3 of her estranged husband's relatives died after eating that meal. The defence concedes that she did forage for mushrooms, but say that she didn't intentionally seek out death cap mushrooms. Now, Dr. May today has said that the general public has a poor ability, as you say, to identify mushrooms, both in the wild and through pictures. And this morning, the defence has thrown up images of different types of mushrooms, some of which Dr. May concedes share similar characteristics physically to death cap mushrooms. We've probably heard about 45 minutes of this. We've heard about honey mushrooms, spotted stem, ringless amanita, the shaggy parasol, a lot of mushrooms with very long scientific names. But the prosecution says that phone records show that Erin Patterson visited 2 towns close to her home in Leongatha before the mushroom lunch, Outram and Loch. And yesterday, Dr. May confirmed that death cap mushrooms have been sighted in those areas. In fact, he said that he had sighted death cap mushrooms in Outram in the months before the beef Wellington lunch and posted that sighting on a citizen science website.
Alexandra Alvaro, thank you.
Erin Patterson has been found guilty of deliberately poisoning her in-laws by serving them a beef Wellington lunch laced with death cap mushrooms at her Leongatha home in 2023. A 12-person jury convicted Patterson on 3 counts of murder for the deaths of her estranged husband's family, Don and Gail Patterson and Heather Wilkinson. She was also found guilty of the attempted murder of the only surviving guest, Ian Wilkinson. Patterson gave evidence at her trial, which was held in the Victorian town of Morwell and ran over 9 weeks. Jurors heard from more than 50 witnesses and were shown dozens of exhibits. Throughout the trial, Patterson maintained her innocence, saying the deaths were a tragic accident.
Hi, it's Yumi Steins from the Ladies We Need to Talk podcast. If you've never heard it before, let me explain it to you. Ladies We Need to Talk is a must listen that goes deep on the stuff that really matters to women. If it's a topic going off in your group chat, we're across it with love, science and real-life women telling their stories, from perimenopause to the mental load, fertility to friendship. Find Ladies We Need to Talk in the ABC Listen app.
ABC Listen. Podcasts, radio, news, music and more.
The lies from her own mouth. I'm ABC investigative reporter Rachel Brown.
And I'm Stephen Stockwell. Welcome to Mushroom Case Daily.
Just a week after 4 people sat down for a family lunch in rural Victoria, 3 of them were dead.
Homicide detectives are still piecing together what exactly happened at the lunch.
It's certainly looking like, the symptoms are consistent with death cap mushrooms.
Erin Patterson said she bought the dried mushrooms at a supermarket and an Asian grocery store months earlier.
I cannot think of another investigation that has generated this level of media and public interest.
We have been back in court today, Rach, for the trial of Erin Patterson, and a lot has happened. I mean, we've had the lifting of a suppression order, we've had the details and the next stages of the sentencing, and the release of Erin Patterson's police interview.
Yeah, the ripples from this mushroom lunch continue to flow, Stocky.
Yeah, I want to start by talking through this video. Now, this is an interview that was done with Erin Patterson exactly a week after the lunch. This is right after police have gone through and searched her home in Leongatha.
That's right, and you've heard about this in the podcast. This is where she tells some of the lies that the prosecution played quite heavily on, things like telling police she doesn't have a dehydrator, that she's never foraged for mushrooms. And this is also the same day she gives them a dummy phone, phone B, and says, yep, that's my phone. Now, Erin Patterson did admit at trial that she lied. She said it was because she panicked and feared being wrongly accused of committing the charged offences. But the prosecution said the only reason for these lies was that she believed she was guilty of the charged offences.
The interview that we're actually going to play you some audio of now was what we discussed on Tuesday the 27th of May when it was played to the court. I'll link to the episode in the show notes so you can kind of hear how it was presented and the context it was presented in. But instead of describing that for you now, you can hear Erin's voice as she talks to the lead investigator on this case, Stephen Eppenstall.
Could you please state your full name for me?
Erin Freddie Patterson.
All right. Erin, I intend to interview you today in relation to the death of 2 people, being Gail Patterson and Heather Wilkinson.
This police interview went for about 50 minutes, so just under an hour. But what was played to the court was excerpts of about 20 minutes. And we're going to play you some today, and these are the key moments where the prosecution said that she lied. So one of the big lies that you might remember is about foraging. Was she a forager? Was it something that was common that she did in the past? And she was asked this by Stephen Eppenstall.
Obviously, we've got concerns in relation to the mushrooms and where they've come from. Is that something you've done in the past, foraging for mushrooms or anything like that? Never?
No.
Right. Do you preserve food or anything like that? No. Have you ever dehydrated food or anything like that?
And Rach, we spoke about this when we produced the series, looking back at all of the events around Erin Patterson's fatal mushroom lunch. The poker face of Stephen Eppenstall, how he's sitting there listening to her deny ever owning a dehydrator, despite having the dehydrator that she has dumped at the tip a few days prior to this. They've just searched their house. They found the instruction manual for this appliance. Like, they know she's got this.
That's right. And Stephen Eppenstall comes back to this in the interview and asks her about the manuals that they've found in a drawer.
If, and like I said, we'll give you a link at the copy of this, everything we received. Kitchen file bottom drawer, instruction manual for a Sunbeam, food lab, electronic dehydrator. What's that in relation to? Do you know anything about a dehydrator in your house? Or okay. Do you own a dehydrator?
No. I've got manuals of lots of stuff I've collected over the years. I've had all sorts of appliances and I just keep them all in.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
When did you own a dehydrator?
No, I don't know. I've had one years ago.
Seeing the crafts, and I mean hearing the craft of how they go about these interviews is so interesting as well. And, we go from, in this instance, her talking about, I guess kind of like starting to walk back from, oh no, I've got lots of manuals, to then talking about, how helpful she's been.
I find police interviews fascinating for the strategy, and any interview I see is kind of a dance, and you've got to pick your moves and you've got to pick the right times. And so it has to be very cleverly done. And as you say, it moved on to the health department. Erin Patterson was said by the end to have sent the health department on a wild goose chase looking for an Asian grocer. that sold dry mushrooms that perhaps she never even visited. So she was asked about her dealings with the health department at that time.
I've been very, very helpful with the health department through the week because I wanted to help that side of things as much as possible because I do want to know what happened. So I've given them as much information as they've asked for and offered up all the food and all the information about where the food came from.
Yeah, the Asian grocer story, I mean, we could have done 2 episodes on the Asian grocers. If there's any of this that you're kind of looking for more context around, jump into the series we've just produced. I'll link in the episode description to kind of flesh this out. But yeah, the way that Erin Patterson, kind of led authorities on this sort of, basically wild mushroom chase through the various suburbs of Melbourne was quite incredible. And then, we hear this spoken about in the chat, and then it moves from, I guess, kind of, inverted commas, being helpful to the relationship that she had with the lunch guests.
It's so important because at this point, if they're looking at her as a suspect, they want to know the relationships. And if this was deliberate, what might have sparked this? So Erin Patterson is asked about her relationships with Don and Gail Patterson.
Got no other family, so they're the only support I've got. And they've always been really good to me.
Yeah.
And I want to maintain those relationships with them, in spite of what's happened with Simon.
Okay.
I love them a lot. They've always been really good to me. And they always said to me that they would support me with love and emotional support, even though Simon and I were separated. And I've really appreciated that.
Yeah.
Because my parents are both gone. Yeah. My grandparents are all gone. They're the only family that I've got.
Yeah.
And they're the only grandparents that my children have. And I want them to stay in my kids' life.
Yeah.
And that's really important to me. And I think Simon hated that I still had a relationship with his parents. But I love them. Nothing that's ever happened between us, nothing he's ever done to me will change the fact that they're good, decent people that have never done anything wrong by me ever.
We're only playing you short sections of this, but these are the real key moments. These are the lies that Erin Patterson told. In this instance, you can hear her telling these lies to the police and then going on and explaining some of her behaviour and giving the police really important context to the relationship that she says she had with the lunch guests. You'll be able to watch longer versions of this video on the ABC News website, but I mean, Rach, why have we got access to this now? I mean, this is something we asked for at the end of the trial. We saw a lot of exhibits released at the end of the trial. We thought this was going to be one of them, but it wasn't. Why did we have to wait until today?
This was one of the exhibits that Justice Beale wanted to have a little bit of a mull over. And he has to think about things like, will the victims or the victims' families oppose such a release? Is that going to cause them more trauma? Are there any graphic or gratuitous details on this tape? So he has to think about things like this. He said today that the family doesn't oppose the release. There's no graphic details. The children's names and other details will be redacted to protect them. So he decided, look, there's strong public interest in this case, and in the interest of fair and accurate reporting, rather than the public having to depend on interpretations by journalists and commentators, that they can hear it and see it for themselves and decide on content and demeanour.
Yeah. No, look, very understandable. I mean, it's hard not to take that personally. I think the descriptions that we gave of Erin Patterson's interview on Mushroom Case Daily were quite good. Rachel, it has been a big day in court. I mean, a relatively short court hearing this morning. It was, I think, less than an hour maybe. But went through so much. The lifting of a suppression order that had stopped us reporting a lot of details around previous alleged poisonings. All of that is in another episode we published today. So jump in and have a look if you want some of that. But Rach, in the hearing today, we also got some dates and details around the next stages of the sentencing process for Erin Patterson.
That's right. The next stage is what's called a pre-sentence hearing. So it's when the defence raises mitigating factors to help lessen her sentence. The prosecution will raise aggravating ones to try to increase it.
Right.
So the prosecution also flagged that there will be a number of victim impact statements. And they wouldn't say how many, but they said there's quite a number. And that's why this is going to take this pre-sentence hearing a couple of days. So it's been set down for August 25 and 26, so later this month.
Okay, yeah. We spoke in an episode on Tuesday about victim impact statements as well, the process of that, how that works. So again, if you're interested in that, it's from Tuesday, the 4th of August. So yeah, jump back, have a listen if you want to know a little bit more about how the victim impact statement works. Rachel, are we going back to Morwell for this hearing?
No, and sorry to the security guards that might be looking forward to seeing us, or the cafe staff, or maybe they don't want to see us, maybe they're happy we're gone. No, Justice Beale said that there's maintenance going on at the Morwell Court. So the pre-sentence hearing will be at the Melbourne Supreme Court.
Okay, yeah, just down the road from where we're at the ABC. And this, this pre-sentence hearing, I mean, I'm assuming that's not the whole thing. This is like a precursor to the actual sentencing of Erin Patterson?
That's right, and we should hear at that pre-sentence hearing a date for the sentence. Usually they're a couple of months after. It just depends on how complicated the material is that gets submitted, if the defence submits any reports, or this is when the psychiatric reports can be submitted if the defence wishes. I've no whispers yet on whether that's happening or not, but Justice Beale will have to consider that. Also, if the sentence, we don't know yet, but if the sentencing is in Morwell, obviously they'd need to check that court diary to see when a room there might be free. So lots of things, but I presume that the sentencing will happen before the end of this year.
Great. Okay. Thank you very much, Rach. Please keep in touch. Send us your emails if you have questions for us. mushroomcasedaily@abc.net.au is the best way to get in touch with us. As this pod turns into the case of, soon our email will be thecaseof@abc.net.au. I'm assuming there'll be someone in my orbit that can set up a forward of some sort. So, just use whichever one you feel comfortable with. Rach, I do have one quick email that I'd like to get to from Jody. Jody says, morning team, love the podcast and listened to everything. At the start of the trial, were there not more charges? I think attempted murder of Erin Patterson's ex-husband who had gone to hospital multiple times leading up to the dinner, or is this one of the topics you can't discuss?
It was one of the topics we couldn't discuss for a very long time. We couldn't even allude to it because we could only give you what the jury heard. They were told at the very start, put it out of your mind, these attempted murder charges that related to Simon Patterson, 3, I believe. And lots more information about those alleged poisonings is in the episode that we dropped earlier today. But we heard about that at pre-trial, Simon Patterson's allegations that Erin tried to poison him with a penne bolognese, a chicken korma curry and a vegetable wrap.
There's a lot more that is in that episode from this morning. I mean, I will give Jody, a bit of grace here because she did email before we had dropped that episode this morning.
It's a good question. And basically, we never heard about them and couldn't talk about them because those charges were discontinued.
There's those details and so much more in the episode we've dropped this morning. So jump into the feed, have a look at that as well. And I mean, one of the things that is so important in journalism, Rach, is admitting when you have made a mistake. I do have a correction for an episode we produced on Tuesday. I said it was Harrison Ford, I thought, who was in Double Jeopardy, a film that I watched 30 years ago. Turns out my memory, when you stretch it back 30 years, not great. Turns out it was Tommy Lee Jones in that film.
You would have been what, 5?
Barely even born.
But in your defence, Tommy Lee Jones and Harrison Ford were in The Fugitive. So you might have been thinking about that. Also an excellent film.
I was definitely thinking about Double Jeopardy, but I appreciate you're trying to help me out there, Rach. We will keep you in the loop with everything that's going on around the trial of Erin Patterson and soon other high-profile cases in Australia. Next week, we will start our coverage of the trial of Matt Wright. This podcast will transition to being called The Case Of, so make sure you find yourself in the ABC Listen app, searching for Mushroom Case Daily until Monday, and then The Case Of after that. You'll find us, you'll follow us, and if you're not in the sweet embrace of the ABC Listen app, whatever app you find yourself embracing, if it lets you rate and review this podcast, please do us a favour. It is so much easier for other people to find us when you make those reviews.
Mushroom Case Daily is produced by ABC Audio Studios and ABC News. It's presented by me, Rachel Brown, and producer Stephen Stockwell.
Our executive producer is Claire Rawlinson, and a big thank you to our true crime colleagues who keep helping us out, our commissioning executive producer Tim Roxburgh and supervising producer Yasmin Parry. This episode was produced on the land of the Wurundjeri people.
Have you ever seen a news story and thought, what's the science behind that?
I remember thinking, gee, Lancet, how did you publish this? It's not great.
Well, chances are I have too.
Obviously, everybody poops, and depending on what depth it gets to, it could be sequestered away from the atmosphere for decades to millennia.
Hi, I'm Belinda Smith, the host of Lab Notes, where every week we bring you the science behind new discoveries and current events. Find it by searching for Lab Notes on the ABC Listen app.
I want to tell you about this wild story I'm covering out of Australia.
A global focus on a Victorian country town.
It's a case straight out of a true crime TV drama.
Olha só que história curiosa. A polícia da Austrália.
Erin Patterson invite ses ex-beaux-parents à déjeuner.
The Australian mushroom poisoning fatalities made headlines far beyond the sleepy Aussie town in which they happened.
I can't actually remember an Australian case which has garnered quite this much international attention.
Australian podcasters, including the ABC's Mushroom Case Daily, have been trawling over every detail. But so too have international reporters.
It just resonated. It resonated with an audience all over the world. Within days, he was in a coma and he was in hospital for 7 weeks.
Caroline Cheetham hosts the Trial podcast for Britain's Daily Mail.
For a UK audience, it's got glimmers of Agatha Christie, of Midsomer Murders, and it just feels so totally off the wall. Bizarre, crazy, bonkers.
All the ingredients she needed to travel to this remote corner of Australia to cover the trial.
People like me coming in from the UK, the States, wherever we're from. And I think the local community are perplexed by us, probably irritated by us. I think we spend a lot of money around here, so that's also good.
The local council has released figures confirming the financial benefit of the media influx, with spending in May up $2.5 million on last year, while Morwell's businesses raked in more than $300,000 extra.
Bit of hype around the town, especially for being Morwell, a smaller town, so definitely a lot of attention for us, which hopefully that's good for business, so we'll take it.
We try to invest in the area to make sure that we can keep what's here, so it's nice to actually see a little bit more around and hopefully they come back.
And with plans already in place for a TV drama on the case, the impact of this trial could flow on for some time yet. Joseph Dunstan, ABC News, Morwell.
Deeply insightful.
An hour.
1 hour. Deeply personal.
2 mics.
2 microphones.
4 woks going at the same time, one for each hand.
Can you murder him, please?
Hey, what?
Unforgettable stories.
We got hit by a wave and I was just in this sort of penumbra of bubbles, this world of fizz. And it was very beautiful. I didn't notice that I was drowning.
Hear the latest from Conversations. Find it on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Listen. Podcasts, radio, news, music, and more.
Charging into the final days. I'm ABC investigative reporter Rachel Brown.
And I'm Stephen Stockwell. It is Tuesday, the 24th of June, and we have just finished day 35 of this trial. Welcome to Mushroom Case Daily.
The small-town mystery that's gripped the nation and made headlines around the world.
On the menu was beef Wellington, a pastry filled with beef and a pate made of mushrooms.
At the heart of this case will be the jury's interpretation of Erin Patterson's intentions.
Erin Patterson has strongly maintained her innocence.
It's a tragedy what's happened. I love them.
All right, Rach. Day 1 of week 9, and I like what you've done at the start there, charging into the final week. We've got Justice Beale giving his charge to the jury, the kind of final act of this trial before the jury heads off to consider a verdict.
They've had their second Easter, so have we. I noticed one came back with a lovely haircut, so they've had a nice break.
Excellent. We did get through quite a lot today. Justice Beale kind of explaining to the jury how they should be thinking about evidence, how they should be applying the law. And before we get into all the different bits and pieces, can you give us a run-through of the day, please?
Sure. Justice Beale started the day by laying out his role, basically. He's going to be taking the jury through principles of law and summarising key bits of evidence from both the prosecution and the defence. He gave them all a present today. They got fresh binders, a chronology of the river of evidence that they've heard from all the witnesses, starting with Simon Patterson, all the way to Erin Patterson, who bookended the witnesses at witness number 53. Justice Beale went on to tell the jury what they should make of her taking the stand. He went through good character evidence and what to make of her children's evidence. He also talked them through certain types of evidence like hearsay and tendency, which we'll talk through in this episode, and how to assign that different weight. Then finally, they got an early mark today for more legal argument.
Thank you, Rach. A lot, yeah. When you put it like that, we did go through quite a bit today. And before we get going, this is a really important part of a trial. Basically, the judge explaining kind of the law and how to assess all this stuff. Can you just 30,000-foot view explain to me? Let's assume that I don't know what's going on. What a judge's charge is.
So this is really important, even though bits of it might be quite technical and heavy. Remember, Stocky, last week he said to the jury, now I know you're probably all impatient to get to that final and most critical juncture, which is deliberations. But he says it's important not to just get to that stage, but to do things right every step of the way. And this, the judge's charge, is a critical part of that process. He explained to them straight up the 3 parts of that charge. So first, he'll be directing them on principles of law. Some of those we'll take you through today. Secondly, he said he'll be summarising the evidence that relates to those issues and the prosecution and defence argument. Interestingly, he said, my summary won't cover all of the evidence, couldn't possibly. If I don't cover it, doesn't mean that it's not important. And if I do cover it, that doesn't mean you should assign that more weight.
Okay.
And then thirdly, he said the verdict must be unanimous, and he reminded them that they'll be having a ballot before deliberations to bring the number, which is currently 14, down to 12. So 12 people, 12 jurors will be the people making this very critical decision.
Yeah, thank you, Rach. The part that I enjoyed, I'm not going to say the most because today was a very important day, but a moment that I did enjoy particularly, I like to enjoy all the moments equally, was the chronology, which you mentioned. This was, most of the time they work off an iPad. This is basically a binder that had, all of these little dividers getting them from, kind of like 2020 or whatever through to the lunch, right, Rach?
Yeah, confession, this excited me too, Stocky, because I love stationery. I love Post-its. Usually my house is covered in them because they help put cases in chronological order for me.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what Justice Beale has presented the jury with. So they all got a white binder, very old-fashioned hard copy of a chronology that's managing the river of information that they've heard over the past 8 weeks. They were all distributed by the tip staff, Stuart Hastings, and I tried to catch his eye to see if I could ask for a copy because, my God, that would be amazing. I saw some of their faces, though, when they were given the binder, the jurors, and I think Justice Beale realised and said, oh, this was to help you manage the info, but yeah, you're probably looking at this 86 pages thinking, oh, not more.
Yeah.
But he said, look, it's not homework. You don't have to plough through it. Just dip into it when, but you might think, oh, May of 2022, I think something happened there. You can dip into this binder and find out.
I like that he's gone hard copy because, they have the iPads and they'll be looking at exhibit on the iPad. They can flick through the hard copy to have a look at that. He's also divided it to kind of key moments. The days after lunch had their own little divider. And I loved that he was like, look, there's 10 dividers and then there's these 4 post-it notes. And the 4 post-it notes aren't special. It's just the dividers only come in a pack of 10. So you've only got 10 of them.
Necessity is the mother of invention, and post-its solve that problem.
It's a wonderful little nugget for them. And once that was distributed, we started getting into what the jury shouldn't be doing as they're going through and making the decision. Basically, ignoring the sympathies, ignoring the prejudices, and the facts are up to them. So they've been presented with all this evidence. They are now deciding what facts that they are taking on board to make the decision and what facts they're leaving to one side. They're not supposed to listen to the questions that were asked of people. That reminded me somewhat of how Nanette Rogers was questioning Erin Patterson through the cross-examination, asking questions, and just getting a agree or disagree from Erin Patterson. And then also just thinking about, the character of people, referring particularly as well to the character of Erin Patterson at that point as well.
Yeah, the jury heard what to make of her good character evidence, and we have heard a lot of it. Simon Patterson, her estranged partner, gave evidence that she had a great relationship with his parents over the years. We heard again about the loans that she gave Simon Patterson's siblings that ranged between $250,000 to $400,000. They could pay it back when they liked, interest-free, just, adjusted to indexation, but on their own terms. We were reminded of certain evidence from witnesses that gave evidence about her as a mother, attentive, devoted, that her life revolved around her 2 children. We heard that the informant, Stephen Eppenstall, said she had no criminal history. So in summary, said Justice Beale, she was a good daughter-in-law, a good in-law to her, to Simon's siblings, and a good mother. And he said, so this is something that you can use when determining the likelihood that she committed the offence as charged, because he said a person of good character is unlikely to commit criminal offences. So that might make you, jury, less likely to accept the prosecution's allegations. But then he went on to say, it doesn't mean you should find her not guilty. It only helps you determine if those facts are proved. He said, a person of good character can commit a crime for the first time.
There was a line as well. He was talking about, if they do have, some doubt or they don't think that Erin Patterson is telling the truth, they just need to put that to one side and then still look at whether or not the prosecution can prove the case against her.
That's right. He put these into 4 broad conclusions after talking about the accused giving evidence and what weight they should give that. He reminded the jurors she didn't have to do that. Erin Patterson has the right to remain silent. It's not for her to prove her innocence. That's the onus is on the prosecution in Australia's legal system. He said she submitted to cross-examination and that she's no different to any other witnesses. So you have to assess her information, her testimony in the same way. And interestingly, he said to them, you shouldn't give less weight to her testimony because she is the accused, reminding them again, she's presumed innocent unless and until proven guilty. So he basically put these 4 broad conclusions, as he put it, to the jurors. If you believe her evidence, you'll have to find her not guilty.
Yep.
If you're not sure but you think it might be true, so there's reasonable doubt, you'll have to find her not guilty. He said, look, it's not enough to prefer the prosecution case over the defence case, over Erin's evidence, you can't just say, oh, well, I prefer that. We talked about this last week, Stocky. The prosecution, Justice Beale says, must establish her guilt. And then fourthly, if you don't believe her, Justice Beale said just put that aside, but that's still not enough to make your verdict on. You have to make sure that the prosecution has proven her guilty beyond reasonable doubt.
Yeah. We then got into tendency evidence. And this is kind of the reasoning that someone has, just because someone has done something before, they're kind of more likely to do it again. And I bring this up now because it's relating specifically to Erin Patterson, and it was talked about in the context of her foraging and putting mushrooms into food, right? Like that's obviously pretty relevant here.
That's right. And the defence has been arguing that she did have this tendency, that she foraged in the past. She started around 2020 when everyone was going stir crazy in COVID and were allowed out for an hour a day. So we heard more about that. Evidence from people during the trial and from Erin herself saying that she'd like to put mushrooms in things like curries or pastas or soups to enhance the flavour, to make it more interesting. We were reminded of text messages with her Facebook friends. Remember, the prosecution said, look, there might be a picture of the dehydrator, but none of them talk about foraging wild mushrooms. Her answer to that was, well, you know, those messages only covered a December, and that's not the season for mushrooms. I'm not going to take you through all of them, but we basically went into this history of whether she was or wasn't a forager.
Yeah.
And that is to get to an important point that Justice Beale made, but before he made that, we went through some of the defence arguments that she was a forager. You know, pictures of her along the rail trail with her children in the COVID years.
Yep.
We were reminded of the defence argument that she likely visited the iNaturalist site. That's the citizen science website, but that her interest was not sinister. Just to confirm that there were no observations of death cap mushrooms in South Gippsland. And back then there wasn't, says the defence.
And then you kind of ran through some of the prosecution challenges to that, right?
Correct. And Dr. Rogers, SC, as we remember, said the only evidence that Erin foraged came out of her own mouth, out of the mouth of a self-confessed liar, says Dr. Rogers. And we were reminded of evidence that, you know, her children say that they don't remember their mum foraging. Simon Patterson, who also used to live with her, said he had no knowledge of her foraging, things like that. And her denials of being a forager in that police interview, which she has since admitted that she was lying.
Yeah.
So this took up a large part of the day, Stocky, but it was to make a point about tendency. And Justice Beale said, if you find she had a tendency to forage, which included putting the mushrooms in meals, you may consider that increases the possibility that death cap mushrooms ended up in the beef Wellingtons accidentally rather than deliberately.
It's interesting the kind of facts side of it, the way that he's asking the jury to be the judge of the facts. And I mean, you know, it's not him specifically asking the jury, that is the jury's job, is to be a judge of the facts in this case. And he's basically saying, look, you assess which facts you think are true and which you think aren't. And then once you've made that assessment, this is how you apply it around this tendency evidence and what that should kind of lead you to. Also, you know, you mentioned the children talking about, you know, their memory of Erin Patterson foraging for mushrooms. We've also heard in this trial about what plates Erin Patterson's son saw following the lunch, and also, you know, from both of her children, how sick she was following the lunch. And they were kind of like that evidence today was sort of qualified by Justice Beale being like, look, you know, kind of treat this to the jury, just sort of telling them to kind of treat that kind of carefully.
Yeah, and the caution is because at the time of their video evidence, which we spoke about very early, Erin's son and daughter were 14 and 9 at the time they gave their video statements. And the court heard today, the jurors heard from Justice Beale, that children can remember, like they're capable of remembering past events, but just keep in mind their language and mental skills develop as they get older, which means that as they're older, that can affect a more detailed and complete account. And because of varying language and mental skills, it affects how they understand and respond to questions. So he said, you know, some children might struggle with hypotheticals or multi-parter questions or double negatives, or they mightn't understand certain concepts yet, or they might be reluctant to, if they don't understand a question, ask for more information. So they might answer what they think they understood it to be, even if it wasn't that, and then not ask for clarification. So there's kind of all these permutations with evidence from children that Justice Beale said the jurors should be mindful of. And further to that, both parties agreed that her children shouldn't have to give evidence in the courtroom. Like, they spared them the potential trauma of that.
Yeah, that's why we saw the videos instead of them being actually in the room, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
Which Justice Beale said is a very sensible approach. But because of that approach, you have to treat it with caution, because most witnesses, as we've watched during this trial, are put under cross-examination, and that's where mistakes, even honest mistakes, can kind of be sifted out through that probing. Any mistakes can be brought to light, but of course the children weren't cross-examined.
And this is kind of a similar way to what Justice Beale told the jury to think about when it comes to hearsay evidence as well. Now, hearsay evidence, as I learnt today, is where someone who is a witness repeats something that they have heard from someone else. And we had a couple of really specific examples of this. One was from Simon Patterson. This is Erin Patterson's estranged husband. When he went to Heather and Ian Wilkinson's house to pick them up following the lunch to take them to the hospital, he says that Heather Wilkinson asked him about the plates, saying that Erin had a different coloured plate, asking him if she was short of crockery. So that's one of them. And the other one, again from Simon Patterson, was talking about, was passing on or relaying information that he says he was told by his father, who was another guest at the lunch, Don Patterson, saying that they were invited to the lunch to talk about a cancer diagnosis that Erin Patterson told the guests that she had at that lunch. That's the evidence, according to Simon, who was relaying it from Don. And Justice Beale kind of making the point very similar to the children's evidence, being like, look, you know, this is basically secondhand information. We can't interrogate that. You need to make the decision on whether or not you trust this, this being repeated to you.
Spot on. So this is essentially witnesses giving evidence about what they heard someone else say. So room for error in certain gaps that can fall into. Justice Beale said, these statements have been made out of court, so keep that in mind. These people haven't been cross-examined and, of course, can't be, sadly. He said that errors can be made when the statement's made initially, when it's heard, or when it's repeated. I was reminded when he said that of something that Colin Mandy said last week, the defence barrister. It's like the whispers game. It used to be called something else. It's now called the telephone game. You know, when you whisper something to someone and then down the chain it sounds very different. Yeah. So I've been thinking about hearsay like that, and you have to be careful where errors could potentially be made. Yeah.
There were, I will admit, some slower moments in the courtroom today. Justice Beale spent a good 2 or 3 kind of sections, like we have breaks throughout the day, a good 2 or 3 sections talking through disputed evidence where he would basically say, look, here's a few things that, the defence have said are disputed, here's a few things that the prosecution have said are disputed, and then in each of these examples, he would effectively read the transcript of both of those accounts to the jury. As you can imagine, gripping stuff in the courtroom. And we worked our way through that for what felt like days. But during the process of that, as Justice Beale is talking through this, the day was brought alive by a new witness that he introduced us to.
Yes, Dr. Mushrooms. I wonder whether Tom May will be a bit jealous. Funky Tom. Dr. Mushrooms, he was talking about, this brought me back into the room too. Justice Beale was talking about Dr. Muldoon from Monash Health. So Dr. Muldoon became Dr. Mushrooms and then he caught himself and he said, look, I'm just doing it to check you're still awake. The jury had a laugh.
He got a big laugh. So, yeah, it brought me back into the room as well. And Rach, as the jury was being sent out of the room, it seemed like they were kind of all stood up and had started leaving. And he kind of just offered this final moment of hang on, just before you go, you're not going to need to bring your toothbrush tomorrow. Where is he going with that?
That's right. Remember last week he said if the wind is at his back, he might be finished on day 2 of his charge, which would be Wednesday. But seems like no, they won't be sequestered tomorrow night, that his charge looks like going into Thursday. So bring your toothbrush on Thursday.
Yeah, the jury, while they're deliberating, will be sequestered somewhere, put up in a hotel. We don't know where. to isolate them from the big bad world while they deliberate on their verdict.
And we've brought our toothbrush already because we're not going anywhere, waiting for this verdict.
We'll be here hanging out, bringing you all the information as it comes in when the jury is back. They're not going to go out for a couple of days, but while they're out, we'll keep bringing you updates. When they have a question, we'll come to you with what their question was and what the answer was. And if you have any questions, you can get in touch with us. mushroomcasedaily@abc.net.au is our email address. Love hearing from you, love hearing your questions. There are so many that we haven't thought of, so please send them to us because they are giving us lots to think about and lots to discuss in here. And Rachel, I want to start with one from Lena today. Lena says, hey, Rachel and Stocky, thank you both for your continued incredible work on the pod. I'm currently on maternity leave and each day I look forward to listening to the latest updates from court while at home with my gorgeous 6-month-old baby and toddler. Oh, that's lovely, Lena. Lena says, I think you mentioned that after the evidence is finished, Justice Beale will summarise the evidence from both sides, which is what we're doing at the moment. Yes. Is this normal practice in Australia? I've watched a lot of trials, but all of them American, and I've never seen a judge or magistrate provide a summary of the evidence. I would have thought that each side would summarise their case during their closing arguments.
No, I believe that's the case also in the American system, that the judge instructs the jury on the relevant laws and the standards that they must apply to reach a verdict. But I don't know, maybe you haven't seen it on TV because it's, no offence, Justice Beale, but it's not the most exciting parts of a trial. I would assume so. Maybe that's why she hasn't seen it televised, those certain chapters.
Yeah, and it's not a full recap. He's going through the kind of contentious bits as we've spoken about here. So, Lena, hopefully that helps you understand why this is going on and what's going on there. And Rachel, another question here from David in Tokyo. He asks, are jurors able to take into account Erin's past proven history of lying, example about the cancers and not owning a dehydrator, when assessing her truthfulness as a witness? Do they receive instructions from the judge about this?
They did today, actually, David. Perfect timing. So, yes, we've heard that Erin Patterson told lies about disposing of the dehydrator. She told police she never foraged. Justice Beale said today to the jurors, don't be prejudiced against her because of this, because of the lies. This is a court of law, not a court of morals. So you have to resist these kind of biases or prejudices. And this goes to what we were learning last week about sympathy and prejudice. On that also, Justice Beale said to the jury, don't let sympathy for the extended Patterson or Wilkinson families cloud your judgment. He said, I'm not asking you to be inhuman. You're not robots. Any decent person would feel sympathy for them, but you have to scrupulously guard against that forming any part of your judgment because, as we said, as we always say, feelings don't have any place in the courtroom. So he said, resist any bias, any prejudice. And he said to them, if you don't believe her, so because of the lies, if you don't believe her, he said, just put her testimony aside.
Yeah.
And as we spoke about today, Stocky, the prosecution still has to prove her guilt beyond reasonable doubt.
Yeah. Thank you, Rach. Thank you, David, in Tokyo. If you have a question you'd like us to answer on the pod, please get in touch, mushroomcasedaily@abc.net.au. I realise as the jury is about to head away to consider the verdict, you may have a lot of questions about the jury, how they work, what's going on, what do they eat, all these things. Please send them to us. We're going to try and do an app, depending on how long they're going for. Might have a bit of time to knock out a few of these. So send us your questions and we'll do our best to answer any that you've got. mushroomcasedaily@abc.net.au. Rach, back again tomorrow for the continued charging of Justice Beale.
Back again, like every day.
Living the dream.
Mushroom Case Daily is produced by ABC Audio Studios and ABC News. It's presented by me, Rachel Brown, and producer Stephen Stockwell.
Our executive producer is Claire Rawlinson and our supervising producer is Yasmin Parry. Shout out to our commissioning executive producer, Tim Roxburgh, as well. This episode was produced on the land of the Gunai Kurnai people.
If you like your true crime podcasts with real investigative journalism, you'll love Unravel. Unravel is the ABC podcast that investigates a new case each season. It's won podcast awards, journalism awards, and it's had millions of downloads. Unravel will have your headphones glued to your ears. Search for the Unravel podcast now for award-winning true crime. You can find it on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Listen, podcasts, radio, news, music, and more.
For so long, this has been a case that has captured the attention of the world. People have had questions for so long. Today, we got some of those answers, but there's still a very, very long way to go in the trial of Erin Patterson. Hello, I'm the ABC's court reporter, Christian Silva.
And I'm Stephen Stockwell, and you are listening to Mushroom Case Daily, a podcast that is covering the trial of Erin Patterson. And today, that has officially started. We have got so much to go through. There's been a huge amount of news that has come out of this, and I hope you're ready for an absolute bumper episode.
The small town mystery that's gripped the nation and made headlines around the world. Just a week after 4 people sat down for a family lunch in rural Victoria, 3 of them were dead.
On the menu was beef Wellington, a pastry filled with beef and a pate made of mushrooms.
3 people are dead and 1 man is fighting for his life this morning after a suspected mushroom poisoning in South Gippsland in Victoria.
But Erin Patterson has strongly maintained her innocence.
It's a tragedy what's happened. I love them.
You're listening to Mushroom Case Daily. Christian, to get us into today's episode, can you give us a quick recap of what's unfolded?
It's impossible to sum this up quickly, but I'll try my best, Stocky. Today, we learned fresh details about this lunch at the centre of this case, why the lunch was organised, what happened with the meal. We also learned graphic details about how those lunch guests suffered in the aftermath from the illnesses that they got from eating this beef Wellington, which had death cap mushrooms in it. Then we learned about Erin Patterson's actions in the aftermath. Then we got into some of the analysis that the prosecution and its experts have done, which has led them to reach their conclusion and their argument that she is guilty of charges of murder and attempted murder. Finally, Erin Patterson's barrister, Colin Mandy, took to the stand to provide a brief defence on behalf of his client.
You've summed up what was a huge day in an incredibly short period of time. We're not going to leave you with just that. We're going to give you a really detailed explanation of how all of this unfolded. But I was following along with bits of this, Christian. I was in the media overflow room for parts of it. I was listening from the studio here for other parts. It was so compelling. And I want to start this podcast with a conversation about the lunch because we got so much detail that we had not heard before. And I want to start with finding out why that lunch took place. Can you tell us why it was arranged, what the purpose behind it was?
Certainly, Stocky. I think it's good to just zoom out a little bit and just refresh people about who the characters are in this story. So obviously Erin Patterson is the central figure of this trial. She has an estranged husband, Simon Patterson. Mr. Patterson's parents, Don and Gail, also live nearby to Erin in a regional community in Gippsland in Victoria. Now, the Pattersons also have some other relatives, the Wilkinsons, Heather and Ian, so remember them as well. So all of these people live in the communities of Leongatha and Korumburra, all fairly close to each other.
Yeah, Korumburra is like a 15, 20-minute drive from Leongatha, right?
That's correct. That's right. So to sum it up, the prosecution says that Erin Patterson organised a lunch at her house and she invited those 5 people I've just mentioned. And she'd hinted to them that it was to discuss some medical issues that were serious. Simon Patterson, the estranged husband, turned down the invitation. He said he was too uncomfortable to come.
Right.
The other 4 did go along, and I guess what happened next is at the centre of this entire case.
Yeah, and I mean, Simon not going to this lunch, was that something that was discussed, a week or 2 out? When did Erin find out that he wasn't going to be there?
Simon sent her a text the night before saying that he wasn't interested to come along. The prosecution says she expressed some disappointment with that, but ultimately pressed ahead with her plans. Apparently, she had said that she was quite disappointed given the level of effort she'd gone into to preparing the lunch for the day.
And the lunch in question is the beef Wellington with, allegedly death cap mushrooms in it that we've been talking about for a very long time. It is the
Not allegedly anymore.
Right. Okay. Yeah, of course. Right.
We can say it.
We can say it. And obviously, beef Wellington's quite a complicated meal to make. So it would explain why Erin might be a bit frustrated that Simon would be coming to that lunch. What do we know about that meal and how it was prepared and served?
So the way that the prosecutor, Nanette Rogers, tells the story, I'll try to paint a bit of a picture. The guests rock up to this lunch on the 29th of July 2023 at Erin's house. And they're given a bit of a house tour and she shows them around, and eventually they all start milling around the kitchen island bench, as many people do when they meet for a gathering. And Erin, according to the prosecution, then serves each of the guests individual beef Wellingtons.
So not one beef Wellington, not like a large log. We're talking small little, like, I guess, chicken Kiev size.
Pasties? Is that what you call them?
Yeah.
Pasties?
Yeah, so like a small parcel. Okay, right. Okay, that's okay.
So according to the prosecution, Erin starts plating these up. The beef Wellingtons go on 4 grey plates, but there's 5 guests, remember? So Erin's plate, according to the prosecution, is the orange plate. So anyway, there's some other things on the side, some beans, some mashed potatoes, and everybody sits down to eat this meal. According to the prosecution, they say grace. This is a family with strong religious ties. Ian Wilkinson's actually a pastor at the local church. They eat the meals. Apparently there's even some banter about how much some people ate and how much other people didn't eat. And then Erin Patterson drops a bombshell. She tells the guests that she's got cancer, and the reason why she's invited them over is to seek advice about how to break this news to her kids. And she just doesn't know what to do.
This is obviously slightly aside from, the case, but what was the advice from the guests around that?
Nanette Rogers, the prosecutor, said that the guests were of the view that she should be upfront, and they prayed again for her to find the wisdom to do the right thing. And it sort of sounded like that was the end of that particular topic. Yeah. Eventually, the guests went home for the evening and everything changed after that.
Yeah, so we know that they all got incredibly sick after this meal. How soon did they start to feel sick? When did they start to experience the symptoms associated with death cap mushroom poisoning?
By the following morning, all 4 of those guests were starting to feel really sick. Initially, to them, it seemed like food poisoning, diarrhea, vomiting, but this started getting really, really bad. So the Patterson parents decided to go to hospital. They also called their son Simon to let him know that they were quite sick. Simon then contacted the Wilkinsons. Turns out they were also very sick too, and Simon drove them to the hospital. Now, there was some interesting comments that the prosecution said occurred made by Heather Wilkinson, where Heather apparently was questioning this plate arrangement. She was wondering why we all ate off one set of plates and Erin ate off the other, and Heather was said to have been a little bit confused by that arrangement.
Yeah, because there was the grey plates and the orange plates that the Wellingtons were served on. Erin eating off of the orange plate. What happened once the diners went to hospital?
Long story short, they ended up at the local hospitals and their conditions started to get really, really bad and deteriorating. These sorts of symptoms of diarrhea and vomiting becoming incredibly serious.
Yeah. Did Erin get sick?
Erin said that she did get sick, and this is going to be one of the points of dispute in the trial, and we'll have more to say about this. But I think what's abundantly clear, and no one will dispute, Erin did not get sick to the level that the lunch guests did. Now, the prosecution claims that Erin Patterson did not eat the same beef Wellington recipe as the other lunch guests. They are saying that her beef Wellington did not contain death cap mushrooms, and that's why she didn't fall sick in the same way that they did.
Did Erin present to hospital? Did she go in there and talk to anyone and, raise concerns about how she was feeling?
Erin Patterson did end up in the local hospitals. So this lunch happened on a Saturday.
Yep.
The lunch guests fell quite sick and were in the hospital by the Sunday. Erin Patterson only first came to hospital on the Monday, so an extra 24 hours, and she was complaining of having symptoms when the doctors realised that she was connected to these other four who were, by this point, getting even worse. These doctors began to really worry for Erin Patterson's safety. And the prosecution said she was told by a doctor, look, you've potentially been exposed to a lethal dose of what they believed was death cap mushrooms at that point.
Was she worried?
Well, according to the prosecution, seemingly not as worried as she should have been. Nanette Rogers was saying that Erin Patterson was very reluctant to check herself into hospital to stay there. And then when Miss Patterson allegedly told the hospital staff that her kids had also eaten leftovers of the mushroom meal, that raised even more concerns for the hospital staff that these children have also potentially been poisoned. But Erin insisted to them, no, I scraped the mushrooms off the plate. They didn't consume any mushrooms. They're fine. There's nothing to worry about here. And there was a lot of arguments between Miss Patterson and the hospital staff about that issue.
Did the kids end up getting checked out?
They did eventually. And according to the prosecution, they were found to be healthy and fine. So the implication being they didn't eat the beef Wellington with death cap mushrooms or have any portion of that meal.
Did they end up getting any of the leftovers to test and check to see if that's what it was?
They did, and this is one of the things that we were able to see by being in the courtroom. They flashed up on a screen some of the leftover beef Wellington that the police were able to retrieve from a bin. Look, this is food that's about 4 days old that's been recovered from a bin. So when I say it was a stale-looking pastry with some brown filling inside, take that with that context. It wasn't too pretty to see what had been fished out of that bin, but the jury did see a picture of the leftovers.
Wow. And so they're now, they've now shown us that it was death cap mushrooms in this beef Wellington. Do we know where they came from?
That's a really good question. And according to the prosecution, Miss Patterson gave varying accounts of where these mushrooms came from. The story seemed to change. I think we'll have to step through it.
Yeah. So what do you mean it changed? What was the first time, when she was questioned about this the first time, what was presented?
So there were two sources of mushrooms offered up as the initial explanation, some from Woolworths and some from an unnamed Asian grocer in Oakley, which is a suburb in Melbourne.
Mm-hmm.
But Miss Patterson wasn't able to say which Asian grocer it was. Initially, she denied using any mushrooms that had been picked from the wild. Now, during the subsequent investigation, lots of people asked Erin Patterson where the mushrooms came from, and the prosecution say the story chopped and changed. So initially it was Oakley, then the suburb changed to others in the area. Still, she couldn't really remember. Local council officers started going around to all the shops trying to figure it out, but still the shop was never really identified. She said she got some of the mushrooms from a local Woolworths in Leongatha as well.
Right. What kind of emerged after that?
Well, during the investigation, obviously a suggestion that a retail shop is selling deadly mushrooms is absolutely shocking, and understandably the health authorities conducted a very serious investigation to this, and ultimately the prosecution say this investigation showed that there were no such death cap mushrooms being sold by Asian grocers or by Woolworths, and in their view this was a lie that Patterson was telling.
Where could these mushrooms have come from then?
The prosecution has made some suggestions that they might have come from either a place called Lock or a place called Outram. These are locations nearby to where Erin Patterson lives. The reason they've pointed out these spots is that there is a website called iNaturalist, which is a place where science enthusiasts go and document various things. And on that website, people have posted confirmed sightings of death cap mushrooms. Prosecutors say Miss Patterson went to these areas shortly after these posts went up. Strong implication being she went there to pick the mushrooms.
Oh, right. Okay, so we now know, the story or the, what the prosecution is presenting around where these mushrooms have come from. I mean, what about the cancer diagnosis, though?
Her barrister today admitted it was fake.
That she had lied about having cancer to her, basically extended family.
That's correct. And the prosecution added further weight to that. They said that there had been no records that Miss Patterson had ever been found to have had cancer. There's a cancer registry. Her name wasn't on that. And there were further medical records which showed that while she had gone in for some testing, she had been told that she did not have cancer.
Wow. You've been in the room all day. You've been sitting there in the room with Erin and with the jury as all this is going on. How did she look? What was the mood?
There was definitely a tense atmosphere in the room, understandably, on the opening day of a trial like this. So it did go all day. It wasn't over in a couple of hours. For most of the day, Erin Patterson was in the dock, looking pretty composed, obviously taking everything very seriously and listening closely. When it came time for her defence barrister, Colin Mandy, to provide a response, I think she showed a little bit of emotion. I could see that at one point she appeared to be fighting back tears when Mr. Mandy conceded that there were certain things that she had done.
And speaking of Erin Patterson's defence, after we heard from the prosecution, there is an opportunity for the defence to make their opening statements. What did we hear from them?
The defence response is never as long as the prosecution's opening. So Nanette Rogers, I didn't add it up, but it must have gone for about 3 hours. Colin Mandy's response was about 20 minutes. The reason for that is that technically these opening addresses are not the evidence. So the prosecution has the onus of proof. So Nanette Rogers laid out an overview of the evidence to come. And once that evidence is presented, that's when Colin Mandy and his team can properly attack that evidence. So he said, I'm going to run through some things that are in dispute and not in dispute.
Mm-hmm.
But the bigger, but the more fulsome response from the defence will come later.
What did we hear about the motive for these crimes?
Not a whole lot. And I think that's interesting. Everybody wants to know not just the how, but the why when it comes to anything like this. The thing with a charge of murder is you don't have to prove a motive. So prosecutor Nanette Rogers said there wasn't a specific motive that they could point to. However, she said the 4 elements of murder can be proved beyond reasonable doubt. I can run you through what those 4 elements are.
Yeah, go for it.
The jury was given this checklist, and these are the things that they have to be satisfied of to find Erin Patterson guilty. They have to be satisfied that she caused the deaths by serving a poisoned meal. That seems to not be in dispute. That's agreed. That did happen. This is the next one that's in dispute, though, that her actions were conscious, voluntary and deliberate. Prosecutors say she did act deliberately because she picked death cap mushrooms and served them to her relatives. The defence says no, it wasn't a deliberate action at all. The third point is also in dispute, that at the time of the alleged conduct that Erin Patterson intended to kill or cause really serious injury. Prosecutors obviously say that's the case. The defence totally disagree. The fourth point that the jury must be satisfied with is essentially that Erin Patterson wasn't acting in self-defence. You've got to have all of those elements ticked before you can find someone guilty of murder.
Okay, so it's reasonably prescriptive. I mean, How did the defence kind of wrap up their day?
Mr. Mandy asked the jury a pretty simple question, and he said, did she intend to kill these 4 people? And he said the defence case is what happened was a tragedy and a terrible accident. And he said she's innocent. And he went on to then explain some of Miss Patterson's conduct in the aftermath, some of the lies to police. And another thing that she did, which was to dump a mushroom dehydrator that had been used in the preparation of the meal. She actually dumped it at the tip, and the cops found it later on. So Mr. Mandy said that Erin Patterson panicked given what had happened, the shocking consequences of the lunch had sent her into a mode where she did things that weren't rational.
Mm-hmm.
And he said that at the end of the day, Miss Patterson is innocent until proven guilty. And he said to the jury that innocent until proven guilty is not just a phrase that people say, it's a fundamental principle that protects all of us. And he says that prosecution allegations are easy to make, but what really matters is proving them. And I guess at the end of the trial, we'll get the ultimate answer as to whether the prosecution can prove it.
Christian, thank you so much for taking us through all of that detail. Thank you to everyone who's been listening to this podcast, who's been getting in touch, sending us emails, mushroomcasedaily@abc.net.au. We will get to a whole bunch of them over the next little while, obviously on days that are very busy like this one. It is hard to fit them in. I do want to come back to Joanne's question from yesterday.
Yes.
Who asked, what did they have for dessert after the lunch? You were talking about maybe that's something we will hear in the opening statements. Did we get any detail on that?
We actually did, Stocky, and Nanette Rogers, the prosecutor, said that for dessert the group ate a cake that had been brought by Gail Patterson, and there was also a fruit platter that had been brought by Heather Wilkinson.
Interesting. Well, there we go, Joanne. Hopefully that has answered your question. If you have a question, get in touch, mushroomcasedaily@abc.net.au. We very much appreciate you listening to this podcast, getting us to number 1 on the podcast charts. It's a very nice feeling and something very nice to see as we're going into the opening statements today. Please tell your friends and family about Mushroom Case Daily. If you're enjoying this, share it in the group chat.
Thank you so much for your support. It means a great deal. And this is only the start of this trial. There's a very, very long way to go. Opening statements were done today. Tomorrow, we get into the evidence.
That's right. And we can keep you up to speed with everything that's happening in that case if you jump on the ABC Listen app and follow Mushroom Case Daily.
Mushroom Case Daily is produced by ABC Audio Studios and ABC News. It's presented by me, the ABC's court reporter Christian Silver, and producer Stephen Stockwell.
Our executive producer is Claire Rawlinson, and props to Christian's boss, Sarah Jench, and Audio Studios manager, Eric George. Also thanks to our true crime colleagues, Tim Roxburgh and Yasmin Parry. This episode was produced on the land of the Gunai-Kurnai people.
You've been listening to an ABC podcast. Discover more great ABC podcasts, live radio and exclusives on the ABC Listen app.
Patterson was brought into the court dock at the start of the hearing, and I mean, for most of it, she cut a pretty glum figure in the court dock. But as Justice Beale started going through his sentence and just talking about how, blatant this crime was, Patterson shut her eyes and just appeared to be trying to sort of block it out as he was going through, step after step of this.
It was a timeline, wasn't it, that he really went through?
And it was a damning timeline when he put it in that context and summarised it in that way. At times, Patterson appeared to be getting a little bit emotional, but she didn't sort of shed any tears. There weren't any great waterworks, despite the judge talking about the impact that this crime had on her family and the wider community. And when it came to that critical moment to be sentenced, Erin Patterson stood up and effectively just took it, copped it on the chin, didn't really show a great deal of emotion, and within a minute or two she was escorted out of the room.
Let's talk about who else was in the courtroom. We know that Pastor Ian Wilkinson was inside the courtroom. He spoke to the media a very short time ago. But there was a noted absence. Simon Patterson wasn't in court, Erin Patterson's estranged husband. Was that noted by you too?
Yeah, Simon Patterson wasn't seen a few weeks ago during the pre-sentence hearing either. And that was a hearing where he had the opportunity to give a victim impact statement, and instead of delivering it in person, he chose to submit a written statement which was read out on his behalf. He wasn't here today. Simon Patterson is obviously a very notable person in this case. He was the fifth person who was invited to the lunch, and as many people know, he declined. And the backstory to that has come out since the trial, that he felt that Erin Patterson had previously poisoned him and had led him to fall very, very sick. And so he pulled out of the lunch because he felt too uncomfortable. Simon Patterson did testify at the trial, but since then he hasn't been seen, willingly anyway, in public.
Should also note that those allegations that the prosecution were hoping to put forward were never tested in front of a jury, and it's not what Erin Patterson has been sentenced for today. And Erin Patterson was set to deny those allegations if they were to come to court. We haven't heard anything from Erin Patterson's defence team today, or whether there might be an appeal on foot.
We haven't, and they have about 28 days to formally lodge that appeal. But look, the courts are pretty generous, and if they miss the appeal date by a few days, that will be okay. But what the legal team will have to do if they want to appeal is they're going to have to give the Court of Appeal some pretty decent grounds to lodge this legal challenge on. You can't just say, oh, the jury got it wrong, unless there's pretty compelling evidence that the jury was, given incorrect information or not
that there wasn't enough evidence maybe to convict her on.
Correct, or that the judge in some way made a mistake with the way he instructed the jury, or they could potentially go right back to the start, to before this trial even began. Maybe they could look at some of the material that was excluded from the trial and perhaps point that it would have been to Patterson's benefit, or perhaps they would have looked at some of the evidence that was included in the trial and said maybe this shouldn't have gone in. But look, it's very tough to say what those potential appeal grounds could be. And then once they've lodged the paperwork, the Court of Appeal has to decide whether they'll even consider it.
Right.
If they pass that hurdle, then the Court of Appeal would hear an appeal, and if they are successful on that front, a retrial could be ordered. So there's so many steps.
And a retrial in this case, how likely would you think that is, given the huge amount of attention this case has had? What do you think?
Well, I mean, a potential retrial would be determined on the legal grounds. Justice Beale made a comment a few weeks ago saying that he thought it was unlikely that an appeal would be allowed. And I guess that probably highlights the fact that he thought he ran his trial well. But as for a potential retrial in the unlikely event that it happens, under Victorian, the way it's sort of run here in Victoria, it would be put before another jury. You'd imagine there'd have to be a significant amount of time that would have to pass, given all the attention on the case. But as the judge said, he believes it's unlikely that that would ever happen.
And just lastly, because I know you've probably got to run off and record a pod, but I wanted to ask your reflections on this case. You're an experienced court reporter. You've covered many cases. Your reflections on the scale of this case.
I think in terms of public attention on it, it's one of the biggest cases in the last 50 years. I've spoken to many experienced lawyers and reporters with decades more time under their belt than I've had, and they say this is the biggest thing that they've seen since the Lindy Chamberlain case in terms of the public attention. So it could be decades until we see a case with this much attention on it. I think there will be many people that will question whether that attention was warranted, and I think that's a discussion that is worth having. And perhaps it's an uncomfortable discussion as well for members of the media, including us, who have inevitably fuelled what has been a frenzied interest in this case since the deaths of those lunch guests 2 years ago.
It started with a meal.
That lunch has been under intense scrutiny.
Erin Patterson cooked beef Wellington, but the mushroom paste contained death caps.
Just a week after 4 people sat down for a family lunch, 3 of them were dead.
We're bringing you a limited retelling series.
I cannot think of another investigation that has generated this level of media and public interest.
The whole story of this deadly lunch. Hear the series now via Mushroom Case Daily on the ABC Listen app or wherever you get your podcasts.
ABC Listen. Podcasts, radio, news, music and more.
A crashed helicopter, a dead crocodile wrangler, and an alleged cover-up. I'm ABC court reporter Olivana Lathouris.
And I'm Stephen Stockwell, introducing the case of the croc wrangler.
He's one of the Territory's biggest stars.
Flashing cameras and waiting reporters as Netflix star Matt Wright fronted court.
The Territory tourism operator is facing a string of charges relating to the circumstances of a chopper crash.
This was a tragic event that took the life of the crocodile egg collector.
Mr. Wright strenuously denies any wrongdoing.
Matt Wright is a really well-known name in Darwin. This is a guy who's got a couple of TV shows, he's got tourism operations, and in 2022 he ended up in the news when his best mate and TV co-star died in a helicopter crash. The helicopter he was underneath was owned by Matt Wright's company, and it was on a crocodile egg collecting mission at the time. It's, real risky stuff, but it's not the cause of the crash, but what Matt Wright allegedly did afterwards that he's now on trial for. He's been charged with attempting to pervert the course of justice for an alleged cover-up. Ollie, what is it about this case that has caught so many people's attention?
Well, Stocky, this case has really been a window into this wild world of crocodile egg collecting, outback cowboys, things that really even in the Northern Territory not many people might have been exposed to, let alone in Australia or indeed the world. I think people have this vision of the Northern Territory as this sort of uncharted, wild place. And the people at the centre of this crash were really, really deep in that whole world. And so really for the first time, people have been able to sort of get this insight into what that world was and the characters inside it. And really at the heart of this story is this really tragic helicopter accident which claimed the life of this young father and pilot, Chris Wilson, and, seriously injured another man, Sebastian Robinson. He was only 28 at the time and he's been left paraplegic and in a wheelchair. So I think sort of the combination of the tragedy of it, the wild nature of it, and also the people involved created this real fascination with this whole story. And Stocky, I think the other thing that is particularly interesting or unique about this story and about this case is the closeness of the relationships of the people at the centre of it. So Matt Wright and Chris Wilson weren't just co-stars. They weren't just colleagues. They didn't just work on this TV show together. They were really, really close friends. They had been friends for many, many years. And that's something I think that does make this case a particularly emotive one, and I do think has contributed to the immense amount of curiosity and interest in it.
Yeah, and this all did, as you mentioned, start with a helicopter crash. Can you talk me through what happened there?
Yeah, so this is more than 3.5 years ago now, and it was the 28th of February 2022. 3 choppers set off on this mission to this really remote and isolated part of the Northern Territory in Arnhem Land, up near the King River, and it's real croc country. And they were there to collect crocodile eggs. And so each of these choppers had a pilot and a person that gets hung in a sling, essentially, on this big, long sort of rope, and they get lowered into crocodile nests to collect these eggs. And 3 choppers went out that day, and one of them didn't come back, and it resulted in the death of that young man, Chris Willow Wilson, and the pilot Sebastian Robinson was also very seriously injured as a result.
I want you to kind of take me back for a second, Ollie. Hanging on a rope underneath a helicopter, I'm imagining a guy like with a harness on, just sort of being lowered onto like a nest of crocodile eggs to kind of basically kind of grab a whole bunch. Is that what is happening here?
It sounds so crazy to think about, but that is pretty much what they're doing. It's these like 50 to 100 foot ropes that get like lowered down. It's like something you'd think of, like the image that it always conjures in my mind is like out of some old-fashioned spy movie or spy cartoon of like some person getting like lowered down and they like pinch the thing and then get taken away. It's this really like bizarre concept, but that's how they collect crocodile eggs. Once upon a time, people used to have to land a chopper in these sort of marshy areas, and they used to have to wade through water that is inhabited by all these crocodiles, all this grass that, goes up to the top of your head, and to go and seek out these nests. And of course, that's extremely dangerous. So the reason they do this now, the way of like going in via the air, is actually to increase the safety, even though it sounds like such a crazy thing to do. It's actually supposed to make the whole process of collecting crocodile eggs safer for the people involved, because they can just be lowered directly over the top, collect the egg, and then get airlifted out.
Wow. What an incredible practice to collect crocodile eggs. And I mean, you're saying it's increasing the safety of it, which I'm sure it does, compared to traipsing through this water that is, quite literally crawling with crocodiles. But, still an incredibly dangerous act. And, this helicopter has crashed. It's resulted in the death of Chris Willow Wilson, as you've mentioned. And there's no suggestion Matt Wright was in any way involved in that helicopter crashing. Like this trial's more about what he's allegedly done after that, right?
That's exactly right, Stocky. So, there's no allegations that Matt Wright was responsible in any way for this chopper going down. There's certainly no allegations that he's responsible for the death of his friend or of the injuries suffered by Sebastian Robinson. This whole case hinges on what he allegedly did in the days, weeks and months after that crash. Allegedly, he tried to obstruct and interfere with an investigation that the prosecution says he knew was on foot, that he knew that it was possible that charges were going to be laid, and that he was trying to cover things up. And that's really what this whole trial is about.
And Matt Wright, he's, after this helicopter has crashed, he's been to the crash site after this, with not just by himself. He's gone there with an off-duty policeman and a guy called Mick Burns, who's owned the company that the helicopters are out collecting these croc eggs for, right?
That's right, Stocky. This helicopter has gone down. Matt Wright has received news of this, and immediately they go out in this helicopter to the scene of the accident. This is literally just in the hours after this helicopter has gone down. No one else is out there. No one can get there. Police can't even get there. It's such a remote area. And there's this sort of chaotic, messy period in the time after the accident involving Matt Wright, this off-duty police officer, Neil Mellon, Mick Burns, who's this very prominent businessman in the Northern Territory, as well as a couple of other men who were also out flying choppers that day. And so what happened in that period right after this tragic accident will certainly be something that the jury is going to be hearing plenty about.
Yeah, and I mean, we've touched on Mick Burns here. He's the guy that, they're collecting the crocodile eggs for. This may be a dumb question, but why is he collecting crocodile eggs?
Not a dumb question at all. It's actually a question I had myself. It's sort of, it's such a bizarre thing to think about. So not a dumb question. The crocodile egg collecting is actually a very lucrative business. Mick Burns himself is sort of like the godfather of crocodile farming here in the Northern Territory. Some people have referred to him as sort of the crocodile king of the NT. He owned this massive crocodile farm, which was in partnership with the very luxurious French fashion brand Hermes, some people might have heard of.
Oh, wow.
They do some very nice crocodile skin wallets. And so that is essentially, that was the business that Mick Burns was operating, and they essentially collect these crocodile eggs to farm crocodiles. So it's, if you think about cattle farming, it's like that, but the Northern Territory version.
Right, and you've got Mick Burns. Sounds like a bit of a character, if I'm honest. And then we have Matt Wright, who's at the centre of this trial, and he also a really big deal in Darwin, right? Like him being involved in anything like this must be a huge deal.
Yeah, I mean, certainly he's a really iconic figure in the Northern Territory and indeed Australia and the world. He's sort of, we had Steve Irwin and then we had Matt Wright. He's this, very charismatic guy who had a very successful TV shows. He also has a very successful business here. He's a businessman. He knows lots of people in the NT. The NT is a small place, so everybody knows everyone. A really recognisable and much loved face here. So for him to be sort of wrapped up in this crash and in this trial, no doubt garnered a huge amount of attention.
And I mean, one of the things that this podcast has done, starting as Mushroom Case Daily, now as the case of, is giving people this window into our justice system that they wouldn't otherwise have, helping people learn and understand different things about how courts work, and something that, I mean, I personally am really interested in learning because at the moment I don't quite have it clear in my mind what perversion of justice is. I mean, I think I inherently kind of know what it is, but in my mind I'm not entirely sure. Like, what is perversion of justice?
Perverting the course of justice is essentially getting in the way of the justice process. Right. So in the case of Matt Wright, it's alleged that he knew this investigation into this crash was going to happen. He knew that there was a potential that charges could be laid, and the allegation is he got in the way of that. He did things to obstruct the investigation, both by the police and also aviation authorities that operate in Australia that look into things like this. So that's essentially, at the most basic level, what those charges mean. The other thing that I think is important to mention is that the actual charge is attempting to pervert the course of justice. So that's kind of also a critical thing, because it can mean that it's not just if he did get in the way of the justice process, it's if he tried to. So that's just probably another sort of little nuancy thing, just in the way that the charge is worded, but is actually quite important to this trial process. No,
that's fantastic. Thank you for clarifying. And this is the value of having you in the room in Darwin, being our eyes and ears for the trial of Matt Wright. From tomorrow, we're going to be taking people into that room, bringing the court updates through the case of feed. But, at this stage, what are the arguments that could make or break this case for Matt Wright?
So despite the fact that this is a very big, complex story in one sense, the allegations and the evidence that the prosecution are relying on to get these charges over the line is very specific. So we know that he's charged with 3 counts of attempting to pervert the course of justice. And each of those individual 3 charges relates to some very specific things that Matt Wright is alleged to have done. So we know that a couple of those things include that he spoke to the pilot, Sebastian Robinson, just days after the accident while he was still in hospital, and allegedly tried to convince him to fabricate chopper records, the records that tracked how many flight hours that crashed chopper had done. Another one of the charges, count 3, relies on these snippets of this covert recording taken from inside Matt Wright's home. And in these recordings, it's alleged that he says specific words about torching or burning a particular chopper record. So again, this very specific allegation that goes to the heart of these charges. And, Stocky, one of the things that I find really fascinating about this case is that it really, like I said, is this window into this industry, which, to be honest, there was a lot going on in this aviation industry in the Northern Territory that was frankly pretty dodgy. You had pilots who were under-recording their flight hours, maybe doing things they shouldn't have been doing with their flight logbooks. And the reason they're doing it is to keep these choppers in the air. They want to keep them going for as long as they can. And as we talked about with the egg collecting, it's dangerous stuff. So they're keeping these choppers alive for as long as they possibly can. It extends, how long you need to go between getting maintenance checks and things. And that's just something that both parties say was it was happening. Matt Wright did it. Other pilots did it. Seb Robinson did it. And this is just, giving us this sort of insight into the culture of the aviation industry in the NT. And that's not to say, again, that Matt Wright was responsible for the crash, but this is something that is going to be talked about and fleshed out in this trial. And Stocky, just to make sure that it's clear where this narrative fits into the case, the prosecution have essentially framed this as being a motive for why Matt Wright then went and allegedly tried to interfere with the investigation after the crash. So this tampering with flight meters or messing about with logbooks is not actually what Matt Wright is charged with. The prosecution have framed it more as the reason for his concern and therefore why he went and tried to get in the way of the investigation. They say that he was concerned that through the investigation into this crash that police or aviation authorities would find out about some of the things that was going on within his business. And so that's why he tried to interfere. Of course, it's important to emphasise that Matt Wright categorically and emphatically denies all of those allegations against him.
Yeah, it's such an incredible story. I mean, such an incredible location, the country that this is happening in, the work they're doing, so dangerous. And then having this layered on top is just such a wild story. Ollie, I'm really looking forward to diving into the actual kind of court reporting, understanding what is happening as this trial is being heard in Darwin from tomorrow. If you have any questions about this case, please get in touch. thecaseof@abc.net.au. We love hearing from you. We love all your questions. So don't hesitate to reach out if there's something you're not sure about. We'll be putting it straight to Ollie, your eyes and ears inside the Northern Territory Supreme Court. And don't forget to jump onto the ABC Listen app as well. Our episodes appear there slightly before they rock up on all the other podcast services. So find your way to your favourite app store, grab the app, and you'll get myself and Ollie in your ears before you can anywhere else. Of course, if you are using a separate podcast app, you will be forgiven if you leave us a rating and review. So more people are able to find the incredible story of Matt Wright.
The Case of the Croc Wrangler is produced by ABC Audio Studios and ABC News. It's presented by me, Olivana Lathouris and Stephen Stockwell.
Our executive producer is Claire Rawlinson, and a big thank you to our true crime colleagues, our commissioning executive producer Tim Roxburgh and supervising producer Yasmin Parry. This episode was produced on the land of the Larrakia and Wurundjeri people.
Hi, Jules and Jez here, and every week on Not Stupid, we unpack the news of the week.
From the stuff that matters to the stories you're obsessed with.
My friend Lucy has got a moose obsession, and she's really got me right onto it. So you can see on Reddit, there's all these
How does someone develop a moose obsession?
Mate, how does one develop anything in life? You can find Not Stupid on the ABC Listen app.
If you like your true crime podcasts with real investigative journalism, you'll love Unravel. Unravel is the ABC podcast that investigates a new case each season. It's won podcast awards, journalism awards, and it's had millions of downloads. Unravel will have your headphones glued to your ears. Search for the Unravel podcast now for award-winning true crime. You can find it on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Listen. Podcasts, radio, news, music, and more.
Looks can be deceiving. I'm ABC investigative reporter Rachel Brown.
And I'm Stephen Stockwell. It is Friday the 27th of June. We've just finished the 9th week of Erin Patterson's triple murder trial. Welcome to Mushroom Case Daily.
The small town mystery that's gripped the nation and made headlines around the world.
On the menu was beef Wellington, a pastry filled with beef and a pate made of mushrooms.
At the heart of this case will be the jury's interpretation of Erin Patterson's intentions.
Erin Patterson has strongly maintained her innocence.
It's a tragedy what's happened. I love them.
Rach, we have found ourselves at the end of the penultimate week in this trial.
Yep, this is where the rubber hits the road, Stocky.
It is. Mostly I'm just excited to use the word penultimate in context. But of course I am excited to wrap up the week that we have seen as Justice Beale has been giving his directions to the jury just before they retire to consider their verdict. We are getting so close to this point at the moment. Before we talk through everything we've heard this week, though, can you give me a wrap of what we heard in court today?
We finished with the alleged incriminating conduct, Stocky. So the last point was on Erin Patterson allegedly lying about being unwell and faking death cap mushroom poisoning. And we heard the crux of both the arguments from the defence and the prosecution. We moved on to what the jury should do with this alleged incriminating conduct, including lies that Erin Patterson has admitted to and conduct that she's admitted to, what the jury should do with that information and what weight to give it. And then the jury was released for the weekend with a timeline of what to expect.
Thank you, Rach. It has been a short day. Fridays are a short day, which is a little treat for us heading into the weekend. And we began the day, going through the alleged incriminating conduct from Erin Patterson. Justice Beale actually correcting himself. No one, it appears, is immune from making an error. Justice Beale coming in this morning and sort of saying to the jury, look, it's nice that we have one thing to go today, which is Erin Patterson, the prosecution saying that Erin Patterson lied about being unwell following the lunch, but actually there's one other bit as well. There's also the lies that she told during the police interview. These are things like saying she never foraged, that she didn't own a dehydrator, all of that. Fortunately, he didn't spend long on these. Erin Patterson has admitted to these lies. So he just sort of went through a few points of what was said in the police interview and just said, look, that's all you need from that. And, going through the claim of Erin Patterson not being sick following the lunch from the prosecution, Justice Beale again going through the transcript, highlighting the arguments from each side, and then dived into and spent a little while talking about and discussing the lies of Erin Patterson. These are the examples that I've kind of just mentioned, the ones that she's admitted of, lying about not foraging, lying about not having a dehydrator to police, and then also ones that she hasn't admitted or the defence kind of counters. These are things like the prosecution's claim that she was lying about being sick following the lunch. What direction did Justice Beale give the jury around what to do with these, Rach, how to handle them, how to manage them?
He told them you can use this to help assess her credibility and what to do if they find that she's lied on one thing, what they should make, whether they should believe other things that she has said to witnesses or to them, the jury, during her time in the witness box.
Basically, whether or not they can kind of trust what she's saying broadly, generally.
Precisely. And Justice Beale said to them, just because she lied about one matter doesn't mean she's lied about everything else. And this is really interesting because the idea of her being a liar has come up a lot in this trial. So he was very, very clear on this point. He said, it's up to you to decide what weight to give suggested lies. But he said, just because she's told a lie doesn't mean she's guilty. And he said that a number of times in a few different ways, and we've heard it throughout his charge. The other day, Stocky, I said to you that Justice Beale said, even if you don't believe her, put that evidence to one side and ask yourself if the prosecution has proven its case. Now, he's been quite clear on that. We've heard it a few times. Today, he said, even if you find she did believe that she committed certain offences, you have to consider all the evidence when deciding whether the prosecution has proven its case beyond reasonable doubt. He said, there are all sorts of reasons why people behave in a way that makes them look guilty, but they may have engaged in them even if they're not guilty. He said, even if she looks guilty, it doesn't mean she is guilty.
And that kind of flows pretty neatly into what he was talking about around incriminating conduct too, right? Like these are things like, leaving the hospital the first time, reluctance to have the kid checked, dumping the dehydrator, all that sort of stuff. He kind of like went through a lot of that and said, look, the prosecution is saying this is incriminating, but you need to remember it could have also been X.
That's right. And he put to them in a similar kind of cadence each time, you must consider. So leaving Leongatha Hospital, you must consider whether she thinks she knows better and she's not accepting of their suspicion that she's ingested death cap mushrooms. For her being reluctant to have the children assessed, you have to consider whether she might have feared that would cause them stress because they've had previous distressing times dealing with medical professionals. And maybe Dr. Webster and his loud voice, as we've spoken about before, put her off, and that she didn't understand why she needed treatment. But when it was explained to her by another doctor, Dr. Foote, that had a less blunt approach, that's when she decided to bring her children in.
And these are the doctors who were working at the Leongatha Hospital the morning that she has presented, left and then come back on that day.
With the dehydrator, he said, you have to consider that she might have panicked and that she was scared of being wrongly accused of deliberately poisoning the guests, and she was scared about losing custody of her children.
Because the prosecution has said in those instances and in a bunch of others that we went through in our episodes earlier this week that I recommend you jump back and have a listen to if you want a bit more detail on some of this and some of the disputed statements and the like. They're basically saying, look, the reason that Erin Patterson has acted in these ways is because she is, she's deliberately tried to harm these people and is worried she's being found out. Leaving the hospital, they're saying she's done that because, it's the moment that she realizes, the allegation from the prosecution is the moment that she realizes that she's been rumbled, that, that they know there's death cap mushrooms in the meal and she wasn't expecting them to find out. For not bringing the children in, she knows they haven't eaten the meal is what the prosecution is saying, and dumping the dehydrator, a simple one from the prosecution. Basically, she's trying to get rid of the evidence. Justice Beale kind of giving the other side.
This is his job, Stocky. He has a very important role. He's an independent adjudicator. We've heard a lot during this trial. We've heard a lot of allegations. People have read a lot about it in the media, but not these jurors. But, this is quite a massive case, and this is his job to point out everything, and nuance included. Yes, these big things might stick with you, the lies might stick with you, certain conduct might stick with you, but this is his job to remind them of the nuances, inferences, and the bits that they are legally obliged to consider in our justice system.
It's you say that, and it sort of reminds me of things he was saying earlier this week. It's quite specific that when the jury's considering the verdict of guilty or not guilty, they shouldn't be considering the questions that were asked, rather the answers that were given to those questions. It's kind of a reminder of what the facts are, what the evidence that was given is, kind of underlining a lot of that.
That's right. And how we perceive things in society is very different sometimes to the legal system, and certain protocols have to be followed, certain things have to be proven in a certain way. So he's like the coach. He's trying to, you might remember the big plays, but you also have to remember other little strategies that will help you get to your decision.
The 1%ers. Great analogy, Rach. Thank you. Justice Beale, he's had a big week. He's been taking us through the, his judge's charge. He thought he might be finishing on Wednesday. We are here on Friday. We are going through to next week. And he really did look like he'd been working for it today.
When he moved on to, he said, I'll move to the next topic, and he took off his glasses, and I looked up at him and he rubbed his face really slowly and looked down and said, thank God it's Friday. And I thought, oh, buddy, we feel you and you're feeling it too. But he has such a lovely rapport with the jury. They walked in this morning and he said, morning, and they all said, morning, Your Honour. And it reminded me of coming into school, as if it was a teacher, like, morning, Mr. Beale.
Yeah.
And he kind of smiled and said, oh, thanks for that. So he hasn't lost them. They're holding on, for more instructions from their coach.
Yeah, like I was saying, it's been a big week. He has been running through his directions to the jury, which are the final part of this trial of Erin Patterson. This is the moment in the trial where he gives them the direction on law. Like, he actually broke it into 3 bits. I think it was like the principles of law they've got to apply, the issues that they have to decide on, the kind of things that are up for up as a bit of a contest that they've got to think through, and then some direction on like how to get to the verdict. Like, is that?
That's right, yeah. And we're in the meaty one now, and he said, I've almost broken the back of that. And then there'll be some more issues that they have to use to decide this case, and the evidence and the arguments that bear upon those issues. And then, the final act, shall we say, will be their verdict and reaching a unanimous verdict.
Most of the week has been taken up, is in his charge is kind of like the issues that the jury has to decide on. Like this is basically him reviewing disputed statements, talking about how to apply expert evidence as well, talking through the alleged incriminating conduct, which you talked through, a bit earlier in the ep and also in episodes yesterday, I think maybe even the day before. And a lot of this was quite dense. We've explained in other episodes, and as I've explained in this one, he's reading through transcripts, like huge slabs of transcripts from the evidence that was given about a certain event. We kind of skimmed a bit of that because it was pretty heavy, but we've had a lot of questions from people going, hey, look, can you just kind of run us through it? And I was wondering, Rach, in a kind of quick list, really, really fast hit, can you take us through, in the disputed statements, what the ones that the kind of prosecution had put forward?
Sure. So the alleged prior inconsistent statements, what that means, I'll give you an example. The first one, tendency to pick and eat wild mushrooms. So the prosecution's like, that wasn't a thing she did. She didn't talk to anyone about it. And the defence says, well, no, she did. She started during COVID. So this is an example of one.
Yep.
The others are whether her children were invited or free to attend the lunch, the source of the mushrooms, how much she ate, how much Gail ate, when Erin claimed that she started to experience diarrhoea, whether she knew or suspected that her lunch was the cause of her in-laws' illness on Sunday evening, and finally, whether Erin knew that Don and Gail were in comas by the morning of the 1st of August.
Yeah, the way that Justice Beale would run through it, like you gave the example with the pick and eating wild mushrooms, there were quick arguments that you gave them, but Justice Beale in those instances is reading through the transcript of everything people have said about that, and then, reminding the jury, this is what the prosecution said, this is what the defence says. Imagine if you're going through 8 of them. This took a while.
There was a lot. So for each one of them, it might be what 5 different doctors said and what a child protection worker said and you name it.
Yeah. So we were doing you a favour, is basically what I'm trying to say. But yeah, that was kind of some of the stuff that was happening through that. I mean, the ABC has a wonderful live blog. If you want to go back and read through some more of that, you can check that out as well. And the defence, those things that we've gone through there, these are things that the prosecution had specifically asked Justice Beale to highlight in his closing. He was like, look, they were like, these are the disputed events we want you to kind of address and remind the jury of. The defence did the same sort of thing. They kind of did it with people, though. And, kind of a couple of different examples around, the relationship between Simon Patterson, for example, and Erin and, what Chris Webster said at a certain point. So that's kind of how they approached it there, rather than kind of a straight hit of actual events. Again, same kind of vibe. X said this is the transcript, this is the argument from them, this is the argument from them. There you go. Off you go. Have a good time. Think through it.
Yeah, and it might be seen to be hair splitting, but I mean, this is where everything is important when it comes down to the crunch. So one of these 5 people, Sally Ann Atkinson, for example, she had an initial note that Erin Patterson used some of the dried mushrooms soon after she bought them. Was that true, or did her, notes have a gap and it actually turned out she didn't use any and she put them in a Tupperware container for later? Yep. So again, we're sparing you some quite tedious discussions and timelines.
Yeah. Also things about what Erin Patterson had told certain people at certain points. All of these things kind of rolled through in these pieces. One of the bits that I found quite interesting was, a review of some of the expert evidence from Dr. Matthew Sorrell, who's this kind of phone location base tower expert, and then also Sharman Fox Henry, who's a digital forensics officer. Well, he is a digital forensics officer from the Victoria Police. These are people who have come in to give evidence around devices and phone locations, things like that. Justice Christopher Beale has, kind of highlighted their evidence. He's gone through a lot of that and then just said to the jury, look, these people are experts. That's why they've given their opinion. No one else is giving an opinion. They're just reporting, just relaying facts or their recollections of things. And it's kind of up to you if you take or leave that evidence. It's up to you. You're the judges of the facts. He reminded the jury a lot about this week. You're the judges of the facts. You take, you leave what you think is relevant in this case.
That's right. They've got the most important job here.
And then we, for the most of the last couple of days, we've run through incriminating conduct. These are things like what we've spoken about at the start of the episode. I'd recommend jumping into yesterday's episode and the day before to get a more fulsome list of some of that if you want to hear it, because there's a lot of detail in here that we've kind of covered in some of them. So jump into that. But, Rach, I do want to talk about a point from yesterday where we were going through one of those kind of things that was considered, incriminating conduct, that is the alleged lies around feeding the children leftovers. And, the prosecution claimed that if they had eaten that, they would have gotten sick. And Justice Beale had a really specific direction for the jury around that sort of, suggestion from the prosecution.
Yeah, and just don't make that mental leap because you can't. They're suggesting that they must have. How could you not get sick if you eat something with death cap mushrooms in them? Erin Patterson told the court she scraped off the mushroom paste. So Justice Beale, in trying to tie off that issue, said you actually didn't hear any expert evidence whether those toxins would have penetrated the meat. No experts were asked that on the stand, and whether these tests that were done on the leftovers that showed up with alpha and beta amanitin, is that because it was in the meat or is it because it was on the bits of matter that had adhered to the meat that was also being tested?
Yeah. Really specific, really detailed scientific evidence we're getting to at certain points of that. But, again, kind of highlighting the value of a judge's charge, I suppose, where you have the independent arbiter, the coach in this situation, Rach, kind of going, look, this bit here, don't worry about this bit. You actually didn't hear specific evidence to get you to that point, so you shouldn't consider that argument.
Yeah, I've really never seen it, the value of the charge as crystallised as clearly as here. I wish Justice Beale would help me make some of my big life decisions, quite frankly.
Rach, as we wound our way through the week, the timeline that we are working towards with this trial, it's like a rubber band, just sort of gets pulled out and stretched and changed and all of that. Last week...
just expands and contracts.
Last week, Justice Beale was saying, look, best case, I'm done by Wednesday afternoon. I think we knew by... maybe even Tuesday afternoon, that we were not getting done by Wednesday afternoon. He's saying, okay, look, maybe we're done on Thursday. Then it was, maybe we'll be finished Friday. Here we are Friday.
And then it was, we live in hope.
Yeah, it was, we live in hope. Rach, where are we up to? What are we looking at here?
Justice Beale has told the jury he expects to finish his charge before lunch on Monday.
Okay, great. So we think Tuesday afternoon, Wednesday?
No, let's go with Monday lunch. He said, look, I've still got a bit to go in the first part, but I've more than broken the back of it. Other issues that they have to decide in the case, he'll run through them. And then the third part about it being a unanimous verdict that's required, he said, will be mercifully brief. Excellent. He said, look, don't let anyone get in your ear over the weekend. Only discuss it with fellow jurors in the privacy of the jury room. Please have a media blackout as far as you're concerned, which is something that he tells them when they go away every weekend, just a little reminder.
Yep.
And he said, good coach, he said, you're doing a great job. Keep it up. Have a good weekend and come back refreshed.
Oh, that's very kind of him. Something I want to pass on that Justice Beale has said a few times through the trial. I know, we hear going into week 10, what was initially supposed to be a 4 to 6 week trial. He said it's no one's fault. He's been, he's not blaming anyone in the situation. Certainly not the jurors' faults.
No, it isn't. Everyone's just trying to be thorough.
Exactly. Yeah. So we're, working through it. And again, trying to be thorough, trying to make sure everything's in there. And, when you're looking at the length of the charge as well, this is something that's been going for almost a week at this point. But you have to remember that we've had 7-8 weeks of evidence. Then we've had closing arguments. We've had all of this stuff coming in. So there's just a huge volume of data. I was looking at my notes document, which I've spoken about before, which is nowhere near as detailed as some of the other court reporters' documents. I think I'm up to like 150 pages. It's like 70,000 words or something like that. It's basically a thesis at this point. So yeah, it's a huge amount of information to kind of get through and synthesize. And that's what Justice Beale is doing at the moment. Speaking of synthesizing information though, Rach, we're getting a lot of wonderful questions emailed to mushroomcasedaily@abc.net.au. And I was wondering if you could help synthesize some information for us now in our answers to that. Start here with a question from Liz. Hi team, thanks so much for the podcast. Liz, our pleasure. I'm loving your wrap-ups. One thing I've been wanting to ask you is for you to describe Mr. Hastings, the tipstaff, in more detail. I feel like every time you mention him, there's a little chuckle in your voice. He sounds like quite a character, just like Justice Beale. I'd love to get a clearer picture of him.
He is, Liz, and the reason, just because of the little glimmer in his eye I catch every now and then, he has a very important job. He has to keep order in the courtroom. If anyone's on their phone or laptops that shouldn't be, we get a special dispensation because we're media. But if anyone's using their phone, he's right on it, and gives them a very stern, you can't do that. But I've given him a sly smile every now and then, and I see a little twinkle in his eye. So I think he's a good egg.
I've been on the receiving end of a "you shouldn't be on your phone" from Mr. Hastings, because I rock
didn't know you.
Well, I rock up to court in a hoodie and jeans most days, and I don't think I was sitting in a media seat, and so I was sitting there trying to probably send a message to the Mushroom Case Daily team, and I got a stern put that away in about week 2 of the trial. So still a very nice man. He's doing his job.
He's doing a very good job.
He did it in a very solid way in that instance. Rach, another question here from Alex. Alex says, "Hi, you've been joking about the jury bringing their toothbrushes, and this is something we've said the last couple of days. It was a joke that actually Justice Beale made, telling the jury they didn't need to bring their toothbrushes, indicating they wouldn't be heading away to retire to consider the verdict earlier this week. And Alex says, I gather from this that the jury will be put up in a hotel or something and can't go home until a verdict is reached. How isolated are they really? ? Is it like COVID hotel quarantine where their meals are brought to them and they can't leave their room? Deliberation lasts a long time. Do they get their laundry done for them? Can they FaceTime with family in the evenings? Can they use the internet for things other than reading news? Rach.
Yeah, Alex, they're going to be sequestered. So the jurors will have very limited contact with the outside world. They'll be sequestered for the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
There are people called jury keepers that look after them.
What a name.
One of our producers, Yaz, said it sounds very mystical, and it does.
Yeah.
They are the point people for the jurors. And so jurors' family members will be given their phone number, the jury keeper's phone number, in case of any emergencies or things like that. So they've got someone to contact. But otherwise, no, the jurors don't get to have any kind of communication with friends and family.
I'm going to assume they get their laundry done. I'm not sure, though. It's a really good question, Alex.
We can find out.
We will find out. It's a very well-timed question. When the jury goes away to deliberate, depending on how long they're deliberating for, we're hoping to answer a lot of your questions around jurors and juries and how this all works. So if you have a question, please get in touch, mushroomcasedaily@abc.net.au, and send it through. Put just, jury question in the subject line or something like that, and tell us how much you love the pod, and, that's a really good way to get straight through. Another question here, Rach, from Owen. He's following the instructions. He says, "Hi, Stephen and Rachel. Loving the podcast and thoroughly look forward to each episode as it turns up in my feed." Owen, it's our pleasure. You're so welcome. Owen's question is regarding the legal discussion that the jury are not privy to, and which you are understandably avoiding talking about while the trial is ongoing. Are these matters that you can or intend to discuss once the trial is over? Further to that, are those discussions likely to be of interest to the average listener, or are they more focused on the finer legal points, which are likely to not mean much to the average Joe?
We might have given you a bit of an example today about the hair splitting, some might call it. We will after this trial. You might regret that. Maybe some might find tedious, some you might find really interesting, but we'll save that for one of the episodes for when the jury comes back with the verdict.
Yeah, no, there's there have actually been, while there's a lot of it that is quite tedious, and I can, full-throatedly attest to it being incredibly tedious at times, there's been some fascinating things that have happened while the jury hasn't been in the room, and I'm really looking forward to be able to kind of bring you behind the curtain once the verdict is returned to keep you posted with that. We'll mention probably a couple of them when we do our verdict episode on that day, and then we'll have an episode following that as well, which goes into a bit more detail of some of the things the jury didn't hear in this trial. And our final question today is from Judith and Anna. Hi, Rachel and Stocky. The pod continues to deliver absolute gold. It's Judith and Anna here reporting in from Mooroopna and Shepparton. Back in the early days, Christian, who was hosting the pod with me for the first 5 weeks of this trial, he painted a lovely picture of Morwell, all friendliness and good humour. Now that we are rolling into week 10, how? ? We're curious. Are you still feeling the love? Are the locals still buoyant and basking in their moment in the spotlight, or has the novelty worn off? Appreciate the Morwell vibe check. Well, Judith, Anna, I would say, if anything, they like us more now. Because we haven't just been here for 2 weeks and thrown in and flown out. I feel like I do live in Morwell at the moment. We've got our favourite people at various cafes and pubs. I had a lovely interaction the other day. I'm not sure if I've shared this on the pod already, but I was on the phone outside of a cafe while Rach was inside ordering lunch. And one of the staff, Ree, stuck her head out and flagged me down. I was like, "Hey, look, are you having lunch? Just the normal stuff you want?" And I was like, "Yes, please, thank you."
Yeah, you're a local now.
And by the time I was off the phone, my lunch was on the table in the cafe, which was absolutely delightful. We made friends at some of the pubs, which has been great. And also, it's interesting as well as the people that we're meeting around town. We're also now becoming quite close with all of the other reporters that have been following this trial for the last 9 weeks. I have comfortably spent more time with people from the Herald Sun, the Australian, Nine, The Age, the Daily Mail, in the last 9 weeks than I have with my colleagues from the ABC, who are based in the in the capital cities. And there's a real sense of camaraderie and collegiality amongst all of the media here. We're going out for dinner a lot of the time, so it's been really sweet. It's lovely to kind of, be part of, like a quite, small-knit community in the sense of the reporters working on the case, and then a larger community in the people around Morwell and the town that we're living in.
Yeah, we got a lovely email today, Stocky, from Ian, one of the guards at the court. You might remember he brought us mustics as a thank you once. He wrote that, I know many of you have been away from home for weeks, living out of hotels and still managing to hit deadlines and report with accuracy and integrity. And he said, I always thought a lot of you looked at each other like the competition, if not the enemy, but it's been great to see the camaraderie that's developed throughout. So it's really nice that those things are being noticed. Sometimes the media gets criticised, often it's deserved, but it's nice when other things are seen in us like this. I love seeing our mates in the cafe, their smiling faces every morning, that they know our lunch order. What I've really appreciated most this week is the emails that we get, thanking us for insight into the court process. Because I've been doing it for a while now, I don't see it in the same way. You're a good barometer, Stocky. You often get excited about things. I'm like, what, really? But the emails have been the best part, I think, because, people have thanked us for pulling back the veil a little on the workings of the court, which many people never have or hopefully will have to experience. So we've got some thanks for that, for informing people about the justice system, being empathetic while still being impartial. So much of my work is in isolation, and, it's rare to get such timely and personal feedback from the people who this work is for. So yeah, I really can't explain how much that means to me. So thank you.
If you would like to probably just make Rachel cry, you can send us an email, mushroomcasedaily@abc.net.au, with your questions, with your feedback, your thoughts on the pod. Rach, I'm incredibly lucky on weeks like this where there are moments where I don't need to dedicate my entire attention to the charge of Justice Beale. I am able to head through the emails and read them all myself. And it's been a real treat hearing how much people are enjoying the pod, what people are getting from it. So hopefully, you're enjoying the podcast and it's, helping you understand the justice system. If you are one of those people, I'd love it if you could jump onto whatever podcast app you use, give us a review, leave us a rating. It means that other people can help learn about this process as well. Rach, as we find our way towards the end of the episode, I want to do around the grounds. We've got people listening all over the world, all over Australia, absolutely, all through regional Australia, absolutely fantastic. But I love hearing from some of our further flung pod listeners. Do you want to start us off with some people we've got around the world?
Sure. We've got Karen in Malta, and Mon and Pat listening over brekkie in Malta and Spain, Anna in central Italy, Jackie in Belgium, and Liz in Switzerland.
Got Shauna in Carolina, Katie in Washington, D.C., Julie in California, Kendra in Kannapolis, North Carolina, and Tonchi in Houston.
We've got Francis from the Bruce Peninsula in Canada.
We got Monique in Monster near The Hague in the Netherlands, Cecile in Denmark, Ellie listening from England, Aoife in London, Sarah in Liverpool, John Paul from Swansea in Wales, Mark from Shropshire, Andrew from Shropshire, and Richard in Huddersfield.
Hannah, Dundee, Scotland. Helena from Frankerton in Scotland. In Ireland, we've got Mary and Adam from County Clare and Kay in Cork.
This is just a small sample of some of our listeners. If you've emailed us from somewhere far flung and I haven't gotten to it, it's because I, probably spent about 15 minutes today madly scrolling through the spreadsheet that collects our emails, trying to find people from around the world. We do love hearing from you. Please get in touch. mushroomcasedaily@abc.net.au is our email. If you've got questions about the jury you'd like us to answer for next week, please get in touch. Any other questions as well about the process, about the trial of Erin Patterson, please reach out. Love hearing from you. Love reading your emails. And we'll have time. As the jury retires, you can give me something to do. I'd love to read your emails. You might even get a reply if I find myself particularly bored during deliberations.
And do they have like a couch for us in Malta, perhaps?
I don't know how that works with the ABC gift registry, Rach, but look, send us an email. We're open to it. Also, while I'm asking things of you, I'm a fan of the ABC Listen app. If you want to find yourself with the episodes of Mushroom Case Daily a little sooner than they are on other podcast services, they're up first on ABC Listen about half an hour before they appear on everything else as they work their way through the internet. No idea how it works, but, it works. But yeah, ABC Listen app, wonderful way to listen to Mushroom Case Daily, and a huge amount of other wonderful ABC content available on there. Rach, End of week 9. What are we expecting in week 10?
Monday we'll have the judge's charge and then the jury goes out for deliberations.
Real pointy end stuff here on Mushroom Case Daily and in the trial of Erin Patterson. Be back in your feed on Monday.
Mushroom Case Daily is produced by ABC Audio Studios and ABC News. It's presented by me, Rachel Brown, and producer Stephen Stockwell.
Our executive producer is Claire Rawlinson, and a huge thanks to our true crime colleagues who keep helping us out, our commissioning executive producer Tim Roxburgh and our supervising producer Yasmin Parry. Big thank you as well to senior lawyer Jasmine Sims, our legal queen who provides us with legal advice every single day, and also a shout out to the Victorian newsroom and audio studios manager Eric George. This episode was produced on the land of the Gunai-Kurnai people.
Deeply insightful.
An hour.
1 hour. Deeply personal.
2 mics.
2 microphones.
4 woks going at the same time, one for each hand.
Can you murder him, please?
Hey, what?
Unforgettable stories.
We got hit by a wave and I was just in this sort of penumbra of bubbles, this world of fizz. And it was very beautiful. I didn't notice that I was drowning.
Hear the latest from Conversations. Find it on the ABC Listen app.
Victoria's chief toxicologist has told the triple murder trial his testing revealed traces of death cap mushroom toxins in food samples taken from a bin at Erin Patterson's home. Dimitri Gerastimoulis says he received the samples for analysis a month after the lunch, telling the court he found toxins in both the meat and mushroom paste. The toxins were also detected in vegetable matter taken from the dehydrator Erin Patterson dumped at a local refuse station. Dr Gerastimoulis told the court how much death cap mushroom matter would constitute a lethal dose, saying it was 0.1 milligrams of mushrooms per kilogram, or about 3 tablespoons for a 70-kilo adult. Earlier in the day, a child protection officer told the court she had several conversations with Erin Patterson in the days after the lunch. Katrina Cripps saying Ms Patterson complained that her estranged husband, Simon Patterson, had recently become nasty towards her. He was at times controlling and emotionally abusive, and that he would say things to her that would make her question herself as a mother. Ms Cripps said Ms Patterson described Don and Gail Patterson as the parents she never had, and feared her ex-husband was trying to isolate her from the rest of the family. The court heard Erin Patterson told Ms Cripps she had been trying to reconnect and decided on the beef Wellington from the Recipe Tin Eats cookbook because she wanted to do something new and special. The trial resumes tomorrow, but minus one juror who was discharged this morning by Justice Christopher Beale amid reports he'd discussed the case with family and friends. Sasha Payne, ABC News, Morwell.
Someone handed me a secret recording.
We've got to get rid of all those loose ends, okay?
For years now, I've been investigating this guy.
What, you stab her in the neck with a knife?
He's known as Mr. Big. His tentacles spread to the very heart of the justice system.
I don't just need it under the carpet, I need it to be fixed.
I'm Alicia Bridges. I find out who he really is in Mr. Big, a new true crime podcast from Unravel. Search for Unravel now on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Listen. Podcasts, radio, news, music, and more.
There's an old saying that loose lips sink ships. We're not on a ship, but we're in the middle of a criminal trial, so I'll just tweak it. Loose lips sink jurors. I'm the ABC's court reporter, Christian Silva.
And I'm Stephen Stockwell. It's Thursday the 15th of May and we've just finished the 11th day of this trial. Welcome to Mushroom Case Daily.
The small town mystery that's gripped the nation and made headlines around the world.
Ms. Patterson admits she lied to police about foraging for mushrooms.
A doctor says he told Erin Patterson she could die without urgent treatment.
At the heart of this case will be the jury's interpretation of Erin Patterson's intentions.
It's a tragedy what's happened. I love them.
Christian, it was a dramatic day in court today.
Yes.
Can you give us a quick wrap, bring us up to speed on what we saw?
Stocky, today a juror was kicked off the trial after reports emerged that he had been discussing the case with friends and family in what could be a serious breach of the directions given to the jury by Justice Christopher Beale. A toxicologist also took the stand after sifting through the leftovers from Erin Patterson's bin, and he discussed some of the results from the testing undertaken at his lab. We also heard more about what Erin Patterson allegedly said about the beef Wellington recipe and the mushrooms in it.
Thank you, Christian. Such a dramatic day today in court. We've had, a whole range of emotions and, feelings throughout court, days of laughter, days of, really tense moments, days that have been very emotional. And this morning was just one of shock and disbelief. I think I'd heard the loudest collective gasp I'd ever heard. We had a juror dismissed.
Yeah, we did. This morning, one of the jurors was kicked off the case, and it's a really sickening feeling. When something like this happens, you always fear that, the case could be put at risk or something like that. But Justice Christopher Beale brought the jury in and told them that one of their number was gone. And the reason was that the court had received information that this juror had been communicating about the case with friends and family. And Justice Beale said that information that had been received, that there was a reasonable possibility that it was credible information. So he stressed nothing has been proven, but the jury's now down to 14. If the allegation is true, it is a clear breach of what Justice Beale told this jury at the start of the trial, and that's not to talk about the case with friends and family or with anyone outside of the jury pool. And as I say, a sickening feeling to see a jury member go.
When this was being discussed, I was really worried about what it meant. I was initially worried that we might not be able to continue with the trial.
Yeah, that's always the fear that you have. And to have something like this pop up midway through the trial is certainly not ideal. Thankfully, 15 jurors were empanelled at the start of this trial. There are 3 extra jurors for a reason. This is never the reason you want one to depart, but they're there if someone falls sick or there's a reason why a juror can't continue. Now, of course, at the very end of all the evidence, there will only be 12 who remain. But now, we're down to 14. Not ideal with still a few weeks to go in the trial.
And Christian, the penalties for kind of breaching the Juries Act, for not following the directions you're given as a juror, can be quite severe, can't they?
They can. It's not a laughing matter. And I'll just take you back to the very first day of this trial when the jury was picked. And this is what Justice Beale said to the 15 members of the jury. He said if they discuss the case with others who were not members of the jury, or if the jury did their own research, they would be committing a criminal offence. And he said here, jurors have even been sent to jail for breaching those directions.
Wow.
Incredibly serious.
Yeah, very serious. Once that matter was dealt with this morning, the trial continued. So we heard evidence, as you mentioned earlier, from a few people. And I think the place I'd like to start with, and the place I'd like to kind of begin our conversation on the day's evidence with, is Dimitri Gerostimoulos. He's the head of forensic science at the Victorian Institute of Forensic Medicine. He's the state's chief toxicologist. And I mean, one of the bits of evidence that he found that came quite close to the end of the day, really, like I think within half an hour of us wrapping up actually, was what he found in the leftovers.
Yeah, that's right. And what the doctor found was actually kind of at odds to what another expert found yesterday. So these were the leftovers that were retrieved from Erin Patterson's bin by police in the days after the lunch. So prosecutors claim that Miss Patterson allegedly laced beef Wellingtons with death cap mushrooms and served them up to the guests. That's the allegation. And they claim that Miss Patterson herself did not consume death cap mushrooms. That's the claim. So yesterday we heard from a mycologist, a mushroom expert, Dr. Truong, who examined these same leftovers under a microscope. So this is a visual test. And from what she could see, there were no death cap mushrooms in the leftovers. Those same samples were sent on to what's called VIFM, the Forensic Medicine Institute, and they were subjected to a different set of tests. These are chemical tests, right? And what Dr. Giros Demoulos is looking for are these things called alpha ammanitins and beta ammanitins.
Right.
These are toxins in death cap mushrooms.
Okay.
Right? So what he says is when he's tested some leftover beef Wellington that's been pulled out of these bins, they have actually detected beta ammanitins in samples of mushroom paste and beef.
Right. So not just the paste. So he's got the whole meal there. He's pulling apart the pastry, the mushrooms, and the beef. He hasn't just found it in the paste. He's found traces of that in other parts of that
component of the meal. Yeah.
Right. And I think it was this moment today was, I found really fascinating and quite compelling because it seemed to run just against what we'd heard yesterday from Dr. Truong, who was talking about what she'd found when she was investigating this. And Justice Beale actually jumped in at a point to kind of like help clarify. I'm assuming for the jury's benefit that, look, Dr. Truong was looking through like a visual assessment. She was looking for death cap mushrooms. And what we heard today from Dr. Giros Demoulos was that he was looking on a just totally different level. Like, he explained, I think, that you're not going to be able to see what he found. This is something you can only find by doing tests that he went into a huge amount of detail of, and that I kind of glazed past a bit, I must admit. But yeah, there were the different tests he was doing, liquids, washing things through, chromatology, all of those buzzwords that we heard today. Dr. Giros Demoulos was also talking about the toxins found in the lunch guests as well, and Erin Patterson and her children. What did we hear there?
So like with the testing on the leftovers, samples were also taken from the lunch guests too. So we're talking things like urine samples, hair samples, blood samples, these kinds of things. So he said these toxins were present in samples taken from Don Patterson. They also appeared in samples from Ian Wilkinson. Mr. Wilkinson is the only person from the lunch who survived. He did say that there were no alpha and beta ammanitins found in the bodies of Heather Wilkinson and Gail Patterson, who also died. But I think an important qualification he made about this whole testing process is that the tests produce their best results when the samples are fresh. So he says, if you've consumed death caps and you do a test straight away, the accuracy of that test is going to be much better than if they go and test you 3 or 4 days later, for instance.
Right. Okay.
So we've talked about the lunch guests.
Yep.
He then was asked about Erin Patterson.
Yep. Okay.
And Erin Patterson's test was taken 2 days after the lunch, right? Now, he says no alpha or beta ammanitins were detected in Erin Patterson's samples. He also said that those same toxins were not detected in the samples from her kids. Erin Patterson has said that she served leftovers from the meal to her kids the following night.
Yeah, but that she scraped off some of that food as well. So some of the mushrooms, some of the pastry, we heard that she scraped that off.
That's the story that's been told.
And it's worth pointing out as well that the prosecution is alleging that Erin Patterson ate a different meal to what was served to the lunch guests, that the children ate a different meal than what was served to the lunch guests. So just clarifying.
That is the allegation.
That's the allegation, yeah. As well as hearing from Dr. Giros Demoulos today, we also heard earlier in the day from Katrina Cripps. She's from Child Protection. She actually met Erin Patterson and talked to Erin Patterson on a couple of occasions. Once when she was in hospital at Monash Health, and she also went to her house after she was discharged and spoke to her there, and then on the phone once after that as well. And I want to come to something that Katrina was talking about while giving evidence today, while we're kind of thinking and talking on mushrooms, because during the course of a conversation that she had with Erin at her house, she actually asked Erin quite directly whether she'd foraged for mushrooms for the meal that she cooked for the guests, and Erin just didn't answer.
Yeah, Miss Cripps was one of the many people that had been quizzing Erin Patterson in the days after the lunch about the source of the mushrooms. Now, she said when she sat down with Erin at her house, she directly asked her if any of the mushrooms in the meal had been picked from the wild. She said Miss Patterson did not answer, and I quote, "Erin was looking at her phone," is what Miss Cripps said. Now, Miss Cripps said that Erin Patterson talked about two sources of mushrooms being in this beef Wellington dish, some from Woolworths and some from an Asian grocer from the Oakley or Clayton area. I guess, yeah, you probably got some more questions about that.
Yeah, I do. What else did we hear about the potential source of these mushrooms today?
So when Miss Cripps was talking about this discussion regarding the mushrooms, she said that Erin Patterson told her that these mushrooms, supposedly from the Asian grocer, would add a nice flavour to the beef Wellington. And she said that Erin Patterson had told her she'd actually bought these mushrooms a couple of months earlier, and her original intention was to put them in a carbonara. But when she opened the packet, they had a very strong smell. So Erin Patterson has told her that she put them in a Tupperware container. So she's pulled them out, a few months later, and has told Katrina Cripps that she decided to use them in the beef Wellington and used all of them, actually. When it came to the beef Wellington, Miss Cripps gave more evidence about her discussion with Erin Patterson, and Erin Patterson is said to have told her that the reason she made a beef Wellington was she wanted to try something new and special, and that's why she decided to make the dish.
We had a bit more detail today about the source or the recipe that was used for this. Nagi, one of Australia's favourite recipe authors, makes another appearance in the Erin Patterson trial.
Yeah, Miss Cripps said that Erin Patterson said the recipe had been found in Recipe Tin Eats cookbook. This is the same author who was brought up last week, I think it was, or perhaps the week earlier, when Erin Patterson's Facebook friends testified that many of them were fans of Nagi and her work.
Yep.
So Miss Cripps said that Erin Patterson told her that the meal that was prepared was a beef Wellington with some mashed potato, green beans, and packet gravy. Now, when Dr. Giros Demoulos, his test results were shown on the screen, we actually saw some pictures of the samples that he was analysing, and there was actually a gravy jug and something that appeared to really resemble gravy.
Right, okay. As well as the detail we got today about this meal, about the mushrooms, Miss Cripps also spoke a lot about what Erin told her about her relationship with Don and Gail Patterson. These are the parents of her estranged husband, Simon, and she was talking about how she thought of them like her own parents, really painted a picture of what seemed to be, at least at one point, quite a close relationship with them, that she thought of them like their own parents. I found that really interesting, just how tight they were, at least for that period in time.
This was in the process, I suppose, of telling Miss Cripps a bit about the story of who was at the lunch. And she did say that her relationship with her husband, estranged husband, had gone downhill after their separation in 2015, and that in recent times it had turned nasty. Erin Patterson is said to have told the child protection worker that she felt isolated from Don and Gail Patterson. So these are her in-laws, and that, yeah, she was very fond of them, but was feeling isolated, and that hoped this lunch would be a way to kind of bring them back together. Now, Simon Patterson wasn't in court today and, not able to take the stand to defend allegations that he was nasty or anything like that. But what Simon has previously told the trial is that he and his wife were on speaking terms, and we've seen text messages that do back that up. But he said, look, there had been a growing tension between the two around disputes over their kids' schooling and other financial things.
it was interesting hearing a bit more about those kind of family dynamics and what was happening throughout this period as well. It is, kind of worth mentioning as well that we heard from Katrina Cripps that Erin told her she was considering changing her phone number because she was a bit worried about security. And also you'll notice, as we've been talking about Katrina Cripps, this is a woman from Child Protection. We haven't mentioned the children at all. We are getting a lot of questions about Erin Patterson's children. They're being emailed to mushroomcasedaily@abc.net.au. At this point, the jury hasn't heard anything about Erin Patterson, the location or where Erin Patterson's children are staying. And even if we are told where they, what is happening with that, we will need to be really careful just around some of the laws that we have to follow and be mindful of. So if there's something we can bring you, we will. But just keep that in mind when you're flicking your questions to us. Speaking of questions, Christian, we are getting plenty into the Mushroom Case Daily inbox, mushroomcasedaily@abc.net.au. Got one here from Molly. Lines up today actually quite nicely with some of the evidence that we've heard from Dr. Gerostomoulos. Molly asks, I'm not really clear on how toxic death cap mushrooms are. What is considered a lethal dosage and how does that compare to what is believed that the guests consumed?
Thanks for the question, Molly. So Dr. Dimitri Gerostomoulos spoke about this exact topic of how much is deadly. So I'll just read you the transcript of what he said. So he said for a 70 kilogram adult, it's about 50 grams of these deadly amatoxins that can kill you. Now, he said this estimate is based off studies that have been done on mice, rats and dogs. They're not studies that have been directly derived from humans for obvious reasons, but he said they were very toxic compounds. As for how much exactly the lunch guests consumed, that is obviously a bit more of a difficult task to calculate because you've got a whole bunch of variables there. But in terms of what we know about how much they all ate, Ian Wilkinson and I believe Erin Patterson have said the same story, that Ian and Heather ate one portion each of the beef Wellingtons, and that Gail Patterson ate half, Don ate his serving and half of Gail's. As for how much Erin ate, an important question, Katrina Cripps said that she had been told by Erin that it was approximately half a portion.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Christian. We have another question here from Kate. This is around some of the questioning we heard from the defence yesterday to one of my colleagues, Dr. Tom May, about mushroom identification, how hard it is to identify death cap mushrooms. Kate's question is, Kate's asking or saying, one thing that I'm puzzled about is why the defence is focusing so much on mushroom identification. It kind of feels like they're trying to build the case that Erin mistakenly picked the wrong mushrooms. However, she's always asserted that she purchased them and didn't pick them herself. Have I missed something important here?
Hey, Kate, I don't think you've missed anything. Just like us, we're sitting through this trial, hearing all the evidence kind of being just dumped on us, right? So at the very beginning of the trial, we got some neat openings from the prosecution and from the defence. And now we're getting a whole bunch of information given to us. So I think it will all be neatly wrapped up by both sides at the very end. What we have heard from many people is that Erin Patterson claims that she bought some of the mushrooms from an Asian grocer. And what her defence barrister Colin Mandy also said in his openings was that Erin Patterson admits foraging for mushrooms. He didn't specify when, he didn't specify how, he didn't specify why.
Thank you, Christian, and thank you, Kate. That's a wonderful question. If you have a question that you'd like us to answer on Mushroom Case Daily, send us an email, mushroomcasedaily@abc.net.au, and we'll try and get to it. Also, if you would like to rate and review Mushroom Case Daily on the podcast app you're using, that would be very much appreciated. It helps other people find us. And of course, make sure you grab the ABC Listen app and follow Mushroom Case Daily there. That way you won't miss an update. Christian, what's the plan for tomorrow?
It's only a half day in court and I'm pretty exhausted, to be honest. It's been a pretty dense week and this is pretty normal for trials. You know, you really have to get into the weeds towards the middle of the trial. So congrats to everyone who stuck it through. We're nearly at the end. Dr. Gerostomoulos' evidence is going to continue tomorrow and we'll be wrapping up the week's evidence in our episode tomorrow.
We're back in your feed then.
Mushroom Case Daily is produced by ABC Audio Studios and ABC News. It's presented by me, court reporter Christian Silver, and producer Stephen Stockwell.
Our executive producer is Claire Rawlinson, and many thanks to the Victorian Newsroom and Audio Studios manager Eric George, and our true crime colleagues Tim Roxburgh, Rachel Brown and Yasmin Parry for helping make this show a reality. This episode was produced on the land of the Gunai-Kurnai people.
You've been listening to an ABC podcast. Discover more great ABC podcasts, live radio and exclusives on the ABC Listen app.
Pop culture hot takes are everywhere.
But only one podcast helps you figure out what they really mean.
Stop everything! It's the place for you to unapologetically overthink pop culture.
With me, Beverly Wang.
And me, Hannah Reish.
Find Stop Everything now on the ABC Listen app.
After a marathon 9 weeks of hearings and 53 witnesses, a jury of 12 men and women have begun the process of determining Erin Patterson's fate. Their verdict on each of the 4 charges, 3 counts of murder and 1 count of attempted murder, must be unanimous, guilty or not guilty. Did the accused intend to poison 4 relatives by serving them death cap mushrooms in a beef Wellington lunch on July 29, 2023? Or were the deaths of 3 people, Don and Gail Patterson, and Gail's sister Heather Wilkinson, and the near-fatal illness of Pastor Ian Wilkinson, all a tragic accident? Jurors will deliberate from Monday to Saturday and will be sequestered during their discussions. Justice Christopher Beale spent this morning finalising his instructions, reminding jurors the prosecution does not need to prove a motive. Also telling jury members it's up to them to decide the significance of Ms Patterson's alleged lies, saying they should not reason that just because a person has told a lie, she must be guilty. Justice Beale says jurors may raise questions during their deliberations, but must only discuss the case when they're all together. And although they can each have different reasons for reaching their decisions, the verdict must be unanimous. Members of the Patterson and Wilkinson families, including surviving lunch guest Ian Wilkinson, have closely watched proceedings over the past 2 months. But only jury members know how long the deliberations will take. Erin Patterson has always maintained her innocence. Sasha Payne, ABC News, Morwell. After tip manager Darren Canty got a tip-off from police in August 2023, he found a small electrical item at his South Gippsland facility. The CCTV footage from the Coonawarra transfer station was shown to the jury in Erin Patterson's triple murder trial. It showed a 4-wheel drive arrive at the tip. The female driver walks into a shed with the item and emerges empty-handed. An employee was asked to go and look for the deposited item. It kind of looked like a microwave/dehydrator, Mr Canty told the court. The trial also heard from mushroom researcher Dr Camille Trung, who was asked to identify the leftovers from the lunch, which police had found in Erin Patterson's bin. I opened the package. I saw it was a food item which contained mushrooms inside, Dr Trung said. Did you find any death cap mushroom pieces? Crown Prosecutor Dr Nanette Rogers asked. I didn't, Dr Trung replied. Dr Trung says she kept the sample in her home fridge, taking them to work for further examination the following day, where she again found no evidence of death caps. Under cross-examination, Colin Mandy asked Dr Trung about the likelihood of poisoning occurring using store-bought mushrooms. The information that was available to you, there isn't records of people becoming ill from mushrooms sold in shops, defence lawyer Colin Mandy asked. Exactly, Dr Trung replied. Erin Patterson has always maintained her innocence. Sasha Payne, ABC News, Morwell.
Someone handed me a secret recording.
We've got to get rid of all those loose ends, okay?
For years now, I've been investigating this guy.
What, you stabbed her in the neck with a knife?
He's known as Mr. Big. His tentacles spread to the very heart of the justice system.
I don't just need it under the carpet, I need it to be fixed.
I'm Alicia Bridges. I find out who he really is in Mr. Big, a new true crime podcast from Unravel. Search for Unravel now on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Listen. Podcasts, radio, news, music, and more.
Don't be deceived by a quiet day in the courtroom.
Things are about to ramp up in this epic triple murder trial.
I'm the ABC's court reporter, Christian Silver.
I'm investigative reporter Rachel Brown.
And I'm Stephen Stockwell. It is Friday the 30th of May and we've just finished the 5th week of Erin Patterson's murder trial. Welcome to Mushroom Case Daily.
The small town mystery that's gripped the nation and made headlines around the world.
On the menu was beef Wellington, a pastry filled with beef and a pâté made of mushrooms.
At the heart of this case will be the jury's interpretation of Erin Patterson's intentions.
Erin Patterson has strongly maintained her innocence.
It's a tragedy what's happened. I love them.
We have now been in Morwell covering this trial for over a month. We started out here in autumn. We have now wound our way into winter as the trial has progressed and as the changing of the seasons comes, as does a changing of the hosts. And I am very excited to welcome Rachel Brown, one of the ABC's investigative reporters, to joining us on the pod. Rach, everyone will know your voice so well by now, but it's wonderful to have you joining us for a full episode before you step into Christian's shoes and seat from next week.
Thanks, Stocky. Very excited to join this, especially at the very pointy end.
Yeah, you've timed it incredibly well. But before we get into the episode for today, Christian, can you hit us with the headlines? Take us through what we saw in court.
The lead detective on the case, Stephen Eppingstall, was back in the witness box for, I think it's his 4th day now. He was taken by the defence to more of Erin Patterson's phone records. These included some messages that we hadn't seen before between her and the extended Patterson family. These messages showed a different side to Erin and a fondness that appeared to exist between Miss Patterson and her relatives.
Thank you, Christian. We started today with Justice Christopher Beale, the judge who's presiding over this case, thanking the jury for their patience. There were some legal discussions this morning as we get into the final witness, the informant, Stephen Eppingstall. And one of the things, as you mentioned in your daily wrap, that was kind of a feature of today were these extra messages that we saw from Erin.
Not just the messages, we got into some of the phone activity on the phone, which has been dubbed Phone B, and we can go into this and explain it a little bit more. But I think it was kind of continuing on from a theme from yesterday where the defence was producing messages from Erin Patterson's devices which paint her in a different light to what the prosecution had done.
Because originally some of the messages we saw from Erin Patterson's devices, the ones that were presented by the prosecutions, seemed to paint this just not the most collegiate of family relationships between Erin Patterson and her in-laws.
The messages that the prosecution took the jury to were messages where Erin was talking to her friends and complaining, allegedly, about the Patterson family. And that's what the prosecution highlighted. We remember some of the language that was used in those messages, but the defence was keen to highlight another set of messages, and these are some of the group chat conversations. So this is a chat that involves Erin Patterson, Simon Patterson, her estranged husband. He's a member of the group. You've got Don and Gail Patterson as well. And we didn't see all of their messages. A lot of it kind of fairly mundane, things about picking up kids' books, and we saw an exchange between Erin and Don talking about Erin's son and how Don has offered to give him some tutoring, and Erin's very appreciative of that and says, you know, the boy would love this. And what the defence was showing was these sort of positive relations that Erin was having with her relatives. We can go to some of the messages, and these are in the 2 years before the lunch, or even coming up actually quite close. to the lunch. There's a message about how Erin's son has got to go in for a surgery, and then there's some well wishes from the grandparents, and then some messages about, I mentioned the tutoring.
Yep.
Also, we have messages where Erin Patterson wishes Gail Patterson a happy Mother's Day. And let's read the messages here. Gail Patterson writes to Erin on the 8th of May 2022. Happy Mother's Day, Erin. May God bless you. Love, Don and Gail. And the court was shown Erin's reply, and it said, thanks, Gail. Happy Mother's Day to the best mum-in-law anyone could ask for. Kiss, kiss, hug, hug. And then Gail writes back, very kind of you. Kiss, hug. So it's showing the defence trying to remind the jury that there have been moments when Erin and her in-laws have gotten along quite well.
Yeah, that's quite a sweet message. And like the phones have been a key part of this week. They continue to be a big part of today. I mean, we heard earlier in the week about the phones that were handed over to police, a phone that the prosecution alleges wasn't Erin Patterson's primary phone being given to police during a search, other phones that weren't recovered. But we learned a bit more about some of these phones today.
So the allegation that police are making is that essentially Erin Patterson gave them a dummy phone with a SIM card that had barely been used for proper phone activity. So the court was taken to some records about this phone, which has been dubbed Phone B. It's a Samsung phone. And we saw some of the text messages that this phone received a few days after the lunch has taken place. And these are messages that are indicative of a phone that's just being set up. Because, when you go to set up your new accounts for various things, you've got the, is it the two-factor authentication or whatever, that thing where you get an SMS and you've got to enter a code. So it appears that this phone has received a bunch of these from places that look like MyGov, Centrelink. There was a place called Hot Dough, and this was, again, a slightly odd moment in court. And Stephen Eppingstall, the informant, the lead detective on the case, was asked by Colin Mandy, Hot Dough, is that Hot Doc? And Hot Doc is a, for people who aren't familiar with it, kind of like an online doctor's, you can make like medical bookings and things like that through Hot Doc. But the thing on the call charge record said Hot Dough, and Stephen Eppingstall replied, well, could be Hot Donut. And he said apps are named some funny things, but I think he did concede it's probably Hot Doc.
Probably not doing two-factor authentication for hot donuts.
Probably not. There were other entries for things like PTV, which is the public transport system, PayPal and Apple, apparently some Telstra ones, Amazon, these kinds of things. And Stephen Eppingstall was asked, is this consistent with somebody who's activating a new phone? And he says, yes, it appears to be. But then all of this is kind of leading to factory resets. And as we've said earlier in this podcast, that this is the phone that police say was given to them, but it was factory reset a number of times in the week after the lunch. So this phone is set up sort of by the text messages looking like the 3rd and 4th of August. Police allege it was factory reset on the 5th of August when the police were actually in Erin's house, and then factory reset one more time while the phone is allegedly in the custody of police. So Colin Mandy, the defence barrister, asked Mr. Eppingstall if that phone was wiped after it was set up around the 3rd and the 4th of August. I think the point he was trying to get to is how much would you have lost?
Yep.
And Stephen Eppingstall, while not a phone expert, appeared to concede, well, you would just lose what has been put onto the phone in that period between the last resets. So in this case, it would just be a couple of days.
If you want to hear a bit more about some of those resets, what the police found in Erin Patterson's home, check out our episodes from this week, particularly Wednesdays and Thursdays episodes. That'll bring you up to speed. This week as well, we heard a lot about the searching of Asian grocers in Melbourne. We heard from the prosecution that Erin Patterson told them that she had bought mushrooms from an Asian grocer and they were used in the meal, and when people died after eating that meal, there was fears for where those mushrooms might have come from. And so a search of Asian grocers was done. We heard from Sally Ann Atkinson, who's from the Victorian Health Department in Public Health, trying to track that down. And we got the results of that investigation. And Rach, it was really interesting kind of hearing the links that they went to try and track down, the source of these mushrooms.
Yeah, pretty frantic search through Melbourne suburbs like Oakleigh, Mount Waverley, to try to track the store that they thought Erin is saying that she bought them from. And, if you remember at the time, there was fear about mushrooms in the community, and sales went down. And so there was a very concerted effort by the health department to figure out what store she's talking about. We need to get there to check if it was an isolated incident or not.
Yeah, and there was a point where, there's a point between Mount Waverley and Glen Waverley. I've forgotten which one they visited, but one of them they didn't, one of them they did. And there were questions asked, should we go to the suburb that we haven't gone to? And Rach, Sally Ann Atkinson suggested they should, go to the suburb that's like the one that I've forgotten. But they never did.
Yeah, so they checked Mount Waverley.
There we go, thank you.
Which is what they thought was initially said. And then at the end, after another conversation with Erin Patterson, she said, have you checked Glen Waverley? And so Sally Ann Atkinson from the health department said she passed that information on. But I also remember from the inspector who was doing, the foraging of the neighbourhood, shall we say, it was put to him, did you check Glen Waverley? And he said, no, that was never suggested to me, and so I wrapped up my investigation. So when I heard that, I thought, well, that message has been lost somewhere along the line. I'm not sure where.
Yeah, it's
As someone who grew up in Glen Waverley, nothing grates you more than when someone confuses your suburb for Mount Waverley. Just putting that out there.
It's been a huge week in this trial. We were talking last week a lot of technical evidence. This week, we were talking about the the SIM cards, the searches, all of this. Christian, what is the moment from this week that has sort of stuck with you in your mind?
Stocky, for me, it's Erin Patterson's police interview, getting to see that footage for the first time. And as we mentioned, the jury has seen Erin Patterson sitting in the dock for 5 weeks now, but given the way the legal system works, they've not heard from her, which is completely normal. But this was the first time they get to really see and hear Erin for an extended period. They get to look at things like the body language, the eye contact, just the way she answers questions. And this is an interview 1 week after the lunch, and it's at a time when Heather Wilkinson and Gail Patterson have died, and Don is slipping very close to death, and obviously Ian Wilkinson would be very sick as well. And what we saw in that police interview, among many things, but to me what I think I'll remember is we saw Erin Patterson's lies. And these were admitted lies. It's lies that the defence concedes that she made. So you're talking about the lie about the food dehydrator. So Erin Patterson tells police a week after the lunch that she doesn't own a food dehydrator, but concedes she has a manual for one in her kitchen. And then she also says that she's never foraged for mushrooms before, and she shakes her head very definitively. And we know both of those things are lies. We know the dehydrator was something Erin Patterson owned because we saw the footage of Erin dumping it at the local landfill. So the defence concedes that. And the defence also concedes that she has foraged for mushrooms before. Colin Mandy said so in his openings to the jury at the very beginning of the trial.
Yeah. Rach, what has been sticking in your mind after the last 5 days of evidence?
Same for me, Erin's police interview, but for different reasons. It was interesting to hear her talk at length for the first time. We've only heard little bits and pieces. But yeah, in a different way for me, it was interesting the section where she was talking about her in-laws, because you've got to remember during this trial, we've heard from her Facebook friends, we've heard that the language, quite confrontational language, frustration from Erin, that Don and Gail refused to adjudicate a childcare support payment issue. So we saw all of that, and as we learned this week, we've only seen very selected messages, that we didn't see the responses from the friends that came back that sparked more messages from her explaining it further. So we've only seen that kind of vein, that she was frustrated with them at the end of 2022. But it was interesting in this police interview, the bit that stuck with me, it was the first time we heard from her mouth her talking about her relationship. And she was saying things like, both my parents are gone, my grandparents are gone, so this was the only family that I've got, the only grandparents that my kids had, and they were important to me. And she said to the detective, Simon hated that I had that relationship, but I loved them. And there's nothing that he's ever done to me that will change that. And that has stuck in my mind for this week, as we're going into the pointy end, when the jury will have to be thinking about intent and motive and issues like that, even though I should remind listeners, at the very beginning, the prosecution did say that they won't be offering up any motive in this trial.
The moment that I have found myself thinking about quite a lot, actually, we heard about the police searches of Erin Patterson's home, and the moment that I come back to is the very start of that police search, where they go to the Erin Patterson's door and they knock on the door and they say they're from the homicide squad, and they say, we're here because 2 people have died. And Erin says, who died? She's not aware that Heather Wilkinson and Gail Patterson have passed away. No one from the family has told her at that point. And that to me just seems like such a hard thing to have to deal with in a moment like that. That would be the first you're hearing of it, the police are at your house, they are then searching your house, and you're sitting at a kitchen table while they go through your property in that moment. So that's something I've thought about a bit, again, hearing about that. It's something that comes up in the police interview as well. They talked about it briefly in that. So yeah, that's the thing that I think has just stuck with me from this moment as well.
And the other thing from that police search that I think I'm going to remember is the 2 photos that were shown to the court relating to mobile phones. And this is something that the jury will have to decide exactly what it means. And one was a picture of what the police allege is a phone that Erin Patterson was using on the 31st of July, so 2 days after the lunch. It's been stripped from some CCTV footage from the Leongatha Hospital, and you can see what appears to be a phone in a phone case. And then you've got another picture shown to the jury from the Saturday, so 1 week after the lunch, where Erin is handing over a phone to a police officer. And Prosecutor Jane Warren said it will be, up to the jury to decide whether those 2 phone cases are the same phone cases, and implying, is that the same phone? That's up to the jury. I just thought that was a good visual. I find visual things stick in my mind, and that was one of them.
Yeah, same for me as well. And I think that moment in particular, where there's this sort of deferral almost to the jury, has happened in a number of occasions, and I find that kind of this is a matter for the jury, and they sort of swing it over, in a way that's very obvious for them to kind of make a decision of, but is still unspoken. I've found that very interesting, as we've seen that a few times through this trial. And as this trial progresses, we are sitting with the final prosecution witness right now, and I want to take this opportunity, while I've still got you, Christian, here, and I've got Rach, you on the pod as well, to kind of wrap through the prosecution's case to this moment, because we're not going to get really an opportunity to do this again on the pod before we start moving into closings and the like. So, Rachel, I want to hit some of the kind of key moments of the prosecution case with you. And I think one of the ones that came out to us really early were the different coloured plates that this lunch was served on at Erin Patterson's house in late July 2023.
Yeah, and as Christian said with the pink phone case, visual things do stick with people. And in Ian Wilkinson's mind, he remembers from the lunch 4 grey plates that he and his wife and Don and Gail ate from. And he remembers an orangey, tanny, smaller, separate plate that he remembers Erin Patterson eating from. And much has been made about these plates, as you know. And we were shown photos during the week of plates in Erin Patterson's drawer, but they had a red surface.
The plates are important in this situation because we're talking about individual servings of beef Wellington with poisonous mushrooms in that meal. And so what did we hear? I mean, I guess what I'm interested in is, how was that challenged? How was that recollection from Ian Wilkinson challenged?
Yeah, it's all about differentiation, isn't it? So 4 grey plates went to 4 people that got incredibly sick and 3 of them died. And Ian remembers Erin eating from a different plate, and then Erin didn't get as sick as these 4 people. That's the issue here.
But then from a defence point of view, when the defence was questioning Ian Wilkinson, though, they were really trying to test his memory as to whether there was an orange plate. And Ian also clearly described the other 4 plates as being grey and uniform. And the defence was also asking him, are you sure they were uniform? Could they have been mismatched?
And do you remember from Simon Patterson's evidence very early, about 1 billion years ago, when he said that, I've got a plate like that. I've got a plate with a drawing on it that my daughter
Colourful.
made at Kinder. And we did see a plate with a drawing on it in photos at Erin Patterson's house that reminded me of Simon's comment, but that was a white plate. So we've been hearing about lots of plates and lots of different colours.
And we haven't seen plates that match the description from Ian Wilkinson in any of the photos that police brought back from searches of Erin Patterson's house.
That's correct, and that was confirmed this week.
And on that whole conversation about, did it or didn't happen, is the Asian grocers as well that we were just talking about. And that, Rach, it seems to be another point of contention between the defence and prosecution.
Yeah, they were scrounging around streets in Clayton, Oakley and Mount Waverley. Then at the end of all that investigation, we finally get have you looked in Glen Waverley? That message, it seems, either was passed on and nothing was done, or wasn't passed on, because no Asian grocers in Glen Waverley were searched, and a street name came up, Kingsway in Glen Waverley, that Erin Patterson mentioned are Asian grocers that she perhaps would have shopped at. Why they weren't checked, we're not sure. But all we know is that the defence has not backed away from that. It's not backing away from the fact that Erin says she bought dried mushrooms sliced from an Asian grocer.
And let's just be clear where the prosecution stands on the Asian grocer thing. The prosecution says this is a complete lie. This Asian grocer thing is nonsense. It's a complete fabrication. It's been the prosecution position from the beginning that this is a total furphy, and the evidence that they have pointed to is what we talked about earlier today. The investigation into stores in this area where the council worker went to, according to the health department, no proof of death cap mushrooms being sold there. They also looked into the supply chains in Woolworths, because that was another alleged source of mushrooms in the beef Wellington. And we heard evidence this week that no death caps being sold by Woolworths either. So this is a huge point of contention here, because the prosecution says this Asian grocery thing is nonsense.
Yeah, and when we're speaking about mushrooms, the other thing we've heard a lot about through the trial so far are visits to the iNaturalist website, which is a website, a citizen science website, where you can look at all sorts of flora and fauna, and in particular the item on there that the prosecution has referred us to a number of times is Amanita phalloides, which is death cap mushrooms, and visits to those pages. And then also, in line with those visits to those pages, the prosecution alleging that a phone belonging to Erin Patterson then travelled to those locations shortly after visiting them. And what are the challenges to some of those visits, Rach?
Yeah, so the prosecution alleges that Erin Patterson visited Loch and Outram in April and May 2023, allegedly to source death cap mushrooms. That's where they're going. They're saying she looked at these posts, she found they were growing there, and so she went to these sites. The challenge is obviously proving she was there, so that's why the prosecution has used the evidence of Dr. Matthew Sorrell, who has tracked her phone and found, days where it hit certain towers that could potentially put her phone in these 2 locations. But of course, Dr. Sorrell has been pressed in cross-examination by Colin Mandy, SC. Well, how can you be absolutely sure? Maybe she was somewhere else, but it pinged off this tower. Yeah. And so we've heard, haven't we, Christian? We've heard a lot of mobile phone evidence and cell tower evidence and base station evidence.
And what it all boils down to is you can make spreadsheets, tables, you can analyse as much data as you like, but none of it can definitively put someone in a certain place at a certain time and tell you what they were doing. It is not evidence that is as strong as something like CCTV, for instance.
It's interesting listening to all the challenges around evidence like the location evidence. And then also when you have visits to certain websites on certain devices, the challenges around who has been using certain devices at what times and who has access to those phones, right, Rach?
Yeah, you talked about the shell game. Was it yesterday, Stocky?
Yeah.
That to me is a perfect way of describing it, because we've learned about different SIM numbers, different handsets, and SIMs that have gone into different handsets on certain days, and factory resets of certain phones. Like, my brain was exploding when we were trying to work out a flow chart. And it's interesting who you ask. You know, the prosecution might say, well, in the days after the fatal lunch, Erin Patterson switching SIM cards into other phones, the prosecution would allege is suspicious. But we're currently, at the moment, in the middle of Colin Mandy SC's cross-examination, where he will be testing that.
Yeah.
Testing the times, testing the days, testing what else might have been going on with those phones that might suggest a different reason for that behaviour.
It's not just the use of those phones in certain times, though. It's also things that are missing, according to the police. Let's not go through the exercise of trying to remember which phone's which, but at the end of the day, what's missing, according to the police, is the primary phone, dubbed Phone A. Police say they haven't recovered that. Police also said they haven't recovered the SIM card, which they believe was Erin's primary SIM card, which ended up in a different phone, according to the police. And when police went to Erin Patterson's house in November 2023, some 3 months after the lunch, they say they didn't recover what was then her primary phone at that time either, a Nokia. So you've got 2 missing phones and a SIM card.
Yeah, but to counter that, we saw photos yesterday of that search in August 2023 and Colin Mandy picking out, you know, something black on a windowsill, and he said to Detective Eppenstall, "Do you think that's a phone? Did you take that?" And he said, "Oh, I don't know." And no, we didn't take it. So I think those kind of things will be interrogated to come.
And I mean, the reason that this trial is underway is because of the deaths of 3 people and a 4th who got incredibly sick. And we've heard so much about their medical care, what happened, as doctors were trying to save their lives, but also about Erin's medical care as well, right, Christian?
The medical evidence felt like it went for a whole week, and it was a lot of really, really technical stuff. But I think what I remember quite clearly is seeing the footage of Erin Patterson arriving at the Leongatha Hospital 2 days after the lunch has taken place. And by this point, the other 4 lunch guests are all in hospital, various hospitals at that time. They're all getting quite sick. And you see the footage of Erin Patterson turning up at the hospital and then leaving the hospital really quickly, discharging herself against medical advice, and then coming back 2 hours later. And we heard all about how she was treated and how she was tested and all the concerns that the doctors had for her, and how allegedly Erin was kind of not interested in hearing it and reluctant to receive treatment, and reluctant for her kids to also get treatment despite fears that they may have ingested a deadly toxin that could kill them. And eventually, when we stepped through all of the medical records and all of the testing, we get to this final conclusion where Erin Patterson's discharged within a couple of days, released, free to go home. And the others just keep getting worse and worse and worse. And just seeing the difference between one set of people and the other person.
And of course, the defence will say, well, Erin was sick. She just wasn't as sick. Both her children testified in video statements that they spoke to their mum on that weekend, and Erin said she'd been having diarrhoea since the Saturday night. We've heard evidence that different bodies metabolise toxins in different ways. So if you're younger, if you're heavier, if you've had pre-existing health conditions, all of those contribute to how you're going to metabolise certain toxins. So we've heard a lot about that as well. Did Erin eat her whole meal? She says she was chatting for most of it. She has said she had very distressing news to tell her in-laws, which was the news about cancer. So all of that could have contributed to her potentially not eating as much, the defence says, or how it affected her body.
Yeah, and as we find our way to the end of the prosecution case, we have heard from 50 plus witnesses at this point. It has been a huge number of people who have appeared in court, stood in the witness box to give evidence in this trial. And these, as well as being people who are providing evidence in a case, are also individuals. They are people in their own right. They have their quirks and their own ways of expressing themselves. And Rach, I'm wondering who of the witnesses we've seen in the witness box have stood out to you, or that you find yourself thinking back to?
When you say quirks, that just made me think of Christine McKenzie and her taking photos of mushrooms because they're beautiful, and her love of fungus. The Facebook mates that all kind of gathered around Erin Patterson was sharing stories about their kids and their families, their lives. And then this week, Stephen Eppenstall, the informant, calling everyone sir and ma'am. Very reverent.
Yeah. Christian, what about yourself?
For me, I think it's Ian Wilkinson. I think with this trial, there's only two people who were at this lunch who are still alive. It's Erin Patterson and it's Ian Wilkinson. And that's why I'm really honed in on Ian Wilkinson. Also the fact that he has been coming to court. He has been there for about half of this trial, hearing all the evidence and absorbing it, some of it really technical stuff about, his health conditions, but then also other things that must be incredibly emotional, hearing about his wife and others who he loved who passed away at that lunch. So I think seeing him in the court is a constant reminder that this all comes back to this lunch.
Yeah. And hearing a doctor say about him, we thought he was going to die.
Yeah, yeah. And I think that kind of human side of it, for me, was really brought back to it by the video interviews we saw with Erin Patterson's children. Seeing people in the witness box, the way that the conversations happen in the courtroom are really cold and unemotional. And those two interviews were done in a very different way. They were done at a police station in a room that's just done for set up for interviews with children. And there was just a different amount of emotion, and there was a vulnerability, I think, that we saw from them as well that we haven't seen in the courtroom as much with the video and the people who were standing physically in the witness box. And the other person is Tom May, Funky Tom, the man as he was called to the witness box. We had to wait because he had gone for a walk outside, potentially a forage, we don't know. But just as someone who has just kind of captured my imagination somewhat, just such a personable person. Such a personable man to have in that witness box giving evidence. And yeah, that's one of the kind of lighter moments, I suppose, of what we've seen so far. Christian, do you have a moment that has brought a smile to your face?
Well, I think with people like Tom May, it's the infectious enthusiasm they have for what we consider to be a niche topic, but to them, that's their whole life. So anyway, I agree with you, Tom May, very memorable person from this trial. It is incredibly serious, a triple murder trial. It's no laughing matter, but when you're locked in a room with 50 odd people for 6 weeks, there are jokes that do come out. Maybe it's a bit of the gallows humor, I don't know, but there are lighter moments, and that is why sometimes our pod has lighter moments too. We think that we reflect what's going on in the courtroom as well. So yeah, thinking about a couple, probably Ian Wilkinson sitting in his chair in the witness box and how the gas in the chair kept going and he would slide down and they'd have to fix that. That was slightly humorous to me.
And Christopher Beale, the judge in this trial, saying, "Don't worry, we do it to all the witnesses," getting a big laugh in the courtroom.
Yep. I think back to another thing that Justice Beale said, when he sometimes asks questions for the benefit of the jury, what is software was a question that I quite liked.
Yeah, and I was surprised with the interactivity of the jury, shall we say. I've never seen it before. Sometimes they speak back, not rudely to the judge, but another time we were going through a list of columns and rows of numbers. And there was a question about what the last row meant. And one juror piped up, I know what it is. I don't think that's the point, but thanks for playing,
I think it speaks to Justice Christopher Beale going out of his way to make the jury feel really comfortable and in a position where they feel like they can ask questions.
Although a funny moment this week when the jury went out for a break, and when they came back in, they left one of their own in the jury room, locked him out.
Only 13 came back.
That's all right. He was allowed in the end, so we got there. Christian Rach, thanks for a wonderful pod today. We're going to run through a few questions. Mushroom Case Daily at abc.net.au is where you can get to us. But before we do, I want to just give a quick shout out to Ollie, who got in touch with our executive producer, Claire Rawlinson, this week to let her know that he is sitting at home refreshing his podcast app, waiting for our episodes to drop in the evening. I didn't realise it was out already on the ABC Listen app. The ABC Listen app, you can catch episodes of Mushroom Case Daily about half an hour before they pop up on your other podcast services. So jump on to your relevant app store, grab yourself the ABC Listen app and hit follow on Mushroom Case Daily so you get us as soon as we are out in the World Wide Web. Today, just a couple of questions. We've been a big episode, so I won't go too long. But first up, a question here from Steph and Hannah, listening from Monbulk. Love the pod. Thank you, Steph. Thank you, Hannah. Their question is around some of the things we were talking about today with the mobile phone resets. It's something that we talked about a lot this week. Their question is, can the prosecution prove it was Erin that performed the phone factory resets?
Well, they're certainly trying. We'll hear more about that next week, I assume. But I guess it will be looking at things like access to the phone at certain times, whether it was only her that had access. Those are generally the types of things that pops up in trials, but it will be one of those ones that will be bounced to the jury and they will have to decide that, whether she was the only person that could have performed those factory resets.
Thank you, Rach. Thank you, Steph and Hannah. And today's entry in more of a statement. This is an email from Evan. He says, hey, Mushroom Case Daily, I heard Christian express shock during Thursday's pod at hearing a listener wanted to drive 3 hours to be in the courtroom. A couple of weeks ago, I drove from Sydney to Morwell, 9.5 hours, to sit in on 2 days of the trial. Christian, are you eating your words?
Wow, that is incredible dedication, Evan. And I hope those 2 days that you sat in were days with compelling evidence. I hope it was worth the trip. Yeah, I am actually, because I didn't realise this when I was outside the court this morning at about 8:30, which is quite a bit earlier than I normally go. I'm one of those people that tends to rock up at the last minute. I saw a pretty big line outside court, and this was at 8:30, and I was with a colleague, a cameraman from the ABC, and he said, mate, they've been here since before 7.
Wow.
And this is because there is just not that many seats for the public in the courtroom, and people are very, very keen. So if the line's this big now, I am scared to think what the lines will be like when it comes to the prosecution and defence closing their case, possibly next week.
You're getting out of town just before it starts to get really busy, Christian. Very well timed. Thank you for all the questions that you're sending to us, mushroomcasedaily at abc.net.au. Please get in touch if there's something you're wondering about with the pod. There's a question you would like answered, as well as all the wonderful questions. We've got people listening all over the world. We're getting emails from all sorts of wonderful places. I want to do a quick around the grounds if you're around to help me with this one, Rach. I'm going to start off with Sandy, listening from the Philippines, snorkeling in 29-degree water, escaping the Victorian winter.
We've got Julia near Innsbruck in Austria.
Michael is also listening from the Austrian Alps. He has been discussing the case in his German class, taught by Lisa. Shout out to Lisa's German class. And they've been learning lots of new vocab through this trial.
We've got Christine from Napier, New Zealand, and Deb in New Zealand as well.
Luna in Canada.
Sharon in Manhattan, New York.
Beck and Connor, who are on holiday in Sweden. Beck has actually been listening to the pod since we started, Christian. But Connor overheard, I think, last Thursday's episode, so they now binged the whole series as they've been driving around Europe.
We've got another listener, me in Lithuania, Sandy in Ireland, who's also driving around with mates, Michaela, interesting spelling of Michaela, in South Carolina, and a special shout out to all of our listeners in regional Australia as well. there have been so many of you following this case.
As people living in a regional Australian town, I feel a connection to everyone who gets in touch from one of the many cities and towns that is outside of a centre. Christian, as we farewell you, we have had so many messages of well wishes sent in overnight, and as requested, some baby names.
Here we go.
Just want to run through some of these. First one, Tom if it's a boy, May if it's a girl. From Leonie, Julian if it's a boy, and Leonie if it's a girl.
Not bad.
Marty has suggested Amanita. Michelle has a baby called Bowie, and she thinks it's so good. She's offered that one up as well. Caroline has suggested Fox. Matt has suggested Phalloides. Maybe Philly is a better way to go with that one. Someone also suggested Stocky, which I was quite flattered by, but I understand if that's there's a reluctance there.
I will take it on board. And it will be a matter for the silver jury.
Congrats, Christian. It's been so great hearing you on the pod and crystallising really dense information for our transfixed listeners. But I have to say I'm excited to take it on myself. This next phase is going to be the most intense.
Oh, yeah. This final part of the case is really interesting. We've been going through the evidence. I feel like sometimes it's a bit of a slog as we go through it. So if you're stuck through this part, then it is somewhat satisfying in that final week when you hear the cases all put together by the defence and the prosecution, and then there's just like the nervous anticipation as you wait for that verdict to come in, and the verdict itself, that's just off the charts. So I will also be very, very keen to hear how it all pans out.
As you're waiting for your own little bundle.
Yes.
All the best for the next chapter, Christian.
Oh, thanks so much. I'd also like to say thank you so much to my lovely wife and family, and most of all, the listeners who've got in touch. I mean, I don't think we expected this to quite get the following that it has, but we are so appreciative. And it's not just the people who write in, it's also the people who come up to us in court to say hello. We really, really appreciate it.
Yeah, Christian, it has been an absolute joy to make this podcast with you over the last little while. It was your idea at the very start, so it's been great to be able to put this together, to bring it to life and work with you on this. So thank you so much for being a part of it and being it here. For everyone listening, we've really been blown away by the interest everyone has shown in this podcast and the working of the justice system through the trial. You know, if you're emailing, if you're getting in touch, we do hear from you, even if we don't reply directly. And something that we have been thinking about a bit is what we do with this feed and this podcast after the Patterson trial is finished. And so mushroomcasedaily at abc.net.au, what would you like us to do? We've got some ideas in the work. We want to hear from you. So please get in touch. In the meantime, we'll be back in your feed on Monday and every day of this trial.
Mushroom Case Daily is produced by ABC Audio Studios and ABC News. It's presented by me, investigative reporter Rachel Brown, ABC Court reporter Christian Silver, and producer Stephen Stockwell.
Our executive producer is Claire Rawlinson, and a big thank you to our colleagues in the Victorian newsroom and audio studios manager Eric George, and also our true crime colleagues Tim Roxburgh and Yasmin Parry for helping make this show a reality.
Thanks to our senior lawyer, our legal queen, Jasmine Sims, for her wonderful advice every single day. This episode was produced on the land of the Gunai-Kurnai people.
If you like your true crime podcasts with real investigative journalism, you'll love Unravel. Unravel is the ABC podcast that investigates a new case each season. It's won podcast awards, journalism awards, and it's had millions of downloads. Unravel will have your headphones glued to your ears. Search for the Unravel podcast now for award-winning true crime. You can find it on the ABC Listen app. Someone handed me a secret recording.
We've got to get rid of all those loose ends, okay?
For years now, I've been investigating this guy.
What, you stab her in the neck with a knife?
He's known as Mr. Big. His tentacles spread to the very heart of the justice system.
I don't just need it under the carpet, I need it to be fixed.
I'm Alicia Bridges. I find out who he really is in Mr. Big, a new true crime podcast from Unravel. Search for Unravel now on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Listen. podcasts, radio, news, music, and more.
Ask yourself, what's more likely? I'm ABC investigative reporter Rachel Brown.
And I'm Stephen Stockwell. It is Friday, the 20th of June. We have just finished the 8th week of this trial. Welcome to Mushroom Case Daily.
The small town mystery that's gripped the nation and made headlines around the world.
On the menu was beef Wellington, a pastry filled with beef and a pate made of mushrooms.
At the heart of this case will be the jury's interpretation of Erin Patterson's intentions.
Erin Patterson has strongly maintained her innocence.
It's a tragedy what's happened. I love them.
Rach, this week we have had two versions of a story told to the jury in Erin Patterson's triple murder trial. We have had the prosecution laying out what they say has happened, what the evidence should point the jury to, an image of a woman who should be found guilty, in their words, of murder. And then we've had the defence's version, which paints a very different picture of what they believe has happened, what the evidence points to, what the evidence doesn't point to, I suppose, maybe a stronger way of doing that. All of the closing arguments, the kind of moments that pull together the threads of the evidence over the course of the 8 weeks of this trial. We've spoken about this so much, this kind of like, that we didn't know where they were going to be going with a lot of these stories until this moment.
Yeah, both of them dropping lots of seeds along the way. Colin Mandy, SC, doing it in a way that he cross-examined certain witnesses. The prosecutor, Dr. Nanette Rogers, SC, laying groundwork with certain witnesses that she would return to later with others.
Yeah. There's been so much that has happened over the last 5 days of this trial, such big moments. And there's a lot that we're going to get to in this episode. I want to wrap up kind of the main threads of this week. The court hasn't sat today. It's been a day off. Justice Beale yesterday letting the jury know that they'll have Friday and Monday off as he works in his judge's charge. So we have decided to make our way into our studio anyway, just to give you this wrap, because there's a few things, again, that I want to wrap up, hitting a few points around the kind of like the dueling motives or the motive and the anti-motive, some of the timelines that have been spelt out by the prosecution and also countered by the defence. Also, importantly, how Erin Patterson was as she was kind of sitting in the room hearing this evidence or hearing these arguments presented about her. There's so much I want to get through, Rach, but I think to start it, one of the threads I didn't expect to hear this week, or I didn't expect to kind of come up, was this idea of empathy and what the jury should do with that.
Yeah, this is a really important one, Stocky. You and I have spoken a bit about this over the course of this series, that the courtroom is really no place for feeling. And unfortunately, we're humans, we're not robots. It's inevitable, but especially in a courtroom. The jury will be told this during the charge, but we've already started to hear a bit of this from the prosecutor and the defence barrister, is, you need to put aside sympathy or bias. Dr. Nanette Rogers, SC, told the jury, don't let your emotional response to these allegations cloud your judgment. Don't feel sorry for the accused, but also don't have any bias against her. You mightn't want to believe that anyone is capable of acts like this, that they're too horrible and cold and beyond comprehension. But Nanette Rogers, SC, said push all that aside, that this is not the place for that.
Yeah, it was interesting, as you're talking through there about what Nanette Rogers was saying, she did this whole thing about a jigsaw. We spoke about that earlier this week and also on our Thursday episode yesterday, about how there's this kind of like bigger picture they need to look at, take out the individual pieces and just look at the big picture of what the evidence points you towards. Don't let your emotion kind of lean you one way or the other.
That's true. And she said, if you get stuck on a particular piece, just, leave it essentially and step back and look at the bigger picture. I mentioned the other day, it gave me the idea of an impressionist painting. Up close it's a real mess. Apologies, Manet and Monet and all of them, but you need to step back to get an appreciation of what the picture actually is.
Yeah.
Colin Mandy, SC, told the jury along the same lines to do that also.
It was interesting, Nanette Rogers kind of going on this whole line about, don't don't let the sympathy or bias influence you in this. This is towards the end of her her closing address, I think, on Tuesday morning, and then shortly after this, Colin Mandy SC, the defence barrister, gets up, kind of goes again straight into this whole empathy vibe, where they should be thinking, what they should be thinking with, I think is what they want the jury doing.
Colin Mandy earlier in the week also made the point that you need to put aside sympathy and prejudice, and he spoke what I think was touched on at the beginning but hasn't really been returned to since, because of the fact, as I just said, a courtroom is no place for feelings. But he called it out earlier this week, and he said 3 people died and 1 very nearly died, and that's Ian Wilkinson, who's been there most days of this trial, Stocky.
Yep.
And Colin Mandy said it's a terrible tragedy for those people and their families and everyone who knew them.
Yep.
There's no escaping that. Ian Wilkinson is a good and a kind person, and there's every reason to believe that Don and Gail and Heather were as well. And they were good to Erin Patterson and her family. He called it out. He said there's been a lot of sadness in this courtroom, and God, we've watched it. There has been. And he said they're still grieving their losses, and it's a natural response to be moved by that, he told the jury. And it's natural to feel like whoever caused their deaths must be held to account. But he said this is no place for retribution nor revenge. And, you need to kind of put aside what's in your hearts, because that has no bearing on the facts. And I think that will form, as it does with most judges' charges that I've heard in the past, that will form a cornerstone of what Justice Beale will tell the jury next week when he gives his charge, that they need to use their heads and not their hearts.
Yep. Speaking of heads, I'm drawn to something that I was thinking about a lot this week around memory, a line that Dr. Rogers brought up in her closing, talking about the memory and the recollections of the accused Erin Patterson. This was, I think, in relation to talking about the Asian grocers, talking about how at times Erin Patterson had this incredible sort of forensic memory, pointing to a moment where she said a certain date was a Monday, and it was corrected by Erin Patterson saying, no, that day was a Friday, kind of highlighting that moment. Some of the other moments where Erin Patterson was very particular about the recollections of others and what she had told people. And then saying, well, there's other times as well, though, where, you'd notice that Erin Patterson has not been very specific, not being able to recall certain details, particularly around the Asian grocers that she says she sourced mushrooms from in the lead up to the lunch.
Yeah, and not remembering the shop that she bought them from, even though she could remember the packaging and things like that. Dr. Rogers was very clear in trying to call her out on some of those instances. In regards to the specificity we've spoken about a lot, it was interesting that Erin Patterson's last words in the witness box was, maybe I was being pedantic. I do that.
Yeah. Something that, Colin Mandy SC referred to in the final moments of his closings yesterday, talking about, how Erin Patterson had subjected herself to cross-examination. She didn't need to take the witness box, stand in the witness box. She chose to, and she answered those questions, and was he said very detailed in her responses, which is I guess another lens of which you can look at someone being pedantic.
And stood up to very rapid fire questioning from a very good barrister, which was out of respect to Dr. Rogers. They've all worked very hard on this case, and it's not something, Stocky, that we see in every trial. The onus is on the prosecution, not the defence. There's no adverse response to be gleaned if the accused doesn't take the witness stand, but Erin Patterson did. And Colin Mandy told the jury, he says that she got through that unscathed despite 8 days in the witness box.
Yep.
Dr. Rogers might have different feelings on that, obviously, but that's what Colin Mandy told the jury.
Yeah. One of the other themes, we talked about empathy a bit. The other theme was the idea of intent around the alleged crimes that we're talking about here. The prosecution has not presented a motive for why Erin Patterson would have, they say, murdered the people that came to her lunch and attempted to murder Ian Wilkinson, who was the lunch guest who survived that. A lot of conversation around the fact that there is no motive, and despite that, spending a lot of the prosecution outlining a lot about the relationships of Erin Patterson, particularly with the lunch guests and her estranged husband Simon Patterson, kind of pointing to some of the tension that was present there at times.
And the prosecution knows that motive is not one of the elements of murder. It doesn't need to prove motive, but we have heard stories that the prosecution has put forward about animosity within the family. You know, we've heard about Erin Patterson feeling isolated and, you know, a bit of an outsider when she was left off the party list for Gail's 70th birthday. We've heard about the fight that she was having with her estranged husband, Simon Patterson, over child support payments, the dispute when he listed himself as single on a tax return, which started that whole saga, and the frustration that Erin was feeling when Simon's parents, Don and Gail Patterson, refused to intervene, you know, and that's what took us to the evidence from the Facebook friends, the eye roll emojis. I want to take you to, we've spoken a bit about them, but two of the main messages, the anger that the prosecution says Erin Patterson felt towards her mother and father-in-law. She says in one of the messages, and this was on the 6th of December, 2022, Simon's dad contacted me this morning. He said, we can't adjudicate if we don't know both sides, and Simon won't give his. And then he said he'd pray for Erin, and that elicited her response. Language warning here. This family, I swear to fucking God. You know, and another one on that same day. Nobody listens to me. At least I know they're a lost cause. I'm sick of this shit. I want nothing to do with them.
And we spent so much time, Rach, on those Facebook messages. That was a big part of what the prosecution was talking about, you know, to show what they say is this frustration that Erin Patterson had with the extended Patterson family, with with certainly Don and Gail Patterson that have come to the lunch. You know, it's Don who she's talking about in those messages. We also heard evidence about her frustrations with her estranged husband, Simon Patterson, again, particularly about those kind of like the child support payments. Also, you know, his, sort of disputes, I guess, around who should be paying for medical care as well for her children at certain point, or their children, I should say, at certain points. And so, you know, the prosecution was making, you know, kind of painting a picture of a duplicitous Erin Patterson, you know, a woman who, you know, kind of presented herself to the Patterson family as someone who was caring and loved them and wanted to be a part of it, and then who, you know, the other side of her other face potentially, to these Facebook groups, to her Facebook friends, as this woman who was frustrated and didn't like them and had a frustration with the kind of the whole situation.
That's right, but the defence, on the other hand, has said, prosecution, you've said you don't need a motive, but then you've spent so long on all these messages and so long on stories about this family imploding to try to, you know, scratch around and try to present some form of a motive so that the jury can factor that into their intent deliberations. The defence's line was very different. The defense put up this idea of an anti-motive. And so, you know, asked the jury, does an absence of motive make it more likely that this was an accident? You know, what's more likely, that she wanted to kill everybody or she wanted to reconnect with everyone for the sake of the children? And the elements within that anti-motive, as Colin Mandy SC put it, and I'll quickly run you through some of them. She put Simon Patterson on the property title for Mount Waverley and Leongatha long after they were separated. She was treating their assets as joint assets. She gave his siblings loans. Even Simon Patterson, the defence said under examination in this trial, money was not a strong motivating factor for her. We heard about the relationship closeness between Erin Patterson and Don Patterson, how Don Patterson tutored her son. We saw a video of them doing a science experiment together.
There's all of these things that the defence was presenting to basically go, look, this woman has a motive, if anything, to keep these people alive.
Yeah, exactly. Colin Mandy SC said that there's no doubt there was a great relationship that Don and Gail had with Erin and Simon's children. There's no doubt Erin was devoted to her children. So why would she take active, loving grandparents away from the children?
When the prosecution was presenting its case early in the week, and I guess not case, it's been presenting its case for 8 weeks now, when it was kind of running through its closings, Dr. Annette Rogers SC, one of the moments that has stuck with me was the way that Dr. Rogers spelt out the timelines following the lunch. We've heard so much about the medical states of all of the people who attended the lunch, who got sick, when, how sick they got. We've seen records from people. We've heard, there were dozens and dozens of medical professionals that came before the court and gave evidence. And as we were talking about at the start of this episode, this is the moment where everything kind of gets tied up into, a much more coherent structure. As they're working through evidence, they're not explaining why they're doing things in certain ways. They're just presenting this stuff to the court. And then in the closing, it's all spelt out. And Dr. Danette Rogers, kind of put in context the timelines of when people were getting sick. As Erin Patterson, Erin Patterson saying that she was getting sick in the afternoon following the lunch, while the other guests weren't getting sick until, overnight, until the following day. The following day when Erin Patterson is, driving to her son to a flying lesson. The other guests are being taken to hospital. On the Monday when Erin Patterson is taking herself to hospital, the lunch guests are being prepared to be transferred to much different hospitals, much better resourced hospitals, because their conditions were deteriorating so quickly, really putting in context the difference in their experience.
That's right. And when Nanette Rogers SC was saying these examples to the jury, I was reminded of, remember that show 24 and the split screen and things that are happening at was exactly the same time. This bit of the evidence acted as this very visceral juxtaposition for me about where people's illnesses were at.
Yeah, I could almost imagine, Erin Patterson, a little screen, right, of Erin Patterson driving, from the hospital to prepare her house after being told that she needed to be admitted and she wasn't ready, to another screen of, the Wilkinsons in their hospital bed, barely able to lift their heads.
That's right. So when she's signing the discharge form at Leongatha Hospital early, we're talking about 8 a.m, having driven her two children to the bus stop before that, this is at a time that Ian Wilkinson is particularly unwell. He's not moving around that much. Heather is shuffling back and forward to the bathroom.
And this is the Monday following the lunch?
That's right. This is Monday the 31st of July. That afternoon, Don Patterson, he's critically ill in multiple organ failure. He has a tube down his lymph pipe. And this is at the time that Erin Patterson is being transported by ambulance to Monash Hospital, and one of the paramedics described her as calm and chatty. We moved to the next day. All 4 lunch guests are conveyed to the Austin Hospital ICU on life support, all in varying stages, but all advanced stages of multiple organ failure. And this is the day that Erin Patterson is discharged with no clinical or biochemical evidence of amanita poisoning and no liver damage.
Yeah. As well as the prosecution's kind of, timeline as well, we had Colin Mandy SC, the defence barristers, like his timeline, his explanation for why things were happening at different times. And he pointed us to Erin Patterson's history of binging and purging, which we heard about during her evidence, and that she had binge eaten following the lunch. There was an orange cake that had been left over by the guests, and then following that, sometime closer to kind of 3 p.m, 2:45 p.m. than dinner time, she purges that, so emptying the contents of her stomach. Colin Mandy alluding to the fact, not directly in any evidence, because we didn't see any evidence that would reduce the toxicity of this, but saying that, you could assume that would reduce the toxicity of it, planting a seed in the jury's mind as to why Erin Patterson may not have been as sick as the other lunch guests. And then also talking about, in the timelines, Erin Patterson getting sick before the other guests, Colin Mandy saying, well, look, she was preparing this mushroom duxelle, and after she had added the other mushrooms to this, you could assume that she would have tasted that, she would have tried that, and, therefore potentially ingesting some of the poison, getting sick earlier than the lunch guests.
That's right. He said that's the reason she added the dried mushrooms in the first place, to balance out the flavours, to make it more flavoursome and less bland. So he says you'd assume that she would have tasted it after she added the dried mushrooms.
We should say that we haven't heard any evidence from Erin Patterson directly that she did taste the duxelle. We heard that she tasted it before, but she didn't say that she had tasted it after that point.
That's right. And the other thing that we didn't hear was from experts on how soon that would have to happen to affect the absorption rate. But Colin Mandy SC said to the jury, obviously, if you've thrown up after a lunch, that will affect to some extent the absorption. But as I said, we didn't hear from any experts on that. We did hear from Dimitri Gerastimoulos from the Victorian Institute of Forensic Medicine, that sometimes people can have the same meal and have differing severity in the symptoms, that one person might have grade 1, which was gastrointestinal issues, and other people might have very significant worse grade effects on your liver and your kidneys and things like that.
Yeah, and that's something that Colin Mandy, we spoke about this in our episode on Thursday, Colin Mandy making the point that, some of these questions weren't asked to some of the witnesses who gave evidence. Interesting that, this evidence was presented by Erin Patterson after these people had given evidence earlier in the trial. This wasn't anything that the prosecution had been aware of at that point. Something that the prosecution made another kind of a big point of covering was the way that Erin Patterson acted following the lunch, kind of painting a picture of someone who was trying to cover her tracks, basically. Saying that, when she got to the hospital on the Monday following the lunch, death cap mushrooms were mentioned to her quite early on. And the prosecution says this is the moment that she realised that her ploy had been uncovered, that her plan had been uncovered. And at that point, she started trying to make plans to cover her tracks, basically. So, they're saying that this involves the dumping of the dehydrator, which she did on the Wednesday, I think, following the lunch, after she was released from hospital. It involves some of the lies that she told people around, the source, or not foraging for mushrooms at that time, not saying that potentially there were death cap mushrooms in that meal, once she says that she realised when she was in hospital that, that could have happened. And then also the way she has presented her phones. We've heard about a couple of phones in here, particularly phone A, which is what the prosecution says is the phone that Erin Patterson was using in the year kind of, the 8 months leading up to the lunch, a phone that was never recovered, a phone that when the police came to her house to kind of get from her, she gave them a separate phone, a phone that's called phone B.
A dummy phone, the prosecution calls it. So I won't go into the intricate detail of all the phones and all the SIMs, but we've heard a lot about them. We've seen very detailed spreadsheet of them. But essentially, you're right. Phone A, they're saying the Samsung Galaxy was the one she'd been using for most of that year, that it was active from February, and that phone has never been recovered. It wasn't found when the police did a search warrant on the 5th of August, which is a Saturday after the lunch. The prosecution says that she instead gave them phone B, which was a dummy phone, it says, and that it only had 3 calls listed on that phone, and they were the 3 calls that she made when she was given time to call a lawyer during the execution of that search warrant. So that's phone B with a completely different SIM card in that. If you want to know where the SIM card from phone A went, the prosecution says that that Samsung Galaxy phone was disconnected from the network at exactly the same time that the search warrant was being executed, and that at some stage between that disconnection of the network and the next morning, that SIM card goes into phone C, which is a Nokia, and that Nokia phone has never been found either. So phone A wasn't found, the SIM card wasn't found, and phone C, the Nokia, wasn't found.
We heard this week when Dr. Annette Rogers SC was talking through phone A. Phone A, Dr. Annette Rogers says, the prosecution says, phone A could be what Erin Patterson has used to look up the sightings of death cap mushrooms on iNaturalist around the area that she lives, potentially before, and they say allegedly before going and to those sites where they were spotted. As well as that, we heard in Dr. Annette Rogers' closing that a second search warrant executed on Erin Patterson's house in November was basically solely to try and recover phone A.
Yes, and the defence provided a still photo of a video search that was done when the first warrant was executed on the 5th of August. And there's a black rectangular object on a windowsill that the defence has said to the jury, well, they just missed it. That's phone A. That's a phone case. A black phone case. So we heard more about that this week. The defence has made the point that why would you go to all the effort of setting up phone B as a dummy phone if you're Erin Patterson? If you don't know that a search warrant is going to be executed on the Saturday, why would you set up phone B during the week? Why would you do factory resets and start up this new phone? Phone A, Colin Mandy SC says, that's the crucial phone. That's been a usual phone the whole year. So if you're trying to escape blame, why not factory reset that one? And hand that one to police, or why not get rid of it completely. So that was a big point of yesterday, Stocky. Colin Mandy SC said to the jury, if the lunch was this cold, calculated murder that the Crown says Erin committed, that she'd allegedly planned since the 28th of April and had incriminating searches on her phone, this phone would have either been long gone by the time police knocked on her door on that Saturday, or it would have been factory reset.
Yeah. Rach, as we've had these, the closing statements from the defence and the prosecution laid out this week, and I would encourage you, if you're listening to this and you're keen for some more detail on how, what was presented, what was talked about, go and check out some of our episodes from this week, because we go through each one in a lot of detail. Like Dr. Nat Rogers on Monday and Tuesday, spelling out a huge amount of detail about what they say has happened. Colin Mandy on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday this week, presenting the defence's case as to what's happened, and I'd recommend you go back and have a listen to them, and kind of review the stories and think about the evidence you've heard, and what you think has happened in the cases, as the jury will be doing from next week. But Rach, what I'm interested in, you've been in the courtroom a number of times this week. As all this is being presented, as Erin Patterson is being told, by two different sides what she's done over the course of the leading up to the lunch, during the lunch, following this lunch that resulted in the deaths of 3 people. How has she been?
Yeah, very different demeanour, Stocky, as you'd expect. So when she's hearing the closing of her lawyer, Colin Mandy SC, at times she became quite upset when certain stories about her children were told, or, the eventual fate of her in-laws, moments like that. But when Dr. Nanette Rogers was giving her closing, it was a very different demeanour. Erin was taking her glasses on and off as certain bits of evidence were raised and making notes at various points.
Yeah. I was in the courtroom yesterday. Yeah, Thursday. And, we've described the layout of this courtroom a couple of times. You've got the judge sitting at the front of the room, kind of bar table where the lawyers sit right in the middle, and then behind them are the seats that the public sit in. And then on the side of the wall, on the side of the room, there's a little bench just inside the door, and I was sitting on the bench. And I was quite close to Ian Wilkinson. So Ian Wilkinson, as I mentioned, is the surviving lunch guest. And when I'm sitting in the media room and we can see the screen on the wall, it sort of points at the bar table, and Ian Wilkinson's often behind that as well. So I had quite a clear view of him most of this week. And he's been at the court almost every day. I noticed yesterday that he had someone sitting next to him, had their arm around his, sitting close to him yesterday as well when I went into the courtroom. Just sort of kind of like steeling himself through the final moments of this trial. It's been a long time. He's been coming in, I think ever since he gave evidence in that first or second week.
Yeah, and I mean, he really has lived and breathed not just the tragedy of the lunch, has he, Stocky, but the aftermath and the trial and the search for answers for all of them.
Yeah. Rach, we've got coming up next week the judge's directions. This is something that we've heard both the prosecution and defence refer to as they've been giving their closing statements. As they're giving their closing statements, they're referring to all this evidence that the jury's been presented with over the last 8 weeks or so, and basically saying at moments, well, look, this bit of evidence, the judge will tell you what weight to put on that when he gives his charge, and that's where we're getting to Tuesday next week, right?
He will. He'll steer them on various issues of law, on the principles of those laws, what weight to give certain evidence. He'll talk through and summarise the main evidence and the arguments, and then they'll be off on deliberations.
Thank you, Rach. We are still getting so many emails from you. We really love to hear from people that are listening to and enjoying Mushroom Case Daily. You can email us mushroomcasedaily@abc.net.au. And we've had a few questions, Rachel, I want to run through now. I want to start with one from Josh. Josh says, hi, Rachel and Stocky. First, many thanks for your work producing such a gripping and engaging podcast, and an honourable mention to Christian for his work on the pod previously. It's been the perfect mood setter for my pre-dawn dog walks on these chilly Adelaide mornings. His question is, what are your plans for this podcast once the jury retire to deliberate their verdict? With no court proceedings to report on, will we be left in suspense until the verdict has been reached and you can unpack the next steps in the process? Rach, I might jump onto this one because we have a few episodes we're going to be looking at through that period. Basically talking you through how the jury will be, what they'll be doing through that process. Also giving you insight into the way that we've been making the pod through here, working on a few things as well around this. So there'll still be episodes in your feed. We do not know how long the jury will be out. Actually leads us very nicely into our next question, Rach. This is from Joe. Joe says, hello, Rachel and Stocky. Greetings from the Shetland Islands. Really enjoying listening to your excellent coverage of this fantastic case. My friends and I discuss it daily, and their question is there a time limit on how long the jury can deliberate before the judge will intervene?
Joe, I've been to the Shetland Islands. It's beautiful, freezing but beautiful. Had lovely whiskey there. I can't tell you, I'm sorry, and I know that I sound like a broken record, but because the jury hasn't heard this, I can't tell you this. So they will be given certain instructions by the judge, and if they have questions, they can come back as they're deliberating with those questions. He can steer them in a certain way. No doubt he might give them an idea about timelines and things like that, but I can't say right now, I'm sorry.
There was a point I thought he said, you take as long as you need. And I, look, I'll be honest.
You did, yeah.
I didn't love that. But, they will take the time that they need to make the decision, and we will be here in Morwell waiting for that so we can bring you the news of a verdict.
He is a very patient man, Justice Beale.
Justice Beale is a very patient man. And we'll have you the news and an episode when the verdict is delivered, hanging out in your feed. Final question for not just the Yep, Rach, but for the week is from Kath. Greetings from an Aussie listener living in the centre of Ireland. I'm very much enjoying your podcast as you unpack each day of this trial. As you're aware, this case has attracted a lot of international interest. Many of my Irish friends are as intrigued as to why Australia is so fascinated by this case. Any thoughts?
A lot of thoughts on that, Kath. I've had this question so many times from so many people. I can't go anywhere. I can't talk to people at the cafe. I can't go to family gatherings anymore. This is all anyone wants to talk about. And I think it's because it's come from something so normal and mundane, what should have been a wholesome family lunch, people catching up for lunch on a Saturday afternoon. I think it's that. I think it's the elements, the ingredients, shall we say, of this case, the mushrooms and the nature of that.
It's also, I guess, so benign.
That's what I mean, a mundane lunch, that's led to this. And then people always are fascinated about human behaviour. So when they're looking at Erin Patterson and wondering about intent and did she and didn't she, we see this with most of the stories that we cover, Stocky. People want to know what drives people, what makes them tick, what makes them act in a certain way. And I think that feeds into a lot of interest, shall we say, in this case.
Thank you, Rach. Thank you, Kath. I want to do a quick wrap around the grounds. We've got already heard from Kath in Ireland. We've got Joe on the Shetland Islands. I'm going to go through with some in the UK. Rach, we've got Katrin in London, Vera in Newcastle, Liv from Birmingham, Georgina in Chester, Harry in Coventry.
Across the ditch, we've got Joe in Wellington, Vanessa in Wellington, and Emma from Nelson.
We've also got Kiwi Jessica on a holiday in Shiga, Japan. Jason is listening from Sapporo.
Zoe from Einsiedeln in Switzerland. Jackie from Lake Maggiore in Italy.
I googled Lake Maggiore in Italy when Jackie got in touch, and my God, beautiful part of the world.
Stunning. We wish we were there. Have a spritz for us, please, Jackie.
I'm having a pretty good time, but maybe when we finish up the trial. Laura and our Aussie friend Alex are listening from Portland and Maine in the US. Anna from Kansas City, Andrea from Arizona in the USA.
And Anna on holiday in Sri Lanka.
Thank you so much for all of your emails and just all of your lovely messages. You can get in touch, mushroomcasedaily@abc.net.au. Justice Beale has very kindly given us Monday off next week. Well, I shouldn't say us. He's given the jury Monday off and the lawyers Monday off.
No, it's important we're fresh too. Thank you, Justice Beale.
Oh, look, I don't think we're front of mind, but we will be back in your feed on Tuesday with an episode on the judge's directions, which I'm very excited about. I've never experienced before. It's going to be an entirely new experience for me. So looking forward to absorbing all of that and then appearing in your podcast feed shortly after to relay what has been absorbed by my brain over the course of the day. I would highly recommend jumping onto the ABC Listen app to listen to Mushroom Case Daily as you weave your way into not a legitimate long weekend, but a long weekend away from Mushroom Case Daily. I would encourage you, firstly, to go and have a listen back to some of the episodes we've produced over the last week. It'll give you a really clear idea of the prosecution and the defence's closing arguments. Also, we've got these weekly wraps that we've done for every week of the trial. So if you don't feel like jumping in and listening to 40-odd episodes of Mushroom Case Daily, you can just listen to 8, and that will bring you up to speed on the broad themes we've heard over this time. And then once you finish that, I would recommend you jump into Trace. It's another wonderful podcast produced by Mushroom Case Daily's very own Rachel Brown. So some weekend listening for you there.
Mushroom Case Daily is produced by ABC Audio Studios and ABC News. It's presented by me, Rachel Brown, and producer Stephen Stockwell.
Our executive producer is Claire Rawlinson. A huge thanks to our true crime colleagues, our commissioning executive producer, Tim Roxburgh, and supervising producer, Yasmin Parry. Also, shout out to senior lawyer, our legal queen, Jasmine Sims, for her legal advice every single day, and to the Victorian Newsroom and Audio Studios manager, Eric George. This episode was produced on the land of the Gunai-Kurnai people.
Hi, Jules and Jez here, and every week on Not Stupid, we unpack the news of the week.
From the stuff that matters to the stories you're obsessed with.
My friend Lucy has got a moose obsession, and she's really got me right onto it. So you can see on Reddit, there's all these
How does someone develop a moose obsession?
Mate, how does one develop anything in life? You can find Not Stupid on the ABC Listen app.
Someone handed me a secret recording.
We've got to get rid of all those loose ends, okay?
For years now, I've been investigating this guy.
What, you stab her in the neck with a knife?
He's known as Mr. Big. His tentacles spread to the very heart of the justice system.
I don't just need it under the carpet, I need it to be fixed.
I'm Alicia Bridges. I find out who he really is in Mr. Big, a new true crime podcast from Unravel. Search for Unravel now on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Listen. Podcasts, radio, news, music, and more.
We've heard some enriching evidence presented to court this afternoon. I'm ABC investigative reporter Rachel Brown.
And I'm Stephen Stockwell. It is Wednesday, the 11th of June, and we've just finished the 29th day of this trial. Welcome to Mushroom Case Daily.
The small town mystery that's gripped the nation and made headlines around the world.
On the menu was beef Wellington, a pastry filled with beef and a pate made of mushrooms.
At the heart of this case will be the jury's interpretation of Erin Patterson's intentions.
Erin Patterson has strongly maintained her innocence.
It's a tragedy what's happened. I love them.
Rach, we are into the 7th week of this trial. Everyone's starting to get to know each other really well, and something we've spoken about on the pod before is these moments of legal argument where the jury leaves the room while something is discussed in their absence. And today we started to sense an almost telepathic connection in the courtroom.
I think there was a moment where Justice Beale was thinking about whether he should send the jury out. He looked at them, looked quizzically, didn't say anything. And one of the jurors just stood up as if to say, it's okay, we know what to do, we'll show ourselves out.
There was a laugh, they left the room. Can you talk us through what else we saw in court today?
Sure. We started the day with the prosecution alleging that Erin Patterson took the health department on a wild goose chase. Dr. Nanette Rogers told the court there was no Asian grocer. We moved on to the leftovers, why the children ate these leftovers, whether they were leftovers from the lunch. Then we went back to the cell tower evidence and whether or not Erin Patterson made visits to Lock and Outram where death cap mushrooms were said to be growing. We've heard about foraging, whether she ever did forage and who she told. And finally, closing out the day, we've learned more about the Enrich Clinic. It's the clinic in Melbourne where Erin Patterson says she was booked in for pre-assessment for gastric bypass surgery.
Thank you, Rach. I want to start kind of where you finished there, the Enrich Clinic. this pre-assessment for gastric bypass surgery that we've heard about over the last week as Erin Patterson has given evidence in her own triple murder trial. This is relevant because at the surviving lunch guest, Ian Wilkinson said Erin Patterson brought them there to tell them about a cancer diagnosis. In Erin Patterson's evidence, she said she's admitted she didn't have cancer and said that the reason that she had said that was to cover for another medical procedure that she needed, gastric bypass surgery, that she was planning to have at some time in the near future. The first time we had heard about this was in the last week, as Erin Patterson has been giving evidence. It was a surprise to the prosecution as well when it came up. Today, they have been going to work, as I like to say.
They have indeed. Over the weekend, you and I wondered whether there would be some frantic investigation being done at the Enrich Clinic over the weekend. They have managed to get a statement from the practice manager dated yesterday, Stocky.
Yeah, so this is very fresh. You know, we were making an episode yesterday. This trial was continuing yesterday. This was underway. This is happening in the background.
So they've got this statement that was presented to the court today, and it was put to Erin, do you accept that the Enrich Clinic doesn't and has never offered gastric bypass surgery? And she said she understands that. Does it do pre-assessments regarding gastric bypass surgery? And she said she understands that it doesn't. She's reading this practice manager's statement.
This is a statement that Erin Patterson had in the witness box today.
That's right. And the other bit that she was asked to attest to was that this clinic only does procedures regarding skin and appendages. So it does not do, for the record, gastric bypass surgery.
Yeah.
Now, we didn't really hear any more about the clinic, but we did hear that there's been no mention, according to the prosecution, of gastric bypass surgery or inquiries about it in her full medical records that have been studied by Stephen Eppenstall, the informant.
I noticed when Erin Patterson started to be questioned about this, I can't remember if we'd just come back from a break or something at the time, but Dr. Nanette Rogers was putting these questions to Erin Patterson, and she was asking very direct questions. You know, she's sort of asking, do you agree that this clinic didn't do X? And Erin Patterson sort of said, oh, hang on, well, I'm just confused about this, and started to kind of question it. And then Justice Beale jumped in and said, no, you've been asked this question. And she sort of, didn't step back.
But have you read the statement, yes or no?
And then
she said yes.
Answered yes, and kind of like basically was, much more direct in her answers to Dr. Rogers after that point.
Yeah, because we didn't hear much more about it, did we, Stocky? It was just simply, yes, I understand that, no reason of why Enrich came up in the first place or anything like that. There was no further extrapolation on that topic.
Yeah, this was something we spoke about in yesterday's pod, so if you want to get a bit more detail on where this went yesterday, it only short blocks in both yesterday and today's questioning of Erin Patterson. Yesterday was like, I think 5 minutes, if that, at the start of the day. Dr. Nanette Rogers kind of asking Erin Patterson, does this place do these procedures? Then following it up today with these questions. And again, maybe 10 minutes, maybe 15.
Yeah, and I mean, the trial's evolving as it's happening, which, I mean, a lot of lawyers, if you're listening, you might pick me up on this, but I haven't seen that often in the trials that I've covered. All the work's been done in advance.
Yeah, you're not often seeing a statement that has been collected the day before it's presented in court, I can't imagine.
The only other thing I should mention on weight loss is that they also looked at her medical records from, I think, December 2013 up until July 2023 to see if there was any mention of weight loss. And apparently there wasn't, apart from Erin says her talking to her doctor about being ashamed and embarrassed about her weight.
Yep. Rach, the start of the day, we were getting into the ingredients and the preparation of beef Wellington. We've discussed on the pod a number of times the way that a beef Wellington is usually prepared, the way it's prepared in the recipe book that Erin Patterson says she used is in a large log. She prepared for the lunch individual Wellingtons. And today it was put to her by Dr. Rogers that she could have purchased a full loin if she had wanted to from one of the butchers or another shop in Leongatha, and Erin Patterson said, well, I didn't know that. No, I didn't do that. And then was asked about the amount of mushrooms she had purchased generally, because it was something like 1.7 kilos of mushrooms in the week leading up. And she was asked, what happened to the other kilo of mushrooms that you required outside of the 700 grams in the recipe?
Yeah, because the recipe only dictates that. And so she was pressed on this missing kilo, and Erin Patterson said, well, I ate them.
Yep.
And Dr. Rogers said, between the 23rd and 27th of July, so 4 days. And Erin Patterson said, correct.
Yep. Speaking of mushrooms, further questioning around the source of the mushrooms in the meal. A lot of questions about the Asian grocers. And this was a different style of questioning from Dr. Nanette Rogers than we've seen over the last couple of days. She was kind of going through, like, I think it was half a dozen witnesses basically, sort of going, asking, do you agree with this statement? And then kind of presenting, but, you never went to an Asian grocer as this kind of presentation, which is a bit of a change of what we've seen, right?
Yeah, you're right. I've 5 I can remember off the top of my head. There was Simon Patterson's brother, a paramedic, 2 healthcare workers and a child safety worker. And she went through what Erin Patterson told these people in regards to the Asian grocer, where she thought it might have been located, what the packaging was like, when she might have gone there. But Stocky, for each of those people, it ended on the same premise. Dr. Rogers said the story about the Asian grocer is a lie.
And Erin Patterson would disagree.
Correct.
Said, no, it was not. And then she'd move on. And again, the same thing again and again. Speaking of Asian grocers, I have personally tied myself up in knots over Glen Waverley and Mount Waverley as 2 of the suburbs that Erin Patterson said she may have bought the mushrooms from an Asian grocer in. The other ones were Oakley and Clayton, 2 suburbs that I really nailed down today because we spent a bit of time on it. But it was, again, interesting in how Dr. Nanette Rogers questioned her about the location of where she had bought these mushrooms from, kind of pointing Erin to the fact that she had worked at the Monash City Council, which is the suburb, the kind of council which all these suburbs are in, and she owned a house in the area as well.
So she owned a house in Mount Waverley, and remember at the start, Stocky, people were told to look at Asian grocers in Oakley, Clayton, and here's where it gets tricky. So Erin Patterson says that she remembers telling people Glen Waverley.
Yep.
But if you ask the Department of Health, Sally Ann Atkinson, she was chasing down Asian grocers in Mount Waverley.
Right.
Mount Waverley is where Erin Patterson's house is or was at the time. So that's all happening. They're foraging the suburbs for Asian grocers in these 3 suburbs. And then it gets to a couple of days into that search, and Erin Patterson hears Sally Ann Atkinson from the health department say to her something about Mount Waverley, and Erin Patterson says, no, Glen Waverley. I said Glen Waverley. So the prosecutor, Dr. Nanette Rogers, is using this to say, you've changed your story. You've sent people on a wild goose chase and you have changed your story. And Erin Patterson's reply was, it was a clarification, not an addition, because she said Mount Waverley and that's wrong. I've said Glen Waverley from the start.
She was also talking about, Dr. Nanette Rogers, I should say, was talking about the packaging. The way that Erin described this was really specific in it was an unmarked bag, it was a plain label, and really made a point of highlighting that today.
She did. We heard all about that packaging again. I imagine mushrooms in a punnet. This is not the case for these mushrooms.
No.
So they were in what sounds like a sandwich bag or a Ziploc bag, but couldn't be resealed, had a white sticker on it, not a commercial label, no printing on it, just handwritten what the mushrooms were. Erin thinks that they were shiitake or porcini. There was a weight listed. So Nanette Rogers was saying to her, well, yep, great, you remember all that, but why don't you remember the shop? And why didn't you help people when they were running through a list of names of what the shop might be? And Erin said she just couldn't remember what shop she bought it from. She seemed to recall buying it from a shopping strip, not a shopping centre.
Yep.
So at some stage she told the health department it perhaps could be Kingsway in Glen Waverley. But then again, Stocky, some potential confusion there because I think Sally Ann Atkinson remembers Erin mentioning the Glen shopping centre as in an actual physical shopping centre. And Erin Patterson told the court today, I hate shopping centres. I wouldn't have shopped there.
Yep. Continuing the theme of mushrooms, friend of the pod, Dr. Tom May, Funky Tom.
Funky Tom.
We heard a reference back to some of his evidence today. This is God, I feel like I'm going back quite a long way at this point. This was weeks ago when he was talking through death cap mushrooms, different identifications of them, and at one point was asked about the smell of death cap mushrooms when they were drying, and he mentioned they had quite a strong odour, quite an unpleasant odour, I believe. And Dr. Annette Rogers brought Erin Patterson back to that today, kind of asking her if maybe that was the smell of the strong mushrooms that she had.
Yeah, Erin says she remembers this evidence from Tom May about death caps smelling unpleasant when they're dried. She remembers him giving that evidence. But she disputes the word funny, smelled funny, that Sally Ann Atkinson from the health department says that Erin said about drying mushrooms.
Yep.
So Sally Ann Atkinson's evidence was, they smelled funny, and Erin was worried that they would overpower the dish that she intended to use them for. This is the dried mushrooms from the Asian grocer.
Yep.
And Erin said today, I don't think I said they smelled funny. It was a strong or a pungent smell. And she said, no, I wasn't worried about them overpowering the beef Wellington because I actually thought they'd be perfect for that dish.
Yeah, and you get questions about, the smell in the container and some things like that as well. I recall, there was a fair bit going on today, so I couldn't be exact on those details. But speaking of Dr. Tom May, also heard reference to one of his offsiders, Dr. Camille Truon. Now, we heard from Dr. Camille Truon earlier in this trial again, not long after we heard from Dr. Tom May. Dr. Truon was the woman who initially investigated the remains of the beef Wellington for death cap mushrooms. She used a microscope to look for death cap mushroom remains in there, and she couldn't find any.
At her home, remember, this is what always reminds me about her, that she literally took work home with her. Like the bag was sent to her, and I thought, I know that feeling, you know. Work never leaves you, but she was doing microscopic testing of the leftover remains in a bag that was sent to her. Remember, she gave the court evidence that she couldn't see any evidence of death cap mushrooms through the microscope.
Yeah.
So we heard more about that today. The prosecutor, Dr. Rogers, said, well, I put to you, Ms. Patterson, that she wouldn't have seen them, would she? Because you blitzed them into a powder, like we've heard that you've done before with mushrooms to hide them from your daughter when you put them in muffins and whatnot.
And, Erin Patterson denying that she blitzed death cap mushrooms into a powder, but admitting that she had blitzed the mushrooms into a powder that she put into muffins that she prepared for her daughter. I was thinking today, as this evidence was presented that we heard yesterday from Dr. Geros Demoulos, who did the analysis of the Wellington remains and found traces of a manatin. That was a question that was put to Erin Patterson yesterday. It was that Dr. Geros Demoulos had found death cap mushrooms in the Wellington, and Erin Patterson actually clarified at that moment and said, oh no, I thought he found a manatin in them. And Dr. Rogers said, oh yes, that's right. So just something I noticed, kind of moments in the prosecution's case that are kind of linking up over the course of several days that we're seeing, Dr. Rogers moving on to different topics at different times.
Yeah, and how important nuance is in this case too.
Exactly, yeah. There's so much detail, very minute detail in so many different moments. So, it was interesting just to kind of see some of that kind of coming back together at this moment. Speaking of coming back together, we were brought back together with Dr. Matthew Sorrell, our phone tower expert. Well, not ours. I shouldn't claim ownership over Dr. Sorrell.
Australia's.
He's clearly nobody's man.
Base station guru.
He is the guy that can was presenting evidence showing the movements of devices belonging to Erin Patterson. So Erin Patterson's phones pinging off of certain towers. These were around travels to sort of like locations sort of near-ish to, Leongatha and the like, a place called Lock and a place called Outram. What was put to Erin Patterson today?
So 2 days are really important in this discussion, Stocky, that I want you to remember. There's a date in April and another in May.
Yep.
So first we heard about the 28th of April, 2023. Dr. Sorrell's reading of Erin Patterson's phone suggested that she might have travelled to Lock. Erin Patterson said, I don't know. Now, Lock's important because the prosecution is alleging that Erin Patterson travelled to Lock Reserve, where a woman called Christine McKenzie, who loves her mushrooms, remember?
Yep.
She thinks they're very beautiful. She had sighted death cap mushrooms there, took photos of them, posted them to the iNaturalist page. That post was made on the 18th of April, and it was of death caps under oak trees. Now, the prosecution is alleging that 10 days later, on the 28th of April, Erin Patterson drove to Lock and that she remained there for an hour. So Erin Patterson says, no, I don't know. I don't know if I travelled to Lock. She disagreed, however, with Dr. Rogers' main premise was that she travelled there to collect death cap mushrooms.
Right, yep.
But she did agree that later that day she bought a dehydrator.
Okay, yep.
Which we've heard a lot about in this trial.
We have heard a lot about the dehydrator in this trial. And the visits to Outram?
So on the 22nd of May, so Dr. Sorrell says there's another possible visit to Lock. This is in the morning. This is like between 9:30 and 10.
Yeah, right.
The prosecutor said, you went to Lock Reserve. Erin Patterson said she disagreed. Dr. Rogers was arguing that Erin thought there might be more death caps growing there.
Okay, yep.
And that's why she went back. Erin disagreed. She said, you were there for well over an hour. And here's another, time that Erin Patterson, and pretty good memory, has picked up the prosecutor, because the time given to her was 34 minutes. And so Erin Patterson pointed that out. She said, I thought you said it was 34 minutes. So Dr. Rogers reframed her question. And Erin's answer was, it looks like I stayed in an area covered by that antenna, or at least reception of that antenna.
Yep.
So that's a possible visit to Lock the morning of the 22nd of May. Now, later that morning, it's alleged that she then had a possible visit to Nielsen Street in Outram.
Okay.
And that's between 11:24 and 11:41. Erin says no, that she didn't travel to Outram. And the prosecution put this to her because of another iNaturalist post by Tom May, Dr. Tom May, Funky Tom, about his sighting earlier that month of death cap mushrooms in Nielsen Street in Outram. So Dr. Rogers is like, that's why you've travelled there. Erin Patterson said, I disagree. She said she might have passed through Outram because that's a possibility if you're on your way to Wonthaggi or Phillip Island. But she said, no, I didn't go there to collect death cap mushrooms.
Yeah, thank you, Rach. For the uninitiated, we're not making fun of Dr. Tom May when we say Funky Tom. He has a profile on the iNaturalist website, which is the citizen science website where people can tag different flora and fauna. They can geotag them. They can sort of say, look, I've seen this mushroom, I've seen this bird, I've seen this tree in this location. Dr. Tom May is very active on this website. He has the username Funky Tom. As we've discussed in the pod as well, he's also, the term funky actually comes from a key of identifying fungi as well, which is a book, I think, or maybe a program he had developed that one keen-eared Mushroom Case Daily listener alerted us to. So that's a bit of I guess, Tom May law, if you will. Rach, just on some of the moments today where Erin Patterson was very keenly listening to the questions being put to her by Dr. Nanette Rogers. You were talking about the 28th of April, 2023. There was a moment where, I can't remember the day that Dr. Nanette Rogers said that date was, but Erin Patterson kind of sat there thoughtfully and said, hang on, I think the 28th of April was a Friday. And my first thought was, how do you know what day of the week a date from 2 years ago is?
And like a photographic memory, it sounded like of a calendar. You're right. It was first put to her, I think that it was a Monday, this first visit to Lock. And Erin Patterson said, no, it couldn't have been because my daughter had a ballet concert that weekend or something. It must have been a Friday. So that was explaining how she knew this date, the alleged Lock visit date, was a Friday.
It was a really interesting, a puzzling moment. I was like, wow, what a memory. But it was, that was like, I know the ballet, it was the ballet concert, and it was a Saturday and a Sunday, and it was the 29th and the 30th or something like that.
Yeah. I mean, it goes back to, we've talked about specifics a lot. Erin Patterson seems keen to make sure that the prosecutor words things in a particular way, doesn't use double negatives, doesn't load up sentences with propositions that she hasn't agreed to yet, things like that. But we did notice, Stocky, that when Dr. Rogers started talking about the next visit on the 22nd of May, Dr. Rogers said, that was a Monday. And everyone just kind of went, I think people missed the joke because they weren't expecting Dr. Rogers to make one at that point.
She did have to highlight, that was a joke. At which point, again, a very little reaction, and we all carried on with what we were doing. Speaking of carrying on with what we were doing, Rach, we have had a huge number of questions sent to the Mushroom Case Daily inbox. Mushroom Case Daily at abc.net.au is where you can find us. If you have a question about what is happening in this trial, about some of the evidence, please get in touch. We love getting your emails. Some of the things that we haven't thought about, which I really appreciate and really, really enjoy, and there's things we can kind of help clarify and make sense of in your mind. It's our pleasure to do that. That's all we're here for, basically. Rach, the first question I've got for today is from Wally. Wally says, love what you're doing. Thank you, Wally. We enjoy doing it. He says, my wife and I have been engrossed in this story since it broke. Can you please give a date stamp on when Erin first learnt her guests were unwell following the meal and when she fed the leftovers to her children?
Perfect day for that question, Wally. We heard a lot about this today, actually, because the leftovers were discussed. So Erin says that her estranged husband, Simon Patterson, told her on the Sunday, so that's the day after the lunch, that Don and Gail, his parents, were sick. We've also been reminded of evidence today from Erin's son. In his interview with police, he seemed to recall Erin telling him that his grandparents were sick also on that Sunday. So then we go to Sunday night, and yes, that is the same night that Erin says that she fed the lunch leftovers to her son and daughter. Now, with the caveat, she said, I scraped off the mushrooms because they don't like them, they're fussy eaters, and I also scraped off the pastry. But there was much made today, Stocky, of these leftovers, whether that was a lie, because if they did eat them, the prosecutor was trying to put to Erin, you would have been more worried. You would have brought them in straight away. You didn't seem to want to disturb them or pull them out of school. So we heard more about that today. Erin was also asked, why did you and the children eat it if it made you sick? Because remember, Stocky, that Erin Patterson herself started feeling sick overnight on that Saturday night, and she was sick into the Sunday, she says. And so that was put to her today. And we have had a lot of questions about that. So it was interesting to hear the answer today. And the jury heard that Erin said she thought it was gastro at that point, not food poisoning. She just said, I thought I had gastro. So hopefully, Wally, that answers your question. The prosecutor said, well, that's a lie. That's a lie you've told to well over a dozen people about feeding leftovers to your children. And she put to Erin that you've told this lie to give you some distance from a deliberate poisoning. And Erin replied, look, I don't see how it could, but I disagree.
Thank you, Rach. Thank you, Wally. Wonderful question. Another question here from Nikki from Adelaide. Nikki says, hi, Rachel and Stocky. Really enjoying your daily summaries. I'm hooked. Oh, thanks, Nikki. Nikki wonders and suspects lots of others maybe also, how does Erin come across giving her answers to the prosecution's questions? I know it's subjective, but would love hearing your take. Is there an emotion or inflection in the way Erin's I disagrees or I can't remembers come across?
Thanks, Nikki. I have to be a bit careful here about subjectivity, and I can't impose my thoughts or assumptions onto Erin. But what we're seeing, I think, is we've talked about specificity before. She looks quite intently at the prosecutor to make sure she understands the question. Her voice is quite neutral in her answers, quite measured. Sometimes I notice a furrowed brow. And at other times I've watched her kind of twiddling her glasses between her fingertips.
She's not like getting frustrated or, she's not seeing a rise or a fall in the tone of her voice when she's answering questions from Dr. Rogers?
It has been pretty constant.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you, Rach. Thank you for the wonderful question, Nikki. Hopefully that's answered it. We'll keep a keen eye on kind of how everyone is sort of acting and moving in court. We know we can give you the kind of daily update of what's been discussed, but I think, giving you that insight in, how Dr. Annette Rogers is questioning Erin Patterson, how she's answering is something that we can try and help with and bring to you. So if there's questions you've got about that, please get in touch, mushroomcasedaily@abc.net.au. And Rach, our final question for today is from Benita. Benita says, hello, we're out at sea on research vessel Tangora, continue our work servicing New Zealand's tsunami detection network. They're very keen listeners of Mushroom Case Daily. The podcast is a daily talking point to be discussed and debriefed over lunch. They have a question that we're hoping we may be able to answer on the pod. When it comes to jury deliberations and delivering a verdict, does the decision have to be unanimous in Australia, or can it be a majority decision like 11-1 or 10-2? Fingers crossed for a shout out, and thanks again for making such a gripping and well-produced series.
Oh, thanks, Benita. And very important work you guys are doing out there too. My brother's a geomaticist, so I know all about how important this kind of tracking is. To answer your question, yes, it needs to be unanimous. And that's either way, whether it's guilty to murder or attempted murder in Ian Wilkinson's case, or whether it's not guilty to murder or attempted murder. Right. It needs to be a unanimous verdict. Now, interestingly, we heard this at the very start, that their reasons don't have to be the same. So they could have different reasons for landing on the verdict that they do. They might have got there different ways, but the actual decision needs to be unanimous. Does that make sense?
It does, yeah. Thank you, Rach. Thank you, Benita. Continue the great work you're doing out there servicing New Zealand's tsunami detection network. Rach, I'm almost loath to ask, what are we getting to tomorrow?
Have a guess. We are back in the witness box with further cross-examination of Erin Patterson.
Make sure you grab yourself the ABC Listen app. There will be, I'm sure, still lots to unpack with the evidence of Erin Patterson. It's been very interesting over the last couple of days. It's likely that we will hear more. Well, it's not likely. We will hear more from Erin Patterson. So grab yourself the ABC Listen app and you can catch the latest episode of Mushroom Case Daily there when it appears. If you continue, against my advice, to use a different app, please just leave us a rating and review on that. I will forgive you in that case. It does help other people find us and enjoy Mushroom Case Daily in the same way that you are.
Mushroom Case Daily is produced by ABC Audio Studios and ABC News. It's presented by me, Rachel Brown, and producer Stephen Stockwell.
Our executive producer is Claire Rawlinson, and huge thanks to our true crime colleagues who continue to help us out. Our commissioning executive producer, Tim Roxburgh, and supervising producer, Yasmin Parry. This episode was produced on the land of the Gunai-Kurnai people.
Pop culture hot takes are everywhere.
But only one podcast helps you figure out what they really mean.
Stop everything! It's the place for you to unapologetically overthink pop culture.
With me, Beverly Wang.
And me, Hannah Reish.
Find Stop Everything now on the ABC Listen app.
The tragic incident in Leongatha has no doubt put a spotlight on the dangers of eating poisonous mushrooms. At this stage, there is no confirmation that mushrooms were even consumed during that lunch in late July, though police have said the victims showed symptoms consistent with having ingested death cap mushrooms. So how will we know if this was the case? That's where the toxicology report comes in. Put it simply, it analyzes drugs and poisons in biological tissues. In Victoria, most tests are done at the Institute of Forensic Medicine. In the Leongatha case, if death cap mushrooms were consumed, it's the absorption of the deadly toxin alpha-amanitin that would have caused serious or fatal damage to the liver and kidneys.
What will then happen is the liver excretes the toxin, and that excretion through the bile goes into your intestine, and then we reabsorb it. So you get a cycle of, in effect, toxicity. And that ongoing toxicity can ultimately kill the liver.
But pinpointing a toxin or toxins that caused the deaths in Gippsland can be very complex. That's because a toxicologist would need to compare what was found in a victim's blood or urine samples against a sample of a known toxin. In forensics, they're called reference standards. Complicating things further is the fact that fatal mushroom poisonings are very rare, so a laboratory might not even have the reference standards to begin with.
If the laboratory doesn't have that, and it wouldn't surprise me if the Institute of Forensic Medicine didn't have that on the shelf, they would have to purchase that. And that process might take a week, it might take 2 weeks. If they can get it locally, it may be quicker, but often you have to go overseas.
And then there's the process of testing and data checks before results are sent to a pathologist who will determine the cause of death before a final report is published. And that's why the entire process could take weeks.
This rubbish tip south of Leongatha could hold the answers to a deadly family meal. The ABC understands police searched the Coonawarra transfer station on Friday and removed a food dehydrator from the premises. Today, detectives visited the tip again and spoke to staff as part of their investigation into the deaths of 3 people from suspected mushroom poisoning.
To lose such people that were so giving and so much pillars of the community, really. And so I think that's been very difficult.
Gail and Don Patterson died a week after sharing a lunch at their daughter-in-law Erin Patterson's Leongatha home. Another woman, Heather Wilkinson, also died. Her husband, Ian, remains in a critical condition in hospital. Police believe all 4 showed symptoms of poisoning by the death cap mushroom, but are still waiting for toxicology tests to be completed.
Incredible lot of caution happening in terms of foraging, because a lot of people, love to forage.
Neighbours Glenda and Richard Godfrey have known Heather and Ian Wilkinson for more than 25 years. They say the town of Currambara is still reeling from the deaths.
Devastated, absolutely devastated. Him and Heather were soulmates, they did everything together.
I sat here crying, I'm going, it just can't be true. And I'm praying hard for Ian to survive.
As the town grieves, police remain tight-lipped about the investigation as they work to determine exactly what happened and whether the deaths were accidental or intentional. Erin Patterson says she didn't do anything wrong and she's devastated by the deaths. Sasha Payne, ABC News, Currambara.
If you like your true crime podcasts with real investigative journalism, you'll love Unravel. Unravel is the ABC podcast that investigates a new case each season. It's won podcast awards, journalism awards, and it's had millions of downloads. Unravel will have your headphones glued to your ears. Search for the Unravel podcast now for award-winning true crime. You can find it on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Listen. Podcasts, radio, news, music, and more.
What Erin did after the lunch, under the microscope. I'm ABC investigative reporter Rachel Brown.
And I'm Stephen Stockwell. It is Wednesday, the 25th of June, and we've just finished day 36 of this trial. Welcome to Mushroom Case Daily.
The small town mystery that's gripped the nation and made headlines around the world.
On the menu was beef Wellington, a pastry filled with beef and a pate made of mushrooms.
At the heart of this case will be the jury's interpretation of Erin Patterson's intentions.
Erin Patterson has strongly maintained her innocence.
It's a tragedy what's happened. I love them.
It has been a cold and rainy day in Morwell today, Rach.
It's a double sock day and I had my puffer.
The judge's charge has continued today despite the conditions. We didn't get a reprieve. There is much to discuss, but before we get going, Rach, can you give us a run of the day first?
Legal argument dominated most of the morning, Stocky, so the jury, we didn't even see their faces until after lunchtime. Then we moved on to evidence from Fox Henry. He was the digital forensics analyst, and the jury was reminded of the 3 devices that he studied, and that was a computer, a tablet and a phone, and the importance that the prosecution alleged that they play in this trial. We also heard what to make of expert opinion, not just Sharman Fox Henry, but also Matthew Sorrell. And the jurors were told, if you don't like it, you can leave it. And then at the end of the day, we moved on to incriminating conduct. The prosecution relies on certain things that Erin did after the lunch as an implied admission of guilt. The defence, however, argues there are other reasonable explanations why she acted like this.
Thank you, Rach. We had, as you mentioned, basically a half day of the jury today. Well, the jury had a half day of legal discussion, all the way from 10:30 in the morning when we started until basically lunchtime. We were going through, basically legal discussion, and we can't go into the detail of that. Obviously, the jury's not in the room for that, so we can't get into that. But it is interesting that even at this stage of the trial, Rach, we're right towards the end, there's still things that is being sorted out between the prosecution, the defence and Justice Beale.
Yeah, and I'm sure listeners might be frustrated not hearing, but we can only tell you what the jury's heard and they haven't heard this. But there are still some important issues to work through. The judge told the jurors that when he came back, look, sorry, we're late. But, this is a very important part of this process. We need to do it right, even if it means we're slowly working our way through things that haven't been remedied yet. So basically the morning was just Colin Mandy SC and Dr Rogers SC putting certain arguments to Justice Beale that he will have to carefully consider.
That is right. And when the jury came back after lunch, Justice Beale basically going, look, there's some things we need to work through. I think the line he used, or the word he used, was in some detail, nodding to the fact that it had been a couple of hours. And then conversations quickly moved to the temperature of the courtroom. Which he thought quite cold. Rach, you were in the room. Temperature of the courtroom.
I was in a dress in there. So puffer outside, dress inside. It fluctuates quite widely. The back of the room felt quite hot. Colin Mandy, SC, the front of the room said he was freezing. I offered him my puffer jacket. He said, no, I don't think I'm allowed.
Oh, well, look, it's a lovely gesture of yours, Rach, so thank you for that. And once they sorted out the temperature of the courtroom, Rach, we dived into basically a kind of recap of some of the digital evidence that we've heard through this trial. Justice Christopher Beale, in his judge's directions, just reminding the jury of a few things that they heard during the evidence of Sharman Fox Henry from the Victoria Police.
The Cooler Master, which is not an air conditioning unit, it's a computer. So the three devices that Sharman Fox Henry gave evidence on that are important in this trial was a Cooler Master computer, a Samsung tablet, and then an iPhone, which we know to be Phone B, which the prosecution has been calling the dummy phone.
And Sharman Fox Henry from Victoria Police, I think a digital forensics officer, was that his name? Like proper title?
That's right, digital forensic analyst.
Great.
So we'll start with the Cooler Master.
Mm-hmm.
That's important in this case because the prosecution alleges in May 2022, Erin Patterson used this computer to visit the iNaturalist website, the citizen science website that we've heard so much about. Now, the jury was reminded of Erin's evidence regards to that. She doesn't remember visiting that site. She says it's possible that she did, but she didn't use Internet Explorer or Bing, so she doesn't remember ever using the iNaturalist website. She agrees that someone did navigate to the Corumburra Middle pub site soon after that iNaturalist site was done. She says, I'm not suggesting my children did that. They did live with me at the time. So that was a bit ambiguous, but she says she doesn't remember using that iNaturalist site.
And Justice Christopher Beale kind of made the point that the prosecution's, claiming that the visit of those iNaturalist sites and the pub order kind of indicate that it's an adult that's using the computer, right?
Correct, because there was an order of 2 Parmas and a garlic bread and a Coke and some other things,
Yeah,
I
some
think.
children's meals, yeah.
And her details from her credit card were auto input into that, so that forms part of that argument. But the prosecution alleged that a search was done of the iNaturalist website and that someone navigated through to see where death caps were in Victoria, and that they had a look at a post a place in Moorabbin, Ricka Reserve, where death caps were growing. Now, that's in Melbourne.
Yep.
So the jury has heard that there was no death caps growing in South Gippsland at the time, and that Erin Patterson says if I did use, I don't remember using the site, but if I did use it, I would have been looking to see where the death caps were growing. This was around the COVID time. At the time of that alleged search, May 2022, there were no death caps the courts heard growing in South Gippsland. And the other thing I want to point out too is that the jurors were reminded that this search was apparently 21 to 28 seconds. So the jury heard that that's not necessarily evidence of a deep an abiding interest in death cap mushrooms. And Justice Beale reminded the jurors that there's no evidence of Erin Patterson accessing posts by Christine McKenzie and Dr. Tom May.
Yeah, and these were posts about death cap mushrooms growing in the Gippsland area.
That's right, in Loch and in Outram, where she's alleged to have visited.
Yeah.
The other important thing, there's no evidence Erin Patterson returned to the iNaturalist site since May 2022. So basically, Shaman Fox Henry's search found that someone visited that site for about 21 to 28 seconds in May 2022, but didn't visit that site, at least on this Cooler Master computer again.
Yeah, there was also a bit of a chat about Samsung tablet. We went through some of the stuff from Phone B, which is, as you mentioned, Rach, the phone that the prosecution alleges is a dummy phone. I'm not going to say that Justice Christopher Beale didn't do this in the most exciting and compelling way that you could do it. But what I would say is if you were interested in hearing, some of the evidence from Shaman Fox Henry, jump into some episodes of Mushroom Case Daily from about a month ago when he was giving evidence in this trial. If we're talking about what was found on computers, things like that, there's titles, that allude to those things. I don't actually have them in front of me, so I can't be exact.
I think it was around the 21st of May from memory.
Yeah. Rach, as we got to the end of the kind of like the wrap up of Shaman Fox Henry, Justice Beale reminded the jury that, the expert opinion evidence they hear, it's up to them if they take this on, if they decide they want to listen to it, if they decide they want to use that in deciding whether or not Erin Patterson is guilty or not guilty.
Justice Beale reminded them of the evidence of Dr. Matthew Sorrell, the base station guru, the mobile phone coverage expert, and Shaman Fox Henry. He said, you're not required to accept their opinions, merely pieces of evidence, like all the other pieces of evidence that you've heard. Yes, consider their qualifications and experience, but if you don't want to incorporate them in your thinking or your findings, fair play.
Yeah.
He also made the point you could look where evidence is disputed. And so he mentioned a couple of points where the defence challenges the inferences. So not necessarily the testimony that these experts gave, but the inferences that can be drawn from the evidence.
Yeah. And once we worked through all of that, we got to alleged incriminating conduct. This is basically Justice Beale taking the jury through what Erin Patterson was doing following the lunch. So kind of going, look, these are the things that, the prosecution says, a bit sketchy, and that the defence argues there are reasons for, right?
Correct. So the prosecution relies on a series, I think there's about 14 that I've counted, series of events after the lunch that it alleges is implied admissions of guilt.
Yeah.
That the only reasonable explanation why she did certain things is that she knew she was guilty of the offences of which she's been charged. The defence, however, argues there are other reasonable innocent explanations.
Right. What's the list?
Yeah, do you want me to run through
I think
the whole thing?
it wasn't a huge list. I think we got time for 14.
So the prosecution's list of alleged incriminating conduct is 1, she lied about being unwell and faked death cap mushroom poisoning. 2, she lied that she used dried mushrooms from an Asian grocery in the Beef Wellingtons. 3, she refused treatment on her first presentation at Leongatha Hospital and left against medical advice. 4, she was reluctant to receive treatment on her second presentation. 5, reluctant to obtain treatment for her children on the Monday. That's the Monday after the lunch. 6, she lied when she said she fed her children leftover beef Wellingtons with mushroom paste scraped off. I'm just going to run through the rest of them. That she reset phone B multiple times. She disposed of the dehydrator at the local tip. During the police search of her home, she gave police phone B instead of phone A, which was the phone that she'd been using more often that year. She lied to police that her number ended in 835 instead of ending in the one that she'd used most of that year, which ended in 783. That she lied about never foraging. She lied about never dehydrating food. She lied about never owning a dehydrator and then lied that she may have owned a dehydrator years ago.
Yeah. What confused me about this list was that Justice Beale went through this list of 14 things and then started at number 3, which was the presentation to Leongatha Hospital and the decision to leave against medical advice. And, more or less, as he's kind of recapping these things, he's kind of just, like he was yesterday with some of the disputed evidence, basically taking us through the evidence of the people who were there, like almost reading from a transcript to, recap in the jury's mind what has actually happened and what people have said about those instances.
That's right, recapping the main testimonies from the people involved at those particular chapters in time.
Mm-hmm.
And for example, the one that you just mentioned, number 3, leaving hospital against advice. The prosecution's argument with that, well, the only reasonable explanation that she refused treatment is that she knew she hadn't consumed death cap mushrooms. She knew she didn't consume those toxins, that she deliberately poisoned her guests but ensured that she didn't eat a poisoned one. The defence, however, says that she didn't come to hospital prepared to be admitted overnight. She had to pack her daughter's ballet bag. She had to feed the animals. And the jury was also reminded of other times that she had checked herself out of hospital, discharged herself essentially, and were reminded of why that might have happened because of incidents in the past that she's had with her children and medical practitioners that has left her sometimes doubting or second-guessing medical advice.
Rach, we have another 13 of these to go. Is this kind of how it's going to roll through all of them? The prosecution versus the defence on each one of these as we pull them apart.
That's right. The next topic is, on that prosecution list of alleged incriminating conduct, is that she lied about using dried mushrooms from an Asian grocery in the beef Wellingtons. And that's, of course, a point that the defence hasn't conceded. And a lot of that list, I should point out, that I read to you, those 14 points, she's admitted to lying on some of those occasions, but the defence certainly is not conceding those 14 points. So we will be kind of trying to split all of them and see where the prosecution stands compared to the defence.
Yeah, Justice Beale obviously really keen to make sure the jury understands the kind of the key moments. Like, we've done disputed evidence. Now this is the kind of the post-defence conduct thing, what he was describing as alleged incriminating conduct. He was very careful with the use of the word alleged today, I noticed in a few of these instances. So, he's really just kind of making sure that the jury is recapping and has all this stuff in their mind. Rach, yesterday, as we neared the end of the day, as the jury was leaving the room, Justice Beale said to the jury, no need to bring your toothbrush tomorrow, basically a nod to the fact that they are not going to be retiring to deliberate on the verdict today. Any toothbrush updates? Any other packing advice for the jurors for tomorrow?
Yes, he says he won't be completing his charge tomorrow. So no toothbrushes required tomorrow either. It looks like the charge will be going into Friday. He wanted the wind at his back, but he's also had some legal argument to wade through. So no toothbrush tomorrow. He said we live in hope.
Oh, look, it's an important time of the trial, like this moment,
the
judge's charge. It is critical for the jury to understand what they need to go and think about and talk about. So, he's obviously being very careful in how he goes through this.
And that's why they got those binders yesterday. There is so much evidence, rivers of it. And you're right, this is crunch time, so they need to get it right. And they need to understand the big elements that they need to consider.
Yeah. Thank you, Rach. We are getting so many questions to the Mushroom Case Daily inbox. mushroomcasedaily@abc.net.au is how you can reach us. We read them all, especially on days where there's a legal argument in the morning, and I have time to go through quite literally every single one that we got in the last day or so. So that was a real treat this morning. One of the ones that we got was from Gwyneth. Gwyneth has emailed and said, hello, Stephen and Rachel from beautiful Brighton in Brisbane's north side. In yesterday's podcast, a listener asked about the weighing of the proven lies Erin Patterson had told, and if I understood your response correctly, the judges instructed the jury to disregard them, as it is not a court of morals, rather a court of law. At the same time, he stated in another instruction that the jury could take the evidence of Erin's good character with the family previously into account, and also talked about tendencies regarding the mushroom foraging. Could you please clarify why her lies are not considered relevant to the case/evidence?
Thanks, Gwyneth. Yeah, I can see how that might be confusing, that the jury is told you can consider the good, but if, you don't believe her, then set aside the lies. I just want to drill down into that a bit more. So remember that the jury has been reminded that Erin Patterson didn't have to give evidence. She has the right to remain silent. It's not for her to prove her innocence. And interestingly, we heard that the jury shouldn't give less weight to her testimony because she's the accused. Because you've got to remember where the burden of proof lies in this. It sits with the prosecution. So I think, Gwyneth, that helps hopefully explain your question, that the jury can take into account the good behaviour because that's come from a lot of other witnesses, but you can't give her testimony any less credit. And they were told, look, if you decide you don't believe her account, not to be prejudiced against her, because as you said, it's a court of law, not a court of morals, to kind of put them aside and come back to the 4 elements of murder that the prosecution has to prove. It's the prosecution's job here, not Erin's. So come back to those 4 elements and decide, has the prosecution beyond reasonable doubt proven them?
Yep. Thank you, Rach. Thank you, Gwyneth. Wonderful question. Got another one here from Dylan, emailing from Newport in Melbourne. His email starts with, bloody cold, isn't it? I saw the weather report for East Gippsland last night. Yes, Dylan, it is, as you put it, bloody cold. Don't worry, the thermals, as you suggest, are working a treat. Rach, his question is about the jury. He thought that he heard that the verdict for the jury had to be unanimous, but also thought that he heard that it had to be a majority. Which of his memories, not under oath, he clarifies, is correct?
Dylan, it has to be unanimous. And you might, I'll take you back to the directions that the jury was given when it was first selected. Justice Beale told the jurors that it has to be unanimous either way. So you all must agree that the accused is guilty of murder, or you all must agree that she's not guilty of murder. But interestingly, he said it doesn't mean you all have to reach your verdict in the same way. You may get there in different ways. You know, you might rely on quite different reasoning for making your decision. You might rely on different parts of the evidence or different aspects of the evidence, but on the eventual verdict, you must agree.
Great. Thank you, Rach. Thank you, Dylan, for the lovely question and making sure that we are staying warm. Final question for today, Rach, is from Penny in Canberra. Penny says, thanks for the wonderful coverage. You are very welcome. Penny, grateful that you are continuing through to the end, whenever that is. Yes, we would also, like to know, but very happy to be here, continuing to update you as we get to that point. Penny asks, sorry if I missed this in my binging catch-up, but you only share what is presented to the jury, so would they be able to listen?
Yeah, good question, Penny, but no, definitely not. They have been told, do not read newspapers, don't listen to podcasts. If you hear family or friends talking about it, walk away. They have to be cauterised from any white noise from the outside world. I know we've only been careful to give you what the jury has heard, but remember that we're also choosing which bit to share, and which bits to leave out. So even being objective, some subjectivity enters that realm as Stocky and I decide what to give you in the half hour that you listen to us of a night time. So no, jurors should not be listening to us.
Yeah, thank you, Rach. Thank you, Penny. And hopefully you trust us when we decide what not to fill your feed with. There's some things that we'll pick up later in the week. Yesterday I know we did run over quite quickly some of the disputed kind of evidence in this trial, and we'll pick up some of that on Friday to kind of run you through it. But trust us when we say we're doing you a favour. Anyway, thank you for your questions. If you do have one, please get in touch, mushroomcasedaily@abc.net.au. If there's a question you have sent that you think is really easy and really obvious and a really good question to answer, and we haven't answered it, there may be a very good legal reason for why we haven't done that. We have a list of questions that have been excellent that we can't answer during the trial that we will get to when the verdict is handed down, and we'll update you on all of that. So if you've got questions, please get in touch, mushroomcasedaily@abc.net.au. Rach, back tomorrow to go through some more alleged incriminating conduct with Justice Beale.
13 more points, Stocky. Mushroom Case Daily is produced by ABC Audio Studios and ABC News. It's presented by me, Rachel Brown, and producer Stephen Stockwell.
Our executive producer is Claire Rawlinson, and a huge thanks to our true crime colleagues who just keep helping us out, all the way into week 9. Our commissioning executive producer, Tim Roxburgh, and supervising producer, Yasmin Parry. This episode was produced on the land of the Gunai-Kurnai people.
Have you ever seen a news story and thought, what's the science behind that?
I remember thinking, gee, Lancet, how did you publish this? It's not great.
Well, chances are I have too.
Obviously, everybody poops, and depending on what depth it gets to, it could be sequestered away from the atmosphere for decades to millennia.
Hi, I'm Belinda Smith, the host of Lab Notes, where Every week, we bring you the science behind new discoveries and current events. Find it by searching for Lab Notes on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Listen. Podcasts, radio, news, music and more.
Hi, I'm Patricia Carvelis, the host of Politics Now. That's the ABC's podcast covering the political news you need to know when you need to know it. Because politics affects us all. So join me and the ABC's best political journalists for your daily political fix. It's called Politics Now, and you can find it and follow it on the ABC Listen app.
Erin Patterson, after a long trial, during which you gave evidence that the poisoning of your 4 lunch guests on the 29th of July was an accident, the jury found you guilty of 3 counts of murder and 1 count of attempted murder. On Saturday the 29th of July 23, you served your 4 lunch guests individual beef Wellingtons, which were deliberately poisoned with death cap mushrooms.
Erin Patterson, the so-called mushroom murderer, will spend at least the next 33 years in jail, with parole a possibility, but not a certainty, when she's in her early 80s. As she sat in the courtroom, the mother of 2 showed no emotion, often with her eyes closed, as Justice Christopher Beale handed down the sentence.
Please stand. For the attempted murder of Ian Wilkinson, I sentence you to 25 years imprisonment. For the murder of Heather Wilkinson, I sentence you to life imprisonment. For the murder of Gail Patterson, I sentence you to life imprisonment. For the murder of Don Patterson, I sentence you to life imprisonment. The total effective sentence is life imprisonment, and I fix a non-parole period of 33 years.
Today, criminologist Dr. Xanthi Mallet runs us through what unfolded in the court and explains what comes next for one of the most notorious killers in Australian history. I'm Sam Hawley on Gadigal land in Sydney. This is ABC News Daily. Xanthi, what a historic moment. This sentencing broadcast live on television, which is such a rare thing in Australia, isn't it?
It is, and it's certainly the first time in Victoria, but I think it was important given the level of public interest.
Having regard to the aggravating circumstances of your offending and the victim impact statements, I have no hesitation in finding that your offending falls into the worst category for the offences of murder and attempted murder. The gravity of your offending warrants the imposition of the maximum penalties for your crimes.
A lot was suppressed during the trial for, legal reasons, which were totally sound. But I think there was so much interest that it was a transparent way of managing this process.
Justice Beale sentenced Patterson to 3 life sentences, of course, for 3 murders and 25 years for attempted murder and a parole period of 33 years. Now, was that expected?
Actually, I expected it to be higher. The Crown was looking for life without the possibility of parole. The defence had suggested a non-parole period of 30 years. They accepted, obviously, that the sentence was going to be a life sentence. But the judge initially started by reading all of the factors which he found to be aggravating. So the breach of trust was something that he highlighted, the trauma to so many people, obviously the immediate victims, but also the friends and family of those that died.
Your offending involved an enormous betrayal of trust. Your victims were all your relatives by marriage. More than that, they had all been good to you and your children over many years, as you acknowledged in your testimony. Not only did you cut short 3 lives and cause lasting damage to Ian Wilkinson's health, you inflicted untold suffering on your own children, whom you robbed of their beloved grandparents.
But then he did speak a lot about the incarceration experience that Erin Patterson is facing. She's basically spent 15 months in isolation, and that's going to have a huge toll on her health. And given that that's likely to be continued going forward, she's very high risk in terms of being at risk from the other inmates because she's so high profile, that she is likely to remain largely in solitary confinement. So the burden on her of her incarceration is considered higher than if she could be released into the mainstream population.
So that's why he decided on this parole period. And of course, there are UN guidelines for this. The conditions are really harsh inside the jail because, as you said, she's in solitary confinement and she will be, the judge says, for the foreseeable future.
Absolutely. And, the UN suggests that people shouldn't be in solitary confinement for more than 15 days, given the impacts on their psychological and physical well-being. And yet she's been in solitary confinement for her own safety for 15 months now with, in essence, no contact with anyone else. She's given meals through a small gap in her door. She doesn't speak to any of the other inmates. She's not allowed in her very small outside space, courtyard, that abuts her cell if there are other people in the larger courtyard. So she's really not communicating with anyone, and that's going to be extremely difficult to deal with.
I infer that given the unprecedented media coverage of your case and the books, documentaries and TV series about you, which are all in the pipeline, you are likely to remain a notorious prisoner for many years to come and as such remain at significant risk from other prisoners.
Now, Ian Wilkinson, the sole survivor of that deadly lunch, he spoke outside the court after the sentencing. He has been so stoic throughout this whole thing, hasn't he?
He absolutely has, but he made it clear that he had a statement, and it was still a very forgiving statement. He started by thanking the investigators.
They made a professional, efficient and effective investigation into what happened at the lunch. They brought to light the truth of what happened with the death of 3 good people.
And he thanked the public for their support as well. But yes, ultimately, he has been incredibly stoic. Imagine what that man has lost and suffered. And the judge did also outline that he has ongoing health issues, which you would expect. He was so unwell that, this is something that's going to impact him physically and emotionally for the rest of his life. And yet he stood there and read his statement to the press and was, as I said, was very stoic, very together, and has ultimately been very forgiving from his own perspective as to what Erin Patterson and the pain and trauma she has caused him.
I want to say thank you to the many people from across Australia and around the world who, through their prayers and messages of support, have encouraged us. Please respect our privacy as we continue to grieve and heal. Thank you for listening. I hope you all have a great day.
Yeah, incredible. All right, well, Xanthi, before delivering this verdict, Justice Beale, he ran through key pieces of evidence, including a child support dispute that Patterson had had with her husband, Simon, and really outlining her views of him and her in-laws that she'd actually shared on a Facebook post.
You were scathing in your remarks about both Simon and his parents, Don and Gail Patterson. Amongst other things, you derided your father-in-law's suggestion that you and Simon get together and pray for your children, commenting, quote, "This family, I swear to God."
Yes, so she was quite disparaging of Simon and his family at that particular time, although there were other posts that were much more positive. What really struck me about the summing up from the judge today was the breach of trust and the fact that she had an opportunity, even after the poisonings had taken place, she was still lying about the fact that, she bought these mushrooms from a Chinese supermarket. She had the opportunity at that stage to say what she'd done. And the judge made a lot of the fact that she didn't do that. So medications and other interventions were not used early enough to really help the victims. Had she stepped in and said this could be death cap mushrooms, the medical treatment would have been different and perhaps the outcome would have been different. So he believed that she still intended them to die, even in those days that followed. And that was very impactful on his sentencing.
The prosecution submitted that I should infer from your pitiless behaviour that your intention to kill was ongoing and that this constitutes an additional aggravating circumstance. I accept that submission. As the Wilkinsons' daughter, Ruth Dubois, remarked in her victim impact statement, you, quote, followed through on your lethal plan.
And he found there was substantial premeditation, and absolutely no pity shown for her victims.
Absolutely. And remember, when we had the pre-sentencing a couple of weeks ago, she had the opportunity to address her victims then. They'd read, there were a number of, I think there were 20 or so impact statements that were read out to the court by those most, intimately affected. And she chose not to speak then either. And that was her opportunity to really apologise for the harm and trauma she'd caused, and she chose not to. So there's no evidence at all of any remorse been demonstrated by Erin Patterson, and that's obviously something the judge would have considered as well.
Yeah, he also recapped Patterson's hunt for the death cap mushrooms, the cancer lie that she'd given as a reason for this lunch, and the fact that she'd used these different plates and served her own beef Wellington on a different coloured plate.
In addition to denying the use of foraged mushrooms, you engaged in an elaborate cover-up of your guilt. I find that you disposed of the 4 grey plates on which you served the poisoned beef Wellingtons. You falsely made out that you had fed your children leftover beef Wellingtons with the pastry and mushrooms scraped off. You feigned illness. You disposed of the dehydrator soon after you were released from hospital. You maintained the vague story about sourcing dried mushrooms at an Asian grocery.
It was quite really incredible to watch this, wasn't it?
It was. And also she was really trying to compel Simon to attend that lunch. I mean, she was really pressuring him by text when he had said to her, I don't feel comfortable to attending the lunch. Thank you for the invitation, but I don't feel comfortable. And she put a lot of pressure on him. So she really wanted him at that lunch. And I think that, looking back in hindsight, given what her intention was, that's really quite sinister.
The judge also mentioned that forgiveness that was offered by Ian Wilkinson.
He offered you forgiveness for what you did to him. Quote, I encourage Erin to receive my offer of forgiveness for those harms done to me with full confession and repentance. I bear her no ill will. That offer of forgiveness presents you with an opportunity. You would do well to embrace it in the manner he suggests.
And I think what was really sad as well is at that lunch, I believe Ian led them in a prayer for her health, because at that stage they thought that she was unwell and that's why they were there. And that just seemed so heartbreaking given the context of what she was doing. And the premeditation, she knew she was about to, in essence, kill these 4 people. That was her intent. And yet they're praying for her health. And I thought that really struck me as the kind of people they were, juxtapositioned against the kind of person that Erin Patterson clearly is.
All right, well, Xanthi, let's look at the challenges that this case posed, because the interest in this trial was incredible. You're a criminologist. Why do you think people were, some people quite obsessed by this story? Even non-crime lovers were, really taking a lot of notice of this.
Absolutely. It's got almost like a cult-like following now, which is,
Yes.
I've never seen anything quite like this. And I think there's a number of factors. I think it's because it happened in such a sleepy, quiet little place, and that does not seem the scene that you would expect a mass murderer to be plotting this kind of tragedy. And I think it's Erin Patterson herself. She's a female mass murderer, which is very unusual, the only one in recent criminal Australian history. And I think the poisoning, and, it's got this very Machiavellian, Shakespearean kind of feel to it. And when you look at her, she looks so normal. And yet, obviously, underneath, there's a very dark personality there that could plan something like this and go through with it, because she had so many opportunities to not do it. Even when they were sitting down, she put the plates in front of them, her food on a different colour plate. She had every chance to not do this. And yet she went ahead, and the judge did highlight the trauma she's caused her own children, making them watch their grandparents die such traumatic and violent deaths. And so I think it's all of that. But when you look at her, she looks so normal. But obviously, going on underneath, there's a lot of darkness.
Well, that sort of mass attention as well. It does create a problem, doesn't it, for the judge? presiding over a case like this?
It did. There was certainly a lot of public attention and obviously a jury, and that can lead to accusations that the jury is biased or prejudiced or bringing information from outside the courtroom into their deliberations, which they're not allowed to do. They have to only rely on information provided in court. But ultimately, I think that was highly reflected in the outcome. So she will remain in isolation, in essence, because she is so high profile, and that's going to be really burdensome on her. So I think the sentence was actually less than it would have been had she not been so high profile, because he had to take that into account as a mitigating factor.
And Xanthi, do you think that huge amount of attention on this trial ultimately was good or bad for the justice system? Oh,
that's an interesting question. I think it was inevitable because of the uniqueness and the elements of the case which made it, so high profile in the first place. So I think that possibly the negative side here would be on the family, because so much attention. It's going to be really difficult for them to get away from this now. And the judge even mentioned, it's being talked about in the schoolyard. And so for the Patterson and Wilkinson families, I imagine that ongoing media interest, public interest, has been and will continue to be very difficult, because it will open those old wounds. So that's I imagine, the negative side of this whole media furore around this case.
All right, well, Xanthi, let's now turn to what comes next for Erin Patterson. Just tell me, are all her avenues of appeal exhausted at this point?
Not at all. They've just started, really. So she has 28 days from today to lodge an appeal. And there are two types of appeals she can lodge, either one against her convictions or one against the length of the sentence. Now, if she's going to appeal the length of the sentence, it has to be because it's considered manifestly long and unfair. And I don't think that that is going to be something they'll consider here, given the defence asked for a minimum of 30 years and she's got 33. So I don't think they would consider this a manifestly unfair sentence. They may throw it in, because I imagine they may well appeal the convictions themselves, because at this stage she really has nothing to lose. Most people seek leave to appeal, but they will need grounds. They will need to demonstrate that the judge erred somewhere legally during that court process. So seeking leave and being granted leave are very different things.
All right. And after that 33 years, that non-parole period, she will be given a chance to be released. What's the process there?
Well, yes, she will be eligible for parole, and they will determine, looking at her behaviour in prison, etc. The judge did also mention that rehabilitation wasn't really a large part of his consideration in this case, although normally rehabilitation is something that they will consider. But you have to remember, as you say, she's 50 years old now. She's going to spend, I imagine, a very significant portion of that in isolation. Physically and mentally, that is going to take a huge toll on her. So I can't, it's difficult to imagine, that she will actually finally be released. I'd be surprised, but ultimately, if she makes it through those 33 years, she will be eligible, and the parole board will need to look at her behaviour and all of the other factors at that stage.
Well, Xanthi, the public appetite for this case, I assume it isn't going away, even though we have got the sentence now.
Certainly not, no.
Now for the movies and the documentaries,
yes.
Of course, all of that to come. And that was noted by the judge, wasn't it, during his sentencing?
Very significant public interest. And I think that's the only point at which Erin Patterson did look up. When he said about the ongoing media interest and that being the reason she's going to have to remain, in essence, in isolation for her own safety, she looked at the press pack then, and I don't think she was looking at them with favour. So she, it is going to be an ongoing situation where, we certainly haven't heard the last of Erin Patterson and her story told by, I imagine, the people who have been impacted, those of whom wish to speak.
Dr. Xanthi Mallett is an Associate Professor of Criminology at Central Queensland University. This episode was produced by Cinema Nippard and Jessica Wukyanov. Audio production by Sam Dunn. Our supervising producer is David Cody. I'm Sam Hawley. Thanks for listening.
ABC Listen. Podcasts, radio, news, music and more.
Other than Erin Patterson, Ian Wilkinson is the only survivor of that beef Wellington lunch. Today, he took the stand. I'm the ABC's court reporter, Christian Silva.
And I'm Stephen Stockwell. It is May 6 and we have just finished the 5th day of Erin Patterson's murder trial. Welcome to Mushroom Case Daily.
The prosecution argues she had travelled to nearby Loch and Outram, where there'd been sightings of death cap mushrooms.
She told doctors she fed her children leftovers but scraped the mushrooms off.
Police allege Ms Patterson refused medical treatment for both herself and her children.
Ms Patterson admits she lied to police about foraging for mushrooms and getting rid of the dehydrator.
So, Christian, we've now settled into the rhythm of the second week of Erin Patterson's trial now. Before we get too deep into what happened, can you hit us with the headlines of what unfolded in court today?
Ian Wilkinson, the sole surviving guest of the lunch, took to the witness stand, and he really was the key witness of the day. He took the court through how this lunch came about, some of the conversations that happened at the lunch table, and also what happened in the aftermath. We also heard from a paramedic, a nurse and a doctor who were called to the stand. They discussed some of the treatment that was administered to the lunch guests after they fell sick. And we also got some additional information about the dehydrator at the centre of this lunch from the guy that managed the store where the dehydrator was sold.
It was a really interesting day of evidence in Erin Patterson's trial. Most notably was Ian Wilkinson, who was giving evidence today. And I was watching in the media overflow room for a period of time, and the thing that stuck with me and that I hadn't realised was happening actually was that every witness who was giving evidence as they're walking up is asked if they want to give an affirmation or an oath. And Ian Wilkinson is a pastor at the Corumburra Baptist Church. And so he, in this moment, confidently says, "I will swear an oath to the Almighty God." And it really brought home who he was in this situation, his relationship to this whole thing. And, you know, he then went on to talk about how him and his wife Heather were invited to the lunch at church a couple of weeks prior to it. And actually that Heather, his wife, was really quite excited to go to this lunch, right, Christian?
That's right. He was saying that they were very happy to be invited. And he said this in the context that they did know Erin through their family relationship and talked to her plenty of times, but he described her as a bit of an acquaintance. So he seemed excited that maybe their relationship was going to go to the next level. So they were really looking forward to this lunch at Erin Patterson's house.
Yeah, it was really interesting hearing Ian talk about, you know, where his wife Heather heard this news, you know, where Erin told her it was in a different part of the church to where Ian was, and then how she'd walked through the church to tell Ian. And, you know, his memory of that was quite clear, you know, talking about how excited Heather was and, you know, sharing the news. It was interesting sort of, seeing how he told that story.
And as part of the trial, various exhibits are shown to the court, and we actually saw Heather's green, colourful diary. And it had marked in there lunch at Erin's on the specific day, and even the time when they were being picked up, and a reference to the fruit platter that she was bringing for dessert.
Yeah, it was interesting. Yeah, this diary, very similar to one that my parents keep actually, which is quite cute. And yeah, there's 12 p.m. and Ian's explaining that that's when Erin's parents-in-law, so Erin's mother and father-in-law, Gail and Dom Patterson, would be coming to their house to pick them up. Yeah, fruit written in there in a different coloured pen, I noticed, as a reference to the fruit platter they were taking. And so, yeah, obviously on this day, Gail and Dom have come to their house, they've picked them up, and they've gone around and, walked into Erin's house. And it was really interesting. They'd never been to this house before. And the thing that was really interesting was Ian telling this story about how his wife, Heather, was enamoured with the pantry in this house.
Yeah, Ian said that his wife was really keen to check out the pantry in Erin Patterson's house because she was organising a new pantry for her own property or something to that effect. And so Heather is calling out to Gail saying, "Come and check out the pantry." This is the story that Ian says. And Ian says that he noticed that Erin Patterson was looking very reluctant about these two women trying to snoop around her pantry and have a little look. So noticing that, Ian said that he kind of backed off and didn't want to go and look, thinking maybe the pantry is a bit of a mess. He won't add to any potential embarrassment. But that was an interesting point that he brought up. And then from there, he moved to the fact that they had some small talk before gathering around the kitchen island bench where food was being prepared.
Yeah, and this was a really big part of the kind of conversation today was the plates. Who was serving whom, what was on the menu, all that, because we've previously heard that there were two different coloured plates. There were 4 grey plates that were served to the guests, and then Erin had her own plate, which was a different colour, like an orangey, browny, rusty colour, I think Ian described it as today. What did we hear about how the food was distributed?
Ian said that both Heather and Gail were offering to help plate up the food and that Erin Patterson rejected that offer and plated it up herself. So he said that each person received a individually cased beef Wellington, and he also used the word pasty to describe that, and he said there was also some green beans and mashed potatoes on each person's plate. He said that each of the guests received a stone grey coloured plate, whereas Erin ate off an orange coloured plate. Now, later on in cross-examination, Colin Mandy, the defence barrister, took Ian back to this and was saying, are you sure? Are you sure that the plates all matched from that the guests had? And he was insistent, definitely. We all had the 4 grey plates and Erin had the orange plate.
So was Colin Mandy trying to ask whether or not, the grey plates might have been different types of plates in their own mix?
Exactly. And he was also trying to assess Ian Wilkinson's memory of that. And Ian was very clear that the 4 had grey plates, Erin had the orange.
And there was also a discussion around who was taking food to the table and who was feeding who, like basically who gave whoever the plate. Obviously very relevant in this situation.
Yeah, it was the orange plate was Erin's, and Mr. Wilkinson said the group sat down at the table, they said grace, and then they started tucking into their meals. And he actually had some really vivid memories of how much each person ate, which is kind of unusual, but he explained the reason for that, and that was because there was a bit of banter at the table. So he said that he and his wife ate their entire serving, while Don ate his serving and half of his wife's because she couldn't finish it. And there was just a little bit of banter about how much each person had been eating. But he said that banter didn't really extend to what Erin was eating, but he did notice that she was consuming what was on her plate. He then said that they were pretty full after eating this meal, so they had a dessert of a cake and a fruit platter. That wasn't fully consumed, but then things turned to a really serious topic, which was this bombshell that Erin Patterson dropped to the lunch guests where, according to Ian Wilkinson, she claimed she had been diagnosed with cancer. And Mr. Wilkinson said in that moment, that's when it really clicked in his mind that this was the reason they'd been invited to lunch. His memory was that it was some kind of ovarian or cervical cancer that Erin said she'd been diagnosed with. And he said that she sought advice from the other guests about how to break the news of this cancer to their children. And he said that Don Patterson advised Erin that the best approach was to be honest. Now, this topic about the cancer was again addressed by Colin Mandy, the defence barrister, and he was saying to Ian, are you sure she definitively stated that she had cancer, or was it a suspected cancer diagnosis? And Ian very clearly said it wasn't an impression. She plainly said she had some sort of cancer. Erin was fairly clear the diagnosis was given. And Mr. Wilkinson said Erin had spoken about a diagnostic test that showed a spot on the scan that was a tumour. We did hear earlier in this trial that Erin Patterson's lawyers concede the cancer claim was false.
Yeah. Ian, as he was talking about the lunch, and as he was at this lunch, I should say, noticed that Erin Patterson's son was arriving home. This was as they were talking about how to break the news to the children. Obviously, he doesn't want Erin's son, hearing this news, he gathers everyone around. They do a quick prayer, praying that Erin can have wisdom as she lets the children in on this news. And then Erin's son comes in the room with a friend, and they kind of very quickly change the subject. And I think it sounded like the lunch dispersed quite quickly after that.
It sounded like they moved on to another topic. The Wilkinsons had another appointment at 3:00 that afternoon, so they had to head off, and everything seemed fine. But it was much later that night when Ian said both he and his wife started feeling sick, and they were experiencing diarrhea and vomiting, and the following morning they went to the Leongatha Hospital on the insistence of Simon Patterson. This is Erin's estranged husband who didn't turn up to the lunch, and Simon was also well aware that his own parents, Don and Gail, were also quite sick, suffering from similar symptoms as well.
One of the things I found really interesting in Simon Patterson's evidence was when he was talking about how Heather Wilkinson kept asking about the different coloured plates. Is it strange that she has these different coloured plates, all of that? Was that something that came up today? Did Ian mention that at all? Does he remember?
Yeah, he did remember it, and it was along the lines of his wife also making comments that there were different coloured plates used by the lunch guests as opposed to the orange coloured plate that Erin had.
Yeah. Does Ian remember much about what happened in hospital? Could he tell much of the story of what happened there, or is that where his story ends up fading slightly?
It sounded like he could remember his first few days in hospital, and the group were moved between various hospitals. However, his memory did become a bit hazy later on. I mean, he was intubated and he was treated for several weeks at Melbourne's Austin Hospital and was allowed to return home in late September. So this is, nearly 2 months after the lunch that he was able to finally return home and return to some kind of normal life.
Well, we don't have his experience of that period. We did hear from some of the medical professionals that were treating him today, didn't we?
We started getting into some of the early testing that happened. We heard from paramedics who explained, these people that we took to hospital were sick with diarrhea and vomiting. And Dr. Beth Morgan, a doctor at the Dandenong Hospital, was called to the stand. So this is like the second or third hospital that this group has been to, and she's talking about their treatment a couple of days after the lunch, and she described all sorts of various tests that they undertook. The upshot was the results were abnormal, and she was quite concerned that there was evidence of liver damage setting in. And as their conditions worsened, a diagnosis of death cap mushrooms was becoming clearer. And as we got to the end of Dr. Morgan's evidence today, she said that plans were put in place to move these guests to the Austin Hospital in Melbourne. Dr. Morgan also said that she became aware of Erin Patterson, who wasn't in her hospital at that point, and she said that she gave some advice that Erin should also be taken to the Austin Hospital, and that was the end of the evidence for the day.
Yeah. Ian's partner, Heather, or Ian's wife, I should say, Heather, died while he would have been in hospital, probably unconscious. Was there any reflection or any questioning about that at all today?
There was no questions about the emotional toll that this had taken, and there was no questions sort of asking Ian to reflect on everything. So he wasn't really given an opportunity to talk about how he felt. But Ian did show some signs of emotion today, and even in some of the earlier questions where he was introducing himself and asked to talk about, who his wife was and how many kids they had and that sort of thing, he smiled and chuckled when he referred to his wife as the baby of the family because she had 2 older sisters. And Mr. Wilkinson did show some warmth and some good humour at various times.
There were some quite funny moments in court today, which just really surprised me. I wasn't expecting it. I was expecting today to be such a heavy, emotional day, given what Ian Wilkinson had been through. But there was quite a bit of laughter, quite a lot of smiling. One of the things that kept happening was that the chair that he was sitting on kept like dipping down, slowly going down, like one of those gas lift chairs. And so when that happened, he was like, "Oh, look, it's just happened again. Sorry." He'd apologise quite profusely. Someone would come and lift it back up. And there was a moment where Justice Beale, who was the judge presiding over these proceedings, made a joke. It's like, "Oh, we do this to all the witnesses," and a laugh echoes around the courtroom. It was really quite sweet.
It was nice to see some lighter moments, and when that happened, even Erin Patterson herself did have a wry smile on her face. Erin, throughout this trial, has been pretty neutral with her expressions. She again was in the dock listening to proceedings as things unfold. But yes, even she could see the lighter side of that moment.
We did have another couple of witnesses appearing today. We spoke through some of the medical professionals who were there, but also the man who managed the homeware store that Erin bought the dehydrator from. That seemed really straightforward, almost like a matter of course. But was there anything interesting that you took away from that?
He was in and out in about 5 minutes. His name was Darren Fox, and I dare say, as the owner and manager of Hartley Wells Better Home Living in Leongatha, he never thought he'd be called to give evidence in a triple murder trial, but you never know. He said that in November 2023, so this is 4 months after the lunch took place, one of his employees came to him saying that she believed she'd sold an item to Erin Patterson. So they looked up the invoice and they actually found the dehydrator that was used in the lunch and inevitably ended up at the tip. So he said they did a little investigation. They found the tax invoice and the Sunbeam dehydrator was listed. It cost $229 and it was bought on the 28th of April, almost 3 months to the day of the lunch.
And that's actually a really interesting point because we are getting a lot of questions into Mushroom Case Daily. mushroomcasedaily@abc.net.au is our email address. Please get in touch. The email address is currently managing the volume of emails despite it increasing exponentially.
We can handle it.
We can absolutely handle it. We've got a team of people working on this. Earlier in the episode, I mentioned Erin Patterson's son, and we have had a lot of questions about her children emailed to us. Karen, Rowena, Catherine, Prue, a few other people are really interested in whether or not Erin Patterson's children will be giving evidence.
Stocky, in nearly all cases during this trial, the jury hasn't been given much notice. So far, they've not heard who's coming up until they pop up in the witness box. At the very beginning of the trial, a list of civilian witness names were read out, and the two kids were on that list, but whether they actually take the stand is another matter.
Yep. And also, speaking of witnesses, we have a question here from Sean. He listened to yesterday's episode and he was really interested in, we basically just had some feedback for us saying it'd be really useful for any witnesses if we could say whether or not they're being called by the prosecution or the defence team and why they're being asked to give witness evidence.
Fair question. At this point, all of the witnesses being called are prosecution witnesses. There will be a chance later in the trial for the defence to call their own. But Colin Mandy, the defence barrister, has the opportunity to cross-examine anyone the prosecution brings up, so he can fire some questions into them, no problem.
Yep. Sean was also asking about cross-examination too. He was saying it'd be really helpful if we kind of detailed, some more of that cross-examination stuff. Sean, I will say, certainly in regards to yesterday's episode, when we're talking about the evidence people are given, often we're including things they've said under cross-examination as well. It is really hard for us to give just an absolute blow-by-blow because so much happens in the day in court, right, Christian?
Court sits for about 6 hours every day, and we try to make podcast episodes that are digestible, so please forgive us for that. We just try to summarise it as best as we can.
Yeah. Thank you so much to all of you that are sending in questions. We're really enjoying answering them. Some of the investigative work some of you are doing is actually really impressive. And we obviously can't get into that now, but thank you for sending it to us. If you have any work that you're doing or if you have any questions for us, please send it to mushroomcasedaily@abc.net.au. And also, if you're enjoying this podcast, please leave us a review, rate us on whatever you are listening to this on. It is really helpful for us. And of course, make sure you have the ABC Listen app so you don't miss an episode of Mushroom Case Daily.
We'll be back tomorrow. We're expecting more witnesses on the stand. Mushroom Case Daily is produced by ABC Audio Studios and ABC News. It's presented by me, Christian Silver, the ABC's court reporter, and producer Stephen Stockwell.
Our executive producer is Claire Rawlinson. Props to Christian's boss, Sarah Jench, Audio Studios manager, Eric George, and our true crime colleagues, Tim Roxburgh, Rachel Brown, and Yasmin Parry, for helping make this show a reality. This episode was produced on the land of the Gunai-Kurnai people.
You've been listening to an ABC podcast. Discover more great ABC podcasts, live radio and exclusives on the ABC Listen app.
Pop culture hot takes are everywhere.
But only one podcast helps you figure out what they really mean.
Stop everything! It's the place for you to unapologetically overthink pop culture.
With me, Beverly Wang.
And me, Hannah Reish.
Find Stop Everything now on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Listen. Podcasts, radio, news, music, and more.
The closing of the closings. I'm ABC investigative reporter Rachel Brown.
And I'm Stephen Stockwell. It is Thursday, the 19th of June, and we've just finished the 34th day of Erin Patterson's triple murder trial. Welcome to Mushroom Case Daily.
The small town mystery that's gripped the nation and made headlines around the world.
On the menu was beef Wellington, a pastry filled with beef and a pate made of mushrooms.
At the heart of this case will be the jury's interpretation of Erin Patterson's intentions.
Erin Patterson has strongly maintained her innocence.
It's a tragedy what's happened. I love them.
Rach, we had our kind of last day of, I guess, the arguments from the defence today. We've already heard the end of the arguments from the prosecution. I spent a bit of time sitting in the court today, looking out of the giant picture window at the almost cartoon-like clouds that were floating through the Gippsland sky. And it's kind of a big moment, right?
Yeah, we are definitely on the home straight now, Stocky.
There's a lot to get through with the defence finishing their closing arguments today. Before we get there, can you just give us a wrap-up of what we heard throughout the day?
Sure. So during the trial, the prosecution has put forward these balloons, shall I say, of so-called deceptions of Erin Patterson. And Colin Mandy, in his closing, has been trying to put little needles in these balloons, so popping these so-called deceptions. So he continued with that today. He also spoke about incriminating conduct, which the jury will have to do a lot of thinking on, and they'll be given directions by the judge, Justice Beale, on that when it comes time for their deliberations. But Colin Mandy said to the jury, there is no rule of human behaviour, and you can't take the things that she did after the lunch as guilt. And then he also spoke about her as a witness in the witness box and reminded the jury she didn't have to be there, she didn't have to give evidence. And she subjected herself to some very scrupulous cross-examination by the prosecution. And then we ended the day, Stocky, with a little present from Justice Beale to the jury.
Thank you, Rach. The way you've described the kind of the popping of balloons of deception there is a wonderful way, I guess, of kind of explaining where Colin Mandy SC has kind of been. He spent most of this morning, right? Because he was covering a lot of ground. He was walking us through all of these different bits and pieces, taking his time at moments, really sort of explaining the different evidence that had been presented, what the prosecution had said about certain things, kind of like a real wander.
I'll just remind you what the 4 alleged deceptions are said to have been. One, that Erin fabricated the cancer claim as a ruse to get guests to the lunch. 2, that she put lethal doses of poison deliberately into beef Wellingtons and individual portions that she chose for that act. 3, that she attempted to make it seem like she also suffered poisoning. And 4, the sustained cover-up that the prosecution says she embarked on to conceal the truth. So a lot of today, Stocky, Colin Mandy SC was going through some of the points that the prosecution has made, some of these balloons, and just trying to spike them down. So I'll give you some examples. I'm not going to go through them all because there were a lot. Yeah. There was a lot for the jury to take in today. But on this idea, Stocky, that Erin is duplicitous. We've heard that one of the Facebook friends, Ms. Hunt, gave evidence that Erin wasn't an atheist. Now, Colin Mandy yesterday made a point of saying we should put inverted commas around the word friend when it comes to Facebook, that this woman, Ms. Hunt, wasn't even part of the inner chat group, that they never spoke on the phone, that's not someone you should count as a friend. That's one example. What else? The Sunday after the lunch, we've heard a lot about how her son doesn't remember Erin pulling over, as she says, by the side of the road where she says she has diarrhea. Colin Mandy's told the jury, well, he also doesn't remember the stop at the BP service station where he got food, which is what a teenager normally would remember. So those are the types of things, apparently she was reluctant to get medical treatment. Colin Mandy said if it was a ruse to get medical treatment, Colin Mandy says if this was a big play to make Erin look as sick as the other guests, she would have been hook me up, pump me full of drugs because I'm very, very sick. So things like that. There was a lot of them, and I'm not going to go through all of them, but trying to deflate the prosecution arguments that have been put up, lobbed up for the jury to think about when they retire.
Speaking of the prosecution, I mean, Colin Mandy spent a long part of the day, a lot of the day, talking about the prosecution, kind of making this point or highlighting what they didn't say or what evidence they didn't draw the jury to at various points. So, we were talking about Erin Patterson not being as sick as the other guests, the prosecution saying she wasn't as sick as the other guests. The defence is saying, look, she was sick. She had diarrhea. We heard evidence and we had, Colin Mandy pointing the jury to evidence from Dr. Burston, who did say in his evidence that there was some evidence of a diarrheal illness there. There may have been some evidence of a diarrheal illness there. And Colin Mandy saying, well, look, you don't see the prosecution pointing you to that evidence. Another example was around, again, Erin Patterson not being as sick as the other guests at the lunch. Colin Mandy pointing the jury to the evidence of Dr. Gerostomoulos and the severity index of Amanita phalloides poisoning, these sort of 4 grades. There's a lower grade, and Colin Mandy saying, well, look, don't see them pointing to that and highlighting this piece as well. So, this sort of, there's all these things they're not telling you and they're not highlighting, they're leaving out was a big part of what Colin Mandy SC was doing today.
And to be fair, that's not the prosecution's job. It doesn't have to do the defence's work for it, but that is what Colin Mandy was trying to say today. They've been very selective. They've cherry-picked. They've told you some bits of, or they've reminded you in the closing of some bits of witnesses' evidence, but not other bits.
Yeah.
So he was very carefully going through all those other bits.
Yeah. Again, like you were saying, sort of popping the balloons, if you will. Colin Mandy also spoke about Erin's actions following the lunch. Now, this is something that we've heard kind of referred to, I think, as incriminating conduct, right?
Post-defence behaviour, it's also called, but yeah, we know it as incriminating conduct. And Colin Mandy said by Tuesday afternoon, Erin was being treated as responsible. She's cooked this lunch. 4 people are seriously ill. She was freaking out. People were blaming her. Any way you look at it, it was her fault. So he says she was feeling isolated and left out of the loop. And he says some people might ask lots of questions in that situation. Some might shrink away and withdraw into themselves. And Colin Mandy said to the jury, nothing that Erin said or did was going to make any difference at all at that point, that they were already, the guests are already in hospital. They're already being treated for suspected death cap mushroom poisoning. And he used the word fulcrum, that August the 1st was the fulcrum. That's when things shifted. That was kind of like a Rubicon in this whole series of events.
And this is when she's in hospital, am I right?
That's right. And she has a conversation, allegedly, with Simon Patterson. I say allegedly, he's denied it in court, where Simon is said to have said to her, they were discussing the dehydrator. She was also talking to her daughter about muffins, using the dehydrator to blitz mushrooms that eventually went into muffins. And Simon allegedly says to her, oh, is that what you used to poison them? And so Colin Mandy said today, that's the fulcrum. That's when in Erin's mind that she might have accidentally done this.
Yeah, this kind of realisation moment of like, oh, maybe the mushrooms, and this is Erin Patterson's evidence at this point where she says, this is the realisation that, oh, well, hang on a second, maybe the mushrooms from the container that I've taken from my cupboard weren't just the ones from the Asian grocer. Maybe there were some foraged ones in there as well, and maybe those ones could have been poisonous.
Yeah, he said, this is when she's confronted with this terrible realisation that she might have caused the illnesses that her loved ones are facing. And he said none of the things that she did after can change her intention. So he's saying to the jury, don't use her actions after the lunch as evidence of guilt, that this is a woman who panicked. He said to the jury, think about that Erin might have had other reasons to do the things she did other than guilt. The prosecution want you to use the absence of evidence to fill the gaps. For example, she used the iNaturalist website. So then, therefore, she must have seen the posts from Christine McKenzie and Tom May, even though there is no evidence of that on any of her devices. So it'll be a big one the jury has to mull over. Justice Beale will give them a steer on, how to decide post-offence conduct and incriminating conduct and how that will factor into their deliberations. So Colin Mandy left the jury with this idea that, there is no rule of human behaviour, not to assume that the things that Erin engaged in after the lunch, she was only engaged in because she's guilty of murder.
As Colin Mandy was sort of drawing to the end of his closing today, he started talking a bit about Erin Patterson taking the witness box, walking into the witness box and giving evidence in her own triple murder trial. He was making the point that she didn't have to do this. She made a choice to do it. And I think he even, was quite specific in language, like she did this as an innocent woman.
And he said, she subjected herself to very lengthy cross-examination at the hands of a very experienced barrister. So that's a little hat tip there to Dr. Nanette Rogers, SC. And he said, the way she answered the questions was careful, even pedantic, as I think that was Erin's final words in her re-examination. I do that. I am pedantic. Colin Mandy SC said she's come under an incredible amount of scrutiny. You wouldn't have had the impression that she was trying to charm you or persuade you. She was very honest, even when the truth was quite embarrassing or when she was admitting to you that she told lies. She said, I was wrong, I'm ashamed of myself, things like that. And he said she exposed herself and her account to very close examination and came through unscathed, he says, which is a hard thing, he argues, to stick to a consistent account day after day after day, even in the face of rapid fire from multiple angles. So he said to the jurors, it's not enough that if you prefer the prosecution case to her evidence, and he said, the prosecution case is a little bit better than Erin. He said, that's not good enough. The prosecution has to prove each facet of its case beyond reasonable doubt.
As he, again, sort of edged closer to the conclusion of his closing address, he drew us back to a point that the prosecution had made in their closing. And it was a point that we reflected on the pod and we spoke about on the pod about a jigsaw. And the prosecution was making the point that, when you got all the evidence in a case, you got all the pieces, you're putting them together, you're getting a bigger picture and you're assessing that bigger picture. Colin Mandy SC today making the point that a jigsaw is a flawed analogy in this sense because when you get a jigsaw, there is a picture on the box that you're working towards. And if you are putting the pieces together to get to that picture, potentially you've assumed the direction that you're going in. And he was saying that basically the prosecution's picture on the box is a picture of guilt, and they have put the evidence together in a way that presents that picture of guilt instead of, proving beyond a reasonable doubt, using the evidence to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Erin Patterson is guilty of the crimes that she's been accused. So I thought that was a really interesting juxtaposition of something that we'd spoken about on the pod, and that's as he worked his way towards kind of like moved into the final moments of addressing the jury.
Yeah, he took the prosecution's puzzle and threw it off the table. It was interesting that he borrowed from their playbook but flipped it, in this idea that they're trying to have this picture and work backwards. And he also used the analogy of you can't force puzzle pieces together. You can't force evidence to fit a theory. And he's arguing that the prosecution is stretching interpretations, ignoring alternate explanations when they don't fit with the prosecution narrative. And he said to the jury, you cannot fill gaps with guesswork, speculation and theories. Colin Mandy did mention that, the trial might seem like a competition, but it's not a boxing match or a football match. He said it's more like a high jump and only the prosecution has to clear the bar. The defence doesn't have to do anything. Erin doesn't have to do anything. Erin is innocent and that's your starting point. So he came back to a point that he made to the jury at the very beginning in his opening. He also walked them through this spectrum, shall we say, of how they can land on not guilty. So he said, if you think it's possible that she deliberately poisoned the meal, you have to rule not guilty. If you think maybe she poisoned the meal, not guilty. If you think she probably deliberately poisoned the meal, not guilty. And he did the same with intending to kill the lunch guests, possibly, maybe, probably, that all of those would still have to end in a not guilty verdict.
And he hits that point, and that is the end, right? That's the conclusion of Colin Mandy's closing address to the jury. It'll be the last time he speaks to the jury. And these are the moments in the courtroom that I'm expecting this kind of high drama. Like, there's all this tension, there's all of this work, and like he just stops. And then Justice Beale just sort of turns to the jury and goes, okay, cool, well, look, that's him. And like now there's a couple of other points to get. There's no like theatre or drama or tension or release around any of this. It's just like, boom, here we go, next thing.
I think you've been watching too many court dramas, Stocky.
I actually don't watch a lot of court dramas. I just think I've got a sense of drama and storytelling.
There was no you can't handle the truth
No,
today.
There was none of that at all. I've been lied to. Anyway, someone who hasn't lied to me is Justice Christopher Beale. And he kind of had he had the last word to the jury today as, he was sort of sending them on their way.
He did. He gave them a lovely surprise that his judge's charge to the jury won't start until Tuesday, which means they get Monday off as well as tomorrow. So he said, think of it as a second Easter. And they all looked rapt with that. He said, look, I've been working hard to try to compress it, his charge. He said, he's going to try to aim for 2 days if he has the wind at his back, as we heard the other day.
Yep.
But he said, I can't make any promises. Working hard to try to compress it. And one of the jurors said, I can imagine. So we're back to jury interactivity.
Yep, right.
It's nice. They've obviously feel quite comfortable in front of Justice Beale. He's made them feel very comfortable. But Justice Beale continued and he said, look, there might be a certain impatience to get to this point, to get to deliberations. It's the final and most critical point of this trial. But he said it's important not to just get to that stage, but to also do things right every step of the way. So there are certain legal arguments that need to be had first, and he wants to give some very considered thought to his judge's charge.
Yeah. We've heard quite a bit of talk about the judge's charge this week, just kind of in the conversation or the closing arguments from both the prosecution and defence. They'll be talking about, a type of evidence at a certain point, how much weight a jury can place on one witness over another or another piece of evidence over another. And they've kind of referred to the judge's charge, which, is what we're going to get to, Tuesday, Wednesday, maybe Thursday next week. And the other thing I will remind you of as you're listening to this pod, especially over this week as we're doing the closing arguments and covering them, it is going to sound like we are coming from either one side or the other as we talk through them. It's because we are kind of retelling the arguments from quite literally one side or the other. We've had the defence over the last couple of days. We had the prosecution earlier in the week. And so if you're interested in kind of, where the arguments are going and what they both want the jury to be thinking about, I'd highly recommend just going through the episodes from this week to catch up on where everything is going. Next week we're getting to the judge's directions, as you mentioned, Rach.
And he said that too, Stocky. He said, and what listeners should also do, maintain an open mind. Justice Beale said to the jury, you've heard the evidence, you've heard the closings, but you haven't heard my charge. So, he said part of that will be legal principles that you have to apply. Some I've told you, some I haven't. And then he gave them a very important second point to remember, which was it's more important than ever that you have a good weekend. I want you fresh here on Tuesday. And then he said that's not a threat, by the way. So I know Justice Beale probably doesn't care if you and I are fresh on Tuesday, Stocky, but I'm very grateful to him also.
Yeah, it's very thoughtful. I also appreciated, speaking of an interactive jury, as he sent them on their way, not, dismissively sort of let them leave. There was a thank you, Your Honour, from the jury box as well, which I appreciated. Rach, as we get to the end of the episode, we do have a correction that we need to make from yesterday's episode, something that was in that episode. This is from Colin Mandy. He spoke to the jury this morning and updated something he said in his closing address.
Yeah, yesterday we spoke about this. He said that Erin Patterson was stirring and tasting the duxelle, the mushroom paste, the morning of the lunch. He said that's perhaps why she became sick hours before anyone else because she was doing the tasting in the morning. He wanted to qualify. He said, look, Erin Patterson did not say she'd actually tasted the duxelle after adding dried mushrooms. But he said using common sense, you'd expect that would happen because that's what she was doing. She was testing for how flavoursome or bland the duck cell was.
Yeah, thank you, Rach. Thank you, Colin Mandy, SC. Before we wrap up for the day, Rach, I want to jump into some questions. These are coming through to mushroomcasedaily@abc.net.au. You can send us all sorts of questions. We love getting them. There's even just some lovely feedback or some notes on things we've said, things we can clarify, which is all great. Just people saying they're big fans of the pod, which is also nice. I want to start today with a question from Mandy and Robin, Rach. They say, Dear Rachel and Stocky, thanks for your great work. We are two very keen listeners, both artists working away in our separate studios. Robin in Batlow in the Snowy Mountains and Mandy in Blackheath in the Blue Mountains. They listen intently and discuss every day. A couple of emojis here, Rach. Friends of the pod will know. A little face with the love hearts around it and then a face with love heart eyes. It's very nice. The big question that keeps coming up for them is why would Erin or anyone for that matter dehydrate and store death cap mushrooms in their food cupboard, especially with children in the house?
Good question. The defence would argue she didn't do it deliberately, that it was an accidental mix-up with forage mushrooms and the dried mushrooms that she bought from the Asian grocer, they say, in Glen Waverley in April 2023. So that's the basis of their case, that this tragedy was all a terrible accident. She didn't realise until that day of the fulcrum that we spoke about today, the Tuesday, when Simon brings up the dehydrator and the defence says that's the moment when Erin thinks, oh no, I think I know what might have happened.
Yep. Thank you, Rach. Thank you to Mandy and Robin. They also have a follow-up point here. They say, thanks very much and congratulations to Christian and his wife and family. A huge welcome to baby Silver. There's actually, I think, 2 emojis there as well, but they're little question marks, so they haven't come through. Can only assume they are the eye-rolling emoji. We have another question here from Marsha, Rach. Marsha says, hi there, thanks for a great podcast. It's the first thing I listen to each day. I have a question regarding Erin's friends. It seems from the evidence presented that the only friends Erin has are the ones on the Facebook group, which have been discussed at length. Does she have any other friends? Has this come up at all?
Thanks, Marsha. I can only tell you what the jury has heard, and the jury has only heard from 3 witnesses that were part of the Facebook chat group. Keep in mind, Colin Mandy told the jury yesterday he should put inverted commas around some of those people called friends. I'll leave it at that. Make of that what you may. He said it wasn't like she was talking on the phone to them at night. It was just a group chat message kind of thing. And one of the women that gave evidence, he says, wasn't in the inner sanctum of this chat group. As for, who may or may not be in the room during the trial, I'm sorry, Marsha, I just can't say.
Yep. Thank you, Rach. Thank you, Marsha, for that question. And Rach, final question here from Stacey. Stacey says, hey, Christian and Rachel. So close, Stacey. It's Stocky and Rachel, but you love the pod, so I'm going to let you off. Stacey says, I started listening a month in and binged to catch up. I was wondering if defence closing is wrapping up today and the judge's charges and directions aren't until Tuesday. Wachi, Stacey said Monday because that's what we thought until today. It's now going to be starting on Tuesday. Stacey's wondering what the other days will be. So we will have no court on Friday, Rach. We'll have no court on Monday. What are those days?
It's a holiday, Stacey, so the jury can be fresh when it comes back Tuesday, and so we can too. Thank you, Justice Beale.
We will still be doing our Friday wrap episodes, so when you are hanging around in the ABC Listen app, you can still catch us dropping in your feed on Friday afternoon as we wrap up the closings from both the prosecution and defence, go across some of the key themes, talk through some of the big moments of the week, so you've got something to keep you company on the weekend. But yeah, thank you so much for hanging out and listening to Mushroom Case Daily.
Mushroom Case Daily is produced by ABC Audio Studios and ABC News. It's presented by me, Rachel Brown, and producer Stephen Stockwell.
Our executive producer is Claire Rawlinson, and a huge thanks to our true crime colleagues who keep helping us out, our commissioning executive producer Tim Roxburgh and supervising producer Yasmin Parry. This episode was produced on the land of the Gunai Kurnai people.
In 1999, a well-to-do young American wandered into the Great Sandy Desert, alone.
What hope has he got?
He went out there to find meaning, but unwittingly sparked an international media storm and one of the biggest searches Australia had ever seen.
I'm looking for a body.
At a time when so many of us feel lost, what's the most extreme thing you do to feel found? Coming to ABC Listen on July 2nd, Expanse, Nowhere Man. In the meantime, catch up on all the previous seasons, search for Expanse on the ABC Listen app.
The Erin Patterson murder trial has heard warm messages had been exchanged between Ms Patterson and her in-laws in the lead-up to a deadly beef Wellington lunch. Alexandra Alvaro is at the Latrobe Valley Magistrates Court now. Hi Alex, so talk us through these messages.
These messages were allegedly exchanged on Mother's Day of 2022, a little over a year before that beef Wellington lunch, and they're from the messaging app Signal, and in them there's a message from Gail Patterson, Erin Patterson's mother-in-law, and it reads, "Happy Mother's Day, Erin, may God bless you." And then Erin replies saying, "Thanks, Gail, happy Mother's Day, you're the best mother-in-law that anyone could ask for." So quite warm messages. And we were also shown and taken through other messages where Erin is seen organising for her son to have tutoring from his grandfather, and we were also shown extractions from a call log which showed that there was frequent contact between Erin Patterson and her in-laws all the way up to the lead up to that beef Wellington lunch. Now we've also seen messages during this trial which allegedly show Erin Patterson being critical of her in-laws. We've seen exchanges from late 2022, December 2022, where Erin Patterson allegedly talks to friends, internet friends, about the troubles that she's having with her estranged husband Simon Patterson, calling him a deadbeat allegedly, and also messages where she allegedly says to friends that she wants nothing more to do with his family, saying that they're a lost cause.
So Alex, can you give us a bit of a summary then of what's happened in court over this week? The lead detective in this case was in the witness box for a lot of the time, wasn't he?
Yeah, Detective Stephen Eppingstall. Through him, we were shown Erin Patterson's police interview from about a week after the mushroom lunch. In it, she says that her in-laws are the only family that she has. She says she loves them. She also says that she doesn't own a food dehydrator and that she's never been foraging for mushrooms, which are comments that her defence now concedes are lies. And Mr Eppingstall also took the jury through a search that was conducted on Ms Patterson's home on the same day as that interview. He said that phone records show that a SIM card linked to Ms Patterson was swapped between handsets while that search was taking place. Now, during cross-examination, Erin Patterson's defence interrogated some of that. Detective Eppingstall had said that one of those phones was never found, but Erin Patterson's defence put to him that one of those phones was seen in a picture from that search, but Detective Eppingstall disagreed with that. He said if it was a phone, then we would have found it and we would have seized it. Now, Erin Patterson is accused of murdering her parents-in-law and the auntie of her estranged husband, Simon Patterson, by serving them a beef Wellington meal containing death cap mushrooms. She has pleaded not guilty. She says that she didn't deliberately poison her guests.
Alex, thanks so much.
Please stand. For the attempted murder of Ian Wilkinson, I sentence you to 25 years imprisonment. For the murder of Heather Wilkinson, I sentence you to life imprisonment. For the murder of Gail Patterson, I sentence you to life imprisonment. For the murder of Don Patterson, I sentence you to life imprisonment. All sentences are to be served concurrently. The total effective sentence is life imprisonment, and I fix a non-parole period of 33 years. I declare that you have served 676 days by way of pre-sentence detention. Finally, and by consent, I make the disposal order sought by the prosecution. Would you please remove Ms. Patterson?
Flowers at the Corumburra Baptist Church, mourning local school teachers Gail and Don Patterson, as well as Heather Wilkinson, whose husband Ian, the local pastor, remains in a critical condition in a Melbourne hospital.
At this point in time, the deaths are unexplained, and for that purpose we are involved.
The three deaths are now at the centre of a probe by homicide detectives. The victims are suspected of being poisoned by wild mushrooms over a family lunch. Assisting police with their inquiries is the host, a 48-year-old woman who police say prepared the meal.
The woman that we interviewed on Saturday is the daughter-in-law of one of the couples. That woman and her husband are separated. However, we've been advised that their relationship is amicable.
A total of 7 people were at the lunch in Leongatha on July 29. The host's 2 children were present, but at midnight it was the 4 adults who ate the meal who fell ill with gastro-like symptoms, taking themselves to hospital in the morning before being transferred to Melbourne as their conditions worsened. On Friday, Heather and Gail died in hospital. 24 hours later, Don Patterson passed away, and on Sunday, police announced the investigation.
It doesn't automatically mean that the deaths are suspicious.
Police have described this case as unusual and complex. It will rely on medical experts and toxicology reports, which could take some time to return. It's also prompted a warning about the dangers of ingesting wild mushrooms.
It's certainly looking like the symptoms are consistent with death cap mushrooms.
If you see a mushroom that's got a bright red, a bright orange or yellow on it, then it's probably one of those that you should leave alone.
Mike Lorrigan, ABC News Melbourne.
I'm Sarah Konoski, and I've got a special episode of Conversations to share. Kathleen Folbig telling her own story. For 2 decades, Kathleen was locked up in prison, wrongly convicted of the deaths of her 4 children, until friendship and science set her free.
I'm in prison accused of murdering my children. I didn't physically do it, but carried something that did.
Hear my interview with Kathleen Folbig right now on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Listen. Podcasts, radio, news, music, and more.
A life sentence for taking 3 lives.
And if Erin Patterson does ever see daylight, she'll be 82 years old.
I'm the ABC's court reporter, Christian Silva.
And I'm investigative reporter, Rachel Brown.
And I'm Stephen Stockwell. Just a heads up, there is some strong language in this episode. Welcome to Mushroom Case Daily.
Just a week after 4 people sat down for a family lunch in rural Victoria, 3 of them were dead.
Homicide detectives are still piecing together what exactly happened at the lunch.
It's certainly looking like the symptoms are consistent with death cap mushrooms.
Erin Patterson said she bought the dried mushrooms at a supermarket and an Asian grocery store months earlier.
I cannot think of another investigation that has generated this level of media and public interest.
Erin Patterson has been sentenced for murdering 3 people. Don and Gail Patterson and Heather Wilkinson, and for attempting to murder a 4th, Ian Wilkinson. Today, Justice Christopher Beale handed down that sentence in the Supreme Court, looking directly at Erin Patterson.
Please stand. For the attempted murder of Ian Wilkinson, I sentence you to 25 years imprisonment. For the murder of Heather Wilkinson, I sentence you to life imprisonment. For the murder of Gail Patterson, I sentence you to life imprisonment. For the murder of Don Patterson, I sentence you to life imprisonment. The total effective sentence is life imprisonment, and I fix a non-parole period of 33 years.
That is what unfolded in the Supreme Court this morning from 9:30. Justice Christopher Beale sentencing Erin Patterson. Christian, listening to that, sitting through that, what is your takeaway from the sentence of Erin Patterson?
I think the big thing is that non-parole period, which was the final thing that was played in that clip, where Justice Beale says that there's the potential that Erin Patterson could one day walk free after serving 33 years. Now, she served about 2 years, so 2056 is the earliest she could walk free. That's, of course, if she doesn't try her hand at an appeal and have some success. So it's a very, very long time. Some people had questioned whether Patterson would get life without parole, which is effectively locking them up and throwing away the key. And for part of that sentence, it was pretty damning, and I thought he was heading that way. But then he did show her some mercy and give her that glimmer of hope.
Yeah. Rach, what did you think of the sentence this morning?
It was interesting how many whys still remain and that we will never know, and the Patterson and Wilkinson families will never know. And Justice Beale touched on a couple of them, mentioning the motive, and sometimes motives are only known to the offender.
Clearly, the jury was satisfied beyond reasonable doubt that you committed the alleged offences. Only you know why you committed them. I will not be speculating about that matter.
And then he also wondered, and I've wondered this a lot myself, whether doctors had have administered silibinin, which is the antidote to death cap mushroom poisoning, earlier, whether that would have changed anything.
You showed no pity for your victims. Instead of informing those treating the Pattersons and Wilkinsons that you had used foraged mushrooms, which you could have done without having to admit that you had deliberately poisoned their meals, you repeatedly denied foraging, insisting that the mushrooms for the beef Wellingtons were sourced solely from Woolworths and an Asian grocery.
I'm really keen to take both of you through the entire sentencing today, unpacking all the aspects that we've heard about, some of the mitigating, some of the aggravating factors, some of the assessments that Justice Beale made on evidence we heard through the trial of Erin Patterson. So there's a lot to dive into. This all unfolded, as I mentioned, in the Supreme Court of Melbourne, this grand old stone building in the middle of town. There was a line of people out the front. Rach, you and I were in that line, getting in the building this morning as doors opened at 8:30, made our way through the building, sitting down in that court. What was it like for you sitting in that room, Rach, in that moment?
Well, seating was at an absolute minimum. We were just lucky enough to get in, and we'd been there since, 8 o'clock in the morning. So, but sitting there at the culmination of 2 years of waiting for these two families who've lost loved ones, and for the wider communities of Korumburra and Leongatha.
Supreme Court is this really grand space. The court that we were in today, Court 4, this wooden panelling all around the outside, really quite high ceilings. There's a public deck, like a second level, sort of looking over people. And when we get there, we're sitting around, there's this idle chit-chat. Christian, I was sitting quite close to the family. It was really interesting that the conversations that I was overhearing at the start, didn't seem like the sort of conversations I would expect to hear at the sentencing for the murderer of your, parents, uncles, aunties, something like that. It was classic, just extended family chit-chat, the sort of thing you would have at a barbecue or when you would bump in somewhere else. I mean, it just really took me by surprise.
It's pretty normal, actually, on the sentencing day for there to be an unusually relaxed atmosphere beforehand. And I have seen this in many cases involving horrific crimes. But as soon as the judge steps onto the bench, the mood changes like that. And that's what we saw. Everyone went silent. Every single person was looking at Patterson as she was marched through the room and taken up a few sets of steps and into that elevated court dock. Patterson was dressed in the sort of paisley top and this dark brown cardigan/jacket thing. I'm not a fashion expert, but it was one of the sort of regular outfits that we'd seen her wearing. And throughout the hearing, at first the body language was familiar body language, where we've seen her kind of look a bit glum and blink really quickly, but then as the sentence progressed and Justice Beale really started calling out some of her actions, Patterson just shut her eyes. It was as if it was too much for her to take in, or she didn't want to acknowledge it.
Yeah, we had, a reasonably kind of straightforward process. There's no theatre around this, right, Christian? Justice Beale pretty much straight into the room, looks straight at Erin Patterson, says, "You sit down, I'll tell you when to stand up next." And that was the moment we heard at the start. But yeah, really kind of got straight into it, talking through his sentencing remarks, all done in 45 minutes.
Yeah, Justice Beale, very efficient. Sometimes these sentencing remarks can go for a very long time, but I think it was clear that this judge had really thought about what he wanted to include in his sentencing remarks, which were actually being broadcast live around the world. In the past, it's been common for high-profile cases for them to allow the TV cameras in to record it, but usually not to broadcast it out to the world. So I think Justice Beale was very conscious of that fact. And this was a sentence that was really well crafted in terms of taking everyone through the narrative, the timeline of this horrific case. And he was damning of Erin Patterson's conduct. He was also very sympathetic towards the victims and made sure he paid an adequate tribute to them. He spoke in language that I think people at home would clearly understand. He put the legal jargon away, but then referred to some technical aspects when he needed to. The ending was quite abrupt, though. I think we were all a little bit surprised when it sort of came to an end and he called Erin Patterson to stand and sentenced her. But it was efficient, but really well-rounded.
Rach, you mentioned motive before. We heard Justice Beale talking a bit about how Erin Patterson's the only person who really knows. And I mean, we've spoken about that a lot on the pod. What else stuck out to you from his sentencing this morning?
Christian mentioned the very deftly crafted sentence, and I think that really shone through. And he did a really good job of balancing the facts of the offending that we'll go into in this episode with reasons for his decision, which was a large reason why this was broadcast, which we'll also speak about, and insights from victim impact statements. For example, Ian Wilkinson's, where he reminded Erin of Ian's offer of forgiveness.
Quote, "In regards to the many harms done to me, I make an offer of forgiveness to Erin. I say harms done to me advisedly. I have no power or responsibility to forgive harms done to others. However, I encourage Erin to receive my offer of forgiveness for those harms done to me with full confession and repentance. I bear her no ill will. That offer of forgiveness presents you with an opportunity. You would do well to embrace it in the manner he suggests."
And it was interesting, at this point, Erin had had her eyes closed for a long time, but she opened them at this point when Justice Beale said, I suggest that you do well to embrace this in the manner that he suggests. For the most part, she had her eyes closed, hands folded, no emotion, which we saw largely during the trial. And it was interesting watching Justice Beale too. Like, he was reading from his sentence, but he was talking to her. Like, he kept making sure he put his head up and spoke straight to Erin Patterson.
The layout of this courtroom has the dock directly in the eye line of the judge. It's not even slightly off centre. It's looking straight at them. And the way the television cameras were positioned, they were literally just behind Erin Patterson, above her head. So what people at home were looking at is practically the view that Patterson had as she was learning her fate this morning.
Yeah, I was just behind and to the left of where Justice Beale's eye line was, so just behind and to the left of where Erin Patterson was through that as well. And yeah, it felt at times like he was talking, straight at me through as we were going through it. Christian, what stuck with you from his sentencing remarks? Were there any moments that you'll come back to?
I think we touched on this in our last episode where Justice Beale gave some hints about his assessment of the case, because up until now he's had to be a very neutral umpire, letting the evidence play out in front of the jury, and then he's seen the jury deliver the verdict, and now it's his job to do the sentence. And he shared his own thoughts about the evidence, and he was damning of Patterson's actions and Patterson's cover-up, everything from inviting the lunch guests over a couple of weeks before the fatal beef Wellington was served up to what Patterson did in the aftermath. Steps that she took to cover up her tracks, dumping a dehydrator, hiding phones from the police, a whole bunch of steps that he was incredibly critical of as he summed up this case. And he made it clear that he believed some of the evidence given from the likes of Ian Wilkinson, who told the trial that Patterson ate off a different coloured plate to everyone, and that was something that Erin disputed, and that those plates were never found. But Justice Beale made it clear that he believed the sole survivor of the lunch.
I accept the evidence of Ian Wilkinson that you served your guests their meals on 4 grey plates, while your individual beef Wellington was on a smaller orangey tan coloured plate, a fact that Heather also commented on to Ian and Simon the next day. I find that you did this to ensure that you did not mistakenly consume a poisoned meal. I also accept the evidence of Ian Wilkinson that at the conclusion of the meal, you falsely told your guests that you had been diagnosed with cancer.
Yeah, it's incredible to hear him, I guess, making these assessments of the evidence. I mean, yeah, the plates is one example. The other one, we mentioned it briefly, the story about getting mushrooms from an Asian grocer. This is something that we spent so much time on during the trial, so much time talking about on the pod, and Justice Beale basically coming out and saying, I think that was a lie. Is it unusual to get that kind of like candor from a judge in a moment like this?
Not when it comes to sentences, but it's so interesting to finally hear it. Like, he's so guarded during the whole trial as he needs to be. So when you hear judges come out with things like the Asian grocer was a lie, you know, that stuff does stick in your brain. He said, you know, when you realise death cap mushrooms can't be cultivated commercially, you had to change tack, and you concocted the story.
And sometimes with sentencing remarks, judges will say that while a jury has found somebody guilty, there are elements to the story that still don't quite add up. But that's not what we heard from Justice Beale today. It sounded like he agreed with most, if not all, of the prosecution case that was put forward against Erin Patterson.
Yeah, and, you know, we've heard, you know, the sentence that's been handed down, life imprisonment, non-parole period of 33 years. Rach, you know, we heard a lot in the plea hearing about the aggravating and the mitigating factors. What were some of the aggravating factors that Justice Beale was considering when, you know, deciding on that sentence?
Justice Beale, when he was reading them out, was almost a staccato bang, bang, bang. You know, there was an elaborate cover-up by yourself. The plates, Justice Beale mentioned, the different coloured plates. You said that you fed the children leftovers, you feigned illness, you disposed of the dehydrator. He just, like, it was just, wasn't it, machine gun fire of all these things that she did, Justice Beale said, to cover up her actions. And then finally he said he landed on what was an enormous betrayal of trust.
Your victims were all your relatives by marriage. More than that, they had all been good to you and your children over many years, as you acknowledged in your testimony. Not only did you cut short 3 lives and cause lasting damage to Ian Wilkinson's health, thereby devastating the extended Patterson and Wilkinson families, you inflicted untold suffering on your own children, whom you robbed of their beloved grandparents.
Hearing the framing of, the trust was one thing. Yeah, as he was talking through this today, Justice Beale pointing out that, you know, the harm that this had done was not just, you know, resulting in the deaths of these people and the harm that it had caused the various, you know, victims, not just those who've died, but their family members and all of that as well. But that erosion of trust, the breach of that trust was something you could feel Justice Beale was very aware of as he was giving his sentencing.
And he repeated that again today. He spoke in the pre-sentence hearing about the tsunami of pain, you know, not just ripples, but the tsunami that continued through 4 generations of the Pattersons and Wilkinson families and the local communities as well.
Yeah. Christian, we have seen a non-parole period set for this, which means that after that period elapses, Erin Patterson will be able to apply for parole. What were some of the mitigating factors that Justice Beale was considering when making that decision, when deciding to allow that? Because again, we've spoken about this, the alternative is that she's never out, that it is just an effective life sentence, throwing away the key.
It really comes down to Erin Patterson's conditions in prison. She's not a regular prisoner. In fact, she's been given a maximum security rating. And that's not because the prison authorities think she's going to attack other people. It's because they're worried that Patterson herself will be a target in prison. Justice Beale said because of the notoriety of this case, she's had to be separated from other prisoners. The only person she's allowed to talk to in prison is a fellow inmate who's in for terrorism offences. And Patterson has said that she's never spoken to this person. She's effectively alone in a prison cell for anywhere between 22 and 24 hours a day with very little access to things like an exercise yard. So in the eyes of the law, these are overly onerous conditions that have to be taken into account by judges. And that is a key reason why she was granted this non-parole period. I mean, it's possible that her notoriety may fade over time, but it will be quite some time, you'd think, before Patterson could ever be considered to be allowed to mix with a regular prison population.
And Christian, we haven't seen, Justice Beale even highlighted this during the sentencing today. We haven't seen any kind of testimony in support of Erin Patterson through this process. No personal references, no psych evaluations, nothing.
Yeah, or not even talking about physical health conditions, which is often something that convicted killers like to try to highlight to see if they can cut a little bit of their sentence, but none of that from Patterson. I do wonder what the strategy is from her legal team. Maybe it's because they are working on an appeal, but I also question if they had done those psych evaluations, what would that have turned up? And could it have possibly made things worse for Patterson? I don't know.
In what sense? What do you mean? As though it would have demonstrated something that doesn't justify the behaviour, or what do you mean?
Well, it's become clear through the course of this trial that Patterson is a liar. But what if a psychiatrist said, she's a psychopath, and I put her chances of reoffending as moderate to high, which is the kind of assessments that they do make when they look at offenders. What if a psychiatrist had said that? That could have been disastrous for Patterson. So maybe it was in her best interest to stay silent. Only Patterson and her legal team know.
And just on the non-parole period, basically is, it's not an option for 33 years, and then after 33 years, it becomes a possibility. Am I right in thinking that's how this works?
Yeah, Patterson will have to go before the parole board or whatever is existing at that time that fulfills that duty, and have to make a case that she should be released. So it's by no means a guarantee. There are several convicted killers who are still serving their sentences well after their parole periods have come up.
Mm-hmm. Something I found really interesting as we were listening to all of this today, we're talking about Erin Patterson's situation in this isolation unit, in the Gordon unit. And that is something that is not done because they're worried about her being a risk to other prisoners. It's them worrying about the risks to her because of her notoriety, basically, the amount of publicity around that. And I realised that, the publicity around this, the interest in this case, Justice Beale today referencing, the books, the documentaries and all of that will be published, following this sentence, all feeds into that. I mean, is this quite an unusual situation that Erin finds herself in here, Rach?
It's interesting that he made that comment and all these things feed in and off each other. We were talking about media behaviour and the spectrums of that we've seen in this case, some good, some very bad. And for Justice Beale to actually call that out, I think it's really helpful because the wheels of justice grind slowly, but we got to see it in action today, which we don't usually get to see. And that also could that contribute to her notoriety even more? Perhaps. Justice Beale made a comment last time at the pre-sentence hearing about Martin Bryant, the Port Arthur gunman. And the prosecution said a lot of the younger generations wouldn't even know who he is. But Justice Beale made the point, well, he mightn't have had as many Netflix documentaries made about him. So it's interesting for me from a cultural perspective that all these things do feed in and off each other. And yes, her notoriety is heightened because of the media, but then that's also led to a change that we saw today, that the courts, like Justice Beale saying to the Supreme Court staff, I think we need to broadcast this so people can see justice in action, so people can make their own decisions about whether it's working or not.
One other thing to add too, by acknowledging the media's involvement in all of this, what it does is it also makes his sentence slightly more appeal-proof. Patterson's lawyers will be looking for any way to appeal not only this sentence but this verdict, and they could point to the judge not factoring in the media attention. So by putting this statement in his sentence, by saying he's factored it in, that effectively knocks that potential ground out of any appeal. Now, Beale hasn't said, the media attention is worth 2 years or 1 year, but he's factored it in, and that's going to make it slightly harder for Patterson to appeal.
Yeah,
there may be other grounds that she'll go down, but citing the media is going to be a tough one now.
Yeah, I'm keen to talk a little bit more about appeal prospects a little bit later in this episode, so we'll come back to that one. The thing I want to talk about now, though, is just how significant this sentencing being not just live stream but broadcast live around the world is. Christian, has this ever happened before?
To my knowledge, the Supreme Court hasn't allowed TV cameras in to broadcast a sentence live. I could be wrong, but I don't think it's happened. In the past, they have allowed TV cameras in to film stuff and then it's played out later.
Yep.
But there's always that proviso that, if something goes wrong, the judge could stop that getting out there. But this being live, there was contingencies. There was a 10-second delay that was set up, but that was about it. And as we all found out, when the judge, to our surprise, dropped an F-bomb.
Two. Or three, maybe.
We didn't know that was coming, and I presume that was played live around the world.
Yeah, Justice Beale referring to some of the messages that were exchanged between Erin Patterson and a group of Facebook friends. Talking about a disagreement she'd had with her estranged husband, Simon Patterson. And there's some strong language.
You were scathing in your remarks about both Simon and his parents, Don and Gail Patterson. Amongst other things, you derided your father-in-law's suggestion that you and Simon get together and pray for your children, commenting, quote, "This family, I swear to fucking God." You called them, quote, "a lost cause." You wondered whether they had, quote, "any capacity for self-reflection at all." You said, quote, "fuck 'em," and that you suspected the best thing you could do was, quote, "just to forget about all of them and live your life."
It was interesting too that broadcasters who decided to take the feed had to take the whole feed. They couldn't just cherry pick.
Really? So it had to be played out in full? It wasn't something you could just take 30 seconds of here or there? You needed to have the whole thing?
That was the expectation that the court set out. Now, I think they know that they can't control what is broadcast, but I think the expectation was made clear. I'd be interested to see how closely that was followed.
If it was the full 45 minutes of the sentencing. I mean, we're talking about how unusual it is for something like this to be broadcast live. Rach, why do you think this was done? Because this was something that Justice Beale wanted to do, right?
He approached the court, by my understanding, and said that this is something that he'd like to do. And kudos to him, because we put in application after application after application for every big trial to film the sentence. It's nearly always a no. And not only did we get to film this, but it was played out pretty much live. So it goes to the principle of open justice and justice not just being done, but being seen to be done. And I think that's really important. And as you guys know from all the emails that we've got to the Mushroom Case Daily special email address, people are genuinely curious about the system and how it works. Christian, this is one of the reasons why your idea behind this podcast was because there's a lot of ostracism in the court system. Not a lot of people understand it. So this was a way of demystifying it, having that email system there for this podcast. But the courts recognised that too, and thought, well, we'll start letting people in. Whether this opens the gates for more of this, what do you think, Christian?
Yeah, I think it's a great advertisement for open justice. Let's be clear, though, there were some pretty strict parameters still put on this broadcast. The camera wasn't allowed to pan around the room. It was very much just fixed on the judge. There was absolutely no way that the media was going to be allowed to film Erin Patterson, who was sitting just in front of that camera there. So it was still quite controlled, but look, hey, it's better than nothing. And I think Justice Beale probably wanted the community to get a good idea of why he was imposing this non-parole period. Maybe that was behind his thinking as to why. he asked for the entire thing to be shown in full so that people at home could understand why Patterson would be given that 33-year non-parole period and an opportunity to one day walk out.
I heard an ex-judge commenting on News 24 earlier that Justice Beale, took in his sentence, it went through the principles of sentencing like denunciation or protection of the community. And that's really important too, to help the community's understanding about the way our system sentences the way it does.
I turn then to a number of relevant sentencing principles and rules. Section 5 of the Sentencing Act 1991 declares that the only purposes for which sentences may be imposed are just punishment, specific and general deterrence, rehabilitation, denunciation, and protection of the community. I have had regard to all of these sentencing purposes in formulating my sentences, but rehabilitation has taken a backseat because of the gravity of your offending.
Christian, when we are looking at this sentence that's been handed out to Erin Patterson, how does that compare to other sentences that we've seen handed down to murderers in Victoria?
A life sentence with 33 years non-parole is definitely at the higher end, and it does sound weird and it's a bit awful, isn't it, when you start talking about cases and you have to rank one murder as being worse than another, but that is how the system works. And this is up there among Victoria's worst murders. If you're just going by the sentences, there have been worse. But to put it in a bit of context, people will remember the horrible case involving ABC staffer Jill Maher, who was abducted and raped about 15 years ago. Adrian Bailey, her killer, got a pretty similar sentence. There's another case involving a woman called Chai Sia Lau, and apologies if I've butchered that pronunciation. She used garden shears to stab a grandmother and a 10-year-old to death. So she got a similar sentence to this that Patterson got. And of course, famously, Robert Farquharson, a man who drove his 3 sons into a dam in 2005. All these people have been given that opportunity for parole. It's similar time frame to Patterson.
Yeah. Rachel, what sort of reaction have we seen to Erin Patterson's sentence from, the people who've been affected by this crime?
I was watching some family members and there wasn't a great deal of reaction from them, but I think we all predicted today that she would get life. Even the defence conceded it needed to be a head sentence of life, so the question was only about a non-parole period. What I was surprised by, though, is Ian Wilkinson decided to talk outside court. He hasn't spoken to date. He's attended so much of the trial but hasn't said anything. And we've seen him show such grace, as I've mentioned numerous times during the trial. I'm not sure there are others capable of that level of grace that he's shown. And he stood on the stairs of the court surrounded by just this enormous pack, but respectful. They weren't pressing in. He was on the top step and he spoke about his thanks and gratitude for the Victoria Police Force, for the OPP and for the community as a whole.
We're thankful that when things go wrong, there are good people and services and systems available to help us recover. I'd like to encourage all those involved to keep turning up and serving others. Our lives and the life of our community depends on the kindness of others. I'd like to encourage everybody to be kind to each other. Finally, I want to say thank you to the many people from across Australia and around the world who, through their prayers and messages of support, have encouraged us.
My takeaway from Ian Wilkinson's statement is, Rach, as you talk about his grace. In his victim impact statement, he talked about how he forgave Erin Patterson. And today on the steps of the Supreme Court, just around the side of the building, he finishes that statement by thanking the media who were there and then telling everyone to have a nice day. Or says, I hope you have a nice day. And to me, that just shows, how caring a man he is, who's had to bear, this weight for so long. He's, as you say, Rach, he showed up every day to this trial.
And he gave a cute little smile at the end too. He was solemn for most of the time that he was saying what he needed to say, but there was a cute little smile at the end. And told the community to be kind to each other.
Christian, were you surprised to see Ian Wilkinson speaking today?
I think it was nice that he did speak publicly. The whole world has been wondering what he thinks, and he's absolutely entitled to his right to privacy. Hopefully he's granted that, but that public acknowledgement of the healthcare workers, the police, the prosecutors that secured justice, I think was very gracious.
Yeah. Ian Wilkinson talking on the steps, probably about 30 metres from where there was a huge crowd of photographers and cameramen at the gates where the prison van will leave the Supreme Court with Erin Patterson, taking her to Dame Phyllis Frost, where she'll return to the Gordon unit and start her life sentence, basically. Christian, what does that look like for her?
As we chatted about earlier, it's probably going to be a lot of solitary confinement. We heard about Patterson's prison conditions in this specialised unit, and it does sound pretty awful, to be honest. You're basically by yourself, heavily restricted. The idea of being allowed to chat to a terrorist as your only fellow inmate isn't that appealing, and clearly not appealing to Patterson. She's got time to crochet in her cell, watch TV, but it's going to be a very lonely existence. And it's interesting though, Stocky, because some people I've talked to in Victoria Police wonder whether Erin secretly has enjoyed all of this attention. She is a true crime genre fanatic who is now the protagonist in the biggest story in a long time when it comes to true crime. But the shine of that is going to wear off if it hasn't already, because eventually she's going to be forgotten.
Yeah, and I mean, that's where she's going to be for the foreseeable future, right? Until we get to any appeal or anything like that. And I mean, the thing that I noticed, I didn't have a clear view of Erin Patterson from where I was sitting. I had a very clear view of Justice Beale. I work in sound. And so, the only way I could tell that Erin Patterson was leaving the court after her sentence had been handed down by Justice Beale, and he basically kind of dismissed her, was this like gentle clinking. What sounded like someone's bangles on their wrists, and I guess they were, but it would have been handcuffs and the chains of that. The room was so quiet in that moment that you could hear this tinkling as she, shuffled through the courtroom and out that door and into the waiting van, to prison where she will be, I guess, until, she dies, realistically, or gets parole, unless, Rach, there's an appeal. What do we know about that at this stage?
It's my understanding Erin Patterson will be appealing. That hasn't formally happened yet. She has 28 days to lodge those papers, so I think that brings us to about October 6.
October 6, but the courts are pretty generous if you go over time.
Yeah, and when we're saying appeal in this situation, is it an appeal of the sentence? Is it appeal of the conviction in the first place? What are we looking at here? Do we know?
It's usually both.
She may as well. I mean, life sentence with a 33-year non-parole. She's not getting out till she's 82 at best. Why not?
Roll the dice. Yeah.
Nothing to lose.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what comes up around that. We'll keep you in the loop here with what the developments are. Nearing the end of today's pod, but we are still getting questions sent to both mushroomcasedaily@abc.net.au and our new inbox, thecaseof@abc.net.au. So I thought I'd run through a couple of them while I've got you both in the studio with me now. I want to start with one here from Pam. Pam says, "Hi team, absolutely loving your guys' work. Thank you. What would happen if Erin Patterson decided to plead guilty at this stage in the game? Obviously, sentencing would happen still, but has anything like that ever happened? And what would be the ensuing legal/court proceedings? This thought randomly popped into my head after listening to the Victim Impact Statement episode. I thought maybe she was moved by it, and would that push her to confess?" Christian?
Pam, I've actually seen this exact thing happen where the mother of a murder victim gave a very moving victim impact statement. And about 20 minutes later, the killer, who'd maintained his innocence the whole time, despite being found guilty, told the judge, "Oh, yeah, actually, I did do it." And the judge did not take it well, and he did not receive any discount. The plea came too little too late, and I imagine if Patterson did confess now, that would be the case. She has had ample opportunity to make some form of confession and hasn't done so.
Yeah. Great question, Pam. Thank you, Christian. Another one here from Caroline. In our last episode when we were talking about the victim impact statements, there were a number read out in court, but there were also a number provided just to Justice Beale himself, so they weren't presented to the court on that day. Caroline's question is relating to that. Caroline asks, does the public have access to the victim impact statements that did not get aired in court?
From memory, there was quite a lot, right? 24 or so? But we only heard some read out. But no, Carolyn, I'd like to read them too, but the ones that weren't read out in court, the public do not have access to.
No, these things are usually at the judge's discretion, and if the judge chooses not to release them publicly, they won't see the light of day.
Yeah. Thank you both. Thank you, Carolyn. And a triumphant return of more of a statement in today's episode with a note here from June. Now, it's a bit of a longer one, but I think it's worth it, so stick with me. June writes, congratulations, Rachel, Christian and Stocky, on your successful podcast series of The Mushroom Case. I don't have a question, but a massive shout out to everyone who served on the jury and to all who have served or will serve on a jury. I served on a jury for a 13-week trial and was elected foreperson. I'll never forget the feeling as my number was drawn out, walking the walk to the jury box and feel like I was the accused. Looking back, it was the most rewarding and interesting time of my life. Many people fear jury service with the hope they never get called. Your podcast, I believe, has given a very positive insight into this most worthwhile community service, and I'm hopeful that your honest and open review will help change people's views on jury service. So a lovely note there from June, and I just wanted to say to both of you a huge thank you for coming on this journey to demystifying the court process through what has been an incredibly high-profile court case, but an incredible opportunity to help people understand how our justice system works.
I hope that is one of the legacies that comes from this case. It's an awful case, and it's hard to think about what good comes from this. Sometimes you have cases where it results in a systematic change or it shines a light on an issue that's been swept under the rug. But I don't know what this is. I mean, this is an awful family crime. So if there's anything good that comes from it, hopefully it's that increased attention on the legal system. There are so many interesting and important cases that come through Australia's courts every day. You know, think about topics like domestic violence or youth crime, corporate greed, destruction of the environment, Indigenous deaths in custody, all these types of things. And imagine if the attention that was shown to this Patterson case was put onto some of those cases. Maybe it would result in, calls for action or a fairer and better society, because I do question really the long-term legacy of this and who stands to benefit from the media frenzy. I think there's some justification for talking about how we're covering an ongoing court case, but now that it's all over, well, what comes next? Who stands to benefit from that? Mm. And of course, I say all of that knowing that that's going to sound pretty hypocritical coming from us. We set out to do this podcast to try to give people an insight into the legal system, but if it has fueled a frenzy that has impacted the family in a bad way, unfortunately, I think, we have to take some responsibility for that. Not our intention, but it may have happened.
Yeah, and of course, that's never been the intention of what we've been doing here. The whole process has been to help people understand that. And I mean, the podcast will continue. This, as the case of, we're going to be looking at other cases and trials as a way to kind of help people understand that. And I think the balance we'll need to remember, and I think, Christian, is something that you mentioned to me very early on in this process was, thinking about the victims of these crimes and, centering victims of crimes when you're doing this reporting. I think that is a key and something that we'll always make sure we continue to do when making this podcast.
I think, as you've said, we've tried to do it as respectfully as possible by not letting the victims get lost in this story, which isn't a story for them, it's their living nightmare, which I've said a couple of times. But you're right, and even having those thoughts read out during the victim impact statements, like Ruth Dubois, for example, saying that our trauma has revoltingly been turned into entertainment for the masses, with some people profiting. She's right, and we do need to call this stuff out when it happens, because as respectfully as you can do these things, you are still adding fuel to the fire and to the sensationalism.
Yeah, and I mean, I think a lot about what Ian Wilkinson said in his victim impact statement was how the people who commit terrible acts have more attention and more light shone on them than those who do good. And I think that's something I'm going to be thinking about a lot when we are telling stories and I'm working in the future because, look, in this situation, there's a huge amount of attention that has been put on someone who has done an awful thing, has murdered 3 people, has tried to murder a 4th, just caused this tsunami of grief in this situation. Rach, thank you so much for being a part of this and taking us on this journey.
Thank you. And I echo Christian's sentiments there. I've been so heartened by all the people that have written in with their curious questions, and most of them are so very kind. And it's just been nice to have that relationship with audiences that we don't usually get. Usually we do stories and they go out into the abyss. And this was a really important story. I'm with Christian. I don't think these poor families will ever have closure. And I'm not sure what kind of change it can possibly affect. But if it helps us look at how we tell stories and how we involve communities in telling those stories, then that's a small win.
Speaking of telling stories, Simon Patterson was also absent from court today. He didn't come to the pre-sentence hearing either. We're hearing he will break his silence at some point in his own podcast.
Well, look, there is no news yet on whether that podcast will be available on the ABC Listen app. But tell you what, there's a lot of other wonderful ABC podcasts available on the ABC Listen app. So highly recommend grabbing yourself that, going to your favourite app store or whichever app store you are contractually obliged to use, grabbing that and having a listen to not just this podcast, but all the other wonderful podcasts that the ABC makes. Christian, Rach, thank you so much.
Thanks.
Thanks, mate. Mushroom Case Daily is produced by ABC Audio Studios and ABC News. It's presented by me, Rachel Brown, Christian Silver and Stephen Stockwell.
Our executive producer is Claire Rawlinson, and a huge thanks to our true crime colleagues who continue to help us out. Our commissioning executive producer, Tim Roxburgh, and supervising producer, Yasmin Parry.
A big thank you to senior lawyer Jasmine Sims, who has been here for almost every single episode of this podcast, helping us out every day, and also to the Victorian Newsroom and Audio Studios manager, Eric George. This episode was produced on the land of the Wurundjeri people.
Hi, I'm Sam Hawley, host of ABC News Daily. It's a podcast explaining one big news story affecting your world in just 15 minutes. From ABC investigations to politics, the cost of living, to major global events. Expert guests and journalists join me to explain why the world works the way it does. Follow the ABC News Daily podcast on the ABC Listen app.
How are you feeling?
I'm saddened, and it is what it is. Thank you.
Did you have a chance to talk to Erin, no? Did you think that Erin was capable of something like this? She's a triple murderer.
Were you expecting your friend to be found not guilty? I didn't have any expectations. It's the justice system and it has to be what it is.
What did Erin say to you in the moments before she was taken away?
When that verdict came down?
Ali, she said to you, see you soon. Were you hoping to see her?
I will
Was
see
Erin
her.
confident that she would walk? Those tarps went up at her house?
Was she positive that she would walk free?
Ali, when you say you will see her again, do you believe she will appeal this verdict?
I'm her friend and I'll see her. I'll visit with her. That's
Was
all.
Erin confident that she would walk today? Did you think she was going to get out?
I don't know.
How do you think she was feeling in that moment?
I don't know.
Do you believe her that this was an accident?
That's not a question I could answer for you.
What do you think she would want to say to the families, to her extended family that have lost their lives?
If I could just get to my car, guys, that would be really good now. Thank you.
Come on, guys, enough now.
Thank you.
Erin Patterson sitting in the dock, an accused triple murderer. Last night she left a South Gippsland police station in the back of a police vehicle, spending the night behind bars before facing court in Morwell today.
Mr Duke, how's your client doing in custody?
She's good, thanks. I've just got to get through.
The charges stem from the now fateful beef Wellington lunch at her Leongatha home on July 29. She's facing 3 murder charges, one each for Don and Gail Patterson and Gail's sister Heather Wilkinson, who died in hospital the following week. There's also 5 counts of attempted murder, one for Heather's husband, Pastor Ian Wilkinson, who survived the lunch but spent weeks in hospital critically ill, and 4 relating to her former partner, Simon Patterson, on separate occasions dating as far back as 2021, the most recent charge from the day of the lunch.
Will she be fighting these charges, Mr. Doo?
It's early days and we haven't received a brief. Watch out, mate, you're going to fall over.
Police swooped on Ms Patterson's Leongatha property yesterday, taking her into custody while more than a dozen detectives, specialist police and AFP technology detector dogs searched the property. In a statement to police obtained by the ABC in August, Ms Patterson says she bought some of the mushrooms used in the lunch at an Asian grocery and she too was hospitalised after eating the meal. She's always maintained her innocence. In her short appearance before a magistrate, she did not apply for bail. In Victoria, bail applications can't be made here in the Magistrates Court. They can only be made in the Supreme Court. For now, Erin Patterson has been remanded in custody. Her next hearing is scheduled for May next year. Prosecutors have asked for extra time to comb through a significant amount of evidence as the mother of 2, Erin Patterson, spends her second night in a jail cell. Sasha Payne, ABC News, Morwell.
Deeply insightful.
An hour.
1 hour. Deeply personal.
2 mics.
2 microphones.
4 woks going at the same time, one for each hand.
Can you murder him, please?
Hey, what?
Unforgettable stories.
We got hit by a wave and I was just in this sort of penumbra of bubbles, this world of fizz. And it was very beautiful. I didn't notice that I was drowning.
Hear the latest from Conversations. Find it on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Listen. Podcasts, radio, news, music, and more.
Today, things got a bit funky in the Erin Patterson trial. I'm the ABC's court reporter, Christian Silva.
And I'm Stephen Stockwell. It is Tuesday, the 13th of May, and we've just finished the 9th day of this trial. Welcome to Mushroom Case Daily.
The small town mystery that's gripped the nation and made headlines around the world.
Ms Patterson admits she lied to police about foraging for mushrooms.
A doctor says he told Erin Patterson she could die without urgent treatment.
At the heart of this case will be the jury's interpretation of Erin Patterson's intentions.
It's a tragedy what's happened. I love them.
Christian, we've just come out of the first day of the third week of Erin Patterson's trial. Can you give us a quick rundown of what we heard in court today?
Sure, Stocky. Much of the day was taken up by an international mushroom expert, Dr. Tom May. He talked a lot about death cap mushrooms today, and also a curious link that he appears to have to this case itself. We also heard from more doctors who treated Erin Patterson in hospital after the deadly lunch. 2 of them said that her test results appeared to be normal. And there was also a written statement read out to the court from the friend of Erin Patterson's son.
Thank you, Christian. And today we heard a lot from a mushroom expert, Dr. Tom May. He's a mycologist and he works at the Royal Botanic Gardens and also works for the Victorians Poisons Information Line. Basically a half-day lecture on mushrooms, death cap mushrooms. And something that's worth having in your mind as we're going through today's episode is that the prosecution alleged at the start of this trial in the opening that Erin Patterson visited a website which had reports of death cap mushrooms and then travelled to areas where those mushrooms were spotted. And so today was all about death cap mushroom, Amanita phalloides. Am I saying that right?
Amanita phalloides is the pronunciation I'm going to go with, and that's because Dr. Tom May said it. I think we've heard this term butchered by just about everyone in this trial, and I'm glad he said it, and let's try and stick to that.
Yeah, Amanita phalloides.
Phalloides.
He talked about where they grow, where they came from, and how long they would last if you picked them and put them in your fridge.
He took us through a real history lesson. So these were first reported in Australia in the 1960s. It now appears to have spread across a large portion of the country. And he said, look, if you take these things out of the wild, there's a good chance that there's actually insects that have infested them. So even within a couple of days, they start to go bad, as opposed to your mushrooms you might buy from the supermarket, which hasn't got those infestations. But really only a couple of days that wild mushrooms typically are good to eat before they start to go a bit bad.
Yeah.
A bit mushy, he said.
A bit mushy. And while he was giving evidence today, we had a little presentation up on the screen, which I thought was, again, quite helpful, really added to the lecture vibe that today's evidence had. And quite a bit of the conversation revolved around this iNaturalist website. Now, iNaturalist is a citizen science website, and we heard today from Dr. Tom May that since it was, kind of introduced and people started using it, there's been over 400,000 reports or observations of fungi around Australia. So there's a huge number of reports of mushrooms on that. It's not just mushrooms, it's all sorts of flora and fauna, but specifically around that. And it was just interesting hearing how widespread the use of that website was.
It sounds like it's a real community there of keen nature watchers. And Dr. Tom May is also one of those keen nature watchers and a contributor to the iNaturalist website. And he told the court that his username is Funky Tom. No doubt a play on the fungi element. Probably didn't need to explain all of that. Over-explained it a bit.
No, look, it's always very good to know and clarify. It does strike me a little bit as one of those usernames he's come up with maybe in the late 90s, mid-2000s that he's now kind of stuck with and has now been introduced into a court of law and discussed in there. But this isn't the first time we've heard Funky Tom discussed in this trial, is it, Christian?
No, I had to cast my mind back to the opening day, and we heard a reference to this Funky Tom in Nanette Rogers' opening statements. And I mentioned the curious link that Dr. Tom May has got to these allegations in this case. So it turns out that in April and May 2023, a few months before the lunch, that there were postings on the iNaturalist website about deathcap mushrooms growing in a place called Lock and a place called Outram. These are fairly close to Erin Patterson's house.
Right.
And the post that was made in May about a sighting of deathcap mushrooms in Outram was actually made by Dr. Tom himself, Funky Tom. And he said he just happened to be in the area. He was doing a presentation, went for a walk, and spotted them and posted them online. Now, the prosecution say that the day after Funky Tom put this online, Erin Patterson went to Outram.
And the interesting thing that we saw today about how the iNaturalist website works is that you can attach very specific locations to the observations you're making. So one example, and this is not the example that the prosecution is alleging that Erin Patterson went to, but there was a sort of a screenshot of a park that was put up, and you could see, zoom quite close into that, and you could see one was near a path heading across this park in one direction, one was at another section of the park. So you get quite a detailed view of where these things are, right?
The users can be pretty specific about where they pinpoint.
Yeah, and there was a lot of conversation around where a lot of these observations were. So most of the observations that we saw when we had a look at a map of Victoria today were focused around Melbourne, and that the prosecution was explaining, or I should say rather Dr. Tom May was explaining, you see that because that's where most of the people are. But as well as that, we're also seeing a few reports around Gippsland, which is the area that this trial is being held in and where this lunch occurred and where Erin Patterson lived. So that was quite interesting as well, I thought. But there was a lot of conversation about where you would normally find these mushrooms.
Yeah, he said that they tend to grow around oak trees, and there's a few varieties of oaks that they tend to pop up from. And he said they tend to emerge around April or May. There's no set time for these things, but that's usually when they're sighted, and when there's the right combination of rain and soil moisture, that's when they tend to pop up.
Yeah, he made a point of saying that there does need to be a bit of moisture around at that time, like the mycelium, which is the bit of the mushroom that's below the ground growing within the root systems, that's growing all the time. But the time you see the spores, that's what we consider kind of the mushrooms popping up, that's something that we see usually after a little bit of rain that goes around. So, we had again, basically a mushroom lecture today, as well as the prosecution talking to Dr. Tom May today. The defence spent quite a bit of time kind of questioning him, talking to him about mushrooms, mostly revolving around the identification of death caps.
Yeah, and there was an interesting exercise that Dr. Tom May was asked to participate in, and he did willingly. And it was basically a game of spot the mushroom. And defence barrister Sophie Stafford put up a bunch of pictures of mushrooms and asked Dr. May to say, are these death caps or not? And there was about 10 that she put up. And basically for all 10, he said he reckoned they were death cap mushrooms, but in nearly all cases, he wanted to see a different angle of the photo. There were things that he was not too convinced by. And what Sophie Stafford then took him to was this question of, well, is it easy to identify a death cap mushroom? Because you might have some consistent things like a sort of yellowy, whitish, brownish tinge or gills, but is that the defining factor? And he said, look, it is not easy to tell them. A lot of people struggle to tell the difference. And then he elaborated that he's actually done research on some apps that have been designed to try to identify mushrooms, and his research found that the apps aren't very good.
Oh.
And either are the people who think they know what mushroom varieties are. Some who have, supposedly done some training still struggle with it. And through his work, a lot of people come to him to ask him about mushrooms. And he said he's had times when people have come to him asking if they can eat something, and he's taken a look at it and gone, oh no, this is dangerous.
There was a specific example that the defence cited today, and I mean, they even cited an article that he'd written once called Observations on the Ability of the Public to Identify Mushrooms, and there was this example they gave where a guy had come to him and said, hey, look, I've got this mushroom, I think it's fine to eat, can you do a quick check of it? And he was like, no, don't eat that, that's a poisonous mushroom. I recommend you go and do a mushroom, identifying course.
Dr. May's been doing this kind of work for a long time, and he said, about 30 years ago, his opinion was people shouldn't eat wild mushrooms, period, just because of the risk. Now he's kind of softened his position, and he said that if they do a whole bunch of training, what he termed as an apprenticeship into mushrooming, then maybe it's okay, but he placed the caveat that there's a risk with this, and people can make mistakes, and when they do, it can be pretty dangerous.
Yeah, and he talked a bit about, the toxins that can be present in some of these mushrooms.
Yeah, he talked about the toxins. Some of these toxins do exist in other mushrooms. Some, I believe he said, are exclusive only to the death cap mushroom. And it's not just people who are at risk. He said a Cocker Spaniel ate a death cap mushroom and died. And he said there's no formal registry around death cap mushroom poisonings. But given his research, he remembered a case back around about the late 90s where a male is said to have picked up some wild mushrooms from a roadside, eaten them, and then a few days later died. And later testing revealed it was linked to Amanita phalloides.
And obviously, Christian, these mushrooms can be very dangerous. We spoke a little bit earlier about these mushrooms coming from Europe, coming across from being imported in the roots of oak trees that came over here. We also saw a map of the distribution of death cap mushrooms today. What was the kind of purpose of that? What were we being shown there?
Around the world, a global map, and you could see areas around Australia and the US and Europe, especially bright yellow, indicating the existence of the death cap mushrooms. But one section in the map which was blank was China. And Dr. May was asked about this, do death cap mushrooms grow in China? And he said from his research and knowledge, the answer to that is no. The trial has heard that there has been a quest to find out the source of the mushrooms in this beef Wellington meal. Erin Patterson told authorities that she bought some from a local Woolworths, and then a Asian or Chinese grocery store somewhere in the southeastern suburbs of Melbourne. So perhaps that was the relevance of that question.
Yep. We were lucky to actually hear from Funky Tom as well, because when his time to give evidence came, Dr. Danette Rogers, who's leading the prosecution, actually had to ask for a bit of a break because Tom had gone for a walk.
Yeah, that was the first moment of laughter in the courtroom today. The witnesses who were up before Dr. May must have been incredibly efficient because they were done fairly quickly. And Dr. May was nowhere to be found. Next to the court is the Morwell Gardens, and it's one of the landmarks of the town. I don't know if he was there, but I dare say maybe he was checking it out.
Maybe the few iNaturalist posts coming this afternoon. Keep an eye on Funky Tom's profile. Christian, we've had a whole bunch of questions continuing to come in to the Mushroom Case Daily inbox. That is mushroomcasedaily@abc.net.au. I want to jump into a quick one here from Christine from Park Orchards in Victoria. She's wondering if we can clarify any more details about the plates used during the beef Wellington lunch. Ian Wilkinson said there were 4 grey plates and 1 orange one. Erin's son said they were all white. Do we know what the white plates were used for? She just found it an interesting point in the difference of evidence.
I think it's a dispute in this case, and it briefly came up again today in the written statement of Erin Patterson's son's friend. And sorry, we can't name these kids due to a suppression order, so it's a bit of a wordy description we have to give. But this kid, in his statement, said that he recalled seeing plates in a sink. White plates, I believe, is what he said. There was no mention of an orange plate from him. And there was also no mention of an orange plate when Erin Patterson's son gave evidence. Now, one thing that is worth noting about both of these kids' evidence is they weren't subjected to cross-examination and extra questions. Erin's son's evidence was via a pre-recorded videotape, and his friend had a written statement which was read out.
Yep. We have a question here from Fiona from Wentworth Falls in New South Wales. She says, "Hi, loving the podcast." Thank you, Fiona. Her question is, did we see Erin's blood test when she went to hospital? She allegedly had diarrhea and was sick. Were her liver enzymes elevated at all? Intrigued.
Thanks, Fiona. We didn't actually see the test results, but we've had several doctors talk about the test results. So Dr. Laura Muldoon, who was part of the Monash Medical Centre's toxicology department, said that she noted that Erin Patterson looked clinically well. She had some chapped lips, but otherwise looked well. She had normal vital signs, is what Dr. Muldoon said. And there was another doctor, Varuna Raghu, who said Miss Patterson's liver functioning tests returned normal results. Also, what was normal was her respiratory rate, blood pressure, and temperature. And the doctor said that there was no evidence of any sort of liver toxicity. And as a result, Erin Patterson was in a position to be discharged. And Dr. Raghu said she appeared clinically well, in normal mood and affect.
A question here from Kristen. They're wondering, in regard to the vagueness of the Asian grocery store or stores that Erin Patterson states she went to, did the police trace her movements to any of them by using her phone, or did they find that she didn't go to these stores?
Thanks, Kristen. We haven't got to that particular part of the case in terms of the evidence yet. But if we go back to the openings from a couple of weeks ago, Dr. Danette Rogers said that Erin Patterson wasn't able to identify a bank transaction which reflected this trip to the Asian grocer, and Erin told investigators that she believed she'd probably paid for mushrooms from the Asian store with cash. But it's correct to say that there's been multiple possible suburbs listed for this store. Oakley, Clayton, Glen Waverley, Mount Waverley are some of the names that have come up.
Yeah, we'll get into, we'll be able to give you more of those details as we get to that part of the case and the trial. So when we get some more information that we can give to you on that, we'll get to that and we'll talk you through it. We've got more of a statement from Glenn, not a question, but this is a response to something we spoke about in our episode yesterday where we answered a lot of your questions. It was around basically what the jury gets for lunch. And in this instance, they're going out for lunch. Most days they're not. We don't believe it's catered at the courthouse here. In Glenn's experience, he's done jury duty a few times. He says it was always catered. Orders were taken in the morning for lunch once on a trial, and food was supplied from an adjacent commercial operation. And they were also free to discuss the trial absolutely in its entirety. All evidence was invariably the subject of conversations. And yesterday we also spoke about what beyond reasonable doubt means. And he says that becomes a very clear concept when you're facing the decision as to the fate of another. So, Glenn, thank you for getting in touch and for your note there.
Thank you, Glenn.
If you've got a question you'd like us to answer on Mushroom Case Daily, please send us an email. Our email is mushroomcasedaily@abc.net.au. We're reading through all of them. We're checking them all. As I've mentioned before, there's a lot we can't answer because of the limitations of court reporting, but when we can, we will, and we're keeping a list of the other ones to follow up on.
Dr. Tom May, Funky Tom, is back on the stand tomorrow. Mushroom Case Daily is produced by ABC Audio Studios and ABC News. It's presented by me, court reporter Christian Silva, and producer Stephen Stockwell.
Our executive producer is Claire Rawlinson, and many thanks to the Victorian Newsroom and Audio Studios manager Eric George, and our true crime colleagues Tim Roxburgh, Rachel Brown and Yasmin Parry for helping make this show a reality. This episode was produced on the land of the Gunai-Kurnai people.
You've been listening to an ABC podcast. Discover more great ABC podcasts, live radio and exclusives on the ABC Listen app.
Going somewhere? If you're getting out and about soon, pack a podcast that will take you on a real journey. Binge all seasons of ABC's Expanse podcast. There's spies, survival, grand heists and supernatural sightings. These are the stories of Australia you probably haven't heard, but won't be able to stop talking about once you do. All 4 seasons are available now. Just search Expanse on the ABC Listen app.
My purpose here today is to give some well-earned thanks. Firstly, to Victoria Police, in particular the Homicide Squad, and the team led by Detective Stephen Eppingstall. They made a professional, efficient and effective investigation into what happened at the lunch. They brought to light the truth of what happened with the death of 3 good people. We're grateful for their skills that brought this truth to light. And I'm also very grateful for the kindness and compassion they showed us, me and my family, throughout the long process that has brought us to this day. They've done a wonderful job. I'd like to extend gratitude too to the team from the Office of Public Prosecutions, led by Senior Counsel Nanette Rogers. The court processes are a little bewildering to lay people like me, and we're grateful for their expertise, their hard work and their perseverance that has secured this conviction. I'd also like to commend them for their kindness and compassion showed to us throughout this long process. They have also done a wonderful job. We're also grateful for the staff of the various public health services that played an important role in dealing with the aftermath of the lunch. There are so many services and agencies and people involved that I can't start naming names. But please, each one, accept my sincere gratitude for the part that you have played in this process. We're thankful that when things go wrong, there are good people and services and systems available to help us recover. I'd like to encourage all those involved to keep turning up and serving others. Our lives and the life of our community depends on the kindness of others. I'd like to encourage everybody to be kind to each other. Finally, I want to say thank you to the many people from across Australia and around the world who, through their prayers and messages of support, have encouraged us. I thank the people of the Leongatha and Currumbara communities in particular. Your thoughtfulness and care has been a great encouragement to us. That's all I wish to say for now. Please respect our privacy as we continue to grieve and heal. Thank you for listening. I hope you all have a great day. There are so many services and agencies and people involved that I can't start naming names. But please, each one, accept my sincere gratitude for the part that you have played in this process. We're thankful that when things go wrong, there are good people and services and systems available to help us recover. I'd like to encourage all those involved to keep turning up and serving others. Our lives and the life of our community depends on the kindness of others. I'd like to encourage everybody to be kind to each other. Finally, I want to say thank you to the many people from across Australia and around the world who, through their prayers and messages of support, have encouraged us.
It's been another really big week in the Erin Patterson mushroom murder trial, with a juror kicked off the case yesterday. For more, we're joined by court reporter and the host of the Mushroom Case Daily podcast, Christian Silver. G'day, Christian. Tell us what happened with this juror.
Good morning, James. Yeah, there were some pretty dramatic scenes in the courtroom yesterday when the jury was informed that one of their own had been kicked off the case. The court said that it had received possibly credible information that this juror had been discussing the case with friends and family. Now, this is a big no-no, that you're definitely not meant to do this. Discussions about the case are only meant to be limited to the jury room and the jurors on the case. So if true, this would be a clear breach of the instructions that Justice Christopher Beale gave the panel at the very start of the trial. And he warned them. He said that in the past, some jurors have actually been sent to prison for discussing cases or conducting their own research. So now the jury is down to 14. Ultimately, it will only be a group of 12 who make the call on whether Erin Patterson is guilty or acquitted, but that will come later at the end of the evidence.
All right, and just tell us about the evidence. There was a lot of medical and scientific evidence put forward this week, wasn't there?
There was, James, and just a reminder, this case centres around a lunch that was held at Erin Patterson's house in July 2023, where she's invited 4 guests over to her place. A beef Wellington with mushrooms was served, and following the lunch, police alleged that the 4 lunch guests fell really, really sick. 3 of them ended up dying. So this week, attention turned to the medical evidence behind these prosecution claims. We heard yesterday from a toxicologist, Dimitri Demoulos, who explained some toxicology reports. And he said what he was looking for were toxins, effectively traces of death cap mushrooms. Now, he said he found traces of death cap mushrooms in beef Wellington leftovers that were recovered from Erin Patterson's bin. And he also recovered traces from a food dehydrator which Erin Patterson dumped at the local tip in the days after the lunch. The professor also said that he conducted analysis of human samples taken from the lunch guests. He found toxins present in Don Patterson and also in Ian Wilkinson, the sole survivor of the lunch. He said tests relating to Erin Patterson, however, did not return any positive results of traces of death cap mushrooms.
And Christian, we also heard that the jury was given a bit of a crash course in mushrooms. Tell us about this.
Well, James, a big issue in this case is the source of the mushrooms that were included in the beef Wellington dish. Erin Patterson says that the mushrooms came from a combination of a local supermarket and also from an Asian grocer somewhere in Melbourne's southeastern suburbs. But she was questioned during the investigation after the lunch about whether the mushrooms could have actually been picked from the wild, and she denied that initially during the questioning by investigators. So Dr. Tom May, a mycologist, a mushroom expert, was called to the stand this week where he took the jury through a fungal masterclass, taking them on a tour of Victoria and the world to discuss the world of mushrooms. He was asked about Amanita phalloides, which is death cap mushrooms, and he said that, look, in the wild, it can be really difficult at times to distinguish Amanita phalloides from other species that grow. And he listed many species, which I definitely can't name because the scientific names are way too complicated, James. But ultimately, he reached the conclusion that it is difficult to tell them apart from others, especially if you don't really know what you're doing. James, this trial is continuing. More evidence today and still more to come next week.
Of course. All right, Christian, thanks for your time this morning.
Repeating that breaking news this hour, the jurors in Erin Patterson's triple murder trial have told the Victorian Supreme Court they have reached a verdict. Ms Patterson, 50, has pleaded not guilty to 3 charges of murder and 1 of attempted murder over a beef Wellington lunch served to 4 relatives in 2023. Ms Patterson's parents-in-law, Don and Gail Patterson, both died after the Leongatha lunch, along with Gail's sister Heather Wilkinson. Heather's husband Ian Wilkinson survived after spending weeks in hospital. The jury has been deliberating in the regional Victorian town of Morwell, where the trial is taking place. A hearing is expected to occur at around 2:15 p.m, that is Eastern Time, where the jury is expected to deliver its verdict. In just a few minutes, we'll be bringing that live from Morwell, where we do have our reporters standing by. For those of you just joining us, jurors in the triple murder trial of Erin Patterson have reached a verdict. More than 50 witnesses have given evidence over 9 weeks of proceedings at the Latrobe Valley Law Courts in the Victorian town of Morwell. Now, as we wait to learn the outcome of one of the most keenly followed trials of the decade, let's take a look at how events have unfolded. Ms Patterson was on trial, charged with murdering 3 relatives and attempting to murder a 4th by serving them a beef Wellington lunch deliberately laced with extremely poisonous death cap mushrooms. The victims were all directly related to Ms Patterson's estranged husband, Simon Patterson. His parents, Gail and Don, both died, along with Gail's sister, Heather Wilkinson. Heather's husband, Ian Wilkinson, survived after spending weeks being treated in hospital. Patterson had always maintained her innocence, claiming the mushrooms were mistakenly included in the meal. The beef Wellington, an expensive and complex dish to prepare, was the main course served at a lunch she hosted in July 2023 at her home in Leongatha, southeast of Melbourne. She had also invited her estranged husband Simon, but he declined to attend. The prosecution did not present a specific motive, but argued the defendant had felt growing anger and resentment towards the Pattersons. The court heard in late 2022 she and Simon had been arguing about money. The prosecution pointed to Facebook messages in which she criticised her extended family about its reluctance to get involved in the financial dispute. The defence argued the messages illustrated a brief episode of tension and give a distorted impression of the relationships. Ms Patterson told the court she began foraging for mushrooms during Victoria's COVID-19 lockdowns in 2020. Some months before the fateful lunch, 2 sightings of death-cap mushrooms near Leongatha at Loch in Outram were logged on a citizen science website. The prosecution used mobile phone data from network towers showing Erin Patterson had travelled to both areas to seek out the poisonous species. But Ms Patterson's lawyers raised questions over the accuracy of the mobile phone tower data and denied she foraged at either site. Ms Patterson told authorities the mushrooms used in the fatal beef Wellington were a mixture of fresh mushrooms from a supermarket and dried mushrooms purchased from an Asian grocer, which she had stored in a plastic container. Taking the stand in the trial, she told the jury under cross-examination she now believes it was possible foraged mushrooms were also in that container. Prosecutors labelled the story about the Asian grocer a lie, and Ms Patterson was unable to identify the store. They argued she has avoided eating the poisoned food herself by making individual Wellingtons instead of a single large one, and by colour-coding the plates used to serve the meal. Surviving guest Ian Patterson told the jury Erin served her meal on an orange plate and the guests on grey plates. But Ms Patterson said she didn't own a matching set of plates and all the beef Wellingtons were the same. By the morning after the lunch, all 4 guests were sick in hospital. Less than a week later, on August 4th, sisters Gail and Heather died. The following day, Don Patterson also died. Then, nearly 2 months after he was admitted to hospital and after a stint in intensive care, the sole surviving guest, Ian Wilkinson, was discharged. The defendant also visited hospital after the lunch, but doctors told the court she showed no signs of death-cap poisoning. The prosecution told jurors she had faked her illness as part of a cover-up, a claim the defence rejected. After being discharged from hospital, Erin Patterson drove to a rubbish tip and dumped a food dehydrator she'd been using to dry foraged mushrooms. She told the court she was scared because she knew death caps were a suspected cause of her guests' illnesses, but says she had never knowingly dehydrated toxic mushrooms. Ms Patterson was arrested and charged in November 2023. Now the jury has reached its verdict and we will soon discover whether it has found Erin Patterson guilty or not guilty on the 4 charges. Let's now go back to Latrobe Valley Magistrates Court in Morwell with Alexandra Alvaro and Ben Knight. So Ben, just take us through the latest there as we continue to await that verdict.
Yeah, thanks Miriam. As we know, the verdict exists. We don't know what it is yet. The jury room has alerted the court that there is a verdict. That verdict will be delivered when the court resumes its normal afternoon sitting, which every day is due to happen at 2:15 p.m, so we're about 11 minutes away from that. We have reporters obviously inside the court, inside the overflow room there, not just ours, pretty much every news organisation that you can think of is represented here, and they all flooded inside as soon as that word came through about 10 minutes ago. So as soon as we know what the verdict is, we're going to bring it to you. But Alex, we were just talking about the presentation of the case, the summing up by both the prosecution and the defence, and you were telling us when the prosecution said in those final days of the trial, here is what we want you to consider. What were they saying?
Yeah, so essentially the prosecution outlined 4 calculated deceptions that they say Erin Patterson carried out before, during and after that beef Wellington lunch. The first calculated deception, they say, is that Erin Patterson lied about having cancer in order to create a pretense for the lunch. So she created this lie in order to create a reason to host these people and as an excuse to why her children wouldn't be there. Now, Erin Patterson denies this, and I might go through the denials in the defence's case when we get to it. So this might sound a bit one-sided, but we'll get to the defence's case in a moment. That second calculated deception that the prosecution alleges is that Erin Patterson hid the death cap mushrooms in those individual beef Wellingtons, that she fed herself a non-tainted version of that meal and she fed her guests poisoned ones. And the prosecution says that the way that she did this was by making, as I say, individual beef Wellingtons. The prosecution pointed out that the recipe that she used from Recipe Tin Eats called for a long log, if you like, of beef in that beef Wellington. Instead, Erin Patterson made the decision to create individual beef Wellingtons, and the prosecution says that she did that as a way to not poison herself. And the other way that they said she didn't poison herself was by colour coding the plates, if you like. The prosecution's alleged that Erin Patterson served herself on an orangey tan plate and served her guests on grey plates, another thing that Erin Patterson denies. The third calculated deception that Dr. Nanette Rogers, SC, the lead prosecutor in this case, pointed out, she said that Erin Patterson feigned illness in the aftermath of the lunch. That is a big point of dispute in this case. Was Erin Patterson genuinely unwell after the lunch? Did she eat the same poisoned meal as her lunch guests? They say that one of the reasons they believe that she was feigning illness is that she left the hospital when she was told that she needed death cap mushroom treatment. And the fourth calculated deception, the prosecution says, is that she engaged in a cover-up. She told lies after the lunch. Some of them are agreed lies. Erin Patterson admits to lying about foraging for mushrooms, about disposing, owning a dehydrator. She admits that she told those lies. But the prosecution also alleges that she lied about her phones, that she handed police a dummy phone, if you like, and concealed her real phone. The prosecution also outlined, of course, that dehydrator that she dumped in the aftermath of the lunch. So those are those four deceptions that the prosecution say Erin Patterson carried out. They also said, Dr. Nanette Rogers had this quote, she said that Erin Patterson exercised control over the ingredients in the beef Wellington to devastating effect. And in closing those closing arguments, she pointed out a fifth deception. She said the fifth deception that Erin Patterson has carried out are the lies that she's told to you, the jury, and that was quite a theatrical moment in her closing address.
So we'll come to the defence closing in a moment. Just to remind you that we're at the Latrobe Valley Courthouse. We are waiting on a verdict in the Erin Patterson trial. We know that there is a verdict. The judge and the court have been alerted by the jury that they do have a verdict. The court is due to convene for its afternoon session at 2:15. That's in 7 minutes from now. So once we know what that verdict is, we'll certainly bring it to you. So that was the prosecution summing up. Tell us about how the defence closed, because obviously their role here, or their goal, was to try and introduce some reasonable doubt. How did they do that? What was the closing statement?
Yeah, so the defence's argument was essentially that the deaths, the poisoning, it was all a tragic accident, that Erin Patterson didn't seek out death cap mushrooms on purpose. And in Erin Patterson's testimony, she also gave an account as to how it was possible that forage mushrooms might have made their way into the meal. She said that she had this habit of foraging for mushrooms, and that was something that developed in the COVID years. Back in 2020, when you could only go outside for a really short period of time, she said that, she'd go on walks, and once she spotted these mushrooms growing out near her home, and once she became confident in identifying what they were, she chopped a little bit off one, she fried it up with some butter at home, and she ate it. And her defence lawyer said to her, "What happened next?" And she said, "Well, tasted good, I didn't get sick." And so, after that, if I ever saw similar mushrooms growing and I felt confident in identifying them, then I'd pick them and I'd eat them, and I'd even put them in meals that I fed to my kids. She said that she purchased a dehydrator because the season for mushroom foraging is actually quite short. We learned a lot about mushrooms and foraging in this trial, but the season is quite short, she said, so she'd purchased a dehydrator not just to dehydrate mushrooms, she said, but also to, dehydrate mushrooms and make sure she had access to these mushrooms all year round, and she'd store them in a Tupperware container in her pantry. Now, when it comes to the making of the lunch, she also ran through that. She said that the source she told authorities at the time that the source of the mushrooms in the lunch were fresh from Woolworths in Leongatha and also dried from an Asian grocer. She'd bought these mushrooms from an Asian grocer for another dish. She thought they smelled a bit strong, she says, so she put them back in her cupboard in a Tupperware container, which is really key. She says that when she was making the mushroom component, the duxelle component of that beef Wellington, she tasted it, she thought it tasted a little bit bland, and so she reached for these dried mushrooms that she'd purchased from the Asian grocer, she says, and she added them to the meal. And her defence lawyer, Colin Mandy SC, he asked her, what do you now believe was in that Tupperware container? And she said, I now believe that it's possible that forage mushrooms were in there too. We also heard about Erin Patterson's battles with self-esteem, and just a content warning here, I'm about to discuss eating disorders and disordered eating, if any of our audience want to turn away at this point. But Erin Patterson essentially said that she'd been battling low self-esteem for most of her life. She'd never had a healthy relationship with food. And when it came to the day of the lunch, when the guests had all left, she said that there was about 2/3 of an orange cake left, and she ate a slice and then another one and then another one. She kind of laid it out in this way. And she said that eventually she'd eaten all the cake, it was all gone, and later she was feeling a little bit overfull, she was feeling a bit sick, so she took herself to the bathroom and she vomited it back up. And this is one of the points that the defence relies on as a reason as to why Erin Patterson didn't get as sick as her guests. They say that Erin Patterson did become sick, just not as sick as them. Part of that reason is because Erin Patterson says she vomited it up. Other reasons, factors would be her age and her weight. These are some of the arguments by the defence. When it comes to that alleged cancer lie, Erin Patterson denied telling the guests that she had cancer. Instead, she said that she misled the guests about her health, that she'd been having some investigations about ovarian cancer, but that she might need some treatment in the future, and she misled them in that way because she had actually planned to get lap band surgery, and she knew she'd need some help with the kids, and that's why she told that lie, because she was too embarrassed to tell them that she was having some issues with her weight and needed to have that surgery. When it comes to the dehydrator and what the prosecution calls incriminating conduct, the lies that she told, Erin Patterson says, she was scared. It was this knee-jerk reaction. And at times, Erin Patterson's testimony was actually quite emotional, especially when talking about her own children, when talking about the lunch guests and the affection that she said she had for them. But basically, in closing, Colin Mandy SC, Erin Patterson's defence lawyer, told the jury Erin Patterson is not on trial for being a liar, and he reiterated that twice. And he also spoke about reasonable doubt, as you say. He said, if you think that it's possible that Erin Patterson deliberately poisoned her guests, then not guilty. If you think that it's, maybe she poisoned her guests deliberately, not guilty. If you think that it's possible that she poisoned her guests deliberately, not guilty. So really honing that reasonable doubt element.
It's 14 minutes past 2. The court will reconvene at 15 minutes past 2, so we are moments away from that happening. It'll obviously take a bit of time for the jury to come in and take their places, for the legal teams and for others to come in. I can tell you it's not just people who have been going into the courtroom. You can probably hear it being called behind me here, but it's interesting to see the words got around, and we're seeing a lot of the community have turned up here at the court to sort of hear this verdict as it comes out. So we're not in there, but as soon as we get the message, we'll bring it to you. It's worth pointing out that we are on day one of the 11th week of a case that was supposed to go for 5 or 6, Alex?
Yeah, 5 to 6 weeks, and we're now in week 11. And I think the reason for that was just the sheer amount of evidence that they had to get through in this case, and also some of that evidence was quite technical. We heard from a telecommunications expert, from a digital forensic IT expert from Victoria Police, and some of that evidence was just so granular. We really got down to the basis of that evidence, especially in terms of that forensic analyst. We started with the question, what is a computer? So when you're starting from that base, and we have to address jury members, we can't assume any knowledge. So it's important that we really get to the root of, what the evidence is. There was some really technical evidence, and then of course we had Erin Patterson in the witness box for 8 days. her evidence in chief and then her cross-examination. These things take a lot of time. And then you've got the judge's charge, and Justice Beale was very obviously being just so intentional and making sure he ran through every single point because, there's a lot at stake here.
Yeah, that struck me. I'm sure people would be reasonably familiar with the idea that the prosecution and the defence teams present their summing up of the case, and then it's the role of the judge to what's called charge the jury, essentially give them their instructions to go into the jury room. And this took, it was about 3 days, wasn't it?
Yeah, 3 or 4 days, yeah. And as you say, it's a really important part of the legal process, and as Justice Beale said to the jurors, you are the judges in this case, so they really have to, be schooled on those legal principles and how to apply the law to the evidence in this case.
Having said that, there aren't really any rules, or there are rules, but there's no sort of blueprint for what each particular jury does when it gets inside the jury room. But clearly it's a case of going through the evidence, and so they've now been deliberating. I think this is for the 6th day. The jury does have
7th, I believe.
7th, thank you. The jury does have the option, if it chooses, to pose a question to the judge, perhaps if it's seeking a bit of guidance. That hasn't happened in this case.
We haven't seen that.
No.
Yeah, interestingly, we haven't seen that. But the other interesting point is that the jurors can all rely on different pieces of evidence to come to their verdict. All that really matters is that they come to a unanimous verdict. So they all have to agree, but they can rely on different bits of evidence to get to that point.
Okay, so it's 17 minutes past 2. Court started at 2:15. As I say, if you're just joining us, we're at the Latrobe Valley Court, and just behind us here, court is reconvening in courtroom number 4 for the Erin Patterson murder trial. The jury say that they do have a verdict. It may well be being read out in court as we speak. As soon as we know what it is, we'll bring it to you. Alex, you were in court for a lot of this. What was it like?
It was actually really busy at some points, especially when Erin Patterson was in the witness box. The courtroom was full, and we had just these lines outside the courthouse here, even starting at 6:30 in the morning, just so people could get a seat. And I'm sure we'll talk about the intense media interest in this case soon, but sometimes it was really packed, sometimes it wasn't. Importantly, Erin Patterson was there. She sat just behind the media allocated seats. And often she was, just looking on, watching on quite neutrally. Sometimes she showed a bit of emotion, but yeah, it was really interesting to be in the courtroom at some points. There's also an overflow room. I don't know if some of our audience knows this, but because of the intense interest in this case, there's also a media overflow room. So some of the media sit there, and then there's 6 seats in the courtroom where the media can sit. There are 6 allocated seats, only 6.
Only 6 seats, yeah. Which, and that's also, I guess, slightly unusual. But the case was held here in the Latrobe Valley. There's a lot to go through. Just got a message. No, that's not the verdict. We'll bring it to you when it comes. There's a lot to go through. A lot of people, I'm sure viewers would be extremely well aware, have been following this case intensely closely. There has been no shortage of coverage, and I think it's because as you say, Alex, there has been so much to go through. It's I guess in the way that the evidence was presented, it's not a sort of classic murder trial. It was some of the evidence was very
Ben, I might
convoluted.
just stop you there. I think we have a verdict.
We do. Would you like to bring it to us?
We do. So what we can now tell you is that Erin Patterson has been found by guilty of 12, guilty on all charges.
Guilty on all charges. That's a unanimous verdict. So that is 3 counts of murder.
3 counts of murder and 1 of attempted murder. So guilty of the murder of Don Patterson, her father-in-law, guilty of the murder of Gail Patterson, her mother-in-law, and then also guilty of the murder of Heather Wilkinson, and guilty of the attempted murder of Ian Wilkinson.
Okay.
The sole surviving guest of the lunch.
The sole surviving guest of the lunch, who was in court for much of this.
He was. He. I actually haven't seen him today. It'd be interesting to know if he's up in the courtroom today, but he was there every day after he gave evidence, and we saw a lot of stoicism from Ian. He was often just watching on quite neutrally. Sometimes he would hold his daughter's hand. But even during that really harrowing evidence, hearing of the terrible illness that the deceased went through, just really quite stoic. Yeah.
So just getting a message that Erin Patterson sat expressionless as the verdicts were read out. We'll get more information coming through, but just to repeat, if you've just joined us, Erin Patterson has been found guilty on all charges. That's 3 counts of murder and 1 count of attempted murder. Alex, it's been a remarkable case. We're going to stay here. We're going to stay with the coverage because there's quite a bit to go through, and it's quite interesting to talk about. Where should we start? Should we look? Let's actually start with Erin Patterson herself, because the prosecution called more than 50 witnesses in this case, as we were talking about,
Erin Patterson,
including Erin Patterson. But so she was the one who was clearly in the witness box for the longest. Tell us about that.
Yeah, I guess we were able to see a pretty complete picture of who Erin Patterson is as a person, and we heard that from multiple witnesses. She's 50 years old, she's got 2 kids, her maiden name is Scudder, Erin Scudder, she was born, and from Simon Patterson's evidence we heard that, he said she was quite intelligent, quite smart, quite witty, and he said that's what initially drew him to her in the first place when they first met, when they were both working at the Monash City Council. She was working as the RSPCA rep, he was working as a civil engineer, and we also heard about her love of learning. Simon said that she'd undertaken a degree in business and accounting, and she had worked as an accountant before they met, and that she'd also worked as an air traffic controller. She was a qualified air traffic controller before they met as well. She had worked at Tullamarine Airport. And then we also heard that while they were together, she had undertaken various degrees, legal courses, a vet nurse course, and that in 2023 she had actually intended to undertake study as a nurse. So from all accounts, someone who has this love of knowledge. We also learned that her grandmother had passed away, and she had passed on this big inheritance to Erin Patterson, $2 million worth of inheritance. And the defence had pointed that out to say, Erin Patterson had, money was no motive for Erin Patterson because she had this money, and she had, gained this inheritance over 8 years. It had been drip fed to her, and she'd used it to purchase properties, and she'd also loaned some of this money to Simon Patterson's siblings, loans in the tens.
So this was quite interesting because one of the questions that was being raised throughout this trial by observers was, where is the motive? Now, clearly, what the prosecution presented was evidence of some terse or angry messages, acrimonious messages, but I guess the defence was saying, look, it was a one-off. It was a bad few days. This was not emblematic of the relationship with the rest of the family. And what you talked about, loaning other members of the family money. So that motive issue was quite an interesting one.
Exactly. So we had these two kind of conflicting accounts. Basically, the prosecution saying, trying to highlight these tensions that she had with Simon Patterson's family and Simon Patterson himself, and then the defence saying, it was just a blip. We heard from Simon Patterson that they had had a disagreement over money. They'd separated in 2015. They'd maintained this relatively good relationship. They were friendly, and then in 2022, late in that year, Simon had listed himself as separated on his tax return, and Erin had found that out, and she confronted him about it, and she said, I'm going to be claiming child support now. And then there were disagreements about that, and who would be paying for what? Did Simon have to foot in extra money for, school fees, for medical appointments? And so the defence says, this was just a blip. They had a good relationship, and, but the prosecution said, this actually bled into her relationship with her in-laws, with the deceased, with Gail and Dom Patterson. She had tried to get them involved, tried to get them to kind of adjudicate in this matter, and they hadn't. And the prosecution essentially said, Erin Patterson resented them for that. So there are these two conflicting accounts, and there was one quite tense point in cross-examination while Erin Patterson was in the witness box where, she was asked, Dr. Nett Rogers essentially said to her, you didn't love them. And you had these two faces. You had this public face where, you said you loved them and you told Simon's family that you loved Don and Gail, but then you had this private face where, which we saw in these Facebook messages that I think you're referring to, where Erin Patterson would mock them for their religion, according to the prosecution. So, in those Facebook messages, essentially, Erin Patterson was telling her internet friends that she wanted nothing more to do with the family. She had tried to get Don and Gail to adjudicate, but it just didn't work. The prosecution alleged that the emojis she was using in those messages were eye roll emojis. There was some dispute about that, but essentially the prosecution were attempting to make out that they didn't have a good relationship in actuality. But the prosecution did admit, though, that they didn't have a motive when it comes to this case. They wouldn't be putting forward a motive as such when it comes to this case, and they actually don't have to, because motive is not an element of murder. So I'm just looking behind because there's just a bit of movement.
I should tell you that if there are any comments made outside of court by anyone, we will be bringing them to you. We won't be bringing them to you live, just in case there are any legal issues concerned there, but we'll be turning those around and bringing them to you just as quickly as we can. If you're just joining us, we're broadcasting live from the Latrobe Valley Courthouse. Inside, Erin Patterson has been found guilty on all 4 charges. That is 3 counts of murder, 1 count of attempted murder. We've just been talking about motive as an issue in the case. So much of this was actually very technical and some really interesting technical aspects of it. But let's go back to where we were before, talking about Erin Patterson in court and giving her evidence. And you mentioned that at times she was quite emotional.
She was, especially when talking about her own children and about the relationship. There was one moment where she was talking about her relationship with Heather Wilkinson. She was asked, why did you invite these people over for lunch? And she said that she wanted to thank Heather for being a friend to her. She said she used to go to playgroup to bring her kids, and Heather was always the one who would sit with her, and she became quite emotional when she was talking about that. But then when she was being cross-examined, there were also some quite tense exchanges. She seemed to she seemed to really be quite particular on the point, and so there were some relatively tense exchanges between her and the lead prosecutor in the case. So there was a lot of emotion, but also there was some serious moments as well.
And speaking of emotion and evidence, Erin Patterson's children gave evidence in this case, sort of.
Kind of. So they gave video evidence, essentially. They weren't subject to cross-examination. As kids, they don't have to be called in front of a jury and give evidence. They're not compelled, especially as the children of the accused. But they were interviewed by police before the trial took place. So the interview took place in the days and weeks after the lunch, and they were asked about their account of the day of the lunch and what they knew about their mum, and it was difficult to watch at some points. You've got Erin Patterson's daughter, only 9 years old at the time, just this small girl. On the podcast Mushroom Case Daily, she was just described as being swallowed by this chair, which I think is absolutely right. Her feet were dangling off the chair, and she had coloured pencils. Just looking,
Can you see who that is, Alex?
I'm just going to jump out of the way.
We're at the Latrobe Valley Courthouse. Obviously, that's a big media scrum. I believe that is.
Who have we got in there?
The legal team.
Who is that?
You would know better than I, Alex, if you can see.
We've heard that it's potentially an associate of Erin Patterson.
Okay.
Yeah.
So one of the people who has turned up here to hear this verdict, which, just to reiterate, if you've just joined us, Erin Patterson guilty on all 4 counts, 3 counts of murder, 1 count of attempted murder.
Yeah.
You were talking about the evidence of the children, how Erin's daughter, 9 years old at the time, that she conducted that police interview that was replayed to the court.
Yeah, and Erin Patterson's son as well. But when it comes to the daughter, she was asked about the day of the lunch. She said that her mother had told her that she wouldn't be there for the lunch because they were going to be talking about adult stuff, something that Erin Patterson denied kind of saying. She said that on the day of the lunch she went for lunch and to the movies with her brother and a friend, and that they returned later that night. She was asked, have you ever been mushroom foraging with your mum? Have you ever seen mushrooms out in the wild while you've been with your mum? She said no. There were some interesting points. The kids were also asked, about their mum's symptoms in the days after the lunch. How did mum seem? The daughter said that she thought she saw her mum go to the toilet about 10 times. The son said, Mum had told me she was
because
unwell.
Obviously, we're talking here about Erin Patterson and her physical health after the lunch that obviously killed 3 people and it made another one severely ill. So Erin Patterson clearly didn't get as sick, but she did talk about the symptoms that she had, the time that she spent in hospital. Just talk us through that.
Yeah, so Erin Patterson rocked up to Leongatha Hospital 2 days after the lunch complaining of gastro symptoms. The doctor who saw her, Dr. Chris Webster, told the court that he was the one who welcomed her into the hospital. He understood that she was the 5th attendee of that lunch, and he had told her that, this is a suspected death cap mushroom poisoning case. Like, we need you to get some serious treatment now. And it's at that point that just after then, she was only at the hospital for about 5 minutes, and then the doctor said she discharged herself against medical advice. We saw CCTV of the nurses there trying to kind of tell her, you've got to stay, this is serious. And then, that's what they told the court they were saying to her. And then, by all accounts, Erin Patterson left the hospital. What she did in between the time that she had left the hospital and come back, we don't know. Erin Patterson said that she had to sort out some stuff for her kids. That she needed to go home and sort out things with the kids and animals. She wasn't ready to be admitted. The prosecution says that this is the point where she panicked. She had just been found out, essentially, is what the prosecution is saying. So this is a point that, again, the prosecution relies on as incriminating evidence, something that Erin Patterson did because she knew she was guilty and she had to conceal her guilt. So that's the hospital visit. But yeah, Erin Patterson says that she was having, and I apologise, we do have to talk about poo a lot in this case because diarrhoea is one of the symptoms of death cap mushroom poisoning. She says that she was having diarrhoea, but she was discharged from hospital a couple days later. But we heard accounts from the nurses who saw her, the paramedics. One nurse said, she didn't seem sick. She compared her to Ian Wilkinson, the surviving guest. She said that he could barely lift his head off the pillow. But Erin Patterson seemed to be upright, We heard from a paramedic who said that she seemed calm and nonchalant during her journey to another hospital when she was being transferred. So lots of differing accounts. We also heard from a doctor who analysed Erin Patterson's medical records. After the fact, he didn't actually treat Erin Patterson, but he said that, there was no evidence of an acute liver injury, which you would see with death cap mushroom poisoning. But there was, he did think that she had this diarrhoea. Yeah.
It's worth talking about the horrible way that those 3 people died. What did we hear about that?
Yeah, this was really sad, and I think probably one of the most memorable days for me. We heard from Dr. Stephen Warillo. He's an ICU practitioner at the Austin Hospital. He's a doctor, and he basically oversaw the treatment of those 4 guests. And when they got to the Austin Hospital, they were all in, multiple organ failure. They were dying. They had to be incubated, and essentially doctors threw everything they could at them. They were receiving the best treatment that they could possibly give them. There was vitamin C infusions, charcoal as a treatment, which was also quite interesting to learn about. They were receiving this medication that we've referred to in the trial as NAC. It has a very long name, but it's essentially a liver-saving treatment so that your liver doesn't become as sick. They received all this treatment. Don actually received a liver transplant. Wow. Which ultimately just wasn't enough to save his life. They all died within the week, essentially. On the 4th and 5th of August, they had all passed away, except for Ian Wilkinson, the sole surviving guest. And while those other guests were passing away while they were dying, Ian actually turned a corner. He was actually getting better. And, I say turn a corner, it sounds like he's all of a sudden out of bed. It was a slow recovery. He was extremely unwell. And it took a very long time for him to get better. He was, in a coma, in hospital for almost 2 months.
And yet he was here pretty much every day.
Yeah, which is extraordinary to see, someone bounce back from such a severe illness.
So you talked before when you talked about Erin Patterson discharging herself from hospital against the advice of the staff of the emergency room, and how the prosecution described that as the moment of panic.
Yeah.
But that sort of moment of panic, if you like, I think was also something that was referenced by the defence, because if you talk about some of the actions that Erin Patterson took in the days after that lunch, and while they might seem suspicious, it was essentially said, look, this was someone who realised that something had gone horribly wrong and wasn't thinking straight. Is that a fair reflection?
Yeah, exactly. I guess the defence was essentially saying to the jury in closing, you know, there's no handbook on human behaviour. No one knows how they would act in that situation. You know, Erin Patterson thought, you know, had the understanding at this point that what she'd done had hurt these people, and she thought that, you know, she'd be unfairly looked upon at that point and accused. And so, you know, when it comes to the dehydrator even, she said, you know, child protection was coming that day, and I knew that they'd look at the dehydrator and ask questions, so I had to get rid of it. So these are the sorts of explanations, innocent explanations, that the defence brought up as a way to counter that so-called incriminating conduct that the prosecution put forward.
Well, I've just had a note. Obviously, we saw one of Erin Patterson's friends just leave the court a very short time ago. She did make a couple of comments. She said that she was saddened by the verdict. She said, I didn't have any expectations. It's the justice system and it has to be what it is. She said she did not know how Erin Patterson was feeling as the verdict was delivered or whether she planned to appeal. She said, quote, I'm her friend. I'll see her, I will visit with her. So we're not expecting much outside of the court today, I don't think. That's pretty much what the media's been told.
Exactly. Well, you know, Erin Patterson, you know, she won't be walking out the doors, obviously. If there was a not guilty verdict, that's what we were expecting. But, you know, Erin Patterson will be taken back to Dame Phyllis Frost, essentially, where she'll stay for a little while. And next in this process, of course, is the sentencing. So court will reconvene. I don't have a date yet, but I'm sure Justice Beale would have spoken about a next date for this. We'll have some sentencing hearings, and essentially what will happen is, you know, we'll hear submissions, arguments from the prosecution and defence about, you know, what they think the judge should take into account when it comes to sentencing. We might hear, you know, victim impact statements. Now, I believe we've got some comments from outside court, so I think we'll throw to them now. Let's have a look.
Let's go, Peggy. Hello. How are you feeling?
I'm saddened, and it is what it is. Thank you.
Did you have a chance to talk to Erin, no? Did you think that Erin was capable of something like this? She's a triple murderer.
Were you expecting your friend to be found not guilty? I didn't have any expectations. It's the justice system and it has to be what it is.
What did Erin say to you in the moments before she was taken away? What did you say to Erin
when that verdict came down?
Ali, she said to you, see you soon. Were you hoping to see her? I will.
Was Erin confident that she would walk? Those tarps went up at her house.
Was she positive that she would walk, Frank? Ali, when you say you will see her again, do you believe she will appeal this verdict?
I'm her friend and I'll see her. I'll visit with her.
Was Erin confident that she would walk today? Did you think she was going to get out?
I don't know. How do you think she was feeling in that moment? I don't know.
Do you believe her that this was an accident?
That's another question I couldn't answer for you.
What do you think she would want to say to the families, to her extended family that have lost their lives?
If I could just get to my car, guys, that would be really good now. Thank you.
Come on, guys, enough now.
Thank you.
So you join us here live from the Latrobe Valley Court. You saw just then a friend of Erin Patterson leaving the court. We're not expecting to see too much outside the court today. Whatever else comes, we will bring to you. Obviously, we have just heard that there is a guilty verdict in the Erin Patterson murder trial. 3 counts of murder, 1 count of attempted murder. I'm here with Alex Alvaro, who's been covering this case for much of the 11 weeks, nearly 10 and a bit that it's been running. And we're talking about the people who were at the lunch, those who didn't survive, but the one survivor was also someone who gave evidence. That must have been a pretty remarkable moment.
Yeah, a key witness in this trial, the only other person who was at this lunch apart from Erin Patterson. That's Ian Wilkinson, the sole surviving guest of the lunch, and he gave evidence about the relationship that he had with Erin beforehand. He said that they were really just more like acquaintances, and that he and Heather, his wife, had thought, why the sudden invite? It wasn't normal for them to go to Erin Patterson's home. And he also gave evidence about the day of the lunch. He spoke about the plates, which seemed to be quite a big point here. He said that Erin Patterson served herself on an orangey tan plate and the guests on grey plates. Now, Erin Patterson disputes this. She says that Ian Wilkinson was honestly mistaken when he was talking about this, but the prosecution used this to say, this is how Erin Patterson separated her food from the guests. This is how she gave herself a non-tainted meal and gave her guests a tainted meal. Ian Wilkinson also spoke about, that they had entered the home, that Heather was also looking to do a bit of a renovation in the kitchen, so there was a lot of interest around the pantry, but he said that Erin was reluctant to show them her pantry. He also said that the women, Gail and Heather, had asked Erin, do you need some help plating up, and that Erin had, had refused that help in plating up the food. So that's what we heard from Ian. Now, the other key thing that we heard from Ian was about this alleged cancer lie, essentially. So it was Ian's evidence that Erin Patterson told the guests that she had been diagnosed with cancer. Now, Erin disputes this. She says, I didn't tell them I had cancer. I didn't say I had a diagnosis. I said there were some investigations underway and that I might be needing treatment in the future. She said the reason that she did that is because she was planning to have lap band surgery, but she didn't want to tell them because she was embarrassed, but she knew she'd need some help with the kids, and so that's the reason that she told them, or she misled them, rather. Now, this was kind of queried during the trial. The prosecution asked Erin, did you have an appointment for this? And Erin came back with, yeah, I did actually. It was at the Enrich Clinic. And so the next day the prosecution came back and they said, they essentially put to Erin Patterson, the Enrich Clinic doesn't do gastric bypass surgery. And Erin said, I'm a bit puzzled by that. I'm confused. Maybe it was, another type of surgery. Maybe it was liposuction. I was looking into weight loss in general. So that was another kind of key dispute in this trial.
And it's interesting. I mean, there have been lies told by Erin Patterson, but as you said, when the defence was doing its summing up, it said that's not really, that's not your reasonable doubt. And even I think in the charging of the jury by Justice Beale, I think there's a phrase he used. This is not a court of morals; it's a court of laws. What did he mean?
Well, I suppose, don't take those lies and make the jump to convicting her. He kind of took the defence's side on that a little bit. I'm not saying that Justice Beale is an impartial operator here. He's not on anyone's side. But his and the defence's take on that were a little bit similar in that, you can't use that to kind of convict her of these very serious crimes. Yeah.
You're at the Latrobe Valley Courthouse, live on ABC News Channel. We have heard about half an hour ago now that Erin Patterson has been found guilty on all counts. That's 4 counts, 3 counts of murder, 1 count of attempted murder. I'm here with Alexandra Alvaro, ABC News reporter who has been here for pretty much all of it. As we say, a 5 to 6 week trial that has now just entered its 11th week. But we do have a verdict.
With some intense media interest as well, I should say.
Let's talk about that. Yeah, I mean, I've really sort of got my first look at it on the last day of the trial. I've seen some big cases. I don't think I've ever seen anything quite like this.
No, neither. I think this is definitely the biggest case I've covered. Even you can probably see outside, if I just move out of the way, like all of these people here in the one spot. The Latrobe Valley Law Courts has never seen a case like this with this many people. The courtroom's not really made for it. It's a small courtroom, as you've been in there too, Ben, haven't you? I don't know what it was about this case. It might have been the unusual kind of, the mushroom element. It's unusual. The fact that it focused around this relatively mundane aspect of life, a family lunch. Could that be it? Or maybe Erin Patterson, is she someone who people can relate to? I'm not sure. But nonetheless, there's been, really intense media and international media as well,
Absolutely.
I should say.
Yes. I mean, we also know that true crime is just incredibly popular as content, and I can tell you we've seen at least one documentary crew here filming, so there's going to be at least one on the way, you'd Possibly more. We don't know.
Podcasts,
Oh, the
the
podcasts.
BBC.
Yep.
You've got the Daily Mail from the UK here. Just so many people.
Reuters have been covering this for international media. Have been seeing it pop up on CNN. Yeah, it's as you say. Why this particular case? Others are better placed to say than us.
Yeah.
But we do have a guilty verdict. So for now, it's over. As you said, we've got sentencing to come. But I guess there's also the possibility of an appeal. We just have to wait and find out what happens.
Yeah, and that'll be up for Erin Patterson and her legal team to decide whether there's an appeal that could be on foot later on. But as I say, it's up to Justice Beale now to sentence Erin Patterson. That'll happen over the coming weeks and months. I should say that the severity of the crime and Erin Patterson's plea, that all kind of comes into what Justice Beale ultimately hands down as his sentence.
All right, as we said, there's been a lot of evidence in this case, some of it quite technical. As we said, this was a case that was thought was going to go for about 5 or 6 weeks. It's gone for more than 10, and that's because there simply was so much to go through. Let's go to some of the technical evidence now. So people, I think probably if people know anything about this case, they would know about the dinner plates. It's very visual.
Yes.
I think we can also...
In my conversations with people, that's really stuck out for some reason. Yeah.
But there's also the issue of the phones and the dehydrator. I think the dehydrator probably goes into behaviour after the lunch. We'll come back to that. But let's talk about the phones. Now, this one was pretty deep.
Pretty complicated to follow, but I can sum it up for you. Essentially, we'll talk about phone A and phone B. There was also phone C, but I'm going to cast that aside for the minute. So phone A is the phone that prosecutors alleged was never found. Police were never able to find it, and they say that this was Erin Patterson's real phone and that she'd used it potentially to research death cap mushrooms. That we'll never know. There was never any evidence to that effect that Erin Patterson had done that. But police had also alleged that while police were searching her home on the 5th of August, about a week after the lunch, police had alleged that while that was happening, Erin Patterson took the SIM card out of phone A and put it into another phone. There's also phone B. This is the phone that Erin Patterson did hand to police. This is what prosecutors say was a dummy phone, that she gave it to them to conceal her real phone and gave them this kind of decoy phone. On this phone, the forensic analysts found that this had been factory reset 4 times. The first one was kind of non-suspicious. I think it was her son that had carried out that one, but then there were 3 factory resets afterwards, and some of them had been conducted after the phone was taken into police custody, so she was actually doing that remotely. And she admitted to doing that. She said, I wanted to just see if they'd left the network on, essentially.
So again, this comes down to Erin Patterson's behaviour after the lunch, knowing that 4 people were either seriously ill or already dead, and talking about things like remotely factory resetting a mobile phone while it was in the police evidence room.
Right.
So this comes back to what the defence was saying. You can't judge that behaviour because it's not proof of anything. Throwing a dehydrator into the rubbish is you can't predict or you can't dictate how someone would feel. Knowing what they know about what happened at lunch, it's not necessarily evidence of guilt.
Yeah, and then there was also the evidence found by forensic analysts on her computer. After the lunch, they seized a bunch of computers and phones from her home. They managed to seize a computer, and prosecutors say on that computer there had been a visit to the iNaturalist website. This is a citizen science website that we heard about a lot during this trial. It's where people can kind of post their observations of flora, fauna, and they say that there was a visit on this computer to the iNaturalist website, and specifically a page about death cap mushrooms, a death cap mushroom sighting in Moorabbin, which is a suburb in Melbourne. Erin Patterson said she didn't remember carrying out that search. It could have been me, but I don't remember that search specifically. And then, of course, there's the cell tower evidence, which was incredibly convoluted and complicated. We heard from Dr. Matthew Sorrell. That's not a slide on Dr. Matthew Sorrell, but it's difficult to get your head around. Essentially, prosecutors say that Erin Patterson's phone had connected to cell towers in the towns of Lock and Outram. And these are towns where we'd heard previously in the trial, death cap mushrooms had been sighted. There was Dr. Tom May, he's a mycologist. He said that he'd spotted death cap mushrooms in Outram. He'd posted to the iNaturalist website. And then there was Christine McKenzie. She was a former poisons hotline specialist, and she said that she had found death cap mushrooms in Lock, and then she posted that to the iNaturalist website. Now the prosecution essentially alleges they've said that Erin Patterson saw these posts. Essentially, they put this to her. You saw these posts, and then you went and sought out death cap mushrooms. Erin Patterson denied that.
Look, we'll get ready to wrap up here from the Latrobe Valley Court. I can just tell you we've had a message that a spokesperson for the Patterson family has just left the court precinct, obviously followed by the significant media scrum. You may hear the news chopper above our head. It doesn't appear like it's going anywhere for the moment. This spokesperson for the Patterson family did not comment as they departed. So look, wrapping it up here, I should tell you, do keep across this coverage this afternoon if this is something that you've been following, because there is more reporting that is on the way. We're not quite ready to bring it to you yet, but it will be brought to you soon. That will be of significant interest. I can guarantee you of that. But okay, we'll leave it here. We'll just say, just to repeat, that Erin Patterson found guilty on all 4 charges. That is 3 counts of murder, 1 count of attempted murder. Alex Alvaro, thanks very much for joining us, and we'll go back to you, Miriam.
That is our reporters Ben Knight and Alexandra Alvaro there on the scene at Morwell outside of those courts, bringing us the latest. And of course, we will be staying across further developments. But let's stay with this verdict. Now I am joined by former New South Wales Supreme Court Judge and Chair of the Centre for Public Integrity, Anthony Wheely. Thank you so much for taking the time to speak to us this afternoon on ABC News. Firstly, what do you make of the verdict?
Well, I have to say I wasn't surprised at the verdict. I thought it was quite a powerful Crown case, and my immediate reaction is to say that's precisely the result I anticipated would come. The jury didn't take all that long to consider it, but they took long enough to think carefully about the detailed directions they were given by the judge, and I think that they've come to the right result.
What do you think were the key standout features of the trial, given the length of it? And you say there that it wasn't that unusual for the jury to take this long, but what were some of the standouts, do you feel, in terms of the way that this trial was conducted?
Well, I think at the outset you'd have to say the reason why it caught the public's attention so much, it was a very unusual case, a very unusual allegation of murder. A family lunch, a well-known dish being created and consumed, and then 3 people dead and another nearly dead. So how did it happen? Was it just a terrible accident, or was it something that was contrived and intended? So the prosecution had to take that as their approach, to say we will prove that the accused deliberately created this dish in the knowledge that it was likely to kill these people who consumed it. So that was a pretty high burden they bore. And if the facts were simply the preparation of the dish and its consumption, the Crown would have been hard-pressed to prove its case. But the defendant's own conduct, both in relation to lies that she was alleged to have told and her conduct after the event in a number of respects. There were almost 15 respects in which the Crown said this conduct points to her guilt. It's called consciousness of guilt or an implied admission of guilt. To take one example, the dehydrator, the disposal of that object secretly. Secondly, the resetting of the phones to avoid their content being scrutinised, and lies about her health and her possible treatment for cancer. if you put all those together, they were powerful reasons why the jury would find that there was a deliberate attempt to murder these people. And that's what they've found.
Anthony, Willie, what do you make of the questions around motive in this particular trial?
Well, I think the Crown had to, although the Crown pushed a kind of argument about motive, at the end of the day, there wasn't really a significant situation where motive was established. But as the judge pointed out, in a murder trial, it's not necessary for the Crown to prove motive. After all, we don't ever know why somebody commits murder. I mean, in some cases it may be obvious, but in a case like this, it's not obvious to us, and it may never be obvious to us. But that's not something the Crown has to prove. The defence were very good in the way they picked up on that argument, and they said, oh, well, if you can't show a motive, then how can you show an intention to kill? Well, the answer is, of course, you can, if all of the facts, and particularly the conduct of the defendant after the event, suggests that she knows she's guilty. She's hiding equipment, for example, because she knows that it will point to her guilt if it's found in her possession. All of that is very powerful evidence, and it was here.
And what do you make of, we understand from what our reporters have been gathering with the news there from Morwell, what do you make of the understanding that jurors didn't in fact return any questions to the judge during the course of their deliberations? Is there anything unusual in the way that, this jury has pieced through the various matters of evidence that have been put to them and then come to this determination today?
No, I don't think so. I mean, you have to bear in mind that the judge gave very careful directions over a period of a few days. So they had everything there before them. And he told them to come back to him if they had any questions. And I think that the very careful summing up was sufficient for them to go through it piece by piece and come to the conclusion they did. I wouldn't draw any inference adverse to the way in which the trial was conducted simply because questions weren't asked. In some trials they are, in some trials they aren't. But I think on the whole the judge's directions were very fulsome and very clear, and there was no need for them to seek any further assistance.
What might we expect now in the wait for sentencing to begin?
Well, I think that, sentencing is a difficult procedure. All of us who've practiced as judges know how difficult that is. So I don't envy the judge. On the one hand, he's got he has a defendant here who probably doesn't have any criminal record, who's otherwise an unblemished member of the community. On the other hand, the jury's verdict compels him to find that she deliberately murdered 3 people and tried to murder a 4th, and did so deliberately and in a premeditated manner, very carefully prepared. And so that makes it a pretty serious crime, and I would expect that in the end there will be quite a heavy penalty imposed by the court. There may be an appeal, of course, but that will come later. And in cases like this, the only real appeal could be that the judge has misdirected the jury in some way, or that the jury's verdict is an unreasonable one that would not ordinarily be reached, and which in the opinion of the appeals court ought not to have been reached. So we've got further material awaiting us, but I think we just have to be patient now and wait for the sentencing hearing and see what the judge has to say about that.
Anthony, Will, you pointed to the intense media attention that this trial has garnered. What do you make of the way that this trial has actually unfolded amid all of that? And particularly, if we're able to put ourselves in the position of the jurors, obviously we have strict protocols in place around the way that trials conducted and what jurors are exposed to. But what do you make of the way that the trial's actually been conducted with all of that going on?
Well, I haven't been present at the trial myself, but I've read carefully each day and kept up with the news, as it were, and looked at the news when it's been available. I think the impression I get is that it was a very well-run trial. Despite all the media attention, the media behaved themselves through the trial. They don't always, you know, Miriam, but they did in this case. And I think the jury must have been a very attentive jury. We didn't have any problems there or any misconduct there. And so I think in the end, it really shows that as far as we can tell as outsiders, that justice has been well and truly done in this case.
Anthony Wheely, Chair of the Centre for Public Integrity, we really thank you so much for your insights and joining us here on ABC News. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's go back now to Latrobe Valley Magistrates Court in Morwell with Alexandra Alvaro and Ben Knight. We understand there it's still quite a busy scene behind you, a lot's unfolding. Just bring us up to date there on the latest. We think it looks like someone's moving through.
Yep, that was Go Alex.
Miriam, that was just Colin Mandy, SC, Erin Patterson's defence lawyer, running through a big media scrum.
And nothing to say we can gather so far. He may have said something outside the doors of the court. If so, we'll bring that to you just as soon as we can turn that around. Just a short time ago, we saw another significant person leave the court, and that was the lead detective, Stephen Eppingstall. A lot of pressure on him in this case.
Yeah, I mean, his evidence was also, you know, that was a testimony that also went for quite a while, and through him, the prosecution was also able to enter Erin Patterson's police interview, and this is the first time we've all seen this interview in which, it happened on the 5th of August. This is just after or before police had searched her home. On the same day as that police search, and she's asked all sorts of questions. Really, she appears quite neutral, but she was asked about her relationship with Don and Gail Patterson, and she said, you know, I love them. They're the only family I have, and they're the only family, the only grandparents my children have, and so she said essentially, I love them. She also, in this police interview, this is where she lies about owning a dehydrator and about foraging for mushrooms. She said she's never foraged for mushrooms. So through him, that evidence was able to be entered. And he also spoke about the day that he went to search Erin Patterson's home. He said that when he entered, he told Erin Patterson what they were there for. I'm here because 2 people have died. And Erin Patterson has said who died to him essentially when he's entered her home. And then that big police search was conducted. Police seized, phones, computers, all manner of things. Yeah.
So let's talk about who has been in court this whole time, because clearly there's not been enough room for everybody who wanted or needed to get inside that courtroom.
Yeah, so most importantly, I think we've seen Ian Wilkinson pretty much every day since when he gave evidence. So
the sole survivor.
The sole surviving guest of the lunch. And, he appeared quite stoic, I think, during all of the evidence, even through some really harrowing stuff. But I heard from someone who was in the room today that he actually wasn't in court today. There was a family representative in court, but the family of the deceased weren't in court today.
Yeah. So as I say, we're not expecting much in the way of comments outside the court this afternoon. Whatever there has been, we'll bring to you. No, it doesn't look like there's anything happening back there at the moment. So look, we are live here outside the Latrobe Valley Court, where Erin Patterson has been found guilty on all 4 charges. That's 3 counts of murder, 1 count of attempted murder. Alexandra Alvaro has been here covering much of this 10-week case, an absolute marathon. Look, let's go to where we were just when we first, just before actually, we found out about this verdict, and that's bringing people up to speed with the summing up, the final pitch, the wrapping up of both the prosecution and the defence, which took a few days, but essentially both sides, making their final potted pitch to the jury. Let's start with the prosecution.
Yeah, I suppose the lead prosecutor was Dr. Nanette Rogers, SC, an incredibly experienced barrister, and she organised her speech, her address to the jury, by outlining 4 calculated deceptions that she says Erin Patterson carried out before, during and after the lunch. She said that she lied about cancer as a way to create a pretense for the lunch and an excuse as to why her kids wouldn't be there, that she then hid death cap mushrooms in this unassuming meal, that she had deliberately gone and picked these death cap mushrooms after seeing that that they were growing in places near her home and had picked them. She had concealed them in that beef Wellington lunch by dehydrating them and then blitzing them. And that's also, one of the reasons the prosecution said that, a mycologist actually had a look at the leftovers of the lunch. They were picked out of Erin Patterson's bin. We can talk a bit more about that later, but she looked at them through a microscope and she actually didn't detect any death cap mushrooms, even though a toxicologist later said that there was death cap mushrooms in there, amatoxins, the toxin that is in death cap mushrooms. She said that she couldn't see them, so the prosecution said that she essentially blitzed these dried mushrooms and hid them in those beef Wellingtons, that she gave herself an untainted meal and served her guests poison. And she did that by colour coding the plates, giving herself an orange plate, giving the guests grey plates, and also by making individual pasty-like beef Wellingtons. Ian Wilkinson gave evidence that they were kind of like pasty-like, like something you'd get from a bakery. Then there was this third calculated deception. The prosecution says that Erin Patterson feigned illness essentially in the aftermath of the lunch, that she wasn't actually sick. The defence, of course, says that she was sick, she just wasn't as sick. The prosecution says that she was lying about being sick, that she, discharged herself against medical advice because she knew she wasn't well and she thought she'd been found out essentially. And then that fourth calculated deception is that Erin Patterson engaged in cover-up. And one of those points of that cover-up that I haven't spoken about yet is the prosecution says that Erin Patterson lied, Erin Patterson denies this of course, about feeding the leftovers to her children. That she'd done that in order to cover her tracks, because she knew that, if people thought she'd fed the leftovers to her beloved children, then it would be less likely that they'd think that she'd done it on purpose. Another example of this cover-up alleged by the prosecution during the trial was, throwing away a dehydrator that she'd used to dehydrate foraged mushrooms, lying about foraging for mushrooms, that's an admitted lie, lying about dumping the dehydrator. So those are those four calculated deceptions that the prosecution outlined.
And the defence, with obviously trying to introduce an element of reasonable doubt into the minds of the jury, was also saying, hey, a lie is not necessarily evidence of guilt.
Yeah, she's not on trial for being a liar, essentially. So I suppose the defence's main argument was that this was not deliberate and it was not intentional. Erin Patterson didn't deliberately seek out death cap mushrooms. She had foraged for mushrooms and she lied about it, but she wasn't foraging for death cap mushrooms, and specifically not for the purpose of this lunch at all. That she had this habit of foraging, that she'd pick mushrooms sometimes that she'd seen growing near her house. And this was a hobby that she'd undertaken, and she owned a dehydrator. She'd sometimes put them in there to preserve them, and then when it came to making the meal, the beef Wellington lunch, she tasted it. She thought it tasted bland when it comes to that mushroom element, so she'd reached into her pantry, and what she thought she was grabbing were these mushrooms that she'd bought from an Asian grocer, she says, that were dried. But instead she now believes that what was in that Tupperware, well, she says it's now possible that foraged mushrooms were mixed in. She also told the jury that after the lunch she had vomited. She'd essentially vomited the lunch back up. She didn't say she'd vomited the lunch specifically. She said that she essentially had eaten 2/3 of a cake. She felt sick and she brought it back up. This is one of the reasons the defence says that she didn't become as unwell. When it comes to the dehydrator, she says, she was scared. It was this knee-jerk reaction. But as you say, it did come back to this reasonable doubt element. Colin Mandy SC told the jury that, if you think it's possible that Erin Patterson deliberately poisoned the meal, you've got to find her not guilty. If you think that maybe she deliberately poisoned the meal, not guilty. If you think that she probably deliberately poisoned the meal, not guilty.
So, as we know, the jury has accepted the narrative of the prosecution, and that is that Erin Patterson did deliberately poison 4 members of her extended family, or her family-in-law, her estranged family-in-law up until that point. 3 of them are dead, so she's been convicted on 3 murder charges. One of them who survived, she has been convicted on a charge of attempted murder. As you would be well aware, there has been enormous interest in this case. The media throng here at the La Trobe Court here in Morwell has been massive all the way through. There's been an overflow room here in this courthouse to handle all of the media attention, national and international. Of course, it's all focused here at this moment. That's where we'll leave it here for now, though. Plenty more coverage to come on this throughout the day on News Channel. Miriam, we'll go back to you.
Our reporters Ben Knight and Alexandra Alvaro there at Morwell in Victoria. Well, this case has generated, as we've been saying, a huge amount of interest from the public and media and an appetite for rapid and regular updates. Well, ABC podcast Mushroom Case Daily has been providing listeners with courtroom recaps and behind-the-scenes insights over the course of the trial. ABC reporter Sasha Payne has spoken with one of the hosts, Rachel Brown.
We heard from 53 witnesses during this trial over around 8 weeks, giving evidence. What has been some of the evidence that's really stayed with you?
For me, and I'm a very visual person, and so the image of Erin's daughter on the video statement that she gave, and that this was early in the trial, pre-recorded to save the 2 children the trauma of having to appear in a courtroom, which I think is the right decision. She was 9 at the time when her statement was taken. And just the image of her swallowed by this big green chair and her feet dangling over the edge, and she was in pink trainers, and that really got me. Just how the ripples of this case, and even then thinking whatever way it's going to go, the effect, the multi-generational effect this has had on families, and she's 9, she should be playing Monopoly. She said that they played that weekend, not giving evidence in a triple murder trial, so that really got me.
They had to really, didn't they? Because they were at the house. They lived there, obviously. It's their mum. But it's difficult, isn't it? It's difficult to watch children essentially having to go through that process, even though it is an important part of the process.
Yeah, and she did really well. It wasn't that. It was just the environment and her voice. She had this bird-like voice, and it just reiterated how vulnerable she is and how little she is. So that image has stayed with me. Ian Wilkinson in the witness box, he lost his love, his best friend, talking about his wife Heather, and that would have been a hard thing to do. And then he's been here most days of the trial, showing lots of grace, may I add, and supported by his family. Then there was the evidence that from Professor Warrilow about the effect of Amanita, death cap mushroom toxins in people's bodies, and I didn't really know much about that before this case, and the stages they go through, and just horrific. What happens to your organs and your liver, and so learning about that, and then to have that juxtaposed with, so the prosecution laid out a timeline, and I said in the podcast it reminded me of that old show 24, when they have the split screen, and so the prosecution was saying, for example, so on the Sunday after the lunch, so the day after the lunch, when Don Patterson was in so much pain he could barely speak, you had Erin taking her son to a flying lesson. On the Monday, Don had a tube down his throat. Erin was in an ambulance on the way to Monash Hospital, but she was calm and chatty, according to the paramedic. On the Tuesday, all 4 lunch guests were on their way to the ICU at the Austin Hospital on life support in varying stages of organ failure, but Erin Patterson was being discharged with no clinical or biochemical evidence of Amanita poisoning. So that kind of juxtaposition of the timeline, I think I've spoken to lots of people, and that really that stuck with me at the difference in the sicknesses between the lunch guests and Erin. But then, of course, the defence rebuttal to that was that Erin was sick. She just wasn't as sick as the lunch guests. And we did hear evidence from Dimitri Gerostimoulis from the Victorian Institute of Forensic Medicine saying that people's bodies do react differently to amanita poisoning, you can have different grades of severity, and sometimes it depends on how much you eat, how old you are, your weight, previous health conditions, things like that.
I think, yes, listening to the treatment that was given to people who were poisoned, and poisoning is horrible. And listening to that, listening to them they were put into induced comas, and the care of the physicians and the medical staff as they tried to save their lives was incredibly compelling and gut-wrenching to listen to the head of ICU talking about every effort that was made to save these people, 3 of which, as we know, died. There's been a huge amount of interest in this trial. Why do you think this case has captured so much attention?
Yeah, a lot of people have asked me that question. I think it's the particular ingredients of the case, the elements of it itself, the alleged murder weapon being death cap mushrooms. I think it's because a woman is involved. These types of cases always get more attention. You know, women historically are supposed to be nurturers and carers, so when one is alleged of murder, I always find there's more attention on those particular cases.
And I think it is, as you've pointed out, it's important to remember that this isn't just a story either. There are real people involved in this who are grieving still. It wasn't that long ago. We've lost 3 members of a large extended family, and that's having an impact, an ongoing impact that will be felt forever.
I think that's the reason for the interest too, because it sprung from such a mundane event, a family lunch on a Saturday. And I think that's the banality of that, what should have been a wholesome family lunch to what eventuated, that's really grabbed people's interest as well. And I think just generally, Sash, and lots of people ask me this on kind of legal panels that I do, it's the psychological aspect of cases like this. People are fascinated with how people tick and how they behave and why they act the way they do and how they react to things, why they react to things. And the psychological elements of that appeal to certain people. So I think that's a reason to generally for crime cases.
Thank you, Rachel.
Thanks, Ash.
Recapping our breaking news. A Supreme Court jury has found Erin Patterson guilty of murdering 3 relatives by deliberately lacing a beef Wellington lunch with death cap mushrooms. 50-year-old Erin Patterson's defence had been the poisonous mushrooms were accidentally included in the meals she served to 4 relatives in 2023. Patterson's parents-in-law, Don and Gail Patterson, both died after the lunch, along with Gail's sister, Heather Wilkinson. Heather's husband, Ian Wilkinson, survived after spending weeks in hospital. Sitting in Morwell, the Supreme Court jury found Patterson guilty of murdering Don, Gail and Heather, and guilty of the attempted murder of Ian. And Victoria Police has acknowledged the work of its homicide detectives during its complex investigation into the deaths of Don and Gail Patterson and Heather Wilkinson. In a statement, Victoria Police says, "Our thoughts are with the respective families at this time, and we acknowledge how difficult these past 2 years have been for them. We will continue to support them in every way possible following this decision." We would also like to acknowledge the work of Homicide Squad detectives over the course of this complex investigation, as well as the significant support received from a number of other areas across Victoria Police. We haven't seen Erin Patterson for the last 10 weeks, and she has not been seen walking out of court after her guilty verdict. This series of photographs of Erin Patterson were taken when she was inside the police van towards the beginning of her triple murder trial and have now been released. As we've been reporting, a Supreme Court jury found Erin Patterson guilty of murdering 3 relatives by deliberately lacing a beef Wellington lunch with death cap mushrooms. And we will continue with our coverage of the verdict and further reaction throughout the afternoon and evening here on the ABC News channel.
3 life sentences to be served concurrently with no chance of release for 33 years. Triple murderer Erin Patterson was told by Justice Christopher Beale today that hers was a crime in the worst category and an enormous betrayal of trust. Patterson was quiet and blank-faced when sentenced for the killings of Don and Gail Patterson, Heather Wilkinson, and the attempted murder of Ian Wilkinson. The sole survivor of her deadly mushroom lunch has thanked investigators and asked for his family to be allowed to grieve and heal. Sasha Payne was in court.
Remorseless and pitiless, Erin Patterson arrives in court to hear her punishment.
Your offending involved an enormous betrayal of trust.
In a judgment broadcast live around the world, Justice Christopher Beale handed down 3 life sentences for the murders of Don and Gail Patterson and Heather Wilkinson, and 25 years for the attempted murder of Ian Wilkinson.
The total effective sentence is life imprisonment, and I fix a non-parole period of 33 years.
Justice Beale detailed a long list of egregious untruths told by Patterson, maintaining lies about owning a dehydrator and insisting the mushrooms for her deadly meal was store-bought.
You showed no pity for your victims. Instead of informing those treating the Pattersons and Wilkinsons that you had used foraged mushrooms, which you could have done without having to admit that you had deliberately poisoned their meals, you repeatedly denied foraging, insisting that the mushrooms for the beef Wellingtons were sourced solely from Woolworths and an Asian grocery.
Justice Beale found that she maintained her intention to kill, even as her victims lay dying.
As the Wilkinsons' daughter, Ruth Dubois, remarked in her victim impact statement, you, quote, followed through on your lethal plan.
It was a plan which had widespread ramifications.
Not only did you cut short 3 lives and cause lasting damage to Ian Wilkinson's health, thereby devastating the extended Patterson and Wilkinson families, you inflicted untold suffering on your own children, whom you robbed of their beloved grandparents.
Erin Patterson was attentive as Justice Beale read out his sentencing remarks, closing her eyes for some of it, but betraying little emotion, even as she heard she most likely be spending the rest of her life in prison. Justice Beale gave her a non-parole period of 33 years due to Patterson's onerous conditions in prison, spending up to 22 hours a day alone in her cell. Outside the court, Pastor Wilkinson, a constant and stoic presence throughout the 3-month trial, thanked prosecutors and detectives for their compassion and kindness.
They made a professional, efficient and effective investigation into what happened at the lunch. They brought to light the truth of what happened with the death of 3 good people. We're grateful for their skills that brought this truth to light.
After receiving her sentence, Patterson's prison van took the half-hour drive to the Dame Phyllis Frost Centre. She won't be leaving until she's at least 82. Sasha Payne, ABC News, Melbourne.
And Sasha Payne joins us now. So Sasha, is that the final chapter now in this long-running saga?
Well, Erin Patterson will spend at least 3 decades in custody. She won't be eligible for parole until at least 2056. Now, the next thing that could happen is her lawyers could launch an appeal. They haven't yet indicated whether they'll be doing that, but she has 28 days from today to launch an appeal against her conviction, her sentence, or both. And to do that, she will need to prove, or her lawyers will need to prove, that there was a point of law that wasn't followed in the trial. Now, considering how meticulous Justice Beale was in running this trial, there may be few options in that regard. Also from today, you're likely to see a tsunami of mini-series, books, documentaries, and other media material about this case. The interest in this has been enormous, and Justice Beale even referenced it in his sentencing remarks today, saying one of the reasons he decided to give her a non-parole period was because her notoriety had made it difficult for her in prison. Now, Simon Patterson, Erin Patterson's ex-husband, wasn't in the court today. We haven't seen him for some time, but he is expected to break his silence. The ABC understands that he'll be launching his own podcast, potentially before the end of the year. So this story is one that's not going away anytime soon. But the small towns in South Gippsland that are at the centre of this case just want to get on with their lives and are hoping things will go back to normal soon.
All right, we begin with some breaking news just coming in from Australia.
An Australian judge has sentenced mushroom murderer Erin Patterson to life in prison.
And she'll have to serve at least 33 years in jail.
It's a case that continues to make headlines around the world.
Effroi et fascination dans le monde entier. Erin Patterson.
But in the small towns of Leongatha and Karambara, they have had enough of the global spotlight.
We just hope that the community can now start grieving and they can now put some closure towards what's been going on.
At the end of the day, we're dealing with humans. We're not dealing with characters in a movie.
At the church where Ian Wilkinson is pastor and the 3 victims were regulars, a message on the notice board acknowledged the sentence, saying justice is important. It does not, however, bring back our much-loved Heather, Dawn and Gail. It is time for people and communities to be given the peace and space to heal and move forward. In Morwell, where the Supreme Court case dominated headlines for more than 10 weeks, locals weren't surprised.
Just had the computer on out the back watching it to see what the sentence was. We're not surprised, obviously, we thought that would happen.
She took 3 lives, and to me, I think that probably deserves life.
It has made ripples in legal circles following one of the most severe sentences ever handed down in Victoria.
It is, fortunately, a very rare event that somebody is sentenced for multiple murders at the same time.
And as with any major event, there was appreciation for the craft of those involved.
We had extremely skilled and competent barristers appearing for both the prosecution and defence, and we had a very experienced criminal judge in Justice Beale.
A key chapter in Erin Patterson's story closes for now. Tavleen Singh, ABC News.
Erin Patterson says she wants to clear the record.
I'm devastated. I love them.
Revealing she had used mushrooms that she bought from the local supermarket, as well as other dried mushrooms from an Asian grocery store. Cooking a beef Wellington at her home in Leongatha on July 29th for 4 guests. Her former in-laws Don and Gail Patterson and Gail's sister Heather Wilkinson, who all died a week later. Gail's husband, Pastor Ian Wilkinson, remains critically ill. In a written statement sent to Victoria Police via her lawyers last Friday and obtained exclusively by the ABC, Ms Patterson says she too was hospitalised, going to the Monash Medical Centre 2 days after the lunch. I had gone there because I had bad stomach pains and terrible diarrhoea, she said. I was put on a saline drip and stayed in hospital overnight. I was also given some medicine I was told was a liver protective drug. Ms Patterson says her children were not at the lunch as police previously said, and had instead gone to a movie, eating leftovers later which had the mushrooms scraped off. Police have revealed little about the investigation, saying Ms Patterson was a suspect and the deaths were unexplained, but not necessarily suspicious. Detectives returned to a Coonawarra tip last week to speak to staff after taking a dehydrator days earlier. Ms Patterson says the dehydrator was hers and she did take it to the tip in a moment of panic. Police say the victims showed symptoms consistent with poisoning from death cap mushrooms, but they're awaiting toxicology reports. Ms Patterson maintains her innocence and says she is stressed and overwhelmed by the deaths of loved ones. Pastor Ian Wilkinson's family says he remains in a critical but stable condition here at the Austin Hospital. They say they're hopeful and continue to pray for his recovery. Sasha Payne, ABC News, Melbourne.
The highly anticipated triple murder trial of Erin Patterson is set to get underway, with a jury being chosen for the trial in regional Victoria in a case which has attracted global interest. She's accused of lacing a beef Wellington with poisonous death cap mushrooms during a lunch at her Leongatha home in late July 2023, resulting in the deaths of the 3 relatives and the hospitalisation of another.
Her former parents-in-law, Don and Gail Patterson, and Gail's sister, Heather Wilkinson, died in hospital around a week after the lunch. Heather Wilkinson's husband, Pastor Ian Wilkinson, also became gravely ill but recovered after weeks in hospital. Our court reporter and co-host of the Mushroom Case Daily podcast, Christian Silver, joins us now from Morwell, where the trial is being heard. Christian, we know people have come from all over for this trial. Just remind us about this case and exactly what it's all about.
James, you provided a great summary off the top there, and as you say, this is a case that has garnered attention all over the world. It centres around the lunch that was held at Erin Patterson's house in July 2023, and really what happened after it. As you say, there were 3 of her relatives who attended. They ate a beef Wellington meal, and police allege they felt gravely sick afterwards, and they say that Miss Patterson deliberately poisoned those people. Miss Patterson has pleaded not guilty, and that's really the whole point of why we're here for a trial. She's always maintained her innocence, and we saw that very shortly after the lunch itself when she made some tearful denials outside her house.
And Christian, what are we expecting to happen today on this first day in court?
Well, this is a trial that's likely to run for 5 to 6 weeks. So today really is the first step, and that is picking the jury for this case. In Victoria, murder trials are decided by juries. So it's going to be a case where 12 ordinary Victorians decide Miss Patterson's fate. So the process of picking the jury, it takes a couple of hours. They get a jury pool who are drawn from the local area to come to court, and then from there they pick they'll pick a pool, probably about 14 or 15 who'll sit through the trial, but it'll be only 12 who will make the final call. After the jury is picked, the judge will give some jury instructions, and once that's done, we'll get into the case itself. Today, I think what we'll see is probably the selection of the jury and the instructions. I think later in the week we'll get into the proper case where we'll hear the arguments from the lawyers and start getting into all of that evidence.
And Christian, this was of course a case that captured interest from around the world just a few years ago. Are we expecting a lot of people to be turning up for the start of the trial today?
Certainly, James, there's been a lot of local media interest today. As you say, this story made headlines around the world a couple of years ago. So I think the proof will be in the pudding as to whether that international attention is reignited again during the trial. But certainly a court like this in regional Victoria doesn't usually have more than a couple of journalists come along for cases, and there have been dozens that have descended on Morwell over the last couple of days. You know, you walk down the street or you go to the pub and you'll see documentary makers or TV crews and reporters there. So there's certainly a lot of interest, and because that interest is so great, the courtroom itself, while it's not tiny, it just can't accommodate the level of public interest in this case. So the court has had to take some extra measures. They've set up overflow rooms for reporters to attend. There are very limited seats for the public to come and watch. But actually, if members of the public want to see this trial in the flesh, that is really the only way. They're going to have to come to court and see if they can snare one of those prized seats. Now, of course, there's other ways to follow the trial. The ABC will be covering it pretty extensively across all of our platforms. And we've also got a podcast that's going to be following this trial daily. I'm the co-host of that. It's called Mushroom Case Daily, and it's on the ABC Listen app.
There you go. Plenty of ways to get your updates on this trial via the ABC. Christian, thank you for that.
Let's take you to New South Wales now for an update on the coronial inquest into the Bondi stabbings, where several people hailed for their bravery are expected to appear today. Digby Worthmuller joins us now from Sydney. Good morning, Digby. What's the latest from the inquest?
Morning, Bridget. Well, it's the second day here at the coronial inquest at the Coroner's Court in Lidcombe, and as you said in the intro there, we'll hear from several people praised for their bravery during that attack back in April last year, one of which is New South Wales Police Inspector Amy Scott. She shot dead Joel Couchy as he went on a stabbing rampage through a Westfield shopping mall in Bondi Junction. And yesterday, in the opening day of this inquest, we heard, and well, she was praised for her courage as well as her professionalism on that day. As people ran from danger, she ran towards it as an officer on that day. We will also hear from two French nationals who fended off Mr Couchy with bollards during the attack, and they're the only two civilian eyewitness accounts that have been called to take and to talk at the stand. But there is 200 written statements from the hundreds of other people that were obviously there on the day and at that mall. The court also heard yesterday some revelations into the disturbing mindset of Joel Couchy and how he was obsessed with serial killers, death, as well as having planned this attack. And the inquest was told that it's highly unlikely we'll ever find out the true motive behind what he did, why he did what he did. The court also looked into and had some significant questions around the security at the Westfield Mall run by Centre Group. We found out yesterday that there was only one security guard on shift at the time of the attack monitoring CCTV cameras, and during the first moments of Joel Couchy's attack, that person was on the toilet. And so for the first moments when Joel Couchy stabbed 16 people, killing 6 and injuring 10 others, there was no monitoring of CCTV, which delayed that alarm being set off, which didn't actually go off until a minute after Mr Couchy was shot dead by Amy Scott. This inquest has been a divisive one amongst families, and rightfully so. They have to sit through an extraordinary amount of detail and evidence over the next 5 weeks as they figure out and piece together why exactly and what sort of led to an incident like this to happen. And hopefully through this evidence they can prevent a similar situation from happening again in the future. Bridget?
Yeah, look, it was a case that had just shocked so many Australians, and we'll be awaiting the outcome of that inquest. Digby, thanks very much.
In other news, Russia has announced a temporary 3-day ceasefire next week in Ukraine, which the Kremlin says was ordered on humanitarian grounds. Ukraine says that if Russia truly wants peace, then it should immediately stop its attacks and have a ceasefire that lasts at least 30 days.
A world-first human trial of a drug to treat the cause of type 1 diabetes has begun in Brisbane. The drug is designed to retrain the body's immune system in people with type 1 diabetes, so it no longer attacks the insulin-producing cells in the pancreas. 5 patients have already been dosed as part of the study, but more are needed.
The Northern Territory's Police Union has rejected a 3% pay rise offer from the Territory Government. The union called the offer pitiful. Last month, the NT Government announced its new wage policy, which limits all public servants to a 3% pay rise each year.
A former childcare operator has been banned from an NDIS business he established following an ABC investigation. Thomas Fownes operated a New South Wales childcare provider, Jumpstart, which was prosecuted for neglect and shut down in 2022. A Four Quarters investigation has revealed he then moved into support services for the NDIS, but he has now been permanently banned from the sector.
Survivor advocates are worried that problems with Western Australia's electronic monitoring program is putting victims of alleged domestic violence offences at risk. Perpetrators of the most serious domestic violence offences must wear GPS trackers if they are released from custody. The WA Police Union says the program has resourcing limitations, mobile black spots and unnecessary delays responding to breaches.
Millions of people in Spain and Portugal are facing significant disruptions amid a massive power cut. The outage has paralysed public transport, caused large traffic jams and delayed flights. Earlier, Portugal's grid operator said the outage was caused by a rare atmospheric phenomenon in Spain, but the Spanish Prime Minister says the cause of the power cut is still unknown.
The Vatican says a conclave to elect the next Pope will start inside the Sistine Chapel next week. The closed-door meeting, beginning on the 7th of May, will involve 135 cardinals from right around the world. A 2/3 majority will be required to elect the next pontiff.
And a man has been rescued from Mount Fuji twice in 1 week after returning to the Japanese peak to try to retrieve his phone. The 27-year-old man was airlifted off Japan's highest peak last week, with local media reporting he had to be rescued again 4 days later. It's unclear if he found his phone.
Hi there, Yumi Steins here, host of the podcast Ladies We Need to Talk. We're all about health and wellness, sex and relationships. If it's going off in your group chat, we're going to talk about it on Ladies We Need to Talk. Perimenopause, fertility, your love life, the mental load, Ozempic. Nothing's off limits. Find Ladies We Need to Talk on the ABC Listen app and all the usual places.
ABC Listen. Podcasts, radio, news, music and more.
It's the case captivating the world. You've got a lot of questions, and today we'll try to answer them. I'm the ABC's court reporter, Christian Silver.
And I'm Stephen Stockwell. It is Monday the 12th of May. Welcome to Mushroom Case Daily.
The small-town mystery that's gripped the nation and made headlines around the world.
Ms Patterson admits she lied to police about foraging for mushrooms.
A doctor says he told Erin Patterson she could die without urgent treatment.
At the heart of this case will be the jury's interpretation of Erin Patterson's intentions.
It's a tragedy what's happened. I love them.
So today on Mushroom Case Daily is a little bit different to what we have been doing over the last couple of weeks. There was no court today. This was an admin day. The jury is off. And we thought we would take this as an opportunity to answer some of your questions.
Yeah, you've been sending so many in. We're going to do our best to get through some of the best.
Yep. And just to sort of bring you up to speed on how we got here, I mentioned this briefly on Friday, but I do just want to remind everybody of who the key players are, what we're doing here. So all of this revolves around a lunch that Erin Patterson held in late July 2023. She invited 5 people over. Of those 5 people, 4 of them came around to the lunch. 1 of them didn't show. And of the 4 who attended, 3 of them passed away following the lunch. And
they're all her relatives, extended relatives, linked to her estranged husband. He was the 5th person who didn't show up.
Yeah, that's right. There's a whole bunch of episodes we've got on this. If you want to go back and listen to some of them, you can catch up on some of the bits and pieces. The ABC has also done lots of wonderful reporting on this case. And so if you jump onto the ABC website, you'll be able to check out some of that. But today, we have been covering the trial every single day. That's why it's called Mushroom Case Daily. When court finishes, we drop into your feed with a new episode. But today, because we've got the day off, we thought we'd get to some of your questions. And we have had a really wide array. We've got questions about how people found out it was mushrooms so quickly, where the mushrooms came from, motive, how a jury works. There's so much I want to get through today. So I want to start today's with a question from Ash, who asked that question: how did they conclude that it was mushrooms so quickly?
Well, it took a couple of days for them to do this. So this lunch was held on a Saturday, and by the following day, the Sunday, the 4 guests who turned up were pretty sick and they were presenting to hospital. Initially, the doctors thought it was gastro, some sort of food poisoning thing. But when they did their testing, they found that there were abnormal liver function tests. And so as they start investigating the source of the meal, they become aware that there are mushrooms in there. And as the testing continues later on into the Sunday, the doctors have said that the tests do not start to match up with gastro. And in fact, what it's starting to resemble is mushroom poisoning. So a toxicologist gets involved. His name was Dr. Mark Douglas, and he starts to suspect Amanita pallidus, which is the scientific term for death cap mushrooms.
Right.
By the following day, the Monday, all of them are starting to receive specialised treatment. There's a working diagnosis of death cap mushroom poisoning. So this is kind of like the early stages here.
Yep.
Meanwhile, there's also testing that's being done on some leftovers that were found in a bin outside Erin Patterson's house. And interestingly, the tests done on these leftovers don't reveal that there's
Amanita phyllidis in those leftovers.
Right.
So there's a discrepancy between what's found in Erin Patterson's bin and the symptoms being suffered by the lunch guests. Within a couple of days, 3 of the 4 guests have died. They've all suffered from severe liver function problems, organ failure. Ian Wilkinson was the only one who pulled through, but he also had similar symptoms. So when there was testing done on the 3 people who died, the results were consistent with Amanita phyllidis poisoning, even though in the cases of the 2 women, there were no toxins that were found in their bodies. But when they did the autopsy and had a look, it was pretty typical of that.
Right, okay.
Now, I just want to go to one more piece of forensic evidence, and we've heard that the dehydrator that was used to prepare the meal, that was analysed after it was found in the tip a few days after the lunch, and the prosecution have said that that analysis of the dehydrator revealed Amanita phyllidis. One final thing to mention is the defence is not disputing the fact that there were death cap mushrooms in the meal. They don't dispute the fact that the people fell sick with death cap mushroom poisoning. It is agreed. The contest in this case is the intent and whether Erin Patterson intended to poison these people. The defence obviously says no, she did not.
Yeah. You mentioned before that the beef Wellington that was taken from the rubbish, the leftovers, didn't have death cap mushrooms in it. How's the prosecution kind of explaining that, justifying that? You know, this is the leftovers of this meal that is, you know, they're saying is what killed these people, but there's nothing in that.
Well, we haven't really got to a detailed analysis of that yet. Keeping in mind there's still a long way to go in this trial. But what the prosecution has always said is that they believe that the food that Erin Patterson ate and the food that was given to her children the following day is not the same food as what was given to the lunch guests. They say it may have been dressed up the same, it may have been dressed up as leftovers, but the contents, the ingredients are not the same, and the key thing that's missing, according to the prosecution, is the death cap mushrooms.
Yeah. And another thing I wouldn't mind touching on quickly is just the source of the mushrooms, because we heard last week that initially Erin Patterson was saying that she got these mushrooms from an Asian grocer, from the Woolies. What do we know about where they came from, though?
Yeah, so Erin Patterson was quizzed about where the mushrooms in this meal came from. Doctors have said a combination of things, but the story that seems to come out is that some were from the local Woolworths supermarket and some were from an unspecified Asian grocer somewhere in the southeastern suburbs of Melbourne. Prosecutors have said that they believe in the lead up to this lunch that Erin Patterson travelled to 2 areas relatively close to her house where death cap mushrooms were said to be growing. We have not got to that evidence yet in the trial. It has been flagged in the openings, so that might be something that comes up in the next week or two about their suggestions of where the mushrooms may have come from.
Yep. Great. Thank you, Christian. Another question here from Wendy in Melbourne. Wendy says, enjoying the pod. Thank you, Wendy. Good way to get your question read out. She's asked about the defence questioning Ian Wilkinson, the surviving guest, about the plates that the meal was served on. We heard last week that there were 4 grey plates that the guest was served on. Erin Patterson had a different coloured plate, sort of a reddy orangey plate. Colin Mandy and Ian had this conversation in court last week where they talked about the 4 grey plates that the lunch guest was served on and then the orange plate that Erin Patterson used herself. She had a different plate to the rest of them.
That's what the prosecution says.
That's what the prosecution is saying, yes. Wendy is wondering, where's Colin Mandy going with this? What's he trying to get Ian Wilkinson to say? What is he setting up for?
I looked through the transcript again to just check out this exchange that the 2 of them had during the cross-examination. And Colin Mandy said to Ian Wilkinson, let me suggest there was no smaller plate. All of the plates were the same size. So again, contradicting Ian's story about Erin having a different plate. Ian says, no, the plate was smaller, the different coloured plate. So it sounds like there is a dispute over this plate. issue, and the defence may call some evidence later on when it's their turn.
This was a really interesting exchange in court last week because it was one of only a couple of kind of like actual sort of challenges and pushes from the defence against a witness. Is that unusual to only have had a couple of moments at this point of a trial?
It's definitely not been a trial where the lawyers have been at each other or there's been hostile exchanges like we sometimes see in cases. It's been pretty civil, and I think one of the reasons for that is there's only a few things that are in dispute in this trial, and Erin Patterson's intent is obviously the number one thing. Did she mean to kill these people? So they haven't been going at each other that intently.
Yeah. There's been no objection, Your Honour, at any point throughout this trial.
No, there's been a couple of times when one lawyer has got up to, yes, formally raised an objection, but they've not been shouting out "objection, Your Honour" or getting in each other's faces. Everyone has been pretty civil in the courtroom, but sometimes, in other cases, it gets a bit hostile.
Yeah. With the way the defence is approaching this, kind of, not necessarily challenging that much about the prosecution's case, I mean, does that give us any insight into their strategy for how they're going to try and defend Erin Patterson?
At the end of the day, the onus is on the prosecution to prove the case. They have to come up with the evidence that is solid, that satisfies the jury beyond reasonable doubt that she's guilty of these charges. And if they can't do that, Erin Patterson's not guilty. It's as simple as that. The onus is on the prosecution.
Speaking about the prosecution, we have a question here from Erin. They're asking about the prosecution's decision to not specify a motive for Erin Patterson. They find this a really odd decision. Is the jury supposed to fill in the blanks?
Reading back to that prosecution opening, Nanette Rogers, the lead prosecutor, said, "The prosecution will not be suggesting that there was a particular motive to do what she did." So the prosecution was pretty upfront about that, but a motive is not one of the 4 elements of murder that needs to be proven. So there's 4 elements to murder, and these all have to be ticked off, if you will.
Right.
They've got to be ticked off in order. So number 1, did Erin Patterson cause the deaths of the lunch guests? If the jury's satisfied of that, they can move on to step number 2. Step number 2, did she do it deliberately? If they're satisfied of that, then they need to look at, did she do it with an intention to kill them or to cause really serious injury? Emphasis on the word really. If they're satisfied of that as well, we get to the final point. Did she commit the killing without a lawful justification or excuse? So it would be, self-defense, for instance, which plainly is not relevant to this case. So Justice Christopher Beale has said to the jury that one of the key points in this trial is going to be that point number 3. Did she do it with an intention to kill or cause serious injury?
Yeah. And so, don't need a motive, which is, something I'd never realised before coming into this. And
don't need a motive. The prosecution, however, has highlighted some tensions that Erin Patterson had with her extended family, namely her estranged husband, Simon, the person who didn't turn up to the lunch. But as we've said, they've not gone as far to say that those tensions and disagreements over things like money or child custody are the reasons why she would go and commit an alleged murder.
Yeah. No, it's really interesting. I had not realised before getting into this and covering this so intently that, that wasn't always a really core part of these proceedings. So wonderful question, Sarah, and thank you for sending it in. We've got a question here from Jeff, who's emailed from Hanko on the southwest tip of Finland.
Fantastic.
G'day, Jeff. He's got a question that we've had a lot. I would say we've probably been sent this question at least 50 times, I think, over the last couple of weeks. So it's a question a lot of you want to know the answer to. His question is, will Erin Patterson give evidence?
That's a brilliant question. I have the same question too. We are all hanging out for the answer to that. We'll find out when the prosecution closes its case. The defence will get its chance to state if they have any evidence or any witnesses they would like to call. And if so, Erin Patterson may be one of those witnesses, but we hang out and wait in anticipation.
Yeah, we'll find out at, I suppose towards the end of the proceedings in this trial, which will be very interesting. And when, if and when that happens, we'll have all the details that very afternoon on Mushroom Case Daily to bring you the latest on all of that. A question here from Maria from Preston. This is a question about reasonable doubt.
Yep.
Maria says, I'm struggling with the concept of reasonable doubt and how it applies in this case. What is the bar, no pun intended, for reasonable doubt? Do the jury get any training, advice or direction on what equates to reasonable doubt?
So they got some limited instructions at the start of the trial, and they'll get some really detailed instructions at the end once all the evidence and the closing arguments are done. But in summary, Justice Christopher Beale told the jury that if Erin Patterson is to be found guilty, the charges have to be proved beyond reasonable doubt. Now, that is described as the highest standard of proof that our law demands. So something being probably guilty or very likely doesn't quite cut it. So, yeah, it's kind of vague what it means, but it's something where the jury is told to use their common sense. It doesn't have to be 100% watertight when they look at all of the elements. But if they add them all up and it all points one way, then it's beyond reasonable doubt.
Great. Thank you, Christian. We have had a huge number of questions as well about the jury, how the jury works, who's on the jury, where they come from, all of that. I picked out a few of these kind of key points just to dive into a few of these key questions. First one here from Sana. They've asked, why are there 10 men and 5 women on the jury? Shouldn't there be gender equality? Great question, Sana.
Thanks, Sana. The jury was picked by a random ballot. So there was a big pool of about 120 odd that turned up for the very first day of the trial. They were all assigned a number, and from there those numbers were pulled out of a box. So 15 have been chosen for this panel. That will eventually be whittled down to 12. And again, those final 3 who will be cut will be a random ballot. We weren't able to view the jury selection, which was a little bit disappointing, I must say. Generally, media like to watch this process to see the challenges, for instance, but we weren't able to do that in this particular case.
No worries. Thank you, Christian. Question here from Kirsten, another one on juries. In Australia, are juries allowed to discuss the trial amongst one another during lunch breaks?
Well, if they go out for lunch, they're strongly discouraged because you just never know who's in the cafe around you, especially if they go for a very short walk. There could be lawyers, there could be members of the public, so it's pretty risky. They're strongly discouraged from doing that. If they're having their lunch in the jury room, it's advised that all the jury members be together for discussions and you don't sort of splinter off into little groups and discuss the case. But yeah, the big worry is that someone will be chatting outside and it's overheard.
Yeah. You mentioned a trial that you'd worked on previously where the jury actually stayed late and would compare notes throughout the day.
Every jury is different. Some of them rock up, just before the start time and head home as soon as court is finished. There was a case last year where there was a bit of confusion, actually, as to why the jury was hanging around after court. And the judge sought an explanation and he was told they're just really studious. They like to compare notes at the end of each day. But not all juries are like that.
That's a fascinating insight into the life of a juror. Another question on the jury from Caitlin and Stuart, who are driving around Australia. They're currently in Cape Palmerston. Their question is about what the jury gets for lunch. Is it catered? Do they get takeaway, or do they have to bring a sandwich from home?
They can bring a sandwich if they like, or they can go out for lunch. I don't think it is catered. Maybe during the jury deliberations, when they're all locked in the room together, they might get some catering. But definitely during the trial, they've got to be responsible for their own food. It's
actually something that I think about a bit when we're getting lunch as well, because, again, the jury can pop out and go and get lunch somewhere else. I'm always really mindful to make sure I'm not talking about the case when we're in a cafe or something like that, because we could have a juror around us or something.
Absolutely. And jurors and members of the media, in this country anyway, are directed to stay well clear of each other.
Yeah. Yeah, there was a moment that was quite entertaining. I think we spoke about this quite early in the trial where the jurors were reminded that don't take it personally if a member from one of the legal teams doesn't look at you or doesn't acknowledge you as they walk past you. They're not supposed to. They're just doing their job. So they're not ignoring you. They're not blanking you. That's the way it's supposed to work. Finally, this is another question we have had a few times, but we've had this from Emily from Geelong. She says, my mum and I are hoping to come to Morwell for a day to watch the trial. However, we live in Geelong, so it will be quite a journey for us. Is there much room available in the public gallery? Has it been full so far, or are there likely to be spare seats if we do come? Emily realises it will change day to day, but just, wants to get an idea to see if it's worth making the trip.
Thanks, Emily. There are a few seats that are available for the public. There's roughly about 40 seats in total in this room, but a lot of them are taken up by members of the extended Patterson and Wilkinson families. There's some media seats which have been assigned to reporters as well. There are some keen court watchers that come along and like to stake a claim. So the risk that you run, Emily, is that you'll turn up, not get a seat, and unfortunately you'll just have to wait outside the courtroom. So by all means, if you're willing to take the risk, do come. There's a chance you'll get a seat, but I really would hate for you to be disappointed and spend the day sitting in a lobby.
Thank you, Christian. Yeah, it does change day to day around the access to the room. So there might be a quiet day, there might be a busy day. It's very hard to predict.
I would suggest if you're coming by, maybe have something else planned in the area. Maybe you want to stop in Morwell or one of the other towns. Don't make it the sole reason to travel just in case it doesn't go well.
Very good advice. Very good travel advice generally, though, I think. Don't
have a backup plan.
Yeah, exactly. Not all your eggs in one basket. Thank you so much to everyone who has emailed in a question over the last couple of weeks. Please keep them coming. mushroomcasedaily@abc.net.au is where you can get to us. We're very keen to answer your questions. There's a lot that we can't answer just for legal reasons. If it's not said in front of the jury, we can't say it. Don't worry, though. We're keeping a record. And once this trial wraps up, we will actually go through and answer some of the ones that we couldn't answer during the trial.
Yeah, it's difficult not being able to answer all the questions that are coming in. We want to do it, and we'll do our best to get around to them at the end.
We do have some final shout-outs that I'd like to get to from some of our more far-flung listeners. Christian, I've given you a list of names. Do you want to help me run through this one?
Yeah, we've got a shout-out to Grace, who's in Catania, Sicily, Lynn, who has emailed in from Hammerfest in Norway, which she says is the world's most northerly city. I wanted to verify that fact, so I jumped on Google and found Hammerfest on the Visit Norway website. And this is an incredible place, Stocky. You've got fjords, you've got camels, luscious green hills. It looks like an incredible place to visit. And Lynn, we are very jealous.
Absolutely. We've also heard from Haley in Hood River, Oregon, Jeff in Hanko, Finland, Claire in Chattanooga in Tennessee. And my final shout-out, or our final shout-out, I should say, goes to Jenny and Holly, who are listening to the podcast on a bus through Azerbaijan to the Georgian border. The case has been a great source of discussion for our small tour group of Australians, Canadians and Americans.
Fascinating.
We really do love hearing all of your feedback, all of your questions, so please keep it coming. Make sure you track down Mushroom Case Daily on the ABC Listen app and hit follow there. If you're listening to us on a different podcast platform, please rate us and review us. It means it's much easier for other people to find us and join the Mushroom Case Daily family.
Yeah, and for more, ABC News has been covering this trial really extensively. We've got a lot of written articles, television stories as well, so you can track those all down and that'll just add to the level of coverage of this case.
That's it for this episode of Mushroom Case Daily. Thank you so much for listening. We're back in court tomorrow, and we'll be back in your feed after the day's proceedings finish with an update for you. But if you are looking for something to listen to during the long wait between now and then, check out If You're Listening. They've got a 3-part series out right now that explores the influence of Trump and oligarchs like Elon Musk on elections around the world. The series is called Australia vs. the Internet, and to find it, search for If You're Listening on ABC Listen.
Mushroom Case Daily is produced by ABC Audio Studios and ABC News. It's presented by me, court reporter Christian Silver, and producer Stephen Stockwell.
Our executive producer is Claire Rawlinson, and many thanks to the Victorian Newsroom, Audio Studios manager Eric George, and our true crime colleagues Tim Roxburgh, Rachel Brown and Yasmin Parry for helping make this show a reality. This episode was produced on the land of the Wurundjeri people.
You've been listening to an ABC podcast. Discover more great ABC podcasts, live radio and exclusives on the ABC Listen app.
Hi, Jules and Jez here, and every week on Not Stupid, we unpack the news of the week.
And he says, well, you've got a podcast about cake. I said, excuse me, my podcast is about news and current affairs. How dare you? And he goes, well, you and Julia have a lot to say about cake.
Yeah, we've barely started. You can find Not Stupid on the ABC Listen app.
If you like your true crime podcasts with real investigative journalism, you'll love Unravel. Unravel is the ABC podcast that investigates a new case each season. It's won podcast awards, journalism awards, and it's had millions of downloads. Unravel will have your headphones glued to your ears. Search for the Unravel podcast now for award-winning true crime. You can find it on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Listen. Podcasts, radio, news, music and more.
The meal that started it all. I'm the ABC's true crime investigative reporter, Rachel Brown.
And I'm Stephen Stockwell. This is the first episode of a 5-part series that'll take you back through the entire story that started with a homemade meal and ended in a murder trial.
In this episode, the lunch, how it unfolded.
Welcome to the case of the mushroom lunch.
Just a week after 4 people sat down for a family lunch in rural Victoria, 3 of them were dead.
Homicide detectives are still piecing together what exactly happened at the lunch.
It's certainly looking like, the symptoms are consistent with death cap mushrooms.
Erin Patterson said she bought the dried mushrooms at a supermarket and an Asian grocery store months earlier.
I cannot think of another investigation that has generated this level of media and public interest.
Gippsland is full of these just rolling green hills and tree-lined streets. And on this Saturday afternoon, there are 4 people in a car driving down a road between Corumburra and Leongatha, heading to their daughter-in-law's house, the 48-year-old mother of 2, Erin Patterson.
Yes, Stocky, July 29th, 2023, so exactly 2 years ago today. It's a Saturday, it's just past midday, and it's the middle of winter, but the weather's fine. And Don Patterson and his wife Gail are driving through this beautiful Victorian countryside on their way to Erin Patterson's house. Also in the car is Gail's sister, Heather Wilkinson, and her husband Ian. And all 4, they're all a bit older, late 60s to early 70s, and they have lots of kids and grandkids. And the 4 of them are very close. As I said, Gail and Heather are sisters, but they all attend the same church where Ian has been the pastor for the past 25 years. And they catch up for coffees in their small town of Corumburra together. And Stocky, they're much loved members of the Corumburra community. They're all teachers in some capacity. Don and Gail have worked at the local high school. Heather's an ex-teacher who now teaches English to migrants at the local community centre. And of course, Ian, as I mentioned, is the pastor at the local Baptist church. So it's the first time Erin's actually held a lunch like this. Erin is separated from Don and Gail's son, Simon, and she's never had Ian and Heather over. But that doesn't matter. They're all really excited about this lunch. And Heather even mentioned how excited she was about it. You know, she used to know Erin from when Erin's daughter was at playgroup and Erin was a bit shy. So Heather used to talk to her to make her feel a bit better about being there. So Heather's thinking, well, maybe our relationship is going to improve and get a bit closer. And she puts the lunch in her paper diary, which I love, Stocky, because as you know, I'm a paper diary fan, old school, and they're all very excited about being there. And they pull up at Erin's house, which is a lovely 2-storey home among the gum trees. And as they pull up out front, Erin comes out to welcome them.
This house is a reasonably new build. Erin Patterson described it as her forever home, a place that she built for her and her children. It's been finished in the year or so prior to this lunch. There was a fifth guest who was supposed to be attending this lunch, but he doesn't show up. And, Erin welcomes the four guests who have attended into her home, sort of like bringing them through this, kind of the main entryway into the house, into the kitchen, and showing the place off.
Erin loves this house. She describes it as her final house, the place where she'll grow old, her children will grow up, a son and a daughter. And she says if they moved away from uni and work, she imagines them coming back to stay here, bringing maybe their children, but that was her hopes for this house. Now, she shows the four guests inside. Now, Heather happens to be really into pantries. So Heather and Ian have just built a pantry, and Heather wants to know about everyone else's setup, how it all works. So she asks to see Erin's pantry. Erin looks a little bit uncomfortable by this, but Heather rushes in. She calls Gail through. She calls for Ian to come and look. But Ian says that Erin seemed a little bit reluctant, like maybe it was messy and she didn't want them to go inside. So he stays back talking to Don. The two guys just chat. And then after they've done the pantry inspection, they all go out to the garden. They talk about the mulch, the plants, the fence. Heather and Gail are really into gardening, so they give Erin some gardening advice, and then they all head back inside ready for lunch.
One of the conversations they had was about a tree that wasn't coping particularly well in one of the spots that it had been planted. So a lot of conversation around, what might help that tree, find its roots, grow a little bit better out in the garden, which is a bit of a feature of this home on the outskirts of Leongatha. But the guests go back inside and they start basically getting ready to sit down for this lunch. And this lunch is a beef Wellington. The recipe is from the Recipe 10 Eats book written by Nagi, and served with this meal, beans and mash, some packet gravy. Now, beef Wellington is a beef loin. So it's a long piece of meat that is wrapped in like a mushroom duxelle, wrapped in prosciutto, wrapped in pastry, all baked in the oven together. That's how they would normally be served, Rach. This one, not served in that kind of traditional way.
Yeah, that's right, Stocky. Instead of the traditional way, so one big beef tenderloin log, she does individual portions. So she buys individual beef cuts and everyone gets a serve of that wrapped in pastry, also with the mushroom paste. And Ian describes it much like a pasty, so pastry case, and when you cut into it, there was steak and mushrooms. The recipe calls for 700 grams of portobello mushrooms, but Erin swapped in less flavoursome pre-sliced button mushrooms. And of course, we know they're not the only mushrooms that go into this meal.
Yeah, so all of the guests are standing around in the kitchen at this point. There's conversation. They've had a look at the pantry. They had a look at the garden. This meal has been almost completely finished. Erin Patterson is removing the individual pastry parcels from the oven. And to give you a sense of this space, there is a kitchen table with 6 chairs in it. It's a large, modern kitchen dining area. Just next to that table is a large, long kitchen island. And then the other side of that is your stove, your oven, more of your kitchen bench space. Erin Patterson is in there preparing this meal. The guests are standing around. And how this meal was served was really important, right, Rach?
Very important, Stocky. So Erin also has mash on the go. She's got green beans. You've got Heather and Gail, and what they do now reminds me of what happens at my family gatherings. They offer to help, what can I do? Can I help out with the preps? And Erin says to them, no, I got it. You just, carry some plates over. Ian remembers the 2 women carry the grey plates, he says, over to the dining table. So 4 grey plates for the guests. And Erin had a different colour one, her plate's smaller, and a tanny orange colour. Later, Erin disagrees. She said she can't remember what colour her plate was, but she's adamant that she didn't own a tanny orange plate. She says she doesn't have a matching set of plates either. And later these details, Stocky, will come to mean a lot. So they sit down, Ian says grace, and they start eating. And so Ian and Heather finished their portions. Gail eats half of hers. Don eats his own serving plus Gail's leftovers. The men make a joke about husbands finishing their wives' meals. Erin says she ate some of her meal. And then for dessert, they have a fruit platter and an orange cake, which were brought by Gail and Heather, but it sounds like they just kind of pick at the fruit and the cake because the portions of beef Wellington were so big that they were full.
And while this meal looks like, a really wonderful display of homemaking and community and family, as the meal goes on, the guests realise that Erin's got something that she wants to talk to them about.
Yes, Docky, and it involves cancer. And so they remember it in varying ways, as we do with all our memories that fade over time and people remember different interpretations of things. Ian Wilkinson remembers Erin telling him that she had cancer and that she was concerned because it was very serious, life-threatening in fact, and she was anxious about telling the kids, whether she should tell them or not, about this threat to her life. Now, Ian Wilkinson remembers it as some sort of ovarian or cervical cancer, and that she spoke about a diagnostic test and a spot on the scan that looked like a tumour.
And they never really finish that conversation, do they?
No, they don't. So when they're talking about it, Don says that they should pray for Erin and the children and that Erin should talk about it with Simon and work out what to tell the kids. While they're talking about this, Erin's son comes home from the movies with a friend. And so Don and Gail, welcome their grandson. He runs upstairs to get a book, like a textbook. He's been having flying lessons and he wants to show Don. This always sticks in my mind really vividly, Stocky, because my pa would do that a lot to me. Questions and curiosity are a great form of love and care, and you could tell the bond that these two had. So the son was very keen to show him what he'd been doing in his flying lessons. So they talk about that, and then the group heads off just a bit before 3 o'clock because Ian Wilkinson has a meeting about the church with some people back at his house in Corumburra.
They all pile back into that same car that they arrived in. So all four of them, taking another little trip through the beautiful green, hilly Gippsland countryside. It's a beautiful, clear day, the 29th of July, 2023. Don and Gail drop Ian and Heather home so they can have that meeting. And Erin starts to tidy up after the lunch.
That afternoon, Heather raves to two friends about the delicious and beautiful beef Wellington. They go to bed that night, they're all feeling fine, but it doesn't last. At midnight, Heather jolts out of bed, rushes to the laundry and starts vomiting. And soon after, Ian does too. And for both of them, the vomiting and the diarrhoea continues right throughout the night. It sounded horrendous. One of them was cradling a bucket, the other lying outside the laundry so they could have separate bathrooms. Across town at almost the same time, Don and Gail also become sick, also with relentless vomiting and diarrhoea. When morning breaks, they're no better, they're weak, they've been vomiting all night. So Don and Gail call an ambulance and go to Corumburra Hospital. Simon Patterson, their son, go and check on his aunt and uncle and finds out they're equally unwell. So he tries to encourage them to go to the hospital. They're a bit reluctant at first. They think it's gastro. He says, look, Mum and Dad are really sick. I want to take you to hospital. He takes them to Corumburra, but the beds are full because Don and Gail are there. So he drives them to Leongatha Hospital. Now, Stocky, something memorable happens as they're about to leave the house. Heather's looking a bit puzzled and she says to Simon, I noticed Erin served herself food on a coloured plate, which was different to the rest, so different to the grey plates. And then on the way to hospital, she brings it up again, so she's been vomiting and having diarrhoea all night, but this image of plates is just stuck in her mind for some reason. And so on the drive to the hospital, she asks Simon again, is Erin short of crockery? Is that why she'd have this different kind of coloured plate that she served herself with? Simon replies, I just think Erin doesn't have that many plates. 2 years later, the events of this lunch and everything that happened before and after will be scrutinised as one of the most publicised Australian trials in history. And as many of you know, we were there for every single day of that trial, over 10 weeks of evidence, 50 plus witnesses and 6 days of jury deliberations. In this 5-part series, we're telling the almost unbelievable story of the mushroom cook, Erin Patterson.
And everything you'll hear in this 5-part series is taken from what we heard through that trial. Tomorrow, we'll continue the story, diving into Erin Patterson's past, where she grew up, how she met the Pattersons, and where the tension between them started to build.
The Case of the Mushroom Lunch is produced by ABC Audio Studios and ABC News. It's presented by me, the ABC's true crime investigative reporter Rachel Brown, and Stephen Stockwell.
Our executive producer is Claire Rawlinson, and supervising producer for this series is Yasmin Parry. Many thanks to Audio Studios manager Eric George and our commissioning executive producer Tim Roxburgh for helping make this show a reality. This episode was produced on the land of the Wurundjeri people.
Hi, it's Yumi Steins from the Ladies We Need to Talk podcast. If you've never heard it before, let me explain it to you. Ladies We Need to Talk is a must listen that goes deep on the stuff that really matters to women. If it's a topic going off in your group chat, we're across it with love, science and real-life women telling their stories, from perimenopause to the mental load, fertility to friendship. Find Ladies We Need to Talk in the ABC Listen app.
Deeply insightful.
An hour.
1 hour. Deeply personal.
2 mics.
2 microphones.
4 watts going at the same time, one for each hand.
Can you murder him, please?
Hey, what?
Unforgettable stories.
We got hit by a wave and I was just in this sort of penumbra of bubbles, this world of fizz. And it was very beautiful. I didn't notice that I was drowning.
Hear the latest from Conversations. Find it on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Listen. Podcasts, radio, news, music and more.
A unique murder weapon sent to a true crime chat group. I'm the ABC's true crime investigative reporter, Rachel Brown.
And I'm Stephen Stockwell. This is the second episode of a 5-part series that takes you back through the whole story of Erin Patterson, one that started with a homemade meal and ended with a murder trial.
In this episode, how Erin Patterson prepared for the fatal lunch.
Welcome to the case of the mushroom lunch.
Just a week after 4 people sat down for a family lunch in rural Victoria, 3 of them were dead.
Homicide detectives are still piecing together what exactly happened at the lunch.
It's certainly looking like the symptoms are consistent with death cap mushrooms.
Erin Patterson said she bought the dried mushrooms at a supermarket and an Asian grocery store months earlier.
I cannot think of another investigation that has generated this level of media and public interest.
In the middle of 2023, there's this guy called Dr. Tom May. He's one of Australia's leading mycologists, so experts in mushrooms. And he's going for a walk in southeastern Victoria, an area called Gippsland, specifically a place called Outram. And he's walking along a kind of dead-end road that runs across the top of a ridge out on a farm near there. And he sees some mushrooms that are sprouting on a pile of leaves beneath an oak tree. Now, Dr. Tom May, being the mushroom expert that he is, knows immediately what these are. Again, he is one of our country's foremost experts in mushrooms. He was actually in the area that day because he was giving a lecture on mushrooms when he decided to go for a walk. And this is when he sees them. These are yellowish. They have a broad cap, and these really intricate gills, which are the little lines that you'll see underneath the top of a mushroom. And they were growing under an oak tree. So he knew right away that they were death caps, the most deadly mushrooms in the world. Dr. Tom May takes a photo of these mushrooms and he posts them on the citizen science website iNaturalist, where people can share details and locations of various flora and fauna that they have spotted around. Now, Dr. Tom May, being an expert in mushrooms, has already made over 70 posts on this platform about different mushrooms, but never death caps. And he drops a pin near Outram with a photo of these mushrooms under his profile, Funky Tom, and goes on his way.
Now, coincidentally, Stocky, this is not the first documented sighting of death cap mushrooms in Victoria that year. So Funky Tom's post lands in May 2023, but a month earlier, in April, There's a woman called Christine McKenzie. Now, she loves fungi. She says she finds them quite beautiful, so she loves taking photos of them. So she's out for a walk with her grandson and her dog on a footy oval in Lock, so also South Gippsland. Very early in the morning, the oval is ringed by oak trees, and underneath one she sees some mushrooms growing in the fallen leaves. They're also yellowish with a wide cap. Now, Christine McKenzie happens to be a former poisons information specialist, so she's also uniquely equipped to know these are death cap mushrooms. And if you're curious, it had been raining a lot during this period, which is why all these death caps started springing up. So like Dr. Tom May, Christine takes photos of these mushrooms and she posted a GPS pin to iNaturalist. She got her grandson and dog out of the way to do this. Very dangerous. And unlike Funky Tom, she tries to remove as many as she can. She takes a dog poo bag, she puts them in the bag. She says, look, Lock Kindergarten sometimes has bush kinder on this reserve, so I was keen to remove all the samples I could find. But she says, she's aware that this time of the season more could grow. And it just so happens that these two posts are the only known sightings of death caps in the Gippsland area in the past 20 years. Now, it doesn't mean they're not growing elsewhere, but they're the only two sightings that have been posted to this citizen science website.
Yeah, and we know that Erin Patterson is familiar with iNaturalist, this website where both of these posts were made. Just under a year earlier, we're talking late May 2022, just before Erin Patterson orders dinner for her family, she searches for death cap mushrooms on this site. She opens up her computer, goes to the website, and there's a big map that you can use. So she types in death cap mushrooms and slowly zooms in from a world map to a map of Australia to a map of Victoria to see where these mushrooms are growing. Now, there weren't any growing near her house in Gippsland, but there were some growing in Melbourne. She has a look at that page for a little bit, not long, we're talking seconds, and then she goes to the local pub website to sort food for that night. She orders a family pack of garlic bread, 2 lots of chicken parmigiana, a kid's fish, and 1.25 litre bottle of no sugar Coke. Now, we don't know if Erin Patterson ever viewed the posts that Christine McKenzie made and Dr. Tom May made.
No, we don't, which is really interesting, Stocky, because her iNaturalist search was in May 2022, and the two posts you just mentioned, they won't appear until the next April and May, just to set the timeline. But here's what we do know, and here's the curious thing. 10 days after Christine McKenzie posted pictures of death caps in Lock on the iNaturalist site, Erin Patterson goes for a little drive. So from her mobile data, here's what we know for sure. She leaves her home in Leongatha and she drives to somewhere near Lock, which is about 20-25 minutes away from where she lives. 2.5 hours after that, she stops in at the shops back at Leongatha and buys a dehydrator. Now, a month later, when Tom May drops a pin of his death cap sighting in Outram, Erin Patterson goes for a drive again, but this time just one day after this Tom May post. Her mobile data shows she drives to somewhere near Outram, which is 15 minutes from her house, and then also that morning she'd also visited Lock again too. So we don't know exactly where she went or, far more importantly, what she did, but on those drives we know for sure that the posts went up on iNaturalist, and pretty soon after those posts, Erin Patterson was somewhere nearby.
This is all around April and May of 2023. And the reason that this timing is important and these dates are important is because the season for mushrooms doesn't last very long. It needs to be wet, it needs to be cold but not too cool, which is why you get it in this kind of transitional month of autumn. As the weather's starting to cool down, things are a bit damp, and that's really the only time you'll actually be able to find mushrooms in any significant quantity, certainly if you're out foraging and the like. And Erin Patterson buys a dehydrator, Rach, as you've mentioned, at around the same time that these posts are appearing, and that's something you can use to preserve mushrooms. If you're only foraging for a short period of time during the year, being able to preserve and dry mushrooms like that means that you can keep them for a much longer period. They don't last that long. There's bugs and dirt and grime that means that these will actually deteriorate pretty quickly. And, not long after buying this dehydrator, Rach, she starts sharing the pictures of that and the pictures of mushrooms in that chat that she's got.
Yeah, Stocky, on that Facebook chat group that started as a true crime chat group, she talks to them about dehydrating mushrooms, blitzing them into a powder. She says she was hiding them in her kids' meals. She says it's a really good way to get them to eat veggies. She talks about, hiding powdered mushrooms in everything. She mentions brownies. She also hides them in muffins. She says on one post, fun fact, dehydrating reduces mushroom mass by 90%. Do you think Woolies would mind if I bring it into the veggie section and dry things before I buy them?
I just have a feeling that the poor produce workers would not be particularly amenable to such an idea.
No. Later on, one of her Facebook friends says she seems to really love mushrooms. Now, Erin is posting photos of mushrooms on the dehydrator, and Stocky, in one of the true ironies of this case, the very man whose post was said to have spurred Erin to visit Outram was the very same expert for the court case who's asked to look at photos of mushrooms. And in studying one of those photos, he says, yeah, they look consistent with Amanita phalloides at a high level of confidence. As a caveat, he says, look, potentially others look the same when presented in this way, but high level of confidence, they're death caps. Now, Stocky, similar photos reappear later in the trial, photos Erin had shared with her Facebook chat group of mushrooms sitting on the trays of her dehydrator. So essentially now we know this is a photo of the murder weapon sent to a true crime Facebook chat group. So the question that lots of people have been asking you and I is, why would you send this photo? Would you only send it if you honestly didn't know they were death caps? Or was it a ruse? Like, would you send it as insurance so you could later argue you didn't know they were death caps?
What we do know is that she makes a beef Wellington that is full of death cap mushrooms. She uses that to murder 3 people. Erin's story, which we didn't hear until years after this meal, was that she got into foraging during COVID. At some point, she must have accidentally picked some death cap mushrooms, thinking they were other mushrooms. She has dehydrated them as a way of storing them outside of the mushroom season and put them in a container that also had some other dried mushrooms that she'd bought from an Asian grocer in them. And then when it comes time to prepare this meal, she has accidentally put them in there to add more flavour.
But there's a far more sinister version of events, which was essentially the prosecution's case, that Erin sees the posts on iNaturalist. Now, we know she visited that website once in 2022 from computer data. Mm-hmm. We don't know whether she ever saw those posts, but we also know that there's a phone missing that police never found. Mm-hmm. So perhaps she made those searches on that phone A, it was called in the trial. So the sinister version is that she sees the posts on iNaturalist, she drives to Lock and Outram to pick death cap mushrooms, or maybe she saw them somewhere else and picks them somewhere else, Corumburra Botanical Gardens, for example. Who knows? We might never know. But she sees them, she brings them home, she dehydrates them, and she puts them in her cupboard, planning to serve them to her family. So these deadly mushrooms are now sitting in her cupboard like a ticking time bomb as the date of the lunch grows closer.
But she still needs to get the lunch guests to her house at this point. She has the means sitting in a cupboard, ticking away, but she has to find a reason to have, all these people come to her house and sit down for a meal, because it's not something that she would normally be doing.
No. I mean, Don and Gail had been over for lunch earlier in June, but that was a rare occurrence. So she invites them to this lunch a fortnight earlier at church. She asks Heather and Gail to come. And at the earlier lunch, Gail had mentioned about Erin's garden, saying it was really nice. Heather would love to see it. So Erin says she wanted to invite Heather as well. Heather seemed really excited. Heather told Ian, or maybe Erin's trying to get closer to us.
A lot has been made of the kind of invitation that was made to Don and Gail Patterson and Heather and Ian Wilkinson. I mean, the case against Erin Patterson was that she basically invented a serious medical issue. She laid these breadcrumbs over the months prior to the lunch, making the guests worry or think that there was something going on, making references to biopsies and scans and the like, kind of mapping out this story that would make the guests worried that she had something really serious, like cancer, that this was just some kind of big ploy to lure them all to a deadly lunch.
Yeah, but Erin's version is, I didn't need a lure. I don't need to make up anything. I just needed to invite them and they'd come because they loved me. She did mention, however, a medical problem to Simon. So she goes over to invite him too. Simon Patterson, her estranged husband. He's doing the online streaming for that church service. She says, I'd like you to come to this lunch. There's a medical problem that I'd like to discuss. But he never goes to the lunch. The night before, he sends a text and it's just before 7 p.m. And he says, look, I don't want to attend the lunch. I feel too uncomfortable, but I'm happy to talk about your health at another time over the phone. Erin is not happy about this. She texts Simon back saying, that's really disappointing. I've spent many hours this week preparing lunch for tomorrow, which has been exhausting in light of the issues I'm facing, and spent a small fortune on beef eye fillet to make beef Wellingtons because I wanted it to be a special meal, as I may not be able to host a lunch like this again for some time. It's important to me that you're all there tomorrow and that I can have the conversations that I need to have. I hope you'll change your mind. Your parents and Heather and Ian are coming at 12:30. Hope to see you there.
Obviously, she's trying to draw him in. She's trying to drag Simon Patterson to this lunch, give him a reason to attend, but he really can't be swayed.
She's putting him, it's a guilt trip.
Yeah, absolutely. And it doesn't work.
It doesn't. And Simon never shows. And that Saturday morning, Ian and Heather Wilkinson are having coffee with their neighbours at the Borough Cafe. And this is a few hours before they're due to be picked up by Don and Gail Patterson and driven to Erin's house for Saturday lunch. So while Ian and Heather are sitting in the Borough Cafe having coffee, Erin Patterson is putting death cap mushrooms in their beef Wellingtons.
That meal causes so much pain, both physically to the guests and emotionally to their families after it causes the deaths of Don and Gail Patterson and Heather Wilkinson. In our next episode, we're going to follow the fallout from the lunch, tracing how sick the guests got and how sick Erin wasn't. Everything you've heard in this episode are all things that were presented as evidence during Erin Patterson's murder trial.
The Case of the Mushroom Lunch is produced by ABC Audio Studios and ABC News. It's presented by me, the ABC's true crime investigative reporter, Rachel Brown, and Stephen Stockwell.
Our executive producer is Claire Rawlinson, and supervising producer for this series is Yasmin Parry. Many thanks to Audio Studios manager Eric George and our commissioning executive producer Tim Roxburgh for help making this show a reality. This episode was produced on the land of the Wurundjeri people.
If you like your true crime podcasts with real investigative journalism, you'll love Unravel. Unravel is the ABC podcast that investigates a new case each season. It's won podcast awards, journalism awards, and it's had millions of downloads. Unravel will have your headphones glued to your ears. Search for the Unravel podcast now for award-winning true crime. You can find it on the ABC Listen app.